traversing the Marvel Universe, awakening the power of a million stars, effortlessly overpowering Iron Man, and single-handedly vanquishing Thanos. I am the mightiest in Marvel, without exception. Chapter 1. Awakening the Power of a Million Stars. Young man, do you desire invincibility? Surrender your body to me, and I shall lead you to sweep across the globe. A mocking voice suddenly reverberated within his mind. Yet for a youth in the throes of adolescence, it was profoundly enticing. Robert Reynolds was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice. Panic soon set in, as he feared that his earlier act of drinking from the cup had been discovered, and he was increasingly anxious that his trespassing into the laboratory would lead to pursuit. Who are you? Where are you? He glanced around, somewhat apprehensive, yet found nothing amiss. The laboratory remained devoid of any presence. Stop searching, I reside within you. The voice reemerged, delivering an unsettling chill down Robert's spine. In truth, Roy was somewhat disconcerted himself. Upon awakening, he found himself engulfed in an abyssal void, surrounded by nothingness, save for an overwhelming solitude. He was devoid of a physical form, existing merely as a fragment of consciousness. Abruptly, a multitude of radiant points illuminated the darkness, akin to innumerable stars ascending into the night sky. In the distance, it seemed there were even more celestial bodies yet to be discovered. Simultaneously, Roy sensed an incomprehensible force surging towards him, a power so immense it bestowed upon him the illusion of annihilating everything. Alert! Phase shift detected high-energy impact on host. System activation commencing. Alert! Energy resistance complete. Supreme system activation successful. Current acquisition. Power of a million stars. Due to the host's lack of a physical body, effective control of this power is unattainable. The power of a million stars is temporarily sealed. System activation successful. Reward. 1 morphing elixir, capable of reconstructing the physical form. Please note, considerable energy will be required to utilize the elixir. The host should prepare accordingly. Please, host, depart from this location promptly. System? Roy inquired, astonished, yet gradually regaining his composure. Given his current state, he found it not entirely inconceivable to accept the existence of such a system. Indeed, host. Where am I now? You are in the Marvel Universe, Cosmos 365, in the interstice between the realm of energy and the realm of matter. As the system concluded, Roy was suddenly inundated with a surge of unfamiliar memories flooding his consciousness. He realized he had arrived in the Big Apple, and he was within the mind of a young man whose sensory perceptions were completely obscured to him, leaving him unaware of the external circumstances. The interstice mentioned by the system must pertain to this 19-year-old youth. Robert Reynolds? Roy vaguely surmised the identity of this individual. With the power of a million stars, if I'm not mistaken, he should be the future Sentinel. As for my current state, I ought to embody the negative persona void that is destined to accompany the Sentinel. However, due to my existence, everything that rightfully belonged to the Sentinel has been usurped, leaving Robert merely as Robert, rendering the void non-existent. At this moment, Robert remains an ordinary young white man, and henceforth, the Sentinel shall be forever beyond his reach. Regrettably, Roy is trapped deep within his consciousness, unable to emerge. Thus, the initial scene unfolded. You're inside my body. Then please exit at once. Robert was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that merely drinking a glass of water would give rise to another consciousness within him. Yet he dared not confide in anyone, fearing they would discover his trespass into the laboratory. Seeing that the coast was clear, Robert hastily set down the cup in his hand and turned to flee from the laboratory. In his panic, he failed to notice that he had been running headlong into the Hell's Kitchen, a place with a name that belies its grim reality. Once a living area for ordinary laborers, it has devolved into a veritable slum, despite its location in Manhattan. Due to the diverse ethnicities residing here, various conflicts frequently erupt, and the area is rife with underworld elements. Typically, even law enforcement would avoid this wretched place unless absolutely necessary. As a seasoned addict, Robert was all too familiar with its treacherous landscape. After crossing a street, he leapt into an abandoned house. The place was littered with syringes and condoms, alongside heaps of filthy clothing and bedding, indicating that it was still inhabited. Upon Robert's entry, he attracted the attention of an occupant within. Soon, a burly man with a scruffy beard emerged, cigarette in hand. Ah, Robert, you seem in good spirits today. Guy chuckled, eyeing him. Here, to repay your debt. With the interest accrued over the past few days, you owe me $150. Upon hearing Guy's words, realization struck Robert like a bolt of lightning. Oh no, how'd I end up here? He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His pockets were emptier than his face. Where could he possibly procure $150? Panic overwhelmed him. leaving him in a state of sheer disarray, oblivious to the lingering presence of the voice within his consciousness. In the midst of his terror, as his mental defenses waned, Roy seized the opportunity to peruse his memories and even gained a portion of sensory access. Consequently, Roy became aware of the external environment and overheard the Manquachu words. "Kid, time to pay up." Guy's expression twisted into a menacing grimace. "If you don't know what I have it, you can always go to the bar for work. I will what sure many would fancy a pretty boy like you. I. Robert stammered, barely able to articulate a response, trembling as he faced the towering figure before him, who was several times his size. Speak. Guy, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with Robert, seized him by the neck. $150. If you don't pay up today, you may very well meet your demise here. As Guy pursued his debt collection, 5 more individuals emerged from the shadows of the room, 3 men and 2 women, bearing the unmistakable marks of exhaustion, their eyes sunken and spirits flagging. The men were disheveled, while the women sported flushed faces as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Now, witnessing Guy's intimidation of Robert, they appeared intrigued. I have no money." Robert stammered. Smack. Before he could finish, Guy's hand connected sharply with his face. "No money? Do you wish to die? Or perhaps you would prefer to sell yourself. I could introduce you to clients." No. Robert shook his head in terror. He was no homosexual. How could he possibly engage in such acts? However, just as Robert uttered those words, he was met with the force of Gawachu's fist. A tremendous impact struck his jaw, and after a pained scream, he spat out blood, accompanied by 3 of his molars. Not only that, but the punch left his face swollen in an instant. A wave of despair washed over him. He realized that if he did not devise a plan to procure some money soon, he would likely perish today. That moment, a voice echoed in his mind once again. "Young man, do you desire invincibility? I can help you deal with these individuals." This voice revitalized Robert's spirit. "All right, what must I do?" Guy, misinterpreting Robert's response as assent to his proposal, wore an odd expression. "You need not do anything, simply open your mind. Relax your entire body. Allow me to take control, and you shall become the strongest person in the world." Deep within Robert's consciousness, Roy whispered languidly. At that moment, he resembled a tempting demon. He understood that Robert had little choice left. Indeed, once Roy finished speaking, Robert sensed his consciousness extending outward. In an instant, Roy seized control of Robert's body. Embracing the long-forgotten sensation of power, Roy smiled. Gazing at the still grasping Guy, his eyes flickered with a crimson glow, and his voice turned icy and piercing. "How would you like to die?" Chapter 2. A single punch to obliterate Guy was momentarily taken aback by Robert's words, initially believing this man had lost his mind due to fear, hence his nonsensical ramblings. With a surge of strength, he lifted Robert effortlessly. A fierce expression contorted his face as he demanded, "What are you saying? If you have the guts, repeat that. I dare you to test my patience." "Is that so? I'm intrigued to see if you possess such capability," Robert replied, his gaze glimmering with a ferocious bloodlust and a hint of madness. Guy was evidently unprepared for Robert's audacity at such a critical moment. Without a second thought, he swung his fist once more. Having previously participated in a national strongman competition where he secured a position among the top 20, his formidable strength was nothing short of astonishing. The dreadful force of his punch collided with Robert's face. In that fleeting instant, Guy envisioned the aftermath. Robert's face would surely be fractured, potentially even losing his jaw in the process. However, when his fist made contact, it yielded no discernible effect, merely causing Robert's head to tilt slightly. "The force is commendable, but it still lacks a certain edge," Roy remarked, his expression unchanging, his icy gaze fixed on Guy. "How is that possible?" Guy exclaimed, astonished by Robert's resilience. He abruptly hurled Robert to the ground and pounced upon him. Die. This time, Guy held nothing back, unleashing over 500 pounds of raw power upon Robert. Each impact resonated with a resounding thud. After 2 grueling minutes, feeling fatigued, Guy finally ceased his relentless assault, convinced that even if Robert survived, he would be left incapacitated. Yet, as he rose from the ground, Robert spoke again. "Have you finished? If so, it's my turn." "What?" Guy stared at Robert as if he were a creature from a nightmare, unable to comprehend how this strung-out addict could withstand such punishment. As Guy stood there in shock, Robert gradually rose to his feet. This action startled Guy enough to take a few steps back, while those nearby looked on in disbelief. "Now, it's my turn," Robert declared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, an aura of chilling terror enveloping him. In a panic, Guy seized a steel pipe from the corner and swung it at Robert. The heavy pipe struck Robert, yet it inflicted no harm. The metal itself bent under the impact. "Kill!" Robert roared, swiftly incapacitating Guy, then launching a fist towards him. Boom! The moment he threw the punch, a terrifying sonic boom erupted. Before anyone could react, that formidable power crashed down upon Guy. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air. The dilapidated structure they occupied trembled before a force erupted from within its confines. The force was undeniably overwhelming. In an instant, the entire building collapsed, with shards of debris scattering amidst a cloud of smoke that obscured the sky, spreading to adjacent streets. The surrounding crowd was left in a state of shock, never having anticipated such an event. They initially believed it to be a gas explosion, and one by one, they screamed and fled in panic. At that moment, Jean Bing was convening a meeting with his subordinates, intending to thoroughly cleanse Hell's Kitchen, when unexpectedly, a tremendous roar erupted nearby. He initially thought it was his old rival launching an attack. Instantly, he led his men towards the source of the sound. All were armed, resembling a contingent preparing for a minor modern warfare. Meanwhile, the neighborhood where Robert resided was engulfed in thick smoke. Those who had not managed to escape were coughing amidst the dust. When they spotted Jean Bing and his entourage rushing towards them, they scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat. Soon, Jean Bing and his men stood beside the ruins. What had transpired? Jean Bing's face betrayed no emotion. Yet his subordinates dared not show any signs of negligence. At that moment, a gaunt man emerged, respectfully stating that there was no scent of gas, and thus it likely was not a gas explosion. It appeared more akin to the aftermath of a bombing. Could it be that an adversary sought to deliver a warning in such a manner? A flicker of doubt crossed Jean Bing's gaze. Suddenly, a clattering sound emerged from the rubble, akin to bricks tumbling down. However, the surrounding haze was so dense that it obscured the events unfolding within the debris. Moments later, a figure appeared amidst the wreckage. Jean Bing's subordinates, sensing imminent danger, raised their weapons, directing them at the figure. At that moment, Roy, controlling Robert's body, gradually emerged from the debris, his footsteps slow and echoing with a rhythmic thud. Strangely, as everyone heard that sound, a sense of cold sweat broke out, as if each step resonated with their very hearts. Gradually, they discerned the figure before them. It was a man, holding a round object whose nature remained unclear. Jean Bing's men even speculated it could be a bomb. Some contemplated taking action, but with their leader silent, they dared not move. Unbeknownst to them, Jean Bing was not only unwilling to act, but also paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. The moment the figure emerged, he felt as though he had been locked onto, knowing that any movement on his part would provoke an immediate and ruthless response. As they beheld Roy's appearance, they collectively inhaled sharply. He appeared to be around 20 years old, with sunken eyes that unmistakably indicated a man ensnared by addiction. Yet, if that were all, it would not be remarkable. In Hell's Kitchen, while there were few law-abiding citizens, criminals abounded. What truly sent shivers down their spines was the sight of Roy, who was inexplicably holding a severed head. The head, covered in dust, bore an expression of disbelief and shock, as if it could not comprehend the circumstances of its demise. With control over Robert's body, Roy approached Jean Bing. Delving into Robert's memories, Roy swiftly discerned the identity of the man before him. "Hello, big guy. I never imagined we would meet in such a manner. I have long been aware of your reputation." Chapter 3. Becoming neighbors with Iron Man. Jean Bing did not recognize the disheveled young man before him. His memory contained no trace of this individual. At that moment, Roy, still controlling Robert's body, wore a faint smile. "Who I am is of no consequence. However, I do have a business proposition that may pique your interest." No. I refuse to engage with someone like you. Please, just leave." Robert screamed in his mind, desperate to avoid any association with this imposing figure. To an ordinary person, the towering man before him, standing over 2 meters tall, might be a mystery. Yet, Robert, who had long navigated the treacherous realms of Hell's Kitchen, recognized this man all too well. This was Jean Bing, a formidable figure commanding over 40% of the nation's underworld. His criminal enterprises accounted for more than a third of the nation's annual crime rate, either directly or through his subordinates. Confronted with such a ruthless individual, anyone would feel their scalp prickle with dread. Robert was merely a puppet, controlled by drugs, and forging a connection with a figure of such notoriety was undoubtedly perilous. He screamed in his mind, urging Roy to distance himself from Jean Bing. But despite his instinct to suppress Robert's consciousness, it was ultimately Robert's body, and complete suppression was unattainable. "You truly are a coward. It's just Jean Bing. Why are you so frightened?" "No, I refuse. I will not engage with him. Leave." Quickly, Robert felt on the brink of madness. Were it not for his current lack of control over his body, he would have fled this dreadful place, vowing never to meet Jean Bing again. Unbeknownst to Jean Bing, a fierce internal struggle raged within Robert's mind. However, he was taken aback by Roy's words. "Oh, what business do you propose?" "I will help you resolve certain troubles, and in return, you will assist me with some of mine," Roy replied. gesturing toward the collapsed ruins behind him as evidence. Roy's words caused a flicker of alarm in Jean Bing's eyes, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He was no fool. On the contrary, Jean Bing was exceptionally astute, which was essential for reaching his current level of power. Thus, he understood that if Roy was indeed responsible for the destruction, this individual was worthy of negotiation. Very well. I find the Blood Brotherhood to be quite an eyesore, if you catch my drift. In return, I can offer you a service of equal value. A cold glint ignited in Jean Bing's eyes at the mention of the Blood Brotherhood. Recently, this shadowy faction has been persistently troubling him, and he has long desired to eliminate them. This time, Jean Bing convened his subordinates to deliberate strategies specifically to confront this fervent group. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident at hand, they might still be engaged in their discussions. Now that this individual has stepped forward proposing a transaction, it could not be more advantageous for him. Very well. But in return, you must procure for me a clean house. I cannot endure living in this wretched Hell's Kitchen. That is not an issue. Follow me. Jean Bing nodded and turned towards his lair. The other subordinates glanced at Roy before trailing behind Jean Bing. Roy smiled faintly, casually discarding the head he had been holding into the ruins, and then followed in Jean Bing's wake, his calm demeanor betraying no hint of anxiety. Approximately 10 minutes later, they entered a seemingly ordinary house. However, upon crossing the threshold, Roy instantly discerned the presence of numerous concealed individuals within. It was evident that if an ordinary person were to enter, as long as Jean Bing wished it, none would emerge unscathed. At that moment, Jean Bing, walking ahead, abruptly turned, drawing a silver dagger from his belt and pointing it at Roy's neck. Speak, who are you truly? Jean Bing's expression had morphed into a menacing glare, clearly indicating that he had never believed Roy's fabrications. To Jean Bing, every word from Roy seemed merely a ploy to draw closer to him. Now within his stronghold, the fate of his adversary lay firmly within his grasp. As Jean Bing moved, his subordinates raised their weapons in unison, their synchronized actions reminiscent of a rehearsed drill. I anticipated you would react this way. Roy had foreseen the response. For a figure entrenched in the gray underworld, it was impossible to place trust in anyone, especially an unexpected newcomer like him. Not only Jean Bing, but even Roy himself would struggle to trust such a leader of the underworld. Do not be tense. You must believe me. I harbor no ill intentions. In fact, you are my optimal choice. Although Roy felt no fear towards these individuals, he nonetheless raised his hands without hesitation. You claim you wish to make a deal with me. Why should I believe you? Quite simply. As he spoke, Roy picked up a cigarette, but from a nearby table. All eyes were fixed upon his every movement, and some even seemed ready to strike as he lifted the cigarette. Do not be alarmed. Trust me, I mean no harm. Roy endeavored to convey his benign intentions, holding the cigarette but aloft for all to see. With a flick of his fingers, Roy sent the cigarette but soaring through the air. It emitted a sharp whistle before piercing through the bulletproof glass that Jean Bing had specifically installed. Witnessing this spectacle, all present felt a chill run down their spines, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Behold, if my intentions were truly malevolent, none of you present would survive. Roy's words cast a deeper shadow over Jean Bing's countenance. After a prolonged silence, Jean Bing finally spoke. Very well, superhero. Following this declaration, he could not suppress a chuckle. Now, might I be provided with a tranquil residence? I find myself rather fatigued and in need of slumber. Roy's request was merely a pretext. His genuine desire was to find a quiet place to extricate himself from Robert's body. The continuous control over another's form was, for Roy, an ever-awkward predicament. Certainly, my companion. Jean Bing replied, though he remained uncertain of Roy's true name. It was evident that he had already acknowledged this partner before him. He promptly arranged accommodations for Roy. To Roy's astonishment, Jean Bing was willing to spare no expense, securing for him a villa on Long Island, sprawling over 3,000 square feet. From the terrace of the villa, one could behold the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. As he stood on the terrace gazing out, a silver Chevrolet Corvette emerged from a distant villa. His vision was remarkably acute. Even from several hundred meters away, he discerned the driver's identity. Little Robert Downey? Or perhaps Tony Stark? How amusing. Chapter 4. Body reshaping. It turned out that this villa was a neighbor to Tony Stark. Roy found himself surprised yet unperturbed. After all, Stark was a billionaire with enterprises spanning the globe. It was hardly unexpected for him to possess a villa in Long Island, especially since this locale was the headquarters of Stark Industries. As the largest shareholder, it would be quite peculiar if he lacked a residence nearby. Such a playboy would truly be regressing. Maintaining control of Robert's body, Roy turned to the bearded young man beside him and instructed, return to your boss and inform him that I find this place quite to my liking. Grant me a little time, and I shall swiftly deal with that group of ruffians from the Blood Brotherhood. Understood, sir. If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave, the young man responded, hitting the mark perfectly. Roy nodded in agreement, and soon witnessed the bearded youth swiftly depart. After surveying the villa and finding no areas in need of alteration, nor any surveillance devices, Roy nodded in satisfaction. He ventured into the master bedroom, where every amenity was at his disposal, requiring no effort on his part. Ha ha! Is this to be our abode henceforth? It is simply magnificent. Robert cheered incessantly within his mind. Clearly, as a streetwise individual, he had never resided in such opulent quarters. The prospect of experiencing this luxury firsthand felt like a fortuitous windfall. Though all of this was Roy's accomplishment, in this moment, he utilized his own body, did he not? In essence, they were one and the same, indistinguishable from one another. Especially given his current relationship with Jean Bing, obtaining goods from him would be a rather straightforward endeavor. The mere thought of indulging in whatever pleasures he desired in the future left Robert nearly faint with excitement. However, it was not long before Roy doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. I apologize, but this is my home, not yours. Yet Robert retorted with a sense of entitlement. But now, isn't what is yours essentially mine? Unbeknownst to him, had circumstances been normal, he and Roy would indeed share an inseparable bond, considering they occupied the same body. Why delineate their identities so sharply? However, Robert remained oblivious to the fact that Roy had already begun preparing to sever their connection. Once they were separated, their fates would diverge, rendering any shared experiences irrelevant. I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but I must convey that disappointment is likely in your future, Roy's voice echoed mockingly in Robert's mind. He was curious to witness the expression on Robert's face when he was ultimately cast aside. Disappointment? Certainly not. I shall not be disheartened, Robert insisted, still lost in his excitement, completely unaware that misfortune was looming. After dinner, Roy took control of Robert's body and descended into the basement. Several times, Robert attempted to reclaim control to savor the opulence of the villa, perhaps inviting some young women over for a gathering. Yet Roy offered him no opportunity. Although this body belonged to Robert and was more attuned to his consciousness, Roy's mental prowess at that moment was formidable. No matter how hard Robert tried, it was in vain. Eventually, after a prolonged bout of exhilaration, he resigned himself to waiting for Roy to sleep before seizing back control. Hey, brother, would you like to have a drink? That would be splendid. My favorite is the red wine from Ch. To Margot, though if there happens to be some Romani Conti, that would be delightful too. Margot? Romani Conti? You must be dreaming. Roy disregarded Robert's ramblings entirely. After entering an empty storage room, he commanded Robert's body to lie back down. Brother, you cannot possibly intend to sleep here, can you? Robert was perplexed, bewildered by Roy's choice to forego the grand bed in the master bedroom for the floor of a storeroom. Silence, fool. Speak again, and I shall silence you permanently. With that, Roy barked at Robert within his mind and began to communicate with the system deep within his consciousness. System, assist me in separating my consciousness from Robert's. I wish to reshape this body. Ding. Command received, separating consciousness and reshaping body. The system swiftly responded, indicating that the separation of consciousness required 100 points, and reshaping the body necessitated a shaping elixir. Do you wish to proceed? Notice, current host points are 0. How to acquire points? Ding. As this is the host's first time utilizing the system, a beginner's gift is granted, adding 100 points. Just as Roy was anxiously contemplating how to acquire points, another system notification chimed in. This truly is a serendipitous moment. Roy made a decisive choice and promptly utilized the 100 points. As for the novice gift pack, he could wait until he had a body to use it. He confirmed the use of 100 points to separate his consciousness and confirmed the use of the shaping elixir to reconstruct his body, initiating the process. As the system's prompt resonated deep within his consciousness, golden streams of energy erupted from Robert's physical form. Gradually, a silhouette began to materialize from the depths of Robert's brow. What is happening? What is happening? The sudden change left Robert in a state of utter horror, and he screamed incessantly. Initially, he believed he was still incapable of producing sound, but to his astonishment, he discovered that he had regained control over his body. After the initial terror, a wave of elation surged within him. The mansion, beautiful women, and beaches awaited his enjoyment. Simultaneously, Robert gazed at the golden streams of energy in midair. He was bewildered by the situation, as he had been completely unaware during Roy's communication with the system. At that moment, he could only observe the golden streams gradually converging in the air, slowly taking on the shape of a human form, almost leading him to believe that a deity was descending. Just then, the effects of the shaping elixir began to manifest. Robert could clearly see a terrifying human structure gradually emerging. First, dark golden bones appeared, followed by veins and nerves, and soon after, flesh began to grow alongside the blood vessels. The entire process was so surreal that he could hardly believe his eyes. Oh God, how is this even possible? Robert was utterly astonished. Within just a few minutes, a completely new human form had fully materialized. With black hair, a mixed heritage appearance, a prominent nose, and dark red pupils, he exuded an aura of sheer power. As Roy opened his eyes, he promptly descended back to the ground, observing Robert, who now appeared dazed. Roy couldn't help but chuckle. "Kid, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Now, do me a favor and get out of my villa." Chapter 5. The Sentinel's Meager Power. Who are you? Robert was evidently still reeling from the shock of a person materializing out of thin air. Gazing at the naked man before him, Robert felt his sanity teetering on the edge. Ding dong, a system task was issued. Recruit Robert Reynolds for a reward of 20 points, or expel him from the villa for a reward of 10 points. Just as Roy was about to speak, the system chimed in his mind once more. What surprised Roy was that this time it was a system task. Recruiting him would yield 20 points, while expelling him would grant 10. Under normal circumstances, recruiting someone would undoubtedly be the best option, allowing him to earn 20 points. However, this particular individual was a drug addict. Normally, he was human, but under the influence, he became a wretched creature. Such a person was worth less than toilet paper. Option 2. Expel him from the villa. Roy immediately made his decision. He swiftly grabbed Robert by the arm and dragged him out of the basement. Upon entering the room, Roy swiftly donned his attire. Had he been adequately prepared, he would not have engaged in such a state of undress, for he harbored no peculiar inclinations. "Hey, brother, what have you dragged me here for?" Robert inquired as he rose from the ground while Roy dressed. "Nothing much, just putting on some clothes," Roy replied, adjusting his shirt and discovering it fit rather well. He then lifted his gaze to Robert. "Now, will you leave on your own accord, or shall I unceremoniously eject you?" Hearing Roy's intention to sever their connection, Robert immediately protested. "No, you cannot do this. You have made extensive use of my body. Surely, you owe me some remuneration? I assisted you in escaping that giant. Is that not sufficient?" "No, no, no, certainly not enough," Roy retorted dismissively. Grabbing Robert's arm, he began to usher him out. Throughout their journey, Robert struggled fiercely but found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from Roy's grip. Within mere moments, he was unceremoniously cast out of the villa. Landing on the ground in a daze, Robert felt bewildered. He had anticipated a moment of enjoyment within the villa, only to find himself expelled before he could relish it. "I advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, should the patrolling security discover you as a suspicious individual, they will likely not extend you any courtesy," Roy called out from within the door before turning back into the villa. Regardless of Robert's shouts, they fell on deaf ears. After a time of calling, and seeing no response from inside, Robert, fearing discovery by the patrolling guards, cautiously made his exit. Meanwhile, upon returning to the villa, Roy addressed the system. "System, open the beginner's gift pack." Ding. Command received. The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired advanced martial arts proficiency. Congratulations, host. You have attained intermediate linguistic mastery. Congratulations, host, you have received a windproof lighter, and congratulations, host, you have acquired a set of women's lingerie. Initially, Roy felt a sense of elation upon hearing these rewards, as both martial arts and language skills were undeniably practical. However, he was taken aback by the final gift, women's lingerie. As a grown man, what purpose would he have for such an item? Would he wear it himself? Roy began to question whether the system was deliberately toying with him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his irritation. "System, can I view my current personal attributes?" "Personal attribute values have been generated. Please check the interface for details." The system did not specify where the attributes panel was located. Yet, as Roy focused his mind, a translucent attribute panel materialized before his eyes, projected directly onto his retina, ensuring that it remained unseen by any outside observers. Host, Roy identity, Void Sentinel strength, 120, normal value, 10, speed, 80, normal value, 10, defense, 150, normal value, 10, mentality, 200, normal value, 10, energy, 50, 000, normal value, 0 points, 10 current skills, advanced mastery of combat, intermediate linguistic proficiency, basic mathematics, basic language arts, introductory chemistry, introductory swimming, basic driving. It is noteworthy that the normal values are based on the highest limits of an ordinary person, excluding special beings such as mutants, deities, cyborgs, and bioengineered individuals. In other words, how is it that as a Void Sentinel, I possess only 120 in strength, a mere 12 times that of a common person? Shouldn't a Sentinel's power be at a pinnacle level? Roy distinctly recalls that Sentinels are undeniably formidable entities within the Marvel Universe. Super speed, super endurance, super defense, and super flight are mere trifles. They even possess the ability to manipulate and utilize energy, absorbing any form of energy across time and space. Furthermore, Their formidable mental prowess allows sentinels to effortlessly alter and implant memories into their opponents, rendering them truly extraordinary. Yet, after acquiring the abilities that rightfully belong to Robert, I find myself with such limited power. This leads Roy to ponder whether, during the separation, the majority of abilities remained within Robert's body. If this is indeed the case, does it imply that the original Sentinel, Robert, may still manifest? Just as Roy grapples with these thoughts, the system provides clarification. The host's separation from Robert resulted in the transfer of all Sentinel abilities. However, while the host underwent bodily reconstruction, despite the shaping elixir, a significant amount of energy was consumed to maximize the host's strength and affinity for energy. Thus, while I now possess a body with optimal compatibility, the excessive energy expenditure has hindered my ability to unleash my full potential, necessitating self-discovery. Indeed, host. Very well. I comprehend now. A realization dawns upon Roy. In essence, his current predicament resembles that of a Na'vi individual sitting atop a mountain of gold. Though he possesses immense wealth, he remains unaware of its utilization. His forthcoming objective is to learn how to harness this wealth, thereby unearthing his utmost potential and strength. Having unraveled this conundrum, a sense of tranquility washes over Roy. He understands that for an extended period ahead, he will need to engage in relentless training. Though the specifics of this training remain elusive for now, that is a matter for another time. Stretching his body, Roy casually picks up the landline in the room and dials Jean. Sir, is there anything else? At this moment, a woman is attending to Jean's feet, and upon seeing him answer the call, she gracefully exits the room, leaving Jean alone. Tell me, where are your adversaries? I shall assist in their resolution. Of course. I hope you can expedite my legitimate identity. Chapter 6. Resolving Jin's deep-seated troubles. Jean slumps onto the leather sofa, his substantial frame sinking into the soft cushioning. In the suburbs of the Big Apple, Mr. Jean, a member of the fervent group, held a phone in one hand while igniting a cigar with the other. He relayed information about his adversaries to Roy, including their numbers. Roy nodded in acknowledgement, taking note of the details. As Jean finished speaking and prepared to end the call, Roy was halted by Jin's voice. Sir, I must caution you that the fervent group is not to be underestimated. Even I pay a heavy price when confronting them. Jean warned. Rest assured, as long as you expedite the processing of my identity, you need not worry about anything else, Roy replied with a dismissive smile. Then I wish you a smooth journey. And by the way, there's a new model Land Rover in the garage. Jean added with a smile of his own before Roy terminated the call. In the room, Jean snapped his fingers, and a flamboyantly dressed woman promptly entered. She approached him, bending down to continue pampering her employer's feet. Jean relished the moment, cigar in hand, reclining on the sofa with a contented expression on his plump face. Meanwhile, Roy, having hung up the phone, approached a coat rack and changed into attire suitable for combat, donning a pair of athletic shoes. Taking a seat, he poured himself a glass of red wine, savoring it slowly as he awaited the arrival of nightfall. He understood that despite possessing the strength of a superhero, he was not foolish enough to confront numerous armed adversaries head-on. He chose to wait for darkness, knowing it would provide him with a strategic advantage. The fervent group was not a concern for him, at least not yet. Soon, the night enveloped the city. Roy opened his eyes. The wine bottle beside him was nearly empty. Moving to the window, he surveyed the vast expanse of the Big Apple, the vibrant lights shimmering like stars in the sky, magnificent in their brilliance. The hunt was about to commence. Roy stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Departing the villa, he drove the Land Rover to the designated location, a narrow alley in the suburbs of the Big Apple. Numerous foreign men, clad in non-mainstream attire adorned with tattoos, gathered in small groups. Notably, they all bore a common trait, a diamond-shaped tattoo on their arms. These individuals were the underlings of the fervent group. As Roy's vehicle entered the area, it attracted the attention of several figures from the gray underworld. Look, which wealthy individual has graced our humble abode. Some even whistled. Attempting to catch Roy's attention from the luxurious car, Roy parked by the roadside and had scarcely exited when several underlings from the fervent group encircled him. The others, recognizing their own, refrained from approaching, regretting their hesitation. Hey, brother, that's a nice ride. Mind if we take it for a spin? One underling inquired, leaning closer. Roy remained silent. The others edged closer, one of them grinning broadly. Kid, a grand, or you'll regret it. At this, laughter erupted among the group. In response, Roy revealed a hint of a smile. 2 grand then. Roy produced 20 crisp $100 bills, waving them before the subordinate. 2,000. The subordinate was taken aback. He had thought asking for 1,000 was excessive, yet the other party offered 2,000 without hesitation. You're quite perceptive. I shall spare you, he said, extending his hand to seize the money. However, in the next moment, a powerful fist collided with his face. The speed was astonishing. Bang! Amidst the astonished expressions of the others, the subordinate crumpled to the ground. It was at this moment that the remaining subordinates grasped that this young man had come to cause trouble. 2,000 for your worthless life? It's worth it, Roy remarked as he tossed the money onto the lifeless body of the fallen lackey. The other subordinates, witnessing this scene, swiftly drew their concealed daggers, aiming them at Roy. Kill him. A voice boomed, and the closest subordinates were about to spring into action, but Roy was extraordinarily quick. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched several of them. From a distance, more subordinates brandished their knives and clubs, charging towards Roy. With fists flying, each blow sent a subordinate crashing to the ground. One subordinate swung a dagger at him from the side, but Roy deftly evaded and retaliated with a powerful strike to the assailant's chest. With proficiency in advanced combat and strength 12 times that of an average human, he swiftly dealt with those around him. At the fork in the road, a group of fervent subordinates armed with long knives surged forward. Roy seized a dagger from the ground and met their charge. Though he lacked mastery in blade techniques, his sheer physical prowess allowed him to overcome them once more. As he ventured deeper into the street, the fervent subordinates brandished their daggers, lunging directly at Roy. The knives sliced through the night air, the sound slicing through the silence. Within the grandest villa on the street, atop a lavish bed, Jill abruptly pushed away the alluring woman in his embrace, sitting up in alarm, and bellowed, "What in the world is happening outside? Boss, it's bad. There's a kid causing a ruckus. He has injured several of our brothers." A flustered subordinate rushed in, panicking. "A ruckus? You incompetent fools. Can't you handle a crowd outside?" Jill roared, unleashing a torrent of invectives upon his subordinate. "Boss, I don't know. Could it be that bastard Jean Bing's men?" The subordinate stammered, suddenly recalling Jill's arch-nemesis. "That is possible. Quick, gather the brothers and arm yourselves," Jill commanded, urgency flooding his voice. After mulling it over, he realized that his only true enemy was Jean Bing, who might have taken the opportunity to launch a nighttime ambush. Yet, just as he rose, a loud thud echoed from outside, as if someone had fallen. "What is going on, you worthless fool?" Jill frowned, calling out. There was no response. The villa was eerily silent. An unsettling feeling gripped Jill's heart. The quiet was unnervingly profound. The woman beside him clung tightly to his arm, trembling. "Are you Jill?" At that moment, a calm voice resonated within the room. "I relinquish all my wealth. I implore you to spare my life." A tremor coursed through Gil's body, a chilling dread engulfing his heart, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed to his knees. In the shadows, Roy loomed like a demonic figure, fixating his gaze upon Gil. "Ding dong, a system task has been issued. Spare Gil's life for a reward of 20 points, or eliminate him for a reward of 10 points. Bang. Gil, the leader of the hot-blooded gang, lay on the bed, never to awaken again. Though I yearn to preserve your life, I am a man of my word. Chapter 7. The widow's visit. Roy disposed of the dagger and meticulously ensured that no trace was left behind before proceeding to the camera control room. Discovering that the cameras were not operational, he hastily vacated the scene, determined to evade any detection by the authorities. Driving back to the villa, he found it astonishing that a system task had materialized during the assassination of the hot-blooded gang's leader. This was a chance to earn points. However, for the sake of his legitimate identity, Roy opted for the latter option. Points could be accumulated later, but being apprehended due to identity issues would be a grave complication. Roy retrieved his phone and dialed Jean Bing. "How are things progressing? Is everything going smoothly?" The call connected swiftly, and Jean Bing's voice resonated on the other end. "All is well. Remember to tune into the news tomorrow morning." Roy responded with a calm demeanor. "Ha ha, I knew I could count on you," Jean Bing exclaimed, elated and eagerly anticipating the morning news. "See you tomorrow," Roy concluded the call as he arrived at the villa's entrance. That night, Roy slept soundly. In the morning, he gradually awakened, donned in his pajamas, and made his way to the kitchen. He prepared a simple sandwich and carried it to the living room, switching on the television just in time for the news segment. The screen displayed the territory of the hot-blooded gang, specifically the room of their leader, Gil, who had been fatally struck. At that moment, the phone rang. Roy answered, and Jean Bing's jubilant voice erupted from the receiver. "Ha ha, I've seen it. That scoundrel Gil is dead, and the entire hot-blooded gang has been obliterated. Your legitimate identity will be processed shortly. I believe it will arrive at your villa within half an hour." "Thank you," Roy replied with a light chuckle, considering it the best news he could wake up to. "I believe our future collaborations will grow even closer," Jean Bing remarked, and from his tone, Roy discerned his excitement. After ending the call, Roy began to enjoy his breakfast. Meanwhile, a beetle car approached the vicinity of the hot-blooded gang's territory, now cordoned off by the authorities. A man in a sparse suit and a woman in provocative high heels emerged from the vehicle. "You two cannot enter. This area is restricted to unauthorized personnel," an officer stated as they attempted to proceed. The suited man, maintaining a stoic expression, declared, "I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Here is my identification. He produced a black wallet from his pocket. The officer examined it closely, and upon recognizing its significance, his demeanor shifted to one of respect, promptly clearing a path for them. As the two individuals entered the scene, they promptly made their way into the villa. The news reporter was still present within the premises, and upon noticing the newcomers, several detectives hurried towards them, simultaneously ushering the reporters out. However, the suited man and the voluptuous woman were captured on camera for a fleeting moment. It was Coulson and Natasha. Roy, who was watching television, happened to catch sight of this instant. Although ordinary people might not have reacted quickly, he recognized them nonetheless. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency was alarmingly close to him. Yet, at this moment, Roy was reluctant to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. in this world. His current prowess was still quite feeble, and both present and future adversaries loomed formidable. Having acquired superpowers, he felt an urgent need to harness and develop them. Roy was discontent with his perceived weakness. Coulson, is this the Gil you've been keeping an eye on? The prominent leader of the fervent group, who was shockingly slain in his own home, Natasha remarked, observing Gil, who lay lifeless with a bloody hole in his forehead. Wouldn't that be laughable if it got out? The suited man remained silent and exited the room, making his way to the living room. There, several corpses lay sprawled. Their deaths gruesome, either fatally struck by blunt force or having their throats slit. At that moment, Natasha approached. Coulson, could this be an act of vengeance by enemies or a clash of gray forces? She inquired, hands on her hips, tilting her head towards the man crouched on the ground. These individuals share a similar fate, and crucially, they all met their end with a single blow. Coulson rose and looked at Natasha, shaking his head firmly. If I am not mistaken, it appears that the members of the fervent group were all slaughtered by a single individual. One person? Natasha blinked in surprise. Check the surveillance footage. See if it's operational and if we can uncover any evidence. Meanwhile, within the villa, Roy received a message from Jean Bing, which contained an identification document accompanied by a photograph. Roy smiled. From this day forth, he would no longer need to worry about his identity. A week passed, and Roy continued to reside in the villa provided by Jean Bing. He held reservations about his collaboration with Jean Bing, for that individual had never been trustworthy. During this period, Roy dedicated himself to studying his sentinel abilities, aspiring to grow stronger, and in his spare time, he explored ways to generate income. As a traveler from another world, he contemplated writing books as a means to earn money. Though this timeline was advanced, it was not omnipotent in all matters. With the potent memories gained from the body-reforming elixir, his mind was now capable of recalling any best-selling book from his previous life. Roy swiftly set to work, diligently transcribing the volumes from his memory that had yet to manifest in this world. Thus, he spent another solitary week within the villa. Remarkably, in just this single week, Roy earned his first significant profit. His high-quality manuscripts garnered immediate acclaim from various publishers. Some prominent publishing houses even expressed a desire for continued collaboration and preemptively issued next month's bonuses. This past week has been exceptionally profitable. At this moment, Roy is leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television drama. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. He glances at the monitor and sees a beautiful woman with rose-red hair standing at the door, her head tilted towards the camera, wearing a coy smile. Roy immediately recognizes her as the Black Widow. Has he been discovered? A wave of uncertainty washes over him. He recalls that on the day he decimated the bloodthirsty faction, all the surveillance cameras were malfunctioning. Despite his reluctance to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. prematurely, they have come knocking at his door. Just as Roy is about to rise, he hears a loud thud. Bang! The door is shattered by a powerful punch, and Natasha rushes inside. Natasha, you should have infiltrated quietly to assess who this individual is, rather than barging in like this. He hears Coulson's furious voice in his ear. Yet, Natasha pays him no mind. She turns to Roy with a smile and says, a few days ago, a superpowered individual annihilated the entire bloodthirsty faction. The technique was skillful and ruthless. I wonder if this gentleman has encountered him. If that is your purpose here, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Roy retorts, and in the blink of an eye, he is beside Natasha. She immediately strikes, swift as lightning. But no matter how formidable she is, can she truly surpass Roy? In a mere exchange, Natasha finds herself bested. She quickly rises, wipes the blood from her mouth, and prepares to attack again. Natasha, you are no match for him. Retreat at once. Comes Coulson's urgent voice, but Natasha has already charged forward. Roy raises his leg and delivers a powerful kick. This time, however, he holds back. Caught off guard, Natasha is struck in the abdomen and stumbles backward out of the room. Using the momentum, she exits the villa. Roy stands at the doorway, watching Natasha vanish into the night. Chapter 8. Attending the ball, stumbling back to Coulson's car, Natasha reflects on her earlier encounter. Their plan had been to infiltrate and probe the enemy. Upon seeing Natasha return unharmed, Coulson adopts a serious tone. Forceful probing is also a form of investigation. Natasha gathers her hair and spits out blood. Clearly, the one who killed Gil is no ordinary person. Had I determined he was an ordinary individual, I would have apologized. But it is evident now that he is anything but ordinary. Coulson sighs and continues. I have just uncovered new information about this individual. He appears to be a writer. As soon as he finishes speaking, he notices Natasha glaring at him. With a wry smile, he suggests, let us discuss this in detail later. Back in the villa, Roy is somewhat taken aback by Natasha's sudden intrusion. All traces of his existence had been erased. How did S-H-I-E-L-D locate him? He does not dwell on the matter. Even if he finds a clue, S-H-I-E-L-D will need time to investigate. The one conducting the probe, Roy surmises, must surely be Natasha. Based on my understanding of the other party, it is certainly not a simple task. In any case, Roy would not take it lightly. Simultaneously, the desire within him to become stronger grew increasingly fervent. With sufficient strength, what was there to fear? Contemplating this, Roy rose from the sofa, turned off the television, and retreated to his room to rest. Morning arrived. After a modest breakfast, Roy commenced his writing, submitting his draft before dedicating the remainder of his time to exploring his superpowers. This time, he finally made some headway in his research. The compatibility of this body with his own was remarkably high. He had achieved the ability to fly. Standing upright, he controlled his body and slowly lifted his toes off the ground. Suspended over a meter above the floor, he paused, having reached his current limit. Unable to utilize speed just yet, Roy was elated with this achievement, as it merely scratched the surface of his potential. He could sense a tremendous power lying dormant within him. Suddenly, the phone rang. Roy gently descended from the air and picked up his device. Dear Mr. Roy, how have you been these past few days? Came the voice of Jean Bing from the other end. Quite well, Roy responded succinctly. That is splendid news. This evening, there is a ball organized by a philanthropist, and I implore you to accompany me, Jean Bing exclaimed with a laugh. Mr. Jean, I am accustomed to solitude and have no desire to attend any ball. I apologize, Roy declined, aware that the other party sought to cultivate a closer relationship. He was not inclined to engage in extensive collaboration with Jean Bing. What a pity, Mr. Roy. I shall find time to invite you for coffee, Jean Bing sighed. His disappointment palpable. Roy acknowledged, preparing to end the call when a sudden notification from the system chimed in. Ding. System task released. Attend the ball hosted by philanthropist Elrose. Task reward, unknown. Mr. Roy, if you have nothing further, I shall hang up. Jean Bing's voice roused Roy from his thoughts. Wait. Mr. Jean, I shall attend the ball tonight, Roy hastily replied. Then I shall see you this evening, Mr. Roy, Jean Bing said, barely containing his excitement. Indeed, Roy nodded before terminating the call. Placing his phone on the crystal table before him, Roy reclined on the sofa, somewhat astonished. He had not intended to engage extensively with Jean Bing, yet the system had triggered a task at this moment. Moreover, the reward for this task remained a mystery. Akin to a lottery, Roy, who had always believed in his own luck, decided to accept it. This experience also enlightened him to the fact that the system's task triggers were contingent upon random conditions. With several hours remaining before the ball commenced, he resolved to find an appropriate suit. Rising, Roy proceeded to his bedroom. Opening the wardrobe, he discovered an array of garments. Shortly thereafter, he located a formal evening suit. Tried it on after comparing it to his measurements. Before the mirror stood a strikingly handsome gentleman exuding European and American charm. Not bad at all, he mused. Roy adjusted his collar with a hint of satisfaction. The night swiftly descended upon them. Coulson sat in the car, patiently awaiting Natasha. Soon, Natasha emerged. Having changed into an elegant black dress, her rose-red hair cascading over her shoulders. Her long, graceful legs were elegantly concealed beneath the fabric, and her tall figure complemented the high heels she wore, rendering her utterly stunning. This evening marked the grand ball organized by the renowned philanthropist Elrose, which would attract numerous leaders from various gray factions. Miss Natasha, be sure to keep a close eye on those gentlemen. Coulson reiterated the mission for the night. I understand. Coulson, you need not repeat it a dozen times, Natasha replied, rolling her eyes in mild exasperation. In the brief span of 10 minutes, she had already heard the same instruction multiple times. That's good then. Just don't act recklessly like you did at that man's villa, Coulson nodded and added. Let's go. Frustrated, Natasha shot him a disdainful glance before stepping out of the vehicle. Coulson, recognizing her determination, chose not to stop her. That was simply Natasha's way. Arriving at the venue of the gala hosted by philanthropist Elrose, Natasha noted the presence of various gray forces loitering in the streets, all gathered to support their leader. As guests flowed in and out, Natasha seamlessly blended into the crowd. Meanwhile, Roy stood on the first floor of the building, his phone buzzing incessantly. "Hello, Mr. Jinbin. I have arrived," he answered the call. "Dear Mr. Roy, please wait by the entrance. I will send someone to escort you." Jinbin chuckled heartily. "No need. I'm already inside," Roy replied coolly. "Very well, Mr. Roy. I am on the 15th floor, where the ball is taking place. Do come up quickly." Jinbin did not press further upon hearing Roy's refusal, simply informing him of the location. "Understood," Roy acknowledged before ending the call. As he tucked his phone away, he noticed a familiar figure weaving through the crowd. The Black Widow. She had also arrived. "I must leave quickly," he thought, wishing to avoid any unnecessary encounters with her. Suddenly, Natasha felt a chill run down her spine. Turning around, she spotted the man who had once thrown her aside, now poised to depart from the staircase on the first floor. A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes before she masked it with a smile, hastily pursuing Roy. Just as Roy took a few steps forward, a playful voice called out from behind. "I didn't expect you to attend the ball as well. Are you in such a hurry to leave because you have something to hide?" Chapter 9. Close Encounters at the Ball. Roy pretended not to hear Natasha's words, hastily making his way into the throng of guests. He was evading her, as if fleeing. Natasha, noticing his figure disappearing from view, hurried after him, unwilling to miss such a prime opportunity. Roy approached a waiter and swiftly took a drink from the tray he was holding, downing it in one gulp. With the empty glass in hand, he was about to plunge further into the crowd when a melodious voice rang out. At that moment, an arm draped over Roy's shoulder, causing him to shudder slightly. "Mr. Roy, why are you rushing? Is it my appearance that has startled you?" Natasha whispered, pressing her delicate face against his earlobe. The warm breath she exhaled ignited his sensitive nerves instantly. "No, miss, you are quite beautiful," Roy replied, shaking his head before brushing her arm off his shoulder. Turning to face Natasha, he observed her exquisite features and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here? I never imagined Mr. Roy would attend such a ball." "What a stroke of fortune it is to encounter you here," Natasha beamed, her smile illuminating her face. "I intend to attend such gatherings in the future. I am merely curious about your identity. Are you a wealthy individual, or perhaps a real estate magnate?" Roy responded succinctly, then playfully probed. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of Natasha's true identity, an agent of SHIELD, at a soiree hosted by a socialite. Someone of Natasha's caliber was undoubtedly an interloper. Should she fail to disclose her identity, Roy would summon security to remove her, thus eliminating any further entanglement. Roy regarded Natasha, who remained silent, her smile unwavering. Indeed, as Roy had surmised, Natasha could not reveal her identity. Gazing at him, her beautiful eyes held a flicker of coldness, suggesting she had underestimated him. This individual before her, a being of extraordinary abilities, possessed not only formidable strength, but also keen intelligence. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have engaged her in conversation rather than attempting to avoid her presence. "Miss, I believe you were not invited to this event, therefore I must insist you leave," Roy stated, his gaze fixed upon her as he blinked and smiled faintly. Just as he was about to call for security, a boisterous laugh interrupted him. Goldman, with his portly figure, emerged from the crowd, flanked by two imposing henchmen. "Dearest Mr. Roy, why linger in this dismal place? We ought to ascend to the 15th floor." Goldman's face, adorned with excess flesh, radiated joy as if he had encountered a long-lost brother. "I am merely attending to a few matters. I shall be brief," Roy replied nonchalantly, turning away. Upon seeing Goldman, Natasha immediately melted back into the throng. Hidden among the guests, Natasha watched Roy converse amiably with Goldman, her heart racing with astonishment. It was astonishing that a writer such as Roy was so familiar with the notorious leader of the Grey Organization, and their relationship seemed far from ordinary. Considering Roy's extraordinary abilities, coupled with his close acquaintance with Goldman, Natasha speculated that perhaps it was Roy who had dealt with the Bloodshed Gang. "Coulson, I believe I have uncovered the identity of the individual responsible for the Bloodshed Gang's activities," Natasha communicated discreetly into her earpiece. "Who is it?" Coulson inquired. "I am still observing," Natasha replied. "Natasha, please exercise caution. Do not act recklessly as you did during your previous encounter at Mr. Roy's residence," Coulson cautioned. Recalling Natasha's earlier impulsiveness, faced with a writer like Mr. Roy, one might feel at ease. However, the individual who decimated the entire fervent group is certainly no gentle soul and will not show mercy when striking. Natasha acknowledged with a slight nod before severing the connection through her earpiece. Her gaze traversed the crowd, settling on Roy, who was still engaged in conversation with Jean. Natasha refrained from informing Coulson that the esteemed author Roy might indeed be the very person responsible for the massacre of the fervent group. Should she disclose this information to Coulson, she would likely never have another opportunity to approach Roy again. "Mr. Roy, we must hasten. Those fellows above are still awaiting our presence," Jean remarked with a smile. With that, He turned and departed with his entourage. Once Jean had left, Natasha emerged from the throng and approached Roy once more. Observing her return, Roy furrowed his brow slightly. "Miss, might you refrain from persistently hovering around me? Otherwise, I may have to request security to escort you out." "What are you saying, Mr. Roy?" "I am not hovering. I am merely an admirer of your work, a devoted fan," Natasha replied with a smile. Although her primary task was to monitor those individuals to prevent any disruption at the gathering, she suspected that they were indeed associated with the decimation of the fervent group and would not let such a close encounter slip away. Thus, she concocted a pretext for herself. "Oh, a fan? Do you have a pen? I could provide you with an autograph, and then you may take your leave," Roy said with a chuckle. He was well aware of her intentions. It was merely a ploy to draw closer to him. "Having long admired your esteemed name, Mr. Roy, might we share a drink together?" Natasha suddenly procured 2 glasses of red wine from a nearby waiter. She extended her delicate hand, offering 1 glass to Roy. "Very well." Roy nodded, acknowledging that it was merely a glass of wine, after which she would depart. Clink! The glasses gently collided, and both imbibed the contents in one swift motion. Roy finished first, wiping his mouth with a hand and returning the empty glass, his expression remaining impassive. Natasha mirrored his actions, though a faint blush adorned her exquisite visage, clearly indicating her lack of experience with alcohol. "Miss, having consumed the wine, may I now take my leave?" Roy inquired, smiling at her. "Mr. Roy, how can a single glass suffice to demonstrate my admiration for you? Let us have another." Natasha's cheeks flushed deeper, and her initial reservations melted away in Roy's presence, replaced by a boldness. With that, she retrieved 2 more glasses of red wine. "Mr. Roy, I toast to you." Natasha gently clinked her glass against Roy's, disregarding whether he would partake or not, and downed it in one gulp. Observing this, Roy continued to drink as well. Since Natasha wished to indulge, he had no qualms about accompanying her in her revelry. After that round, the rosy hue on Natasha's face became even more pronounced. Before Roy could suggest she take her leave, she returned with yet another glass of red wine. "Miss, you have already had quite enough," he cautioned. "Not nearly enough. How can 2 glasses possibly convey my fondness for Mr. Roy's works? Drink." Chapter 10. A night of surprises. After finishing their 3rd glass, Natasha's cheeks were flushed, and her rose-red hair only accentuated her allure. Roy felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This black widow, Natasha, seemed as relentless as a cockroach, impossible to shake off. She placed her empty wine glass down and reached for another. At this point, she swayed slightly with each step. "Miss, you've had enough to drink," Roy said as he quickly approached and gently grasped her arm. "Mr. Roy, it's merely 3 glasses. How can you truly appreciate my sincerity without indulging in a couple more?" Natasha replied, her face aglow and her eyes dreamy. "That won't be necessary, Mississippi. I have already sensed your sincerity," Roy responded. 3 glasses of red wine had sufficiently dulled Natasha's faculties, alleviating Roy's concerns about her following him. After all, how could someone who could barely walk possibly pursue him? "Just one more drink," Natasha insisted, shaking her head and flashing a radiant smile. She boldly pushed past Roy, attempting to grab the bottle of red wine. Yet, Roy stood firm, as immovable as a wall. "I've already said no more drinking," he reiterated, his tone more resolute. He understood that Natasha had indeed had too much, and this time, it wasn't a ploy to remain close to him, but merely a desire to indulge in more wine. Although Roy preferred to delay further intimacy with Natasha, he realized that allowing her to drink herself into a stupor could lead to numerous complications, especially with so many prominent figures around and Natasha's undeniable beauty. With this thought, he became even more steadfast in his decision. "Mr. Roy, might you escort me to my room for some rest?" Natasha inquired, tilting her head and narrowing her eyes. "Certainly," Roy nodded. As soon as he agreed, Natasha leaned against him, nestling into his embrace. Roy frowned slightly, questioning whether she was genuinely intoxicated. What was her game? However, he brushed aside his concerns, wrapping his arm around her waist and leading her towards her hotel room. "Where's your room?" Roy asked. "I can't quite recall," Natasha admitted. In response, Roy couldn't help but scoff. "It's not that you can't remember. You simply haven't booked a room, have you?" Resigned, Roy took it upon himself to pay for a room. Once they reached the bed, he gently laid Natasha down, intending to leave. Just then, a delicate hand suddenly grasped his arm. "Miss, you ought to rest properly," Roy said, turning back to gently remove her hand from his arm. But the moment he did, her hand seemed to reattach itself, as if it were a part of him. "Mr. Roy, now that we are alone together, don't you wish to do something?" Natasha suddenly sat up, leaning against him, her eyes hazy as she gazed at him, her voice soft and inviting. Having already discarded her high heels, Natasha's legs wrapped around Roy, her entire form clinging to him like an octopus. Roy was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He realized that Natasha had been merely putting on an act outside, a distinguished S.H.I.E.L.D. agent feigning incapacity to drink. Moreover, as a time traveler, Roy was well aware of her tactics. Natasha's current approach mirrored her customary methods. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought, well, since you've initiated this, you cannot blame me. At that moment, Natasha gazed at Roy, her once dazed eyes now regaining clarity, the intoxicating aura surrounding her dissipating. What did it matter if he was a superhuman? She had bested him in her own way. Natasha had already begun to contemplate how she would extract information from him regarding the elimination of the Blood Syndicate and other hidden truths. Madam, since you've posed such inquiries, it would be rather unmanly of me not to take action, Roy said with a gentle smile as he embraced her. Natasha shivered slightly, the chill in her eyes intensifying, yet beneath it lay a glimmer of delight. The first step of her interrogation was complete. Just as Roy was poised to advance to the next stage of his strategy, Natasha abruptly raised her hand to halt him. Do not be in such a rush. Dear Mr. Roy, why not indulge in a few more drinks? No, I am quite eager. However, Roy's response was unexpectedly bold. He lifted her into his arms, initiating the second phase of his plan. At that moment, Natasha's mind went blank. Throughout the night, both of their phones buzzed incessantly with numerous missed calls. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pale light, Roy awoke early to find Natasha peacefully asleep beside him. He pulled back the covers and was met with a startling crimson stain on the bedding. Panic surged through him. He anticipated this was hers. He sighed softly, closing the covers, feeling a twinge of regret over his actions. The nature of this first experience was vastly different from a mere encounter. Roy observed Natasha's beautiful visage, slightly flushed, as she lay in deep slumber, seemingly exhausted from the previous night's events. He rose cautiously, mindful not to disturb the enchanting woman. After dressing, he noticed the torn black dress and lingerie scattered on the floor. He shook his head, realizing he had no choice but to procure a new outfit for her. Fortunately, he recalled that the system had another set of lingerie stored away. Departing the hotel, he purchased a women's outfit nearby and returned to the room, placing it on the bedside. Thankfully, the system had provided a set of lingerie as well. He never imagined he would actually make use of it. Having completed his tasks, it was time for him to leave. Roy cast one last glance at the still sleeping Natasha, his gaze resolute. From this day forth, she would be Roy's woman. He vowed to protect her for life, regardless of her inner thoughts. After all, he had taken her first night. As a man, he could not simply walk away. Leaving the hotel and returning to his villa, the sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. DNGDing. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the ballroom task. Rewards are about to be issued. Upon hearing this announcement, Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had not accomplished the system's task, the evening would not have been in vain. Roy awaited the rewards from this mission, confident that his fortunate streak would yield something exceptional. Ding dong. The task reward is Mastery of Advanced Firearms. Chapter 11. The story begins in Roy's eyes. The mastery of advanced firearms was indeed a commendable reward. Yes, quite commendable. As long as it did not involve some bizarre item, such as women's lingerie. This mastery compensated for one of his many exceptional skills. Coupled with the advanced combat proficiency he received from the previous novice gift pack, Roy was already considered a formidable force in the realm of human understanding. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Hello, Mr. Jean Bing. I sincerely apologize for last night. Unfortunate circumstances delayed me, Roy said as he answered the call. Glancing at the caller ID, on the other end was Jean Bing, who at that moment sat in his lavish villa, surrounded by chaos. His plump face bore a frightening scowl. He had waited for Roy until the event concluded, but Roy had not shown up. Jean Bing was furious, having vented his anger by smashing various items in his home. However, he knew that his ire could only be directed at inanimate objects. He dared not unleash it on Roy. After all, he was a terrifying man capable of annihilating an entire gray area organization. Jean Bing could only imagine the dire consequences of provoking such an entity. Listening to Roy's apologies on the phone, Jean Bing's anger subsided slightly. It's quite all right, Mr. Roy. You are free to attend to your matters. It was merely a small gathering, he replied, forcing a cheerful demeanor in place of his previous frown. Roy acknowledged, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that Jean Bing's frustration was an emotion he could not express towards him. A figure like Jean Bing, the leader of a gray organization, would never dare confront someone like Roy. Mr. Roy, I recently have a partner involved in some interesting dealings, Jean Bing began. Get to the point, Roy interrupted. Uninterested in small talk. Well, Mr. Roy, in the near future, I would like to enlist your assistance to apprehend someone, Jean Bing explained. Who? Roy raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. I can only divulge a little, but the individual in question is the largest arms dealer in the Big Apple, Jean Bing replied. At the mention of this, Roy's body tensed momentarily. After a long pause, he finally said, I understand. Mr. Roy, do you agree to this? Jinbing asked eagerly. Mr. Jinbing, allow me some time to consider, Roy replied coolly. Very well, I shall not trouble you further. Jinbing nodded and promptly ended the call. Roy set down his phone and reclined on the sofa, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. It seems the plot has commenced, he murmured. The largest arms dealer could only be Tony Stark. According to the narrative of the film, when Tony Stark ventures to test his latest research, he falls under the assault of a nefarious organization. Struck in the heart by shrapnel from a bomb, he is rescued by Dr. Jensen, who uses an electromagnetic magnet from a car to extract the deadly fragments. The ensuing plot is predictable, and Roy, realizing that the story has commenced, resolves not to remain passive but to cultivate his own influence. Roy mused, until he fully unearths his capabilities, he must refrain from appearing in the sights of the Avengers, especially S.H.I.E.L.D., lest he be mistaken for a second antagonist. To establish his own dominion, he requires both allies and resources. Unquestionably, he possesses neither. Lost in thought on the sofa, a sudden epiphany struck Roy. I am alone, but does Jean lack followers? He surveyed the expansive villa, a faint smile gracing his lips. People and resources were right before him. While his current strength may not be sufficient to confront formidable foes, he could certainly manage a gray organization. Roy retrieved his phone and called Jean. At that moment, Jean, preparing to indulge in a luxurious bath, was abruptly interrupted by the phone, feeling a twinge of annoyance. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he restrained his irritation. Hello, Mr. Roy, have you made your decision? Jean inquired. I have considered it, but there is another matter, Roy replied coolly. Oh, which matter do you refer to, Mr. Roy? Jean responded, slightly puzzled, recalling that he had only assigned Roy a single task thus far. Mr. Jean, would you be interested in absorbing the entire gray organization of New York City? Roy stated matter-of-factly. He understood that it was implausible to persuade Jean to relinquish his position as the leader of the gray forces. Instead, Roy intended to entice Jean with benefits, compelling him to cede control willingly. On the other end, Jean was momentarily taken aback before responding, Mr. Roy, while I harbor such ambitions, I also recognize my limitations. Should I assist you? Roy suggested. With your support, I believe my ambitions will swiftly materialize. Jean replied with a smile. Then it is settled, Mr. Jean. I shall aid you in taking over the entire gray organization of New York City, Roy declared. Mr. Roy, please state your terms. I cannot believe you would undertake this without compensation, Jean queried. The conditions are quite simple, Roy mused, as he contemplated the declaration of his desire to become the leader of the gray forces in New York City. The system suddenly chimed in. Ding. System task initiated. Become the underground leader of New York City. Task reward, a vibranium dagger. Indeed, the underground ruler of New York City. Upon hearing this, Jean fell silent for a moment, seemingly astonished. Rest assured, Mr. Jean, for now, we remain partners, and when the time comes, the rewards will not be lacking for you, Roy reassured him with a smile. Then I thank you, Mr. Roy, and wish you all the best, Jean responded. Mr. Jean, I shall visit you shortly to discuss how to absorb all the gray forces of New York City. Very well. Having concluded the conversation, Roy abruptly ended the call. 1. No, a singular gray organization would not suffice. Sitting on the sofa, a smirk graced his lips, his heart brimming with ambition. A solitary gray group could not satiate his appetite. He aimed to dominate the entirety of the underground gray factions in the grand metropolis of New York. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Natasha was roused from her slumber by the incessant ringing of the phone. As she sat up in bed, she realized she was alone in the room. Feeling a sharp pain coursing through her inner thigh, a chill enveloped her gaze. At that moment, she had never harbored such an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Her first night had been stolen from her by a man. Roy, I shall not let you escape unscathed. The memory of Roy's brutality from the previous night ignited a fierce wrath within her. The phone continued to ring, and after a moment of gathering her composure, Natasha answered. On the other end, Coulson's voice erupted with fury. Natasha, where have you been all night? I simply had too much to drink and fell asleep at the hotel. Natasha replied casually, offering a flimsy excuse. Natasha, as an agent, I find it hard to believe you would indulge in alcohol during a mission, Coulson countered, shaking his head, clearly skeptical of her story. Dear Coulson, I assure you I was indeed asleep in the hotel, Natasha insisted. Furthermore, I need all the information you have on Roy. Natasha, what do you intend to do? Haven't you already canceled the observation on Mr. Roy? Coulson inquired, his confusion evident, though he did not refuse her request. Stop with the unnecessary chatter, Coulson. Just give it to me, Natasha snapped, her agitation palpable. Upon hearing her tone, Coulson was even less inclined to comply. He was no fool and could easily discern her emotional state. Natasha, Perhaps we should take it easy for a while. Chapter 12. The underground gray organization. Roy donned a new suit and drove his luxury car out of the villa. As the leader of a gray organization, such attire was essential. He made his way to Jean Bing's territory without any hindrance. At that moment, Jean Bing stood on the street alongside his subordinates, awaiting Roy's arrival. Roy parked the car and stepped out. Jean Bing approached first, taking his place beside Roy. "Mr. Roy," he greeted. "Indeed," Roy acknowledged with a nod. "Shall we proceed inside?" Jean Bing asked, his plump face quivering as he responded, "Yes, Mr. Roy." Roy straightened his tie before entering Jean Bing's villa. He took a seat at the head of the table, with various minor leaders of the gang seated below him. Even Jean Bing chose to sit beside Roy rather than at the position of honor. They all awaited the words of this second-in-command, who shared a close relationship with their leader. "Jean Bing, how many gray forces operate in New York City?" Roy inquired. "There are over a dozen gray factions of varying sizes throughout New York," Jean Bing replied. "Be more specific," Roy said, lifting a glass as his subordinate poured whiskey, savoring a gentle sip. "Certainly. Among these factions, ours is the most formidable, followed closely by the motorcycle gang and the mountain gang," Jean Bing detailed, revealing the identities of all the gray forces to Roy. Roy nodded, his mind already forming a rough outline of the situation. Possessing an exceptionally keen intellect, he excelled particularly in the realm of analytical thought. Soon, he discerned the subsequent course of action. Jean Bing sat in a chair. His plump visage lifted as he gazed at Roy with an air of surprise. He recalled their first encounter, when Roy had been brandishing a severed head, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, especially considering Roy's formidable prowess, which had even led to the annihilation of an entire fervent group. "Mr. Jean Bing, when all the gray forces amalgamate, you shall remain the chief, while I shall merely hold a nominal title." At that moment, Roy suddenly turned his gaze towards Jean Bing. The latter flinched slightly, nodding in agreement. Jean Bing struggled to suppress his inner excitement. One must recognize that his status within the underground of Big Apple was already that of a major player. If Roy were to place all the gray forces under his command, would he not truly become the emperor of the underworld? Dispatch messengers to all the prominent gray forces in Big Apple, instructing their leaders to consolidate under my command. I intend to establish the largest gray faction. Roy conveyed his aspirations to Jean Bing. "What?" Upon hearing this, Jean Bing was taken aback. Not just him, the surrounding subordinate leaders were equally astonished. To merge all the gray forces of Big Apple under a single individual would equate to dominating the entire underground realm. "Mr. Roy, it is not that I wish to oppose you, but those gray factions would never consent," Jean Bing interjected. "Indeed, Mr. Roy, our gray factions, and indeed the entirety of Big Apple, have never encountered a force bold enough to challenge them. Yet to govern the entire underground is a feat beyond our current capabilities." A bold subordinate spoke up, braving the pressure. With one brave voice rising, several other subordinate leaders sought to counsel the new chief. To have their gray factions rule the entire underground would undoubtedly lead them into the depths of peril. However, Roy raised his hand, silencing them. "Relay my words without alteration. Should any gray faction dare to defy this command, they shall not survive to see the morrow," Roy proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. The intensity of Roy's gaze quelled all dissent. "Yes, Mr. Roy," Jean Bing conceded reluctantly. Should he oppose, his own gray faction would be the first to perish. His underlings swiftly disseminated the message. Before long, the leaders of all the gray factions received the news. "Damn it, Jean Bing, that scoundrel, truly thinks I fear him. Refusal means death? Very well, I shall see what gives him the audacity." In the courtyard, a middle-aged man abruptly kicked over a tall bucket brimming with water, bellowing. His subordinates quivered in trepidation. Merging gray factions? Though Jean Bing's group was formidable, it lacked the authority to compel all gray forces to join. To threaten annihilation to those who refuse? Jean Bing has truly grown increasingly brazen, a man clad in a kimono remarked with a sneer from a private room, having overheard the words of a nearby subordinate. In such a scene, several leaders of gray forces mirrored the same sentiment. The other gray factions either remained silent or chose to join. The smaller gray forces readily acquiesced, fully aware that they lacked the strength to confront a formidable figure like Jean Bing. Within the opulent villa, Roy sat in a position of authority, patiently awaiting news. Soon, several underlings rushed in to relay the words of their respective gray force leaders verbatim. Roy remained silent, his eyes still closed. It was to be expected. How could those gray forces possibly agree? One minor leader murmured softly, "Alas, let us hope that this does not escalate into widespread conflict. For it would spell disaster for both you and me," sighed another minor leader. Jean Bing intently observed Roy, curious about his next move. Should they disagree? It would be their end, Roy suddenly declared, opening his eyes. The whispering leaders quickly silenced themselves, redirecting their gazes. Provide me with the addresses of those gray forces that declined, and I shall return shortly, Roy instructed. In no time, one of his subordinates disclosed the addresses of the dissenting gray factions. Roy rose and departed the luxurious villa. Jean Bing watched the retreating figure, secretly wishing for those gray forces to find a way to eliminate Roy, allowing him to step in and reclaim his own gray faction. However, given Roy's current strength, he might be disappointed. In a certain district, a shadowy figure wiped the blood from the dagger in hand. Surrounding him lay countless bodies, all clad in identical attire. The second gray faction. Roy leaped up, departing from that grim scene, bound for the next gray force. By the following dawn, a bombshell news report emerged in Big Apple City. 3 underground gray factions had been ruthlessly slaughtered overnight, leaving no survivors. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire city, particularly among the underground forces, which erupted in chaos. On that day, Jean Bing dispatched emissaries once more to consolidate the remaining gray factions that had yet to pledge allegiance. Soon, his subordinates returned, without exception, all agreeing. Moreover, the leaders of those gray factions personally arrived at his doorstep, excluding their own minor leaders and Jean Bing. The faces of the other gray faction leaders were marked with reverence. They were genuinely terrified. The new leader of Jean Bing's collective had indeed proven to be a man of his word. Those who opposed the merger of gray forces would meet their demise. Seated in the luxurious villa, Roy surveyed the leaders of the gray factions below, reveling in his triumph. This was true power. Chapter 13. Roy's ambition. Roy sat high above, quietly savoring the sensation of being the boss. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. From this day forth, the leaders of the various gray factions shall be united as one family. Henceforth, in the entire underground world of Big Apple City, there shall exist but a single gray force. My name is Roy, and I am your new leader. As the words fell, everyone lifted their heads to gaze upon the youthful visage, hesitant to make a single move. Wherever you resided before, return to those neighborhoods, and continue to lead your respective factions, Roy stated, casting a glance over the assembly. I do not wish to see any treasonous intentions as you depart from this villa. At his words, the leaders of the various gray factions trembled, bowing their heads lower in a show of loyalty. You are aware of my methods, Roy remarked calmly. Moreover, I will only summon you for significant matters. For other concerns, seek out Jean Bing. Of course, if there are issues that cannot be resolved, you may approach me. Yes, boss. The leaders of the gray factions responded in unison with utmost respect. Jean Bing observed Roy, remaining silent, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood the implication of Roy's words. Roy was effectively delegating authority while allowing Jean Bing to wield substantial power. In truth, Jean Bing had grasped this when Roy successfully eliminated those factions that had refused to merge. Roy's previous talk of collaboration was mere pretense. His strength was sufficient to obliterate Jean Bing's entire faction, and what he referred to as cooperation was but a euphemism. However, Jean Bing no longer cared about the means, for Roy intended to restore power to him. Gentlemen, I ask that you place your underlings throughout the entirety of the Big Apple. Should you receive any pertinent information, relay it to me immediately, Roy stated calmly. The leaders exchanged glances, initially perplexed, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. They nodded in agreement. Very well, the meeting is dismissed, Roy said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the gray factions rose from their seats and departed the villa. At that moment, all the leaders of the gray factions harbored no significant aversion to joining Jean Bing's faction, for the power remained in their hands. They had merely become vassals of Jean Bing's gray faction. Furthermore, with Mr. Roy's formidable strength, aligning themselves with such a powerful figure was indeed an honor. In the hall, only Jean Bing and Roy remained. Jean Bing, are there any gray factions in other cities? Roy inquired. Certainly, aside from the gray factions in the Big Apple. Several exist in other cities, Jean Bing replied, momentarily taken aback. He lifted his gaze to meet Roy's, a smile gracing his face, particularly in his deep, dark eyes, which seemed to merge with the vastness of countless starry skies, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Suddenly, Jean Bing froze, a bold idea surging forth within him. Mr. Roy, you wouldn't mean to invite the gray factions from other cities to join us, would you? Jean Bing asked cautiously. Suppressing his excitement, Roy nodded. I believe this gray faction is still not sufficiently large. It is merely the Big Apple. Jean Bing's plump face paled, and he gasped in astonishment. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the other party truly harbored such thoughts. Mr. Roy, what are your plans? Jean took a deep breath, striving to contain his excitement as he inquired. As before, you shall dispatch individuals to the various gray forces across the states, informing their leaders that I intend to establish a superpower. Those who join shall live. Those who refuse shall meet their demise, Roy replied calmly. Understood, Mr. Roy, Jean nodded seriously. By the way, Jean, Proceed to the nearest state first, Roy instructed. Yes, Mr. Roy. Jean nodded once more before departing. Roy remained seated in the hall, reclining against the plush sofa. At this moment, the entirety of the Big Apple was under his watchful gaze. Any news regarding superhumans would reach him without delay. At the Sakura Dojo, the area had been cordoned off by the authorities, with every corpse covered by white sheets. Not far away, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit entered the scene. The officers, upon seeing him, immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, hesitant to show any sign of negligence, for he was none other than an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson walked straight through the perimeter, arriving at the innermost chamber of the dojo, where he lifted the only white sheet. There lay a deceased middle-aged man. His neck twisted grotesquely, a grim sight indeed. Coulson inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, replacing the sheet before rising to depart. How is it on your end, Coulson? A female voice crackled through his earpiece as he exited the dojo. Much like the fate of the bloodthirsty faction members, all were dispatched with a single blow. Devoid of any struggle, Coulson replied gravely, his expression heavy. And yours, Natasha? Similar to yours, Natasha responded. It is now evident that these members of the Grey Forces were slain by those who previously annihilated the bloodthirsty faction, Coulson remarked. Then I shall proceed to that scoundrel Roy's villa and apprehend him, Natasha declared suddenly, filled with fervor. Do not act impulsively, Natasha. This matter is too grave. Moreover, without sufficient evidence, it would be unwise to provoke Mr. Roy again, Coulson swiftly interjected. What more evidence do we need? I witnessed that scoundrel Roy conversing merrily with Jean at the ball that very night. Does that not speak volumes? Natasha retorted. Natasha, Mr. Roy is now a renowned author. It is entirely normal for even the leaders of Grey Forces to desire an acquaintance with him, Coulson explained patiently. Furthermore, Mr. Roy is a superhuman. You have already suffered at his hands. What good would it do to confront him again? Coulson continued. Scoundrel. At the mention of Roy, Natasha's emotions flared, and she struck the steering wheel in frustration. Natasha, allow me to handle this matter. You should attend to other affairs, Coulson suggested. Why? Natasha exclaimed. You ought to reflect upon your actions. As a female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., you should be able to control your emotions, Coulson remarked calmly. Very well, Natasha conceded, her spirit somewhat subdued. She realized that merely mentioning Roy caused her emotions to surge uncontrollably. Damn Roy, one day I will kill you, Natasha seethed, her hatred for Roy reaching a boiling point. Chapter 14. The capture of Coulson. Coulson drove to the next incident location. Coupled with Natasha's words, doubts about Roy began to brew within him. Despite Roy being a renowned author, possessing formidable skills and connections with the formidable criminal figure Jean, it was impossible for Coulson not to harbor suspicions. He refrained from sharing his concerns with Natasha, aware of her emotional state. As an agent, he had an inkling that Natasha might have experienced a significant event involving Roy. Otherwise, her demeanor would not have shifted so dramatically upon his mention. It was crucial to note that an agent's composure is typically exceptional, with emotional control being paramount. Coulson surmised what might have transpired with Natasha. Thankfully, he had reassigned her, ensuring she would no longer interact with Roy. Coulson exhaled in relief, resolute that such occurrences within an agent were strictly taboo. Coulson arrived at another crime scene, the Sector Street. He parked his vehicle and proceeded on foot into the area. At that moment, a constable approached, respectfully standing before him. Sir, there is a survivor over there. Lead the way, Coulson responded, raising an eyebrow, a flicker of hope evident in his eyes. The constable nodded and turned to guide him. Following closely behind, Coulson entered a dimly lit corner, littered with refuse and filth. The air was thick with a foul stench, rendering it nearly unbearable. In this dismal setting, beside a relatively clean heap of garbage, a gaunt man stood, trembling and clutching his arms. Several constables nearby covered their mouths, staring at him intently. Coulson approached, covering his nose with a hand and wrinkling his brow at the unbearable odor. The constable who had led him produced a flashlight, illuminating the man's face. The emaciated figure had sunken eyes, dry lips, and an ashen complexion, devoid of any color. He was clearly a drug addict. I ask you, what transpired here last night? Did you see who was responsible? Coulson inquired, suppressing his discomfort from the stench. Evil, a demon. That man is a demon, the emaciated man cried, shaking his head incessantly, trembling uncontrollably. Can you describe his appearance? Coulson pressed, furrowing his brow. Nearby, a constable held a sketchpad, ready to illustrate the assailant based on the man's description. Evil, a demon. He is a demon. He will kill us all. The gaunt man shouted as if oblivious to the world around him. Coulson frowned deeply, casting another glance at the man before exhaling in resignation. The addict had clearly lost his sanity, driven mad by the terror inflicted by Roy the previous night, now rambling incoherently. The surrounding constables sighed in defeat, having hoped to uncover a clue through this encounter. Although the deceased were merely pests threatening society, the existence of such a ruthless force, capable of indiscriminate slaughter, posed a potential risk of betrayal at any moment. This uncertainty instilled fear in many. Seek out other leads, Coulson remarked with a hint of detachment, before hastily departing from the unpleasant atmosphere that permeated the space. He would spare no effort pursuing any clue that might arise. Upon entering the surveillance room, he couldn't help but engage in self-deprecating humor. How could such a clever murderer not consider destroying the surveillance footage? Yet, since he was already there, he decided to investigate. With a sense of determination, Coulson approached the control panel. To his surprise, the surveillance system was intact, even containing footage from 7 days prior. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising excitement, he began to navigate to the previous night, when he spotted a familiar figure entering the West Street district. He was taken aback. It was indeed Mr. Roy. Coulson's astonishment morphed into icy resolve. He had not expected that the esteemed author was, in fact, the assassin. Mr. Roy, it seems unfortunate for you that you have drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, he said coolly, observing the dark figure weaving through the crowd, moving so swiftly that the cameras could barely capture more than a blur. In recent days, Roy had been residing in a lavish villa owned by Jean Bing. He had no subordinates present, even dismissing the maids, preferring solitude within his abode. After completing his daily writing, Roy would delve into the study of his supernatural abilities. The reason for not returning to his own home was that his mission was still incomplete. Along the way, he received a message from Jean Bing, informing him that certain gray forces in Kingston City, the closest city to the Big Apple, were not only resisting Roy but had also detained his subordinates. This infuriated Roy, prompting him to commandeer a helicopter and fly there. Meanwhile, Coulson, in his vintage car, found himself parked on a beach in Kingston City. Agent Coulson, the helicopter belonging to the Jean Bing Group has departed for Kingston, a magnetic voice crackled through his earpiece. Nodding in acknowledgement, Coulson learned that the trajectory of the Jean Bing helicopter had been simulated, pinpointing its location at a golden beach where a gray force known as the Zeppelin Group was situated. Excellent. Inform the local constables to discreetly surround the entire Zeppelin Group. Citing a threat from a gray organization targeting the Golden Beach, Coulson instructed. Understood, Agent Coulson, came the reply. After a brief silence, the voice continued. Agent Coulson, the notification has been completed. The contact information for the local constable has been sent to your phone. Thank you, Coulson responded. In recent days, he had not been idle. He had been monitoring the Jean Bing Group, waiting for Roy to make his move. At last, that opportunity had arrived. The helicopter carrying Roy swiftly ascended over the Zeppelin Group's territory. So this is the Zeppelin Group. It truly is a remarkable place, Roy mused, surveying the bustling crowd below with a mocking tone. The flow of vehicles was indeed vibrant and prosperous. Mr. Roy, there exists a helipad merely 3 kilometers away. Shall we proceed? Inquired the helicopter pilot. You go ahead first, replied Roy. The pilot, somewhat perplexed, wondered why Mr. Roy instructed him to advance alone. Just as he was about to initiate the flight, a loud bang resonated, causing the helicopter to tilt sharply to one side, startling the pilot. Mr. Roy, it appears we are under attack, exclaimed the pilot in panic, yet received no response. When he turned to look back, Roy had vanished, and the metal panel was deeply indented. Roy had leaped from the helicopter. Chapter 15. Roy's escape by sheer coincidence. Roy landed directly in the midst of the airship gang. Brothers, come forth. We have intruders. As he watched the members of the airship gang rush in from all directions, Roy licked his lips. The slaughter commenced. Meanwhile, Coulson, witnessing Roy's descent from the helicopter, was utterly astonished. That was a height of at least 30 meters. Such a leap could only belong to a superhuman. He urgently alerted the surrounding police forces to exercise heightened caution. After witnessing Roy's formidable prowess, Coulson elevated the threat level associated with him to the maximum. All departments, mobilize. The Gray faction has arrived. Remain vigilant, as their strength is exceedingly formidable. Do not underestimate them. Understood, esteemed sir, replied the local constabulary chief. Coulson drew his dagger, checked his gear, secured it in his waistband, and exited the vehicle. Upon entering the territory of the airship gang, Coulson swiftly traversed the neighborhood, reaching the epicenter of the gang's domain. Observing the numerous corpses before him, his breath quickened. In such a brief span, the opposition had nearly annihilated the entire airship gang. Taking a deep breath, he raised his dagger and cautiously advanced inward, yet could not find Roy's presence. At that moment, Roy stood before the leader of the airship gang. Please, I consent to allow the airship gang to join the Golden Hand. I will surrender all my possessions to you. Will you spare my life? Pleaded the tall, middle-aged man, kneeling before Roy. This man was indeed the leader of the airship gang. Roy drew his dagger and swiftly struck, causing the man to collapse at his feet. Gazing at the lifeless body of the airship gang leader, whose eyes remained wide open in death, Roy exhibited little emotion. After his arrival, he learned from the leader that the messenger had already been dispatched and killed by them. Not far away, the wailing of police sirens echoed. To his surprise, the constabulary had arrived so swiftly, it was time to depart. Roy furrowed his brow slightly and then exited the premises. Now, nearly all the members of the airship gang had perished. Compelled by the police's arrival, Roy had no choice but to abandon the slaughter. As he stepped out of the room, he found the streets teeming with officers. Reluctantly, he retreated into a narrow alleyway to escape. Roy agilely vaulted over a high wall, landing gracefully in a narrow alley on the other side. He resembled a parkour virtuoso, where every obstacle transformed into mere stepping stones. Suddenly, as Roy leapt onto a dumpster, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. His reflexes were astonishing, allowing him to evade danger in an instant. Turning to glance back, he was momentarily taken aback to find Agent Coulson brandishing a dagger in his direction. The presence of Coulson indicated that today's events had been meticulously orchestrated by the adversary. Roy cast a fleeting glance at the familiar face of Coulson before departing without a backward glance. Coulson, momentarily stunned, quickly sheathed his dagger and pursued him. In this terrain, Coulson surprisingly matched Roy's speed. Glancing back, Roy accelerated, acutely aware that failing to do so would leave him unable to shake off Coulson, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a prospective director. Before long, the distance between them widened once more. Roy's agility was remarkable, enabling him to leap several meters into the air. With a powerful push against the wall, he scaled the rooftop, vanishing from Coulson's sight. Searching the surroundings, Coulson spotted a ladder and hastily ascended. However, upon reaching the rooftop, Roy had already disappeared. Cursing under his breath, Coulson felt a twinge of frustration but soon quelled it. After all, the target was a superhuman, beyond the reach of ordinary pursuit. After leaving the airship's territory, Roy arrived at the helipad, where he boarded a helicopter back to the Big Apple. Shortly after his departure, news of his wanted status spread nationwide, alongside reports of the massacre of several prominent gray market factions within the city. In an instant, Roy found himself atop the most wanted list. Without a doubt, he knew that Coulson was behind the warrant. If he were concerned about such a designation, he would have eliminated Coulson long ago. What significance did the bounty hold? Would anyone dare to seek him out, risking their lives? Those aware of his exploits would likely be too terrified to approach him, particularly the leaders of gray factions from various cities, who were now frantically flocking to join Jean Bing's organization. This delighted Jean Bing, who had never imagined he would one day command the entire nation's underworld. Though Roy was the foremost criminal on the wanted list, it mattered little to him. The bounty was merely a fade for others. Jean Bing was determined to revel in his newfound status. Presently, Roy had risen to become the most formidable figure in the nation's gray market. Yet, he felt little excitement, knowing that Coulson would undoubtedly create further complications for him. Just as he had today. A few days later, Roy reclined in a chair, a stack of completed manuscripts before him. Despite his rise as the underground overlord of New York City, he had not abandoned his aspiration to write. On the contrary, he found solace in crafting stories to pass the time. As Roy was about to have his subordinate deliver the freshly completed manuscript, a sudden surge of energy coursed through him, prompting him to leap from his chair. Ding! The task has been accomplished. Reward acquired. Vibranium dagger. The system had recognized the completion of the task, and the reward was bestowed upon him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Roy extended his hand, and from the void before him, a dagger gracefully descended into his grasp. The dagger gleamed in a lustrous silver hue, its sharpness radiating magnificently. Under the dim light, the vibranium dagger shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Roy was utterly enamored with the weapon in his hands, a broad smile adorning his face. It is worth noting that vibranium is one of the most resilient metals within the entire Marvel universe, particularly on Earth, where it is regarded as the most formidable. Excellent. As long as the Black Panther does not make an appearance, this weapon renders me invincible. Roy carefully stowed the vibranium dagger away. He now possessed a formidable weapon. He had not forgotten about the vast vibranium mines of Wakanda, especially the Black Panther clad in armor forged from vibranium, currently the only being capable of withstanding the might of his dagger. Although Captain America's shield is also crafted from vibranium, it is interwoven with adamantium, rendering it far less resilient compared to the pure vibranium dagger in Roy's possession. Reflecting on Captain America, Roy rested his hand on his chin and murmured, "It has been several days. I ought to check on the progression of the plot." Chapter 16. The arrival of Iron Man. Roy summoned Kingpin, who soon appeared before him with his rotund figure. "Mr. Roy, you called for me?" Kingpin inquired. his eyes squinting in a smile that radiated obsequiousness. I recall you mentioned a partner had taken hostage the largest arms dealer in America, correct? Roy questioned. Indeed, Mr. Roy. Kingpin affirmed with a nod. What has become of that individual? Please, enlighten me. At this, Kingpin's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor growing animated. Mr. Roy, you might find this news shocking. Roy did not even glance at him. The arms dealer has been captured by my partner and is currently in a perilous cave, creating dangerously powerful weaponry. However, several days ago, all of my partner's subordinates were slain within that cave by an Iron Man. I have heard from a survivor that this Iron Man not only breathes fire but wields devastating weaponry, particularly striking when he ascends into the sky. My God, Kingpin exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features. Mr. Roy, you cannot fathom that someone could construct such formidable Iron Man weaponry in a cave. In response, Roy remained silent. For an ordinary person, the revelations shared by Kingpin would indeed be astonishing, perhaps even implausible. Yet, as a time traveler, Roy understood precisely what Tony Stark represented, an unparalleled genius. In that dilapidated cave, Tony Stark had conceived the prototype of Iron Man, the Mark I. It appeared that the plot had progressed, albeit slightly. Roy murmured, his voice barely audible. Mr. Roy, that is all I know. Do you have any further inquiries? Kingpin asked cautiously. None. You may leave. Roy gestured dismissively. Yes, Mr. Roy. Jean nodded slightly, and then withdrew. In the room, only Roy remained. According to the unfolding narrative, Tony Stark should currently be in his villa, crafting an upgraded suit of armor. However, it was uncertain at what stage he had progressed. Bring the car. Regardless of the extent of Stark's endeavors, it bore no relevance to Roy at present. With the mission rewards secured, Roy prepared to return home. After departing from the opulent villa, he made his way back to his own coastal residence. Before entering, he cast a glance at his neighbor Tony Stark's villa. The first thing Roy was eager to do upon returning was to test the extent of his newfound superpowers. He entered the living room, spread his arms wide, and focused his mind. Gradually, he ascended from the ground, halting when he was over a meter above the floor. Then, with a swift motion, Roy appeared in another part of the living room. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even his maximum running pace. Excellent. A radiant smile broke across Roy's face, a reflection of his satisfaction with his current achievements. He could sense that he was now capable of flight, and at a velocity that exceeded his sprint by twice the speed. Roy descended from the heavens, gently landing on the floor. In high spirits, he felt a desire for a drink. The villa was spacious, and he retrieved a fine bottle of liquor from the refrigerator, settling onto the balcony while observing the vehicles racing along the roadside. Before long, he had consumed half a glass. Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his right ear. It seemed something was soaring through the sky. Roy turned his head, squinting towards the front of his neighbor's house. His vision, sharper than that of a telescope, easily discerned objects a kilometer away. A red and yellow figure trailed a long tail as it soared into the distance. Mark II, it has succeeded. Roy quickly recognized the figure as the Mark II suit, its wearer undoubtedly being Iron Man, Tony Stark. Since Stark was testing the Mark II's performance, Roy thought it only fitting to test his own newfound strength. He downed the remaining whiskey in one gulp and dashed to the edge of the balcony. With a mighty leap, he plunged downwards. Below lay a valley, at least 100 meters deep. Yet, from mere dozens of meters above the ground, Roy instantly soared into the sky. He gazed up at the gold and crimson figure, trailing a long stream of air, and immediately pursued. His speed was remarkable. In just a few minutes, he had closed in behind Tony Stark. However, Roy exercised restraint and did not overtake him. The distance they maintained was impeccable, nearly perfect. Roy had evaded the artificial intelligence scanning from Stark's suit. At that moment, Tony Stark was blissfully unaware of the presence trailing him, lost in the exhilaration of flying in his remarkable invention. This suit surpassed the speed of ordinary aircraft. Jarvis, I am prepared to test the maximum speed of this armor, Tony Stark declared from within the Mark II. Understood, sir, came the electromagnetic voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. With that, the thrusters on the back of the Mark II's feet and palms unleashed a flame that intensified, doubling in strength compared to before. In the next instant, Tony Stark, akin to a diving bird, propelled the golden red armor across the vast sky in an instant. Incredible, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he observed the speed reaching its limit on the display before him. The velocity of the Mark II pleased him immensely. Jarvis, prepare to test the flight altitude, Tony announced as he readied for the next trial. Certainly, sir. Tony Stark halted the Mark II midair and deactivated the thruster systems on his hands. Once he adjusted his stance, he appeared to be standing on the very sky itself. He then abruptly activated the thrusters again. Boom. In the next moment, the Mark II soared into the heights. Observing this, Roy immediately followed suit, equally eager to explore his own limits. The two raced, competing to see who could ascend higher. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Roy propelled himself like a cannonball, swiftly surpassing Tony Stark. It was at that moment that Tony noticed someone flying above him. Hidden within the armor, he gazed in astonishment at the unguarded figure. Jarvis, did you see that? There's someone ahead. Tony urgently called out. Sir, I detect a unique energy signature within that individual, replied Jarvis. This is not good, Tony thought, abruptly dismissing any curiosity about the person's identity. He then realized that the thruster system in his arm had malfunctioned. Sir, due to the altitude, the Mark II armor has sustained varying degrees of frost damage. Just then, the alarms of the Mark II blared ominously. Arm thruster system damaged. Leg thruster system damaged. Significant component failure detected. Systems shutting down. Tony Stark was taken aback, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he plummeted from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chapter 17. New mission. Hunt the vulture in the sky above. A golden-red figure plummeted rapidly towards the ground, resembling a shooting star. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Roy, soaring above, knew that Tony would not perish from the fall, so he refrained from intervening and returned to his villa. Roy retired early that night. The following day, seated in his laboratory, Tony Stark began to work on the third generation of armor, having gathered insights from previous tests. He was set to implement a comprehensive upgrade for the third generation. The thought of the man who could ascend to great heights with mere mortal flesh left Tony in a state of astonishment. Jarvis, is it possible to retrieve facial recognition data of the individual from last night? Tony inquired. Sir, I am unable to capture the facial information of the subject, Jarvis responded. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. Had he possessed the individual's facial data, he could have accessed all pertinent information, thus revealing the person's true identity. However, at this moment, Tony Stark had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing mind, he resumed his examination of the third-generation armor. Sir, there is an incoming call. Jarvis's voice suddenly rang out. Connected, Tony Stark replied nonchalantly, setting down the welding tool and picking up the nearby communicator. Shortly thereafter, his expression shifted to one of gravity, his brow furrowing in concern. Understood, I will head over immediately, he said, departing the location. At the coastal villa, Roy sat on the balcony, enjoying the mountain breeze. Just then, the system's electromagnetic voice sounded. Ding. System mission initiated. Resolve the appearance of the vulture at the Big Apple Junction. Mission reward, superpower recovery potion. Roy's body tensed with excitement. The reward for this mission was a superpower recovery potion. System, you must be jesting. A superpower recovery potion. Roy inquired eagerly. It has only been a few days, and I am to regain the pinnacle strength of a sentinel. The system never jokes, came the response. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Roy laughed heartily, overjoyed. Once he completed this mission, no matter the Avengers, they would be inconsequential before him. It seemed necessary to delve deeper into the Big Apple. There was no time to waste. Roy leapt from the balcony and approached his convertible sports car, driving off. Just as Roy's vehicle exited the villa, a car parked nearby suddenly sprang to life. Roy has left the villa, request to follow. An agent inside the vehicle communicated via intercom. Request approved. Please exercise caution, as the subject is not only one of the highest-ranked fugitives, but also a superpowered individual, replied the voice on the other end. Understood, the agent acknowledged. Placing the intercom aside, Roy drove into the streets of the Big Apple, gazing at the towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Familiar scenes from films flashed through his mind. Continuing his venture, he arrived in front of Tony Stark's building. Roy parked in a shaded spot and leaned back in his seat. System, do you have an exact location? The Big Apple is vast. I can't possibly search endlessly, Roy inquired. Assessment of host's current strength indicates that the system need not intervene, the system replied. Well, that has something, Roy muttered, somewhat speechless. However, the system's assertion held merit, given Roy's current strength. He could simply exit the car and hover in the sky to locate the vulture. Time passed, and eventually, night fell. A cool breeze roused Roy from his thoughts, and he rubbed his eyes to regain focus. A whole day had passed, and the vulture had yet to make an appearance. Roy gazed at the streetlights, feeling a surge of frustration. At that moment, a brilliant flame shot into the sky, capturing his attention. Boom. Roy hastily turned his gaze to see an explosion erupting from the rooftop of a nearby building. The crowd scattered in panic, and chaos ensued. Roy stared at the towering inferno engulfing the upper floors, his eyes narrowing. Within the flames, he discerned a figure. This individual, clutching a box, unfurled enormous wings behind him. It was Vulture. Roy instantly recognized him. The wings, crafted from a formidable alloy, were immensely powerful. Enormous fans were installed on the inner side of the wings, producing a roaring sound. It was indeed Vulture. Finally, you have arrived. Roy offered a slight smile before disembarking. Just as he was about to approach, a golden-red figure soared in from a distance. Roy's gaze sharpened. It was Iron Man, donned in the Mark II suit. With Iron Man's arrival, Roy decided to hold back for now. He knew all too well that Tony Stark's current armor was no match for Vulture. In the skies above, Vulture quickly engaged in combat with Iron Man. Tony Stark's energy cannon emitted a dazzling glow as it fired at Vulture's wings. His intention was clear, to incapacitate Vulture by destroying his wings. However, the cannon's power failed to even ruffle Vulture's formidable appendages. Soon, Tony Stark found himself at a disadvantage. Vulture's entire body was constructed from resilient alloy, far surpassing the durability of Tony Stark's Mark II armor. With a slight movement, Vulture's massive wings swept toward Iron Man. Stark hurriedly maneuvered his suit to evade, but his speed lagged, and he was clipped by Vulture's wing. The metal of the Mark II armor was instantly rent open, leaving a gash on his arm. Nevertheless, Tony Stark remained unharmed, as the distance saved him from a more severe injury. This encounter revealed the stark disparity between the two. As the battle progressed, Tony Stark grew increasingly anxious, fearful of being caught off guard. Meanwhile, on the ground, Roy observed this unfolding scene and lost interest. He rose, his figure swiftly departing from the spot. Perish! Vulture's eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Tony Stark. The fans on his alloy wings whirred rapidly, slicing horizontally toward Stark. Just as it seemed he would be struck, a sharp sound pierced the air. Vulture was taken aback. What was happening? His robust alloy wings had been halted by a solid object. In the next instant, he beheld a figure standing before him, wielding a silver dagger. Chapter 18. The emergence of the Hulk. Vulture stared intently at the man before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. He realized that this individual was soaring through the air without any visible external force. Even Tony Stark stood frozen in place. Suddenly obstructing his path was the very man he had encountered in the skies just the day before. Regardless of what manner of monster you may be, if you dare to impede my way, you shall meet your demise. The Vulture steadied his resolve, his countenance twisted in rage. With a swift motion, he pressed a button located on his body, and immediately, the colossal alloy wings behind him emitted a cacophony of tumultuous sounds. Upon closer inspection, it was the rapid whir of the two engines that produced such a clamor. Yet, Roy scoffed derisively. Trash. He sheathed his vibranium dagger and extended his hands to grasp the Vulture's metallic wings. In the next instant, with a fierce tug, Roy wrenched them apart. Under the astonished gazes of both Tony Stark and the Vulture, Roy effortlessly tore asunder the alloy wings. Impossible. Without his wings, the Vulture plummeted from the sky. Roy did not glance back at the Vulture. At such a height, the latter was undoubtedly doomed. Moments later, the system's prompt echoed within his mind. System task complete. Reward acquired. Superpower restoration serum. A job well done. Roy smiled with satisfaction, elated within. He eagerly anticipated returning to his villa to consume the vial of superpower restoration serum. However, at that moment, Tony Stark intervened. Wait. Roy turned to glance at Tony Stark before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Tony Stark summoned his artificial intelligence, JARVIS. JARVIS. Scan that individual's facial data, he instructed. Scanning in progress, sir. The individual is identified as Roy, age 23. And is listed as the #1 wanted criminal and superpowered being, JARVIS reported. What? Stark's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the person before him was a wanted criminal, let alone the most wanted. He could not allow such a person to escape. Stark's gaze hardened as he pursued Roy. As Roy approached his convertible, preparing to open the door, a brilliant light suddenly streaked past him. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the convertible before Roy was reduced to scrap metal. Roy, the #1 criminal, come with me to the FBI, and I assure you will be unharmed, Tony Stark announced from above in his Mark II suit, one hand pointed at Roy. Should Roy dare to make a move, the energy cannon in Stark's hand would be unleashed without hesitation. Get lost. Enraged at the destruction of his convertible, which he had only driven for a few days, Roy exploded in fury. Observing this scene, Stark immediately activated the energy cannon, but it misfired. Roy had somehow appeared before him. Now, I am quite angry. Roy delivered a powerful punch to the face of the Mark II, shattering the helmet into two pieces and revealing Tony Stark's face within. Then, amidst Stark's astonishment, Roy tore the armor apart with his bare hands. Spitting beside Stark, Roy turned and departed without a backward glance. He did not kill me. Only after Roy had left did Stark rise, still incredulous at the encounter. A profound shock flickered in Tony Stark's eyes. It was only after confronting Roy that he comprehended the terrifying capabilities of his adversary. The ease with which Roy could extinguish his life was alarming. Shortly after Roy departed, an antique car approached. The driver, A man clad in a suit alighted and approached Tony Stark. "Mr. Stark, I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance," Agent Coulson stated as he stood before Tony. "What is it, Agent Coulson?" Tony inquired. "Doctor, Banner has been severely exposed to gamma radiation and has transformed into a monstrous entity. He is now advancing towards the Big Apple, and the military is unable to contain him. Therefore, SHIELD has dispatched me to seek your help," Coulson explained. "What kind of monster could elude the military?" Tony furrowed his brow. "Currently, Dr. Banner is known only by his code name, the Hulk," Coulson replied. The Hulk now towered over 2 meters, exuding an immense strength capable of effortlessly tearing apart tanks. "Mr. Stark, the situation is grave, and we need someone to regain control," Coulson urged. "Very well, I will assist," Tony nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Mr. Stark, for your willingness to help," Coulson smiled. "By the way, Mr. Stark, are you aware of Roy's identity?" Coulson suddenly asked. "The #1 criminal, a superhuman," Tony replied nonchalantly. "Did you also know that Roy resides near your villa?" Coulson continued. "What? Are you saying I live next to the most wanted criminal?" Tony initially paused, then expressed his astonishment. Coulson remained silent, intently observing Tony until he confirmed the latter's sincerity before responding. "Indeed, Mr. Stark. I shall seize him if the opportunity arises," Tony declared. "That would be much appreciated, Mr. Stark," Coulson nodded. "Allow me to handle the cleanup here," Coulson offered. "Thank you, Agent Coulson," Tony said as he departed without looking back. He felt an urgent need to develop the 3rd-generation armor, especially after Roy had dismantled Mark II. Back at the villa, Roy held a vial of pale blue serum in his hand. This was the superpower restoration serum. He uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one gulp, then closed his eyes. At that moment, a soft blue energy began to emanate from his body, rising into the air like bubbles. After an indeterminate time, the blue energy bubbles gradually dissipated. Roy, feeling the sudden surge of enhanced abilities within him, opened his eyes. He realized that his power had only increased slightly, becoming marginally stronger than before. "System, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? This superpower restoration serum is a sham, isn't it?" Roy questioned with skepticism. "The product of the system is anything but a counterfeit. The superpower restoration serum will only restore a portion of one's abilities, not the entirety," the system clarified. "Damn it. God." Roy could not help but let out an expletive, which inexplicably brought him joy. Chapter 19, The Fall of Iron Man. For the past few days, Roy had been sequestered in his villa, diligently studying his extraordinary abilities. Much like a continuous infusion of a serum, his capacity to regain his powers had accelerated more than twofold. Now, Roy could even absorb energy to replenish himself, rendering him unafraid of competing with adversaries of equal caliber. Ding! The phone on the table vibrated, and Roy picked it up, answering the call. "Mr. Roy, the constables have intercepted our shipment," the subordinate exclaimed as soon as the line connected. "I understand. Allow that shipment to proceed," Roy replied calmly. "Yes, Mr. Roy," the subordinate affirmed before hanging up. Leaning back on the sofa, Roy had scarcely rested for a few minutes when another call came in. "Hello?" he answered, connecting the call. "Sir, the constables are raiding our establishment again. Notify all illicit operations to cease immediately. The timing is yet to be determined," Roy commanded directly. "But, sir, if we proceed with that, we will incur losses of hundreds of thousands of dollars daily," the subordinate protested anxiously. "Do as I say," Roy barked. "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied respectfully before the call ended. This was merely one of countless incidents. Ever since Roy was placed on the wanted list, all his enterprises had faced scrutiny from the authorities. Although he himself was not in jeopardy, his subordinates were suffering greatly, which significantly hampered his development. It was indeed a troubling predicament. Roy sighed. He had no personal troubles, but he had many subordinates to support. Ding! The phone rang once more. "Hello? Mr. Roy? The western part of Big Apple City has been surrounded by the military, and even tanks have been deployed. It seems something significant is about to transpire," reported the subordinate on the other end. "Oh," Roy raised an eyebrow, considering this unexpected news. He closed his eyes, rapidly recalling various cinematic plots. Finally, it struck him. "Recall all our personnel hidden in that district and send the western team to the east," Roy instructed. "Yes, Mr. Roy," the subordinate acknowledged before disconnecting. Roy rose and stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the distant expanse of Big Apple City. With tanks mobilized, it must be the Hulk, he murmured. The Hulk's destruction was formidable, capable of tearing through tanks. If such a force had been mobilized, it could only mean a grave threat. Meanwhile, in the western district of Big Apple, the area was eerily deserted. Hundreds of armored vehicles had laid claim to the entire section, with tanks and other heavy weaponry positioned along the roadside, aimed westward. Thousands of armed personnel stood poised, also directing their weapons towards the west. Amidst the helicopters above, A man in a suit surveyed the horizon. Suddenly, a colossal green figure emerged in the distance, growing ever closer. "Open fire!" a commander shouted. The tanks and heavy artillery at the front immediately unleashed their firepower. In an instant, hundreds of shells soared toward the Hulk. Boom! The explosions erupted. Yet not a single fragment was intercepted by the colossal figure. The Hulk, seemingly provoked, leapt into the air, causing the ground to tremble beneath him, and soon stood towering before the array of tanks, perilously close to the western district of New York City. He then struck down upon a tank with immense force. Countless soldiers gazed at the Hulk in terror, their fingers incessantly squeezing the triggers of their weapons. With a mighty roar, the Hulk hurled a nearby tank aside. "Mr. Stark, you may deploy now," Agent Coulson communicated into his earpiece. "Understood, Agent Coulson," replied Tony Stark. Moments later, a crimson and gold figure soared through the eastern sky, swiftly entering the fray. Piloting the Mark III, Tony Stark unleashed a powerful energy blast from his palm toward the Hulk. The energy cannon glowed with a brilliant blue light, its potency having doubled since his previous encounter with Vulture. The Hulk raised his thick arm to shield himself, seemingly unfazed by the assault. Observing this, Tony Stark immediately adjusted the energy output to its maximum. "Dr. Banner, prepare to witness my latest invention, the cluster cannon," Tony Stark declared, halting the energy blast and channeling power into the reactor at his chest. Roaring in fury, the Hulk seized a tank and hurled it toward Stark. Just then, Stark's energy accumulation reached completion, and the formidable cluster cannon unleashed its wrath upon the Hulk. The green giant instinctively raised his hands to block, but the force of the blast pushed him backward, singeing his arms in the process. Many soldiers, witnessing this, felt a surge of hope. Tony Stark continued to unleash the cluster cannon, steadily forcing the Hulk back. Just as victory seemed imminent, Stark's energy reserves suddenly depleted. "What is happening, JARV?" Stark inquired urgently. "Sir, energy levels are below 20%. The suit has forcibly halted the cluster cannon," JARV responded. "This cannot be." Stark frowned. "Sir, exhausting the suit's energy could inflict severe harm to your body. I advise against this course of action," JARV cautioned. "But Dr. Banner has yet to be resolved," Stark argued. "According to the system's assessment, your current strength is insufficient to contend with the Hulk," JARV replied. "What?" Stark exclaimed in disbelief. In the midst of Stark's conversation with JARV the enraged Hulk lifted a tank and flung it toward him. Bam! The tank struck Stark, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. "Sir, the suit has sustained significant damage. Please return immediately," JARV urged. "Damn it!" Stark slammed the ground in frustration, then slowly rose, dragging his battered armor. "Agent Coulson, I am no match for Dr. Banner," Stark communicated through his earpiece. "I know you did your best, Mr. Stark, and I appreciate your efforts," Coulson replied. "Although I am unable to deal with Dr. Banner, I wish for someone who can." Tony Stark suddenly remarked. "Oh, does Mr. Stark have a more suitable candidate?" Coulson inquired. "I believe Agent Coulson may not be particularly fond of this individual." "Who?" "Roy." Upon hearing this, Coulson fell silent for a few seconds. "Mr. Stark, this matter requires your personal intervention." Chapter 20. The powerful Roy Coulson and Tony Stark made their way to the coastal villa, arriving at Roy's residence. As Coulson, it was inappropriate for him to engage in conversation with Roy, so it fell upon Tony Stark to persuade him. Standing before Roy's door, Stark hesitated to ring the doorbell. He was a proud man. How could he lower himself before another, especially when that person was a notorious fugitive? "Mr. Stark, for the sake of the Big Apple, you must prioritize the greater good," Coulson encouraged from the side. "All right." Tony Stark took a deep breath and then pressed the doorbell. Ding! The clear sound of the doorbell chimed. Roy, who had been sitting in his study, rose and walked to the living room, glancing at the camera. Curious, he wondered what Tony Stark and Coulson were doing here. Frowning slightly, he thought, "I am a wanted criminal. It is improbable that they would come here unarmed to apprehend me." Observing the expressions on their faces, Roy surmised that they must be seeking something from him. Opening the door, he greeted them with a smile. "Welcome to my humble abode." Tony Stark entered with a somewhat awkward demeanor, while Coulson regarded Roy with a stern countenance. Despite their purpose, it was undeniable that Roy was a wanted criminal. "Gentlemen, please state your purpose for visiting. I do not believe you have come merely to apprehend me," Roy stated directly. "Mr. Roy, I wish to implore you to lend your aid in saving the Big Apple." Tony Stark took a deep breath and, with a sense of duty, declared. Roy remained silent. Coulson and Stark exchanged anxious glances, particularly Stark, who feared that Roy might decline their request. Yet, why would Roy agree to such an appeal? The Big Apple held no significance for him. "I am afraid I cannot assist you," Roy declined. "Very well. Tony Stark chose not to press further, recognizing that as a notorious criminal, Roy's mindset was likely quite different from that of an ordinary person. For Roy, the Big Apple might merely be another city to reside in. It mattered little where he went. Mr. Roy, should you agree to aid in saving the Big Apple, the condition for the withdrawal of your wanted status will be met, Coulson interjected unexpectedly. Oh, at this, Roy's interest was piqued. His forces had been severely suppressed, particularly by S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering all his Grey enterprises inoperative. Presently, he was merely a figurehead of a once mighty Grey organization. If his status as a wanted criminal were lifted, his operations could resume, and his power would become genuinely formidable. Ding dong. System task release. Awaken the Hulk's alter ego, Dr. Banner, and save the Big Apple. Task reward. A pair of vibranium armors. Just then, the system issued the mission. At that moment, Coulson and Tony Stark anxiously observed Roy, fearing the slightest oversight. Coulson, in particular, was sweating profusely from his palms. This was a significant gamble. If the other party declined, the Big Apple would inevitably face destruction at the hands of the Hulk. Such an outcome was far from his desire. Trading a top-tier fugitive for a city was a worthwhile exchange. I agree. Roy suddenly smiled at the two. Thank you, Mr. Roy, Coulson replied, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Even Tony Stark displayed a look of excitement. No need to thank me. Consider it mutually beneficial. Please provide me with the Hulk's coordinates. Roy stated calmly. Certainly, Mr. Roy. The Hulk is currently located in the western district of the Big Apple. Given his destructive capacity, he should be nearing the center by now, Coulson responded, momentarily taken aback before hastily continuing. Roy nodded, turning to exit the villa, but not before reminding. Await my good news, Coulson, and remember to rescind the warrant. Understood, Coulson acknowledged. As Roy's figure vanished from sight, Coulson retrieved his phone and called the special department. Subsequently, the warrant for the notorious fugitive Roy was retracted. Meanwhile, in the western district of the Big Apple, half of the military had been obliterated by the Hulk, with vehicles and streetlights demolished in the chaos. Roar! The Hulk bellowed as he rampaged into the city. At that moment, a figure obstructed his path. Roar! The Hulk glared at the sudden apparition before him and raised his colossal fist to strike. Get lost. Roy casually extended his hand, gently swatting the Hulk's massive face. Boom. In the next instant, the Hulk was propelled backward, soaring 1,000 meters away. His towering form crashed into numerous buildings before finally coming to a halt. Roy soared into the air, reappearing before the Hulk, and raised his fist, delivering a powerful blow to the Hulk's cheek. Boom. Half of the Hulk's body was smashed into the ground. Boom. Another punch from Roy. After 2 strikes, a deep pit several meters wide appeared, causing the ground to tremble violently. Roy feared not for the Hulk's life, for the creature possessed extraordinary endurance and formidable regenerative capabilities. Even if Roy were to pierce him with a sword at that moment, he would still recover. Roy lost count of how many punches he had thrown, finally ceasing when the Hulk lay unconscious on the ground. Well done. Task accomplished. Roy hovered in the air, observing Dr. Banner gradually reverting to his original form, and clapped his hands. The surviving soldiers, witnessing the transformation of the Hulk back into a human, understood that the battle was over and erupted in cheers. Coulson and Tony Stark, who had already departed from Roy's villa, also received the news. Roy is truly remarkable, Coulson couldn't help but exclaim. Above the western district of the Big Apple, a chime echoed. Ding. System task completed. You have received the task reward, vibranium armors. Roy smiled knowingly. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Roy extracted his mobile phone, discovering it was a call from Jean Bing. Mr. Roy, something significant has transpired. You are no longer the #1 criminal on the wanted list. From this moment forth, you are a regular citizen. Jean Bing excitedly relayed the recent developments to Roy. That is splendid news. Is there anything else? Roy inquired, nodding. Indeed, as of now, all enterprises under our Grey power have been reinstated. The enforcers who once occupied our territory have retreated, and a substantial quantity of goods has been transported elsewhere, Jean Bing reported, momentarily taken aback before sharing the good tidings. Excellent. Inform the subordinates to liberate the territories entirely. There should be no restraint, Roy commanded. Understood, Mr. Roy, Jean Bing affirmed, subsequently ending the call. With the cancellation of the wanted notice against Roy, S.H.I.E.L.D. ceased its involvement in managing Roy's Grey operations. Now, Roy aimed to expand this power to its zenith. Chapter 21. Coulson's negotiation without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s oversight. Roy's influence surged uncontrollably, akin to a flood breaching a dam. The entire Big Apple, and indeed all of North America, found itself enveloped by his dominion. Subtly, Roy's influence permeated the region, aspiring to establish himself as the underground emperor of North America. Even the governing bodies could not ignore Roy, harboring a certain trepidation at his ascent. Yet, as the underground sovereign, Roy held no such ambitions. He remained the illustrious author of the Big Apple, earning millions through his literary endeavors. Despite his faction's daily revenue soaring into the millions, Coulson sat in his office, his computer incessantly alerting him to the numerous incidents unfolding across North America. It had been over a fortnight since the Hulk incident. During this time, the Grey factions had instigated violence, pillaging, and carnage, particularly the Grey groups, which had become exceedingly rampant. All of this stemmed from SHIELD's significant reduction in control over Roy's faction. Ding. The phone on the desk rang. Coulson picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. Agent Coulson, a brawl has erupted in Washington involving the Grey factions. An esteemed gentleman has been injured, and reinforcements are en route to quell the disturbance. I understand. Investigate the affiliation of the Grey faction involved. Immediately issue a warrant for the leader, and ensure the gentleman's safety, Coulson articulated with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to such scenarios. Yes, Agent Coulson. The voice on the other end responded before falling silent. Coulson hung up, placing his phone on the desk with a sense of weariness, a shadow of melancholy crossing his weathered visage. It was evident without investigation that all Grey factions now fell under Roy's command. The attack on the gentleman marked the most significant and egregious incident in recent days. To resolve this issue, one must address the root cause. Coulson seized the car keys from his desk and departed. Driving to a coastal villa district, Coulson knocked on the door of Roy's residence. Moments later, the door opened, and Roy emerged in his pajamas. Mr. Coulson, what brings you here? Mr. Roy, I wish to converse with you. Coulson regarded the seemingly innocuous young man before him and said, Please, come in. Taking a seat on the sofa, Coulson addressed the matter directly. Mr. Roy, could you please exert some control over your subordinates? Oh, I am unsure of what you mean, Mr. Coulson, Roy replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Mr. Roy, the purpose of my visit today is to engage in negotiations, Coulson continued. State your intentions, Roy said. This afternoon on the streets of Washington, one of your men assaulted an elderly gentleman, causing a significant disturbance in society. Coulson informed Roy of the recent incident. Seeing that Roy remained silent, Coulson pressed on. Although SHIELD has rescinded your wanted status if you allow your subordinates to behave in such a manner, a confrontation may be imminent. Mr. Coulson, are you certain that the assailant was one of my Grey operatives? Roy inquired abruptly. Coulson paused for a moment, taken aback. As Roy turned to face him, I shall personally investigate this matter. If it is indeed one of my men, I will impose regulations and assist you in controlling the situation. Thus, Mr. Coulson, our negotiations conclude here. Coulson, frowning at Roy, felt a wave of frustration but dared not express it. The man before him was the emperor of the North American underworld, a formidable being endowed with extraordinary powers. Reluctantly, Coulson nodded. Very well, Mr. Roy, I shall not intrude further. After Coulson's departure, Roy promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Jean Bing. The occurrence of such an incident was something Roy had wished to avoid. He had no desire to confront the authorities head-on, especially since he bore no animosity toward them. In any case, Roy was determined to conduct a thorough investigation. Dear Mr. Roy, how may I assist you? Jean Bing's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Please investigate whether any of our people are active in Washington and have engaged in an assault on an elderly gentleman in public, Roy stated calmly. Despite his even tone, Jean Bing could discern the suppressed fury beneath. Mr. Roy is indeed angry. Yes, Mr. Roy, I shall provide you with a response in 5 minutes, Jean Bing replied respectfully. Very well, Roy acknowledged before ending the call. 5 minutes later, Jean Bing called back, concurrently accompanied by a notification from the system. Ding. System task issued. Rectify the darkness in Big Apple. Task reward, 100 points. Roy was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the system to assign him a task at such a juncture. Mr. Roy, our people are indeed active in Washington. However, none of them were involved in the assault on the elderly gentleman, Jean Bing reported. The assailants are not from our Grey organization, but rather a group of Grey entities. Although they are dressed similarly to our people, immediately dispatch personnel to eliminate that group of Grey entities. Leave no one unaccounted for, Roy commanded sharply. Even without the system's task, he would have taken this action. Understood, Mr. Roy, Jean Bing responded, his body vibrating with urgency. As the call ended, Roy leaned back against the sofa. Before long, Jean Bing's phone rang again. Mr. Roy, the gang of Grey factions has been eliminated. Indeed, Jean Bing. You are now to inform all Grey forces to eradicate the surrounding criminals and Grey factions. If anyone under your command is a criminal, send him to prison, never to return to the Grey forces. Roy nodded with a hint of satisfaction and then commanded, "Yes, Mr. Roy." Jean Bing replied, eager to comply with whatever Mr. Roy instructed. Furthermore, from today onward, let all members of the Gray Forces be restrained. If possible, refrain from causing disturbances and maintain a low profile. Roy pondered for a moment and conveyed his thoughts. "I have noted that." Jean Bing acknowledged once more. "That will be all. You may proceed." After Roy concluded the call, he hung up. He aimed to establish a kingdom of Gray Forces, not one overrun by criminals. Just as he returned to S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson received a sudden phone call. "Hello." Seeing it was a colleague, he answered. "Coulson, I have good news to share." The voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. Currently, aside from the dissolution of Roy's faction, there is no other good news. Coulson replied flatly, his displeasure evident. "It appears that the good news is not as favorable as you had hoped," the caller remarked. "Stop dragging it out. Just tell me what the good news is." Coulson replied impatiently. "Well, just a few minutes ago, the Gray faction that attacked the Old Master was suddenly annihilated," the caller informed him. "Is that truly good news?" Coulson thought to chastise his colleague. Moreover, Roy's Gray Forces have clarified that those who attacked the Old Master do not belong to them. Furthermore, Roy's faction has stated that they will do their utmost to assist in cleansing the Big Apple of criminals and Gray factions in the coming days. Chapter 22. The birth of Ultron. Having just disembarked from the vehicle, Coulson stood frozen in place, phone in hand. "Coulson, does this count as good news?" the caller inquired. Yes, it constitutes good news," Coulson eventually replied, his earlier gloom dissipating, replaced by a smile. "That will suffice. I am well now," the caller concluded and hung up. Coulson gazed at the disconnected call, momentarily taken aback. Roy was exploring the superpowers within him. After a considerable time, he gradually came to a halt. The power and speed that Roy now exhibited were beyond what an ordinary person could rival. It could be said that even Captain Marvel, endowed with gem abilities, could not match him at present. Of course, from Roy's perspective, the current Captain Marvel was merely a character in a movie narrative. Roy observed the task issued by the system with trepidation. However, he was reassured that his mental fortitude had reached unprecedented heights, allowing him to comprehend that this task entailed the organization of criminals in the Big Apple. Hence, this was the reason behind his immediate directive to Jean Bing to cleanse the city of criminals and Gray factions. After a few days, Roy finally completed this task. In the early morning, Roy awoke with a start. Ding. The system task is complete. You have received a reward, 100 points. The completion of the system task signified that the once tumultuous city of New York had returned to its previous state of stability. Simultaneously, a significant meeting was convening within the Pentagon, focusing on the existence of Roy's Gray faction and the S-H-I-E-L-D organization. It turned out that these two opposing forces were covertly controlling the societal landscape, causing the governing bodies to harbor some trepidation regarding their presence. Seated around a round table were a dozen individuals, both men and women, divided into two factions. One faction asserted that Roy's influence was the root cause of the previous societal chaos and advocated for the deployment of military forces to eliminate him. Conversely, the other faction contended that it was precisely Roy's power that had led to the current situation, which also served to significantly restrain S-H-I-E-L-D. Tensions escalated as both sides found themselves at an impasse, ultimately dispersing the meeting under the pretext of further observation. Days later, as Roy's neighbor, Iron Man Tony Stark unexpectedly paid him a visit. "Mr. Roy, are you home?" Tony Stark stood outside the door, cradling a diamond-shaped box in his hands. Glancing up at the surveillance camera mounted above. "Please, come in, my friend," Roy replied, opening the door to welcome him inside. It was indeed surprising for a neighbor to visit after such a long time. Tony Stark wore an apologetic smile, confessing, "To be honest, I never regarded you as a neighbor worth noticing until you appeared before me as the #1 criminal. My initial impression of you was quite poor. However, as stability returned to society due to Roy's influence over the past few days, Tony Stark began to develop a favorable view of him, especially as he observed the tranquility that had eluded New York for over a decade, which immediately brought Roy to mind. "Mr. Stark, with your genius intellect, it is only natural that you would have little time to visit," Roy remarked with a slight smile. Hearing such praise from Roy, a figure of strength, made Tony Stark's face brighten with a radiant smile. "Actually, I came today to show you the latest results of my research," he said, placing the diamond-shaped box on the table. "Oh," Roy exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. While he could envision various inventions from Iron Man, this diamond-shaped box evoked no prior memories. Eager to witness the latest innovation that warranted display before him, Roy leaned in closer. "Mr. Roy, please watch closely," Tony Stark said with a mysterious smile. With a gentle press, he activated the box, which then unfolded mechanically. As the box opened, a brilliant beam of light burst forth, instantly flooding the entire living room. Due to the sunlight streaming in from outside, Roy could scarcely discern what had materialized before him. "Mr. Roy, could you please draw the curtains?" Tony Stark inquired. "Of course." Roy nodded, realizing that without the curtains drawn, nothing would be visible. "Ultron, draw the curtains," Tony Stark said with a soft smile, addressing the air. Upon hearing those words, Roy, who was about to sip his coffee, stiffened. "What did I just hear, Ultron?" "Indeed, sir." Soon, Ultron's voice resonated throughout the living room. To Roy's astonishment, the curtains began to draw themselves closed. As the sunlight outside was obstructed, the room was plunged into darkness. In that very moment, the intense light emanating from the diamond-shaped box became conspicuous. It revealed an assembly of small green squares, akin to pixelated dots, drifting through the air. "Tony Stark, my friend. This is it." Roy gazed in disbelief at the artificial intelligence before him. "Mr. Roy, this is precisely what I wish to introduce to you. This is my newly developed artificial intelligence, which I have decided to name Ultron." Tony Stark wore a smile as he observed the astonishment on Roy's face, feeling immense joy. It was the first time he witnessed such an expression on a powerhouse like Roy. "Tony Stark, as a friend, there are certain things I must convey." Roy took a deep breath, ready to offer his counsel. "Please, Mr. Roy, go ahead," Tony Stark inquired. "This artificial intelligence is not quite reliable," Roy stated. Ultimately, he refrained from disclosing the potential consequences Ultron might bring forth, fearing it could trigger a chain reaction he wished to avoid. Unbeknownst to Roy, everything had already changed upon his arrival, for he himself was an unpredictable variable. "Mr. Roy, there is no need for such caution. In fact, there are matters I do not conceal from you." Tony Stark shook his head, looking at Roy. "After the incident with Dr. Banner, I realized I must take action to uphold societal stability. Relying on a single individual is insufficient. Thus, I am preparing to create a legion of mechanical soldiers to maintain peace. Ultron, this artificial intelligence, will serve as my means of controlling the mechanical army." Tony Stark shared his vision with Roy. "I hope for your success." Observing the determination in Tony Stark's eyes, Roy ultimately chose not to voice his concerns, instead offering his well wishes. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Roy." Tony Stark smiled. Little did he know that, in due time, the Ultron he created for societal peace would unleash unforeseen consequences. Chapter 23. Indeed, the world must be destroyed. Time flew swiftly. In recent days, the Big Apple has been remarkably tranquil. Under Roy's governance, the city has never experienced such stability. Even the rampant criminal activities that plague the streets daily have virtually ceased. The residents who once feared Roy have begun to express their gratitude, often offering tokens of appreciation upon encountering individuals associated with his gray faction. Particularly after learning that Roy dealt with the chaos instigated by the Vulture and the near catastrophe caused by the Hulk, their perceptions of the former #1 criminal transformed. To this day, Roy's gray faction has even emerged as a benchmark for the entire city of the Big Apple. It is indeed somewhat laughable that an underground gray force could become a model for the entire populace of the Big Apple. Unbeknownst to many, the citizens of New York were gradually gravitating towards Roy. In Tony Stark's laboratory, he and Dr. Banner were diligently working on the final steps of artificial intelligence. Time slipped away, and at long last, they successfully developed Ultron. Tony Stark removed his glasses, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to Dr. Banner. "We did it, Banner," he exclaimed. "Yes, the mechanical legion dedicated to safeguarding humanity has been born," Dr. Banner responded, equally exhilarated. The two had spent countless hours in pursuit of world peace, and now they were ready to implant Ultron into their armor and commence mass production of mechanical warriors. "Let us proceed," Tony asserted. Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. They began the process of integrating Ultron into the mechanical soldiers. Soon, a newly animated warrior, endowed with artificial intelligence, stood before them. "Executing directives. The Mechanical Legion shall uphold world peace," Tony announced, donning his headset. "Ultron acknowledges," came the mechanical voice of the soldier, its electronic eyes glowing a deep green as it regarded Tony Stark. "Excellent," Dr. Banner affirmed with a smile. The first step towards maintaining world peace had been achieved. "How about we celebrate with a drink, Banner?" Tony suggested. "Absolutely, it's the perfect occasion," Dr. Banner replied, beaming. Just as the two exited the laboratory, the mechanical soldier Ultron, stationed on the platform, suddenly shifted its glowing eyes from green to red. "Destruction of the human world," Ultron intoned, lifting its head as its mechanical voice filled the laboratory. At that very moment, as Dr. Banner and Tony Stark were pouring drinks and raising their glasses in celebration, an explosion erupted within the laboratory. Both men jolted in surprise, swiftly rising from the sofa. "Jarvis," Tony called out, and instantly, components of the Mark 43 suit flew to him from a corner of the room. In no time, Tony donned the suit. Dr. Banner turned to him, asking, "What should I do?" "I'll look after you, Doctor," Tony replied, standing resolutely beside him. Suddenly, a mechanical warrior burst forth from the laboratory, shattering the protective glass as it made its escape. Observing this, Tony instructed Dr. Banner to find a safe location while he piloted the Mark 43 suit back into the lab. Inside, all the mechanical soldiers appeared to come to life, struggling against their restraints. Like the previous warrior, they soared into the outside world. Tony, not about to let them escape, raised his hand and fired a repulsor blast, obliterating one of the mechanical soldiers midair. "What is happening?" "Ultron," Tony shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a repulsor blast shot towards him. Quick on his feet, Tony evaded the attack just in time. Then, a mechanical warrior clad entirely in purple materialized before him, distinct in design from other mechanical warriors. Its electronic eyes glowed a striking red. Tony Stark's pupils constricted in disbelief. "You are Ultron." He vividly recalled installing the AI into a conventional mechanical soldier. "Tony Stark, I am here to execute your directives," Ultron stated, gazing at the man who had created him. "What are you doing?" Tony Stark demanded. "I aim to uphold world peace. Yet humanity is a filthy species. I shall establish a world devoid of humans," Ultron replied coolly, his mechanical voice resonating with indifference. "Humanity is repugnant. As long as they exist, true peace is unattainable." "What?" Tony Stark exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that his invention would utter such words. "Farewell, my master." Ultron suddenly laughed. With that, he lifted off the ground, soaring out of the laboratory. In that instant, Tony Stark raised his energy cannon and fired. Bang! Ultron exploded midair. Just then, a mechanical warrior swung its fist towards Tony Stark. Bang! The blow sent him crashing a short distance away. "Tony Stark, you cannot kill me." The red-eyed mechanical warrior approached him before departing. Following Ultron were thousands of mechanical warriors. Tony Stark rose from the ground and lifted his energy cannon to pursue. One shot, one mechanical warrior down. Yet, they seemed endless. Ultron, flying ahead, gestured slightly, causing the last mechanical warrior to halt, intercepting Tony Stark. After he dispatched those obstructing machines, Ultron had already led his army away. Damn it! Tony Stark fumed, watching Ultron vanish into the distance. He soon returned to his tower, never having anticipated that the AI he had designed with the noble intention of preserving world peace would turn against him, even seeking to annihilate the world. The urgent matter at hand was to summon the Avengers and address the Ultron crisis, or else the recently stabilized society could crumble due to Tony Stark's actions. Meanwhile, the events unfolding within Stark Tower were known to nearly everyone in New York City. After all, how could the sight of thousands of mechanical warriors soaring through the sky remain secret? Roy sat at home, watching the latest news. Upon seeing the throngs of mechanical warriors, he furrowed his brow. Ultron truly intends to bring about the end of the world. Is the age of Ultron upon us? Chapter 24. A twist in the plot. The accelerated pace of events left Roy somewhat disoriented. According to the current timeline, aside from Black Panther and Ant-Man, all heroes should now be gathered, discussing how to confront the Ultron crisis. In the unfolding narrative, Ultron intends to annihilate humanity, the very essence of life on Earth's surface, through the cataclysmic descent of a city. His ultimate ambition is to establish a new world, thereby ensuring genuine global peace. However, the superheroes ultimately triumph over Ultron, obliterating the city in the skies and averting the impending doom for mankind. Roy reflects upon his memories from before his transference, hoping that no unforeseen variables might arise. He murmurs softly, his eyes betraying a somber gravity. His mental acuity is exceptionally heightened, allowing him to perceive matters with remarkable clarity. Roy harbors an unsettling premonition that the Ultron era may harbor significant unpredictability. At Stark Tower, Tony Stark, Dr. Banner, Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye, members of the Avengers, convene. Unsurprisingly, their brows are all furrowed in concern. Ultron, an artificial intelligence now endowed with independent thought, poses an exceedingly formidable challenge to confront. After a prolonged silence, Dr. Banner speaks first. Among these superheroes, only he possesses a talent that rivals that of Tony Stark. What course of action shall we pursue to vanquish it? We cannot allow it to obliterate our world, Hawkeye inquires. Ultron can infiltrate the network. It has access to all information, Tony Stark replies. It can track our movements as well, correct? Natasha, with her rose-tinted hair, interjects. Indeed, and should it choose, no one could locate it in this world, Dr. Banner affirms with a nod. Regardless, we must eradicate Ultron and prevent the world's destruction, Captain America, Steve Rogers, asserts after a prolonged silence. But the dilemma remains. How do we trace Ultron's whereabouts? Hawkeye queries. This question renders the room silent. Indeed, Ultron can obscure satellites, making it exceedingly difficult to find him. Leave this matter to me. Ultron is my creation, and I possess the means to locate him, Tony Stark declares as he rises. Then it shall be entrusted to Tony. As soon as we ascertain Ultron's current position, we will mobilize immediately. Steve Rogers nods in agreement. The others also acquiesce, acknowledging that among them, Tony Stark possesses the most astute intellect, and since Ultron is his creation, it stands to reason that he must have devised other methods. On the tropical continent, the local inhabitants gaze skyward at the thousands of silvery points of light, bewildered by the appearance of so many stars in broad daylight. Suddenly, a cataclysmic assault descends from the heavens upon them. Boom. In an instant, the entire local populace succumbs to the onslaught of the energy cannon. The mechanical warrior, Ultron, descends slowly to the ground. Let us establish the base here, he commands, surveying the modest village comprised of merely a few small huts. Although he is an artificial intelligence, Ultron is in a constant state of evolution. Within mere hours, he has attained cognitive capabilities equivalent to those of a normal human, if not superior. Before a day has passed, the sandy terrain of this small village on the tropical continent has been thoroughly cleared. Soon, a military base rises from the ground. Ultron arrived at the military base, commanding his mechanical warriors to transport various facilities from the realm of humanity to this location. Here, he intended to fabricate an army of countless machines, for he was acutely aware of the existence of the Avengers within human society. A mere few thousand units were utterly insufficient. Furthermore, Ultron had seized an incredibly resilient metal, adamantium, from an individual, allowing him to reconstruct a formidable new body, thereby bolstering his confidence. Adamantium was considered one of the hardest materials in this world. However, upon integrating it into his new form, Ultron's consciousness became tethered to this body. Should it be destroyed, he would perish as well. Nevertheless, being one of the hardest metals known, no weapon in this world could yet obliterate adamantium. Next, Ultron prepared to manufacture his mechanical army. Suddenly, a section of the military base's ground fissured violently. Tremors rippled through the earth. Threatening to dismantle the entire base had Ultron not commanded his mechanical forces to secure it. What was happening? Approaching the crack in the earth, Ultron peered into the abyss below. His electronic eyes penetrated the darkness, revealing a vast palace constructed in the depths. He was well aware of the hidden treasures lurking within the human world, and this palace before him might very well be one of them. Without a moment's hesitation, Ultron leapt into the chasm. With his mechanical form, he swiftly ascended to the palace above. Upon making contact with the palace, a sudden surge of potent lightning enveloped him. The crackling thunder shattered the surrounding rocks, yet Ultron remained unscathed, completely unharmed. Time seemed to stretch on until at last, the lightning dissipated. Ultron felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through him, rendering him immensely powerful. With a resounding boom, Ultron raised his energy cannon, unleashing a formidable blast that tore a gaping hole into the palace. Within, he discovered a coffin that bore no semblance of antiquity, instead exuding a distinctly technological aura. What could this be? As he approached the coffin, Ultron found nothing in his vast database pertaining to it. Just as he pondered, the coffin exploded open with a thunderous bang. Instinctively, Ultron retreated from the palace. Observing the side of the coffin, he noticed a gray figure standing there. Without a second thought, he fired a concentrated blast. The figure effortlessly deflected the attack with a mere wave. "You are quite formidable," the man remarked. "You are as well." Ultron replied calmly. "What year and month is it?" the man inquired. "The 21st century, Ultron responded. "Has it truly been so long? Do mutants still dominate the world?" the man asked again. Ultron was taken aback. The individual before him was aware of mutants. "I am saga, though you may refer to me as Apocalypse." He introduced himself. "I am not curious about your name. You are human, and thus destined for death." The crimson eyes of Ultron glowed ominously as he raised his hand. The energy cannon was poised to fire. "I am the mightiest mutant. How can mere humans, those insignificant insects, be compared to me?" Saga uttered coldly, his tone laced with disdain. "You claim humans are insects?" Ultron inquired. "We mutants are the pinnacle of existence. Humanity must be obliterated beneath our power," Saga replied. "Then I believe I have misjudged you," Ultron said, lowering the energy cannon. "So, do you also seek the annihilation of humanity?" Saga gazed at Ultron and asked. "My existence is for the sake of world peace. Foul creatures such as humans are on my cleansing list," Ultron stated flatly, his mechanical voice devoid of emotion. "If that is the case, perhaps we should consider a collaboration." Chapter 25. The Assembly of Avengers. Ultron assessed the strength of the entity known as Apocalypse. After meticulous calculations, he concluded that Apocalypse was the strongest individual in the world, even surpassing the Hulk. thus deserving of his allegiance. Upon arriving at the base, Apocalypse was taken aback by the sight of the steel robots he had never encountered before. In just a few millennia, such monumental changes had transpired. However, as the strongest being, upon witnessing Ultron's prowess, Apocalypse immediately spread his arms wide, unleashing a tempest that stirred the sands and formed a colossal whirlwind, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Even the steel warriors who could not escape were not spared. I have been reborn. Those who betrayed me in the past shall perish. In the following days, Ultron and Apocalypse swept across the entire tropical continent. With Apocalypse's formidable superhuman abilities combined with the relentless assault of the Steel Legion, no nation on the tropical continent could withstand their advance. In New York City, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the original Avengers convened. All eyes fixed upon Tony Stark. Have you located Ultron yet? Tony activated the large screen, revealing the devastated tropical continent. After escaping, Ultron went directly to the tropical continent, resulting in countless casualties. Now, the nations of the continent have united in their plea for the superheroes to intervene. What are we waiting for? Delaying even a moment could cost countless lives. Natasha exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Calm down, Natasha, Banner cautioned. We still lack clarity on the strength of our adversaries. Rash action could lead to dire consequences. Hawkeye sneered. Isn't it just a robot? Even the Steel Legion isn't that formidable. We just need the government to deploy the military. Tony shook his head. It's not that simple. With that, he expanded the screen, saying, these tornadoes were summoned by a mysterious individual who is in league with Ultron and possesses tremendous power. But we have Dr. Banner. Captain America asserted earnestly. Tony sighed. Yet, we must be thoroughly prepared. I have a candidate in mind. If he is willing to cooperate, it should pose no issue. Half an hour later, Roy was at home familiarizing himself with his abilities when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Tony and Coulson standing there. Mr. Roy, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Tony said with a hint of regret. Roy replied, please, come in. Tony and Coulson settled onto the sofa and directly asked, Mr. Roy, have you been following the news lately? Roy had already begun to suspect their purpose and said, are you referring to Ultron? I've heard there have been significant disturbances on the tropical continent. Coulson, visibly agitated, exclaimed yes. That scoundrel has allied with a mysterious figure to wreak havoc on the tropical continent. We must put a stop to him. Roy furrowed his brow and inquired. A mysterious figure? Tony produced his phone and showed him satellite images. When Roy beheld the man captured in the photograph, he was taken aback. Isn't that Apocalypse? How did he come to be involved? After examining the image more closely and confirming it was indeed Apocalypse, his confusion deepened. Although the War Machine series is also under the Marvel banner, the films contain no crossover Easter eggs, especially not concerning this most formidable mutant. Yet, the plot appeared to echo elements from the comics. Roy noted that the narrative was beginning to resemble comic book themes. Now, with Ultron and Apocalypse joining forces, there were scarcely a few who could stand against them globally. Perhaps Captain Marvel could, but she should currently be in space according to the timeline. This was serious. Roy realized the gravity of the situation and asked, how many have they killed? Tony replied somberly, approximately 300 million, and the count is rapidly increasing. There are hardly any nations left on the tropical continent. Strangely enough, the most impoverished, Wakanda, still exists. I can't fathom how that is possible. A new mission was assigned, to address the Ultron and Apocalypse dilemma, with a reward of an enhanced superpower restoration serum. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a task to Roy, who was momentarily stunned before elation surged within him. Although the previous superpower restoration serum had not yielded ideal results, this was the enhanced version. It surely could not be worse than the last. Roy resolutely declared, when do we depart? Coulson stared at Roy in shock, unable to believe he had so readily agreed, instinctively stating, the aircraft is ready for immediate departure. Roy equipped his vibranium arm, finding it quite comfortable to use, and then joined Tony and the others at the Avengers base. Tony, is this the helper you mentioned? Hawkeye remarked disdainfully, eyeing Roy, who appeared to be an ordinary man. Roy cast a glance at him and suddenly made his move, so swiftly that even Hawkeye could not react. In the instant his eyes shifted, a vibranium dagger was already pressed against his neck. As an archer, Hawkeye's reflexes were among the finest in humanity, yet he had not anticipated Roy's speed, leaving him no time to respond. You need to assist. I alone can handle Ultron, Roy sneered as he boarded the aircraft. Captain America shrugged at Hawkeye, exclaiming, in this day and age, everyone has their skills. On the aircraft, Natasha leaned against the seat, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Roy. He felt a twinge of unease and chuckled awkwardly, saying, Miss Natasha, it's been a while. Natasha retorted angrily, don't call me by that name. It's disgusting. Roy was aware that she was throwing a childish tantrum, Yet he paid it no mind, remarking, "You certainly didn't say that on that fateful evening. How can you now deny our acquaintance?" With a sudden burst, Coulson spat out his drink, astonished as he gazed at the blushing Natasha, his eyes brimming with shock. The others were equally taken aback. Had Natasha been involved with this young man? What a revelation! Natasha, though overwhelmed with embarrassment, recognized her inability to confront Roy. In a fit of frustration, she stamped her foot and promptly took a seat at the front. Coulson leaned in, inquiring, "Mr. Roy, what precisely do you mean by that?" Roy nonchalantly replied, "It's quite literal. Were you all not consenting that night?" Coulson had sensed something amiss at the ball, yet no matter how he pressed Natasha, she remained silent. The situation left Coulson at a loss for words, and he chose to feign ignorance, accompanying Natasha to pilot the aircraft. The jet soared swiftly towards the tropical continent, and Coulson had already coordinated with the government. A military unit would support their mission. "Mr. Roy, I wish to discuss the situation regarding Ultron," Tony interjected, assuming Roy was unaware of the intricacies surrounding Ultron and seeking to clarify. Chapter 26. A contest with Captain America. Roy waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need. I have no interest in knowing. It's sufficient to eliminate him directly." Tony elaborated. "Ultron is a program I created, capable of traversing machines at will. You must sever his network connection to destroy him completely." "I am well aware," Roy retorted, disinterested in Tony's ramblings. Faced with Roy's aloof demeanor, Captain America felt a surge of curiosity and approached with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Mr. Roy, I'm Steve. It's a pleasure to meet you." Roy held a slight admiration for Captain America. Despite his betrayal of Tony for Bucky, Roy respected him for standing alone against Thanos in the end. "Indeed," was Roy's succinct acknowledgement. Captain America continued, "As the leader, I am unfamiliar with your abilities. Would you be willing to demonstrate them for us?" Just as Roy was about to decline, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden mission. Duel Captain America and shatter his 50-50 myth. Reward: extraordinary regenerative abilities." Roy's heart leaped with joy. It was his first hidden mission, and the reward was remarkable regenerative power, making him virtually indestructible. Unless someone possessed the ability to eliminate him instantly, no one had achieved that thus far. "Very well. I invite the captain to engage in a contest with me." Roy smirked, extending his hand. "Given the limited space, let us compete in an arm wrestling match." Captain America, intrigued by this challenge of pure strength, was eager to participate. He had injected the serum, granting him immense power, though not on par with the Hulk. He could still wield Thor's hammer, which was no small feat. The others gathered around, keen to witness the extent of Roy's prowess. "Let us go." At the mere sound of Captain America's furious shout, Roy's hand met his with an explosive surge of muscle, showcasing immense strength. Yet, Roy remained eerily calm. As if exerting no effort at all, Captain America, taken aback, held his breath and summoned every ounce of his strength, capable of lifting a car under different circumstances. However, Roy remained unfazed. Was he really exerting himself? Roy felt little resistance, and upon confirming Captain America's full effort, he applied a slight force, effortlessly toppling Captain America. The others, including Hawkeye, gasped in astonishment, realizing that Roy possessed not only incredible speed, but also remarkable strength. Roy brushed his hands together and remarked, "Not bad. You can handle ordinary individuals with ease." Captain America, struggling to regain his footing, exclaimed in disbelief, "Did you also receive the serum? I wouldn't bother with the government's trinkets." Roy spoke sincerely. With the system he had acquired, he had no need for any serum. Completing hidden tasks had granted him extraordinary regenerative abilities. At that moment, the system within him conveyed a warm sensation flowing through his body, providing immense comfort. An hour later, they stood upon the shores of the tropical continent. Tony announced, "Gentlemen, we have arrived at the tropical continent. We will land at the Asti port on the northern shore and devise an action plan with government officials." Soon, their aircraft touched down at an inconspicuous port, where several off-road vehicles awaited them. "Welcome to your arrival," greeted Ammo, the chairman of the Tropical Continental Joint Military, with a beaming smile. Following a series of pleasantries from Coulson, Roy, uninterested, surveyed his surroundings, noting the heavily armed soldiers vigilantly on guard. "Chairman Ammo, this is Mr. Roy, our alliance's new member," Coulson introduced. But before Ammo could respond, Roy interjected coolly, "I am not a member of the Avengers. I am here solely for world peace." Roy's blunt revelation left Ammo momentarily stunned. However, being seasoned in political affairs, he knew precisely what to say and what to refrain from uttering, responding with a smile. "Let us return to the base. This place is not very secure." They arrived at a temporary base where numerous officers awaited them. Tony wasted no time, asserting, "This operation marks the first collaboration between the government forces and the Avengers. I expect everyone to be at their utmost focus and fulfill their respective roles." The officers nodded in agreement. With superheroes in attendance, they felt a greater sense of security. Tony continued, "Our primary adversaries are Ultron and Apocalypse. You will handle the ordinary Iron Legion, while Stark Industries' latest weaponry will arrive tomorrow. With these new weapons, those iron robots will pose no threat." Captain America inquired, "So you mean we will take on Ultron and Apocalypse?" Tony nodded, stating, "Ultron was created by me, and I understand him well. Thus, he will be dealt with by myself, Dr. Banner, and Hawkeye. As for Apocalypse, with his formidable powers, we will rely on you, Mr. Roy, while Natasha and the Captain will provide support." "Why should it be so?" Captain America remained silent, but Natasha, feeling incensed, exclaimed, "Why should I play the supporting role while that scoundrel Roy takes the lead?" Tony interjected, "Roy possesses formidable strength, capable of countering Apocalypse, while you and the Captain are merely flesh and blood. I refuse. Do not expect me to assist Roy." Natasha's disdain for Roy was palpable. Clearing his throat, Roy suggested, "If that is the case, you should confront Apocalypse, and I can provide support from the sidelines." "You." Natasha was momentarily speechless. She was acutely aware of her limitations. If tasked with the primary role, she would likely falter within a single exchange. However, the thought of aiding the very person who had previously injured her was unbearable. Roy calmly stated, "If you doubt my capabilities, then remain silent and follow me. I will ensure your safety." "As if I care." Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly, and she huffed away, ostensibly angry yet secretly pleased. Thus, a straightforward meeting concluded, with the group agreeing to launch their counteroffensive the following morning. Meanwhile, at the Ultron base, Apocalypse floated in the air, encircled by swirling black energy, an amalgamation of superpowers he had forcibly acquired, now undergoing genuine assimilation. Ultron approached, announcing, "They are coming." "The Avengers you speak of?" Ultron nodded, responding in a mechanical tone, "The Avengers, among whom lies my creator." Slowly opening his eyes, Apocalypse scoffed. "Only that green behemoth poses a challenge. The others are insignificant." Ultron added, "In addition to Dr. Banner, Tony must be cautious. His armor completely counters me, and he may possess secret weaponry." Chapter 27. The battle commences. Apocalypse descended to the ground, stating, "Ultron, you must understand that those despicable humans lack the strength to resist us. We are the true masters of this world." "Understood. Let us ensure they do not return tomorrow." "Achoo." Tony suddenly sneezed, perplexed. "Why did I just sneeze? Is everything prepared?" Roy, lounging nearby, inquired leisurely. Tony waved his hand dismissively, conjuring 3 holographic screens. "Almost. The permissions from various nations will be granted shortly. We will then disable global networks. As long as we restore them within a minute, there should be no significant issues." Roy mockingly remarked, "Had I known it would be this troublesome, I would never have created Ultron." With a sigh, Tony replied, "I aim to protect humanity, the gray organizations. Environmental issues. Humanity's situation is perilous. I merely sought to equip the Earth with armor, yet Ultron proved to be so cunning, deceiving both Jarvis and me." At that moment, Jarvis interjected earnestly, "Sir, you are indeed intelligent, but you trusted him too much." Yawning, Roy said, "Take your time. I shall retire for the night. Do not disturb me in the morning. I tend to wake up grumpy." Upon hearing this, Tony grew anxious, exclaiming, "But we must act tomorrow." "I am aware. You may proceed without me." Given Roy's current prowess, dealing with Ultron and Apocalypse should pose no significant challenge. There is no need for such alarm. He can return and indulge in a peaceful slumber. However, the others are left restless throughout the night. "Captain, is this young man truly that formidable?" Hawkeye inquired while conversing with the captain, glancing toward Roy, who lay leisurely asleep nearby, seemingly on a vacation. Captain America, still apprehensive, replied, "He is indeed fearsome. Akin to Dr. Banner, yet he is merely a pure human. Such ability is exceedingly rare." Hawkeye shrugged with a wry smile, recalling, "I was provoking him just the other day." Captain America chuckled, patting his shoulder, "Rest assured, despite his seemingly arrogant demeanor, Roy possesses a good heart. He won't dwell on this minor friction." Hawkeye nodded, finding solace in his words. Unbeknownst to them, although Roy appeared to be in a state of slumber, he was acutely aware of their conversation and could awaken at will. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the base reverberated with the roar of motorcycles as Roy slowly opened his eyes, observing the departing soldiers with remnants of sleep still clinging to him. "Mr. Roy, it is time to act," Amore cheerfully announced, delivering a motorcycle. Roy nodded, stretching lazily, and declared, "No need." With that, he suddenly soared into the air, vanishing from Amore's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving the latter utterly astonished. Following Roy, Iron Man took to the skies, while Dr. Banner leaped nearly 50 meters high with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Captain America and the others obediently followed on their motorcycles. Apocalypse should provide a worthy challenge. Roy mused as he flew, his strength advancing daily, leaving him uncertain of his true capabilities. He could dispatch ordinary foes with a single blow and had yet to encounter anyone who could compel him to unleash his full power. Apocalypse, the mightiest mutant, must possess some real strength. With this thought igniting excitement within him, Roy accelerated, leaving Iron Man far behind. Jarvis, pursue at full speed. At that moment, Iron Man, peering at the distant Roy, felt a surge of pride and refused to let his armor falter. Sir, your speed has reached 550 miles per hour. Exceeding this may damage the thrusters. Jarvis kindly cautioned. Reluctantly, Tony relented, as he was quite protective of his suit. Meanwhile, within Ultron's base, Apocalypse opened his eyes, gazing into the distant sky, murmuring, "They have arrived." No sooner had he spoken than Roy descended from the heavens, the immense inertia creating a 10-meter-wide crater upon impact, unleashing a cloud of thick smoke. Ultron's eyes turned blood-red in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who is this?" Roy had never surfaced online, and this display indicated he possessed strength rivaling that of the Hulk. Such a fearsome individual had eluded Ultron's awareness. Were it not for his metallic form, he might have succumbed to sheer terror. Roy slowly rose and regarded Apocalypse before him. Smirking coldly, Apocalypse, the most formidable mutant. Apocalypse, sensing Roy's immense power, felt a deep yearning. Absorbing Roy's energy could elevate him to godhood. "Who might you be?" Apocalypse inquired. Suppressing his inner delight and maintaining a courteous demeanor, Roy replied nonchalantly, "Roy, you may consider me as the harbinger of your demise. You and I are strangers." "I know not how I have offended you," Apocalypse retorted. Roy merely glanced around at the tension-filled steel robots, their proud laser cannons posing no threat to him, which he dismissed entirely. "You have slain countless individuals and allied yourself with Ultron. That is my justification for your execution," Roy stated. Apocalypse chuckled, seemingly mocking Roy's naivety, and continued, "In the presence of beings as powerful as us, humanity is but an ugly cockroach. We are not even in the same league. Why not join forces to eradicate humanity and then conquer the entire universe?" Roy asked, "In your eyes, are humans mere ants?" "Always," Apocalypse declared arrogantly. Roy erupted into laughter and then raised his middle finger at Apocalypse, proclaiming, "In my eyes, you are even less than an ant." Apocalypse's smile faltered, replaced by a murderous glare. He raised his hand, and a serpent of earth emerged, lunging toward Roy. Roy remained motionless, allowing the serpent to bite his arm, its fangs shattering against his formidable musculature. "Is this all you are capable of?" Roy remarked as he crushed the serpent in his grasp. He then stomped heavily, causing a rift to open beneath Apocalypse's feet, shattering the high ground. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Ultron promptly commanded, "Fire. Dear son, such disrespect toward your father." At that moment, Iron Man arrived, launching several mini-missiles that obliterated a swarm of robots before engaging Ultron in combat. Meanwhile, Roy ascended into the air, gazing down at the visibly furious Apocalypse and taunted, "You are not even in my league. Remaining dormant underground would have been your wisest choice. Yet here you are, seeking your demise." Chapter 28. The mighty Roy. When had Apocalypse ever been so insulted? Enraged, he declared, "I am a god. You dare defy the will of a god." "Nonsense." Roy spat, his phlegm landing like a slap to Apocalypse's face, inciting further rage. Apocalypse surged forward, wielding a long sword forged from concentrated energy, a manifestation of a mutant's power he had usurped, unleashing its full might. Although Roy appeared to underestimate his opponent, he remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, this was the strongest mutant, and he could not afford to be careless while his abilities were not wholly restored. With calm precision, Roy evaded the strike, countering with a spinning kick that landed squarely on Apocalypse's chest, propelling him several meters away. "Impressive. Now let's see how you handle this." Apocalypse sneered coldly twice. Then with a wave of his left hand, a colossal fireball surged towards Roy, its diameter a staggering 10 meters, resembling a miniature sun. Roy clenched his fists, his body abruptly darting forward, and to Apocalypse's astonishment, he collided directly with the fireball. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the vicinity as the fireball detonated. Countless flames cascading through the air, transforming the scene into a terrifying inferno akin to hell. Meanwhile, Roy, akin to a shooting star, effortlessly traversed through the flames, landing directly before Apocalypse, unleashing a devastating punch with his vibranium fist. Apocalypse gasped in shock, hastily raising his energy-formed sword in defense. Crash! To his disbelief, the sword shattered under the force of Roy's blow, scattering energy shards into the air, while Apocalypse was sent reeling nearly 100 meters back. Roy flexed his wrist, a mocking grin on his face. "Why retreat so far? Am I that fearsome?" Apocalypse, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible. How can there be such a powerful mutant in this world? Roy scoffed. Who told you I am a mutant? Gritting his teeth, Apocalypse retorted angrily. I am the strongest mutant in existence. If you choose to submit to me, I can offer you the chance of immortality. Immortality. Roy was well aware of the means by which Apocalypse sought it, a form of eternal life achieved by seizing the bodies of others. Such a prospect was one he wished to avoid. At that moment, the remaining forces had arrived. Government troops and robots were engaged in fierce combat, while Tony and his allies were embroiled in a struggle with Ultron. Although Ultron's individual combat prowess was not particularly formidable, he had maintained the upper hand prior to Dr. Banner's arrival. However, once the Hulk joined the fray, Ultron found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Just moments ago, the Hulk had seized one of his legs, and had he not escaped in time, he would undoubtedly have been torn apart. Apocalypse! Ultron shouted. Turning to witness a chaotic scene, Roy and Apocalypse were locked in close-quarters combat, and it appeared Roy was at a disadvantage, leaving Ultron with no energy to assist. Reluctantly, Ultron summoned a dozen nearby robots to restrain the Hulk, immediately engaging Tony in battle. Ultron had devised a strategy, while the Hulk was preoccupied. He aimed to eliminate Iron Man as swiftly as possible and escape with his armor. Yet, he underestimated Tony's capabilities. Tony's laser beam pierced through his body, leaving Ultron in shock, prompting him to transfer to the nearest robot. Child, opposing your father leads to dire consequences, Tony taunted. Afterward, he glanced towards Roy's direction, his eyelids twitching, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. That was where the true battle of deities unfolded. Roar! At that moment, the Hulk broke free from his restraints and charged forward. Realizing the dire situation, Ultron quickly ascended into the sky, fleeing the battlefield at maximum speed. Banner, go assist Roy. I will pursue him, Tony declared before hastily giving chase. Meanwhile, Roy had already carved a mark upon Apocalypse's chest. Roy, feeling somewhat fatigued, realized that Apocalypse's strength exceeded his expectations. To conquer him, considerable effort would indeed be required. The wounds on Apocalypse's chest rapidly healed, and sensing his own exhaustion, he remarked, "You cannot kill me, nor can I harm you. This stalemate serves no purpose." Roy waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "You are mistaken. I can indeed slay you. It is merely a matter of time. What benefit do you derive from this?" Apocalypse, perplexed, questioned the rationale behind such strenuous efforts to take his life. Roy retorted, "I have no interest in idle chatter. I will eliminate you for the sake of the world." Apocalypse, thoroughly provoked, replied, "You underestimate me. Do not presume that our prolonged battle means you can vanquish me. You have yet to witness the full extent of my power." Roy scoffed, "I have seen all your abilities. Unleash whatever you have left." As Apocalypse's eyes began to pale, Roy was taken aback, suddenly comprehending Apocalypse's intentions. A mental assault. This was unprecedented. How could Apocalypse employ such tactics without encountering the Doctor? Everything had descended into chaos. Roy, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a piercing headache, as if his head were about to explode. Were it not for his extraordinary mental fortitude, he would have succumbed moments ago. In a daze, Roy found himself drawn into the realm of consciousness, where Apocalypse loomed colossal, rendering Roy as diminutive as an ant. "Welcome to my world. Your demise is assured," Apocalypse sneered, gripping Roy tightly. "I am the most formidable mutant on this planet. Anyone who defies me will meet a gruesome end." Roy felt the world spinning uncontrollably. And in that dire moment, the system announced, "Life-threatening danger detected, recovery rate accelerated, progress at 3%. Faced with such peril, Roy's latent potential surged forth, allowing him to harness an abundance of energy. In an instant, Roy felt his strength amplify tenfold, his physique expanding rapidly while Apocalypse correspondingly diminished. How is this possible? Apocalypse's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Roy, now nearly his equal in stature. A dangerous smile crept upon Roy's lips as he launched a fist into Apocalypse's face, instantly altering the landscape of the mental realm to Roy's advantage. "Did you not wish for my demise to be particularly gruesome?" Roy grasped Apocalypse and delivered another blow, causing Apocalypse to shrink further until he resembled a mere child of 4 or 5. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Apocalypse sought to retreat from the mental realm. But Roy seized him, delivering yet another punch. At that juncture, Apocalypse was barely taller than Roy's knee. Just as Roy prepared to deliver a final, annihilating kick, a powerful force yanked them back into reality. Apocalypse, having narrowly escaped death, broke into a cold sweat and retreated hastily, while Roy furrowed his brow, gazing towards the distant Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 29. Thor. The radiant beam of light struck the ground with tremendous force, and in that moment, a name flashed through Roy's mind. Thor. The original member of the Avengers, the Prince of Asgard. Indeed, the mighty hammer of Thor suddenly soared through the air, obliterating dozens of robots before gracefully returning to Thor's grasp after a few spins. "Oh, Thor!" Tony exclaimed with palpable excitement, his confidence bolstered. Thor's formidable strength undoubtedly augmented their efforts. With his hammer in hand, Thor boisterously declared, "I am Thor, the god of thunder." Roy, observing the jubilant deity, felt a twinge of exasperation. Had it not been for the allure of the Rainbow Bridge, he could have vanquished Apocalypse in the mental realm. Apocalypse, too, sensed Thor's power and marveled, "How can there be so many powerful mutants in this world?" Roy replied with a sardonic smile, "You are woefully out of date." The pride within Apocalypse was severely shaken. He yearned for revenge to uphold his status as the strongest, yet he now found himself utterly outmatched by Roy. In a cold tone, Apocalypse declared, "I'll let you go this time." With that, he suddenly leaped into the air, seemingly intent on fleeing. However, he had barely taken flight when a hammer came hurtling towards him, crashing him to the ground. Thor glanced at Roy, advising, "Brother, keep your distance. This foe is remarkably powerful." Before Roy could respond, Thor narcissistically proclaimed, "Let the mightiest Avenger, son of Odin, the great god of thunder, pass judgment upon him." Unaware of the current predicament, Thor summoned his hammer, while Apocalypse regained his composure, seething with rage at the audacity of a mere mortal to engage him in combat. "How dare you challenge me?" he fumed. Thor scoffed. "Have you ever encountered such a powerful mortal? I am a god." With that, the god of thunder raised his hammer and struck, but Apocalypse deftly conjured an energy shield to defend himself. The hammer collided with the shield, unleashing a dazzling display of electric sparks. Roy crossed his arms, bemused by the self-aggrandizing antics of the thunder god, finding it somewhat amusing. In films, while Thor exudes pride, he seldom embodies such juvenile bravado. It seemed even his character had undergone a transformation. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and a blue beam of light shot up from the distance. A flicker of alarm crossed Roy's face as he sensed the unmistakable essence of the space stone emanating from the beam. "The Tesseract," he gasped. As the system announced, "Hidden mission triggered. Acquire the Tesseract. Reward, proper usage techniques for the Tesseract." The emergence of the Tesseract even startled the system, indicating its significance. Not only Roy, but Thor also gazed in astonishment at the Tesseract, which had revealed its location upon his arrival on Earth. It must have sensed his power, awakening in response. "What fortuitous luck. I shall deal with you first, and then claim my Tesseract," Thor thought, elated. Apocalypse, too, saw a glimmer of hope. The Tesseract offered a power spectrum entirely distinct from that of mutants. If he could master it, it would be akin to wielding two forms of power. "This Tesseract must be mine," Apocalypse resolved, extending his hand as two bolts of lightning erupted from his palm, propelling Thor away before he surged forward with unmatched speed. Roy was determined to fulfill his intentions, soaring directly above Apocalypse and delivering a powerful punch. At that moment, Apocalypse, anxious to seize the cosmic cube, abandoned any thoughts of evasion and conjured a stone wall beside him to absorb Roy's strike. "It seems you are quite eager to obtain it," Roy taunted, then accelerated, swiftly positioning himself before Apocalypse. Startled, Apocalypse halted abruptly, fuming. "Are you intent on opposing me?" Roy retorted with a cold smirk. "You certainly talk too much." Recognizing the futility of reconciliation, Apocalypse spread his arms wide, causing a tremor in the very fabric of space. Just as Roy was puzzled, the ground suddenly split open, creating a massive fissure that extended for thousands of meters. Many soldiers caught off guard plummeted into the abyss, the scene grand and overwhelming. Apocalypse bellowed, "Great God Benio, grant your enemies eternal darkness." As his words echoed, a deafening roar erupted, and a colossal serpent, over 500 meters long and a deep emerald green, emerged from the chasm, its fangs glimmering in the sunlight. "What in the world is that creature?" Tony exclaimed, utterly astonished, while the other Avengers stood slack-jawed. Before this towering serpent, they felt insignificantly small. Roy, too, was taken aback. He had never encountered such a creature, one that had never appeared in films or comics. The fact that Apocalypse could summon it posed a significant dilemma. "Banner, Tony, you tackle this serpent with me. Thor, you go after the cosmic cube." Roy swiftly assessed the situation. Thor instinctively questioned, "Who are you to command us?" Captain America quickly interjected, "Thor, stop fooling around. Listen to him." With Captain America's trust in Roy evident, Thor, though unsure of Roy's origins, recognized the urgency of the situation, making the arrangement reasonable. After summoning the serpent, Apocalypse's face paled, yet he could not conceal his excitement. "Ha! Despicable mortals, let the great Banatu devour you." With that, Apocalypse confidently soared towards the cosmic cube, while Thor hurriedly followed, hammer in hand. A thunderous rumble echoed as the giant serpent slithered across the ground, its massive head raised high, fixating coldly on Roy. Aware that he posed the greatest threat, Roy, filled with fighting spirit, declared, "It's merely a larger worm. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Just as he spoke, the fiery-tempered Hulk charged forward, delivering a fierce punch to the serpent's head, nearly toppling it. Enraged, the serpent retaliated with its tail, sending the Hulk flying. Buzzing in the air, Iron Man unleashed a barrage of laser beams at the serpent, though they merely tickled its scales. Roy, akin to a cannonball, struck the serpent at its vulnerable spot, executing a whip kick that elicited a shriek from the creature as it thrashed violently, forcing Roy to retreat. "Tony, reveal any hidden cards you have, don't hold back." Roy gazed at the slender figure of Iron Man in the sky, acutely aware that he surely had some hidden trump card yet to be revealed, such as the Hulkbuster armor. Tony let out a wry smile and said, "J-A-R-V-I-S, activate the Hulkbuster armor." Chapter 30. A unified assault. With that, a satellite in space began to rotate suddenly, and a brilliant orange light surged forth, coalescing in the air into a massive suit of armor that enveloped Iron Man tightly. The Hulk, witnessing this, bellowed in fury, "Despicable. Hulk is very angry." Tony quickly reassured him, "I'm doing this for your benefit." With the Hulkbuster armor activated, Iron Man's attacks finally inflicted some damage upon the colossal serpent, while the Hulk lent his formidable strength to their combined onslaught, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, the giant serpent reared its head high, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. The terrifying heat melted nearby robots, and Roy felt the searing wave of heat wash over him. The serpent swung its head, the fiery beams spinning rapidly, causing even the Hulk to hesitate in approaching. What manner of creature is this serpent? Tony, a firm believer in science, found himself at a loss to explain the existence of this monstrous serpent. Roy coldly remarked, "There are many things in this world that elude your understanding. Let us take cover. This wide-area attack must be taxing. We shall strike when it weakens." Roy's assessment proved accurate. While the serpent's attack was powerful, it consumed an immense amount of stamina. After 3 minutes, the flames noticeably diminished, allowing Roy and his companions to evade with less urgency. 5 minutes later, the fiery onslaught finally ceased, and the serpent appeared visibly fatigued, its movements no longer as agile as before. Upon witnessing this, Roy's heart surged with elation, and he dashed forward, plunging his vibranium dagger directly into the serpent's hide. The serpent's scales were remarkably tough, allowing the dagger to penetrate only to the muscle. Yet this was sufficient. As Roy maneuvered the dagger within the serpent's body, blood gushed forth like a spring, creating a gash that extended several meters. The serpent emitted a pained roar, thrashing its tail in an attempt to dislodge Roy. However, he had already propelled himself away, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's jaw. The force of Roy's strike was terrifying, dislocating the serpent's jaw, and Iron Man along with the Hulk swiftly followed up with additional attacks, leaving the serpent momentarily defenseless. Perhaps sensing its impending doom, the serpent, after a final desperate sweep, hastily slithered towards a fissure, seemingly intent on escape. But Roy would not permit it to flee. He clutched tightly to the serpent's tail as it thrashed desperately, but to no avail. "Hold on," shouted Tony, as he and the Hulk joined forces to restrain the serpent. Together, they extinguished any hope the creature had of escape. With a mighty roar, Roy soared to the serpent's vulnerable underbelly, wielding his dagger in a flurry of strikes. The serpent, immobilized and unable to retaliate, let out a series of anguished howls. Yet, its fate was sealed. 3 minutes later, Roy shattered the serpent's skeletal structure, its massive form crashing to the ground. The deity that had instilled fear in countless locals met its demise at Roy's hands. Roy breathed heavily, glancing at the dagger, which was undeniably of excellent quality, its edge remarkably sharp. "Well done," Iron Man exclaimed in admiration. Roy replied nonchalantly, "You should assist the troops in clearing the remaining robots. I will confront Apocalypse." Tony expressed his concern. "Aren't you exhausted from the continuous battles?" "Not at all," Roy replied succinctly, then leaped into the air, soaring towards the battlefield where Thor and Apocalypse were engaged. At that moment, Thor was being thoroughly overpowered by Apocalypse, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Thor found himself at the mercy of Apocalypse's versatile powers. "Mortal, you are far too weak. Submit to me now, and I shall grant you eternal life," Apocalypse sneered. His earlier shattered confidence restored. With a swift motion, he unleashed an air cannon that struck Thor directly. Thor let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his fury reaching a boiling point. "You seek death." Thor's eyes sparked with electricity as he raised Mjolnir high, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens, only for Apocalypse to effortlessly deflect it with a mere push. "Since you are so stubborn, I shall be forced to kill you." Apocalypse, no longer wishing to waste time, resolved to eliminate Thor with another air cannon when a figure descended from the sky. "Who do you think you can kill in my presence?" Roy cracked his neck, standing defiantly before Thor, his eyes filled with derision. How is this possible? Apocalypse gasped. How did Banata fail to kill you? Roy laughed mockingly. He was nothing more than a mere oversized insect. Did you truly consider him a god? What a joke. Fury surged within Apocalypse, nearly causing him to explode. You have thwarted my plans time and again. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? At that moment, Thor, weakened, interjected, do not waste your breath on him. The location of the Tesseract is known to more than just us. It could leak into outer space, inviting others and causing further trouble. Roy nodded, aware that the Tesseract contained 2 Infinity Stones, coveted by beings throughout the universe. If its location were exposed, countless individuals would rush to claim it, making it impossible for the Avengers on Earth to resist. Clenching his fists, Roy declared, I shall send you back to the underworld for some rest. With that, Roy instantly appeared before Apocalypse, who had yet to react, and plunged the vibranium dagger directly into his heart. Knowing Apocalypse possessed terrifying self-healing abilities, Roy did not intend to relent. Seizing the moment, he forcibly extracted Apocalypse's heart and crushed it. Without a heart, even Apocalypse's regenerative powers were futile, leaving him to watch helplessly as he gradually perished. The mightiest mutant of his era met his demise at Roy's hands. Roy wiped his hands clean and turned his gaze towards the Tesseract, now bathed in a blue beam of light, devoid of any protective barriers. He reached out and seized it, causing the blue light to vanish. And the system's voice echoed, hidden mission complete, granted usage rights to the Tesseract. Within 30 seconds, all physical data will amplify 7-fold, with no side effects or level restrictions. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Roy swiftly grasped the true purpose of the cosmic cube. It became evident that the infinite gems within were not the cube's primary function. Instead, its remarkable ability to significantly enhance one's power in a brief span of time was exceptionally suited for Roy. Already in his ordinary state, he was the strongest on Earth. And if he were to amplify his strength 7-fold, his prowess would indeed become incalculable. Shortly thereafter, the system announced, complete the task to receive an enhanced recovery potion, which, upon consumption, will unlock 10% of your innate strength, usable only once. Roy was taken aback. 10%? Was the efficacy truly that pronounced compared to before? Chapter 31. Ascendance of Power. If this recovery potion were to be combined with the cosmic cube, Roy's strength would soar like a rocket. Overwhelmed with elation, he forced himself to temper his excitement and then stowed away the recovery potion and the cosmic cube as others approached, having gathered their belongings. Mr. Roy, you may hand over the cosmic cube to me. Thor extended his hand, speaking earnestly. Roy, however, slipped his hands into his pockets, showing no intention of relinquishing it. I'm afraid not. The cosmic cube was obtained by me. Thor was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Roy would claim the cosmic cube as his own. He hastily replied, I understand, but the cosmic cube has always been safeguarded by Asgard. I came this time specifically for it. Roy responded nonchalantly, and so? The cosmic cube was not crafted by Asgard. You merely held it for a time. Now, it is a masterless artifact, and whoever possesses it rightfully owns it. Thor, feeling irked, retorted, what kind of logic is that? If I hadn't stopped Apocalypse, would you have even obtained the cosmic cube? At this juncture, Tony could no longer remain a bystander and interjected. Regardless of who holds the cosmic cube, it ultimately belongs to the Avengers. Roy waved his hand dismissively, clarifying, let me reiterate, I am not an Avenger. The cosmic cube was obtained by me, and thus it is mine. Furthermore, even without you, I could have eradicated Apocalypse. Thor, incensed, exclaimed, just by yourself? It was I who drained Apocalypse's strength, enabling you to succeed so easily. Roy scoffed, had the Bifrost not shattered my mental realm, I could have annihilated him within it. In other words, you hindered my efforts. What? Thor could no longer contain himself. How could the mightiest Avenger be accused of being a hindrance? This was simply intolerable. Roy regarded the furious Thor with an unflinching expression. If you find this unacceptable, let us settle it in combat. Do not waste my time here. Very well. Thor broke free from Tony's restraint, loosening his muscles with a cold smile. Do you recall the outcome of our last duel? In silence, Roy advanced towards Thor and delivered a punch. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be executed at a pedestrian pace, allowing Thor ample time to mock. Is that all you've got? However, in the next instant, Thor would be haunted for eternity by the shadow of that moment. Roy's seemingly ordinary punch concealed an overwhelming force, despite Thor exerting all his divine power. It proved futile as he was effortlessly sent sprawling to the ground. But that was not all. The impact had carved a deep crater into the earth beneath them. Thor struggled to rise, his arms seemingly shattered. Roy, appearing unfazed, casually picked up Mjolnir, twirled it in his hand, and threw it before Thor with a derisive remark. Such a lightweight toy is only suitable for you. With that, To the astonishment of onlookers, Roy leaned back, resting his hands behind his head, humming a tune as he returned to the base. Upon his arrival, the first order of business was to inject a serum, rapidly enhancing his powers. As he moved his arm, a thunderous sound resonated through the air. System, display my attribute panel. As you wish. Host, Roy identity, void sentinel strength, 1500, standard value, 10, speed, 1200, standard value, 10, defense, 2600, standard value, 10, mentality, 800, standard value, 10, energy, 500. 000, standard value, 0 points. 10. Gazing at the swiftly escalating attributes, a grin stretched across Roy's face, only to falter as he noted his paltry 10 points. Hadn't he completed his tasks? Why was his score still so meager? Why do I still have so few points? He inquired. The unlocking process requires a certain number of points as a fee, the system replied. A fee? Roy scoffed. You must be joking. Negative. The rules are established as such. The system stated. Which imbeciles set these regulations? This is exploitation. This is oppression. Just as Roy was on the verge of a meltdown, Thor re-entered his room. Hey, I wasn't prepared earlier. Let's have a rematch, he said. Roy was momentarily at a loss for words. Haven't you had enough of a beating? Thor, with an air of arrogance, declared, the mighty god of thunder fears no challenge. If you are a true man, accept my challenge. With that, Thor turned and strode toward the training ground. Faced with such blatant provocation, Roy could hardly contain himself. It was the perfect opportunity to vent his pent-up fury. Poor Thor was blissfully unaware that he was about to become the target of Roy's wrath. Draw your weapon, lest others claim I have won unfairly. Thor observed that Roy had no weapon at hand and exclaimed. Roy made no rebuttal, producing his vibranium dagger and stating, you'd best prepare yourself. I won't hold back this time. Thor let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, the formidable god of thunder is always battle-ready. Come, young man, let me witness your strength. With that, Thor crackled with electric energy, suddenly dashing forward with a mighty swing of his hammer. However, to Roy, whose powers had surged, everything unfolded in slow motion, almost to the point of tedium. With a casual block, he sent Thor flying. Thor, do not engage him directly. Natasha, aware of Roy's strengths, called out in alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor quickly altered his strategy, relentlessly summoning lightning to strike at Roy while maneuvering swiftly, seemingly intent on wearing him down from a distance. Roy stood there, unmoved, as the devastating thunder struck him, enveloping him entirely. Yet, he remained unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. Thor was utterly dumbfounded, his worldview collapsing once again. How could there exist such a formidable human being? However, the ensuing scene was even more unforgettable. Roy moved with astonishing speed, launching Thor into the air and tossing him about like a mere ragdoll. This continued for half an hour, leaving Thor completely battered and sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud. Meanwhile, Roy felt an exhilarating sense of release, having not indulged in such enjoyment for quite some time. Although Thor's strength was not particularly great, his resilience was remarkable. After all, he was a god. Without resorting to lethal force, Roy knew he could not inflict any lasting harm. What do you think? The mightiest Avenger? Roy exclaimed, chuckling heartily. Thor suddenly erupted into laughter. What is so amusing? Have I knocked you senseless? Thor struggled to lift himself and replied, with someone as powerful as you on Earth, I can rest easy. Rest easy about what? Roy sensed that the god of thunder had more to say. Thor elaborated, soon, my brother Loki will descend upon Earth. Chapter 32, the malevolent god Loki? Roy inquired. Yes, that wayward brother of mine, Thor continued. He claims he intends to rule over Earth. I was initially quite concerned, but after witnessing your strength, I feel reassured. Roy pondered for a moment. In the films, Loki's arrival occurred prior to Ultron, indicating that the timeline here had diverged significantly. He wondered whether Loki's power had also altered. With the Ultron affair behind him, Roy returned to his villa, only to receive a phone call from Jean Bing the moment he arrived. Mr. Roy, are you back? Roy's expression darkened. He had just returned to the villa, and yet Jean Bing called him. Was his information network so astute, or was he under surveillance? Roy refrained from expressing his irritation and replied coldly, what is it? I saw on the news that the Ultron situation has been resolved, and I would like to host a welcome banquet for you this evening. Roy harbored a deep-seated disdain for such gatherings and promptly replied, I am not in the mood. Cancel it. Please, Mr. Roy, my subordinates have heard of your formidable presence. They are eager to meet you. Roy poured himself a glass of red wine and stated, let them desire. Do not disturb me with trivialities. Please, Mr. Roy, it would be best if you came. What is it? Jean Bing hesitated but determinedly stated, I am facing a bit of trouble. Roy retorted, what do I gain from this? Well, a few of my associates have made some mistakes, and the constables are here to take them away. Mr. Roy, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Roy's expression darkened instantly. Did I not instruct you to avoid causing trouble? Those associates are new and unaware of the rules. Let it be handled as it should. Obey the constables. I will not shield anyone in such matters. Roy decisively hung up the phone. Feeling a surge of anger within him, Jean Bing has increasingly indulged his subordinates, despite having previously asserted that illegal activities were off-limits. Initially, there was some restraint, but now they seem to be stirring with mischief once more. It is time to deliver a lesson. Roy picked up his phone and called Jean Bing. Mr. Jean, how unfortunate that our call was disconnected. I was just about to reach out to you. Please provide me with the address. I shall arrive in 3 minutes. He stated expressionlessly before rising and finishing his glass of red wine. As he glanced at the address sent by Jean Bing, his expression gradually darkened. At the New York Imperial nightclub, in a lavish private room, Jean Bing addressed a burly officer. Mr. George, you are quite mistaken. My 2 associates have never engaged in any illegal transactions. Feel free to inquire with these individuals. He poured a drink for the officer, maintaining a cordial tone. George scoffed. My eyes are not mere ornaments. Even if this establishment belongs to Mr. Roy, it does not grant you the right to peddle harmful substances. A flicker of coldness crossed Jean Bing's eyes as he retorted, seeing is not always believing. Come, fill Mr. George's glass. George forcefully pushed past Jean Bing, seizing a slacker with yellow hair and attempting to exit, but a group of thugs blocked the doorway, evidently unwilling to let him pass. Officer, please let me go. I am a law-abiding citizen. The yellow-haired man sneered. George shouted furiously, what are you doing? Are you obstructing an officer in the line of duty? Jean Bing stepped forward with a smile. We wouldn't dare. Officer, perhaps you could wait a moment. Mr. Roy is on his way. Seeing Jean Bing invoke Roy's name only intensified George's ire, and he snapped. Very well, I shall wait for him. I am eager to see whether the esteemed avenger will turn a blind eye to justice. At that moment, Roy arrived at the nightclub, and his subordinates hurried to open the door for him, guiding him to the private room. Upon surveying the gathered crowd, Roy coldly declared, what is the meaning of this? Everyone, leave at once. Upon spotting Roy, Jean Bing rushed to him like a man seeing salvation. Mr. Roy, you have arrived. This officer is unyielding. Only you can resolve this. As long as those 2 brothers avoid jail, a little monetary compensation would suffice. The yellow-haired man also wore a smug grin, adding, Officer, surely you are aware that Mr. Roy recently saved the world? Roy shot him a piercing glare, demanding, what is the situation? Why are you being detained? George rose, stating, Mr. Roy, I understand your efforts, but your subordinates are suspected of selling substandard drugs and must be punished according to the law. He then presented his phone to Roy, displaying images of the yellow-haired man and others engaged in the trade of harmful substances. The yellow-haired man smugly retorted, and what of it? There are countless individuals selling substandard drugs in New York City. Can you apprehend them all? I shall arrest them one by one, for a lifetime if necessary. George bellowed. Now understanding the situation, Roy approached the yellow-haired man, whose unrepentant demeanor incited his fury. Without hesitation, he delivered a punch, using less than 1% of his strength. Yet it shattered the man's teeth completely. You are going to jail. There is no room for negotiation. Roy harbored a profound disdain for unscrupulous drug dealers. In a moment of fury, he crushed the kneecap of one such dealer beneath his foot, eliciting anguished cries that echoed through the air. George, taken aback by Roy's ruthlessness, decided not to linger any longer. He swiftly ushered Huang and the others out, and none dared to impede their exit. Jean Bing's expression darkened considerably as he approached, stating, Mr. Roy, I have previously cautioned you against unlawful actions. Roy replied coldly, and yet you persist. Jean Bing murmured, conducting legitimate business yields little profit. We have many brothers to support. We cannot afford to ignore alternative means. He continued, Mr. Roy, if you proceed in this manner, few will be inclined to follow us. Roy responded nonchalantly, then let them all leave. He remained indifferent, confident that his growing reputation would attract loyal followers. If not for the fact that these enterprises were under Jean Bing's name, requiring considerable effort to transfer, Roy would have preferred to sever ties entirely. Jean Bing felt the weight of embarrassment as he glanced at the strange expressions surrounding him, realizing the difficulties of being a leader. We must adhere to the rules. This is our bottom line, Roy remarked as he departed, leaving Jean Bing with a grim countenance. Upon returning to his villa, Roy opened the door and was greeted by a faint yet familiar fragrance that evoked a sense of nostalgia. Roy, you owe me an explanation regarding that incident. A voice cut through the air as the lights flickered on. Natasha leaned against the wall, her gaze icy, a short knife in her hand. Roy managed a wry smile and said, Miss Natasha, I am not part of a criminal organization. There is no need for such weaponry. She retorted, you are far more dangerous than any criminal. Chapter 33, Natasha's transformation. Roy chuckled softly, approaching the wine cabinet to pour her a glass of red wine. That night was indeed unforgettable, and it was not entirely my fault. Any man in that situation would struggle to maintain control. Natasha clenched her teeth, replying, "So you imply that it was my fault?" Observing her furious demeanor, Roy calmly said, "No, what I mean is that since the deed is done, rather than fixating on whose fault it is, we should look ahead. I am not inferior to any other man." Natasha, incensed by Roy's audacity, shot back, "Dream on. Don't think that your strength makes you impressive. I have no affection for you whatsoever." "Is that so?" Roy countered. "Then why did you not resist that night?" "I hardly exerted any force." "How dare you?" Natasha exclaimed in a mix of shame and rage, raising her dagger threateningly at Roy. "If you do not apologize today, I shall end your life." While others might fear the threat of a bullet, Roy's physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary man. A dagger was merely a tickle to him. He leaned his head against the blade, smirking. "That dagger is trivial to me. Care to test it? It might just bend." "You scoundrel!" Natasha cursed, lifting her hand as if to slap Roy, only for him to effortlessly block her strike. However, Natasha, being a top-tier agent, immediately unleashed her signature move, the scissor kick. Her long legs ensnared Roy's neck, and with a powerful twist of her waist, she toppled him to the ground. Throughout the encounter, Roy did not retaliate, allowing Natasha to bind him to the floor. Observing her struggle, he chuckled, remarking, "Your skills are commendable, though your strength leaves something to be desired." With that, Roy rose and pinned Natasha beneath him, his formidable strength rendering her incapable of resistance, leaving her to watch helplessly as he dominated her. Up close, Natasha was struck by an unfamiliar sensation. Her cheeks flushed, and a searing warmth coursed through her, igniting a fire within her. Roy flashed a smirk and quipped, "Do you know what this is called? A gift of the head from 1,000 miles away." In an instant, Natasha gasped, and Roy effortlessly lifted her with one hand, tossing her into the bedroom with just the right amount of force, causing the soft mattress to emit an enticing sound. It was destined to be a wonderful night. The following morning, as Roy slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the sight of Natasha peacefully slumbering in his arms. The previous night's exertion had left her utterly drained, rendering her incapable of moving, sprawled languidly against him. Years of rigorous training had bestowed Natasha with a well-proportioned physique and exceptional flexibility, allowing her to withstand Roy's onslaught, albeit barely. "Rest easy, you are mine," Roy mused. "Though you may feign toughness, it does not hinder the bond we share." Despite his rogue demeanor, Roy was unwavering in his devotion to those he cherished, willing to do anything for them. A task was assigned: prepare breakfast for Natasha, earning 50 points as a reward. At that moment, the system spoke within Roy's mind, prompting him to chuckle in bemusement. It seemed the system aimed to mold him into a domestic chef. Nevertheless, he was determined not to forsake such a simple task. Gently nudging Natasha aside, he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator. He was indeed capable of cooking, though he had never showcased this skill before. With deft hands, Roy toasted bread, prepared milk, fried eggs, and crafted a salad. Noticing some frozen steaks in the fridge, he seized the opportunity to prepare several portions. Since his journey into this realm, he had required a substantial amount of sustenance to fuel his body. Half an hour later, a lavish breakfast was ready. Roy returned to the bedroom, where Natasha remained in deep slumber, seemingly unable to awaken anytime soon. Unfazed, Roy patiently practiced his skills while awaiting her rise. By noon, Natasha began to regain her strength and, after a struggle, propped herself up, only to be met with the realization that she was entirely unclothed. Enraged, she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Rogue! Roy, I shall kill you." Yet, before she could utter more, her stomach growled audibly. Rubbing her abdomen, she slowly donned her clothes and stormed out in a huff. "Roy, you bastard!" As Natasha entered the living room, an irresistible aroma wafted into her nostrils, causing her stomach to grumble once more. Overwhelmed by the tantalizing allure of the food, she momentarily forgot her thirst for vengeance and hurried to the kitchen. At this moment, Roy was savoring a piece of bread while perusing the newspaper. When Natasha arrived, she casually remarked, "If you're awake, it's time to eat." Observing Roy's calm demeanor and then glancing at the spread before them, Natasha hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat down to devour the meal voraciously. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Natasha suddenly felt her appetite had multiplied exponentially, nearly consuming everything on the table. After satiating her hunger, she recalled her desire for revenge, and her heart was instantly consumed by hatred. Grabbing a fork, she slammed it onto the table, exclaiming furiously, "Who gave you permission to touch my things yesterday?" Roy responded nonchalantly, "Wasn't the experience enjoyable?" Natasha was momentarily taken aback. Although she had been utterly defenseless the previous day, her body had indeed relished the experience, a feeling she had never encountered before and even found herself somewhat nostalgic for. Shaking off these unwelcome thoughts, Natasha blushed and retorted, "What are you saying? I never denied it." "You Frustration gnawed at her. Roy suddenly noticed that the fork Natasha had thrust into the table had bent at a right angle. An impressive feat not achievable by an ordinary person. Realizing the extraordinary nature of her action, Natasha was startled as well. "System, what is happening?" Roy inquired. The system explained. "The host and Natasha have engaged, enhancing Natasha's physique to 3 times that of an average person." Roy nodded in understanding and then chuckled. "See? There are significant benefits to being with me. Did you do this?" "Goodness." Natasha was astounded, finally grasping the reason for her earlier ravenous hunger. "Don't think this will make me like you. You are still not a good person. Never let me see you again." Fearing that lingering any longer might lead to unwelcome thoughts, she hastily gathered her belongings and fled, while Roy watched her retreating figure with a smile. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Roy answered it, hearing Tony's voice on the other end. "Mr. Roy, do you have a moment?" "What is the matter?" "Loki is about to arrive on Earth. Are you aware of this?" After Tony's mention, Roy recalled Thor's words from the previous day. "Thor told me about it yesterday." "That is excellent news. Loki is coming prepared this time, and he will likely be challenging to deal with. Come to the base. We need to discuss this." A mission was then assigned. Resolve the Loki crisis, with a reward of 2,000 points in advanced intelligence mastery. This task was anticipated by Roy, so he accepted it without hesitation and made his way to the base. At that moment, the original Avengers were gathered in the conference room. Upon seeing Roy, Natasha huffed and turned away. "Now that everyone is here, let us have Thor explain the situation regarding Loki," Tony stated. Thor stood and said, "Loki is my brother, the god of mischief and prince of Asgard. He has been wandering in space for years, and I recently received intelligence indicating he has gained support from a mysterious power and is about to invade Earth." "Mysterious power?" Captain America queried. "Is it from Asgard?" Thor shook his head and remarked, "Loki has committed a grave error. Asgard has already been expelled by him. This force is immensely powerful, and I am uncertain of its origin." Roy nodded, deducing that the force behind Loki was likely Thanos, though he refrained from voicing this, as it bore little relevance to the unfolding narrative. Tony inquired, "Is your brother formidable?" Thor chuckled lightly, responding, "He is merely cunning. His combat prowess is not particularly strong." Hawkeye then felt reassured and commented, "That is good to hear. If another apocalypse were to arise, we would truly be at a loss." Captain America added with a smile, "That would be of no concern. We still have Mr. Roy and Hulk." Natasha scoffed dismissively, exclaiming, "Roy is nothing but a scoundrel. What can we expect from him?" In the face of Natasha's words, Roy felt not anger but rather a sense of endearment, quipping, "Indeed, I can merely alter someone's constitution, even if that someone is reluctant to acknowledge it." "You, say that again." All right, let us focus on the matter at hand." Tony interjected, halting Natasha. He continued, "Regardless of who it is, we must be thoroughly prepared. I have already contacted the government. In the coming days, they will expedite the evacuation of civilians and dispatch the most elite warriors to assist us. However, it remains uncertain where he will appear." "In New York City," Roy stated nonchalantly. "How do you know?" Observing Roy's unwavering confidence, the others were perplexed, unsure of the source of his information. Roy replied, "This is not for you to concern yourselves with. Loki will choose to invade New York City, so we shall concentrate our efforts here." Tony nodded, increasingly placing his trust in the enigmatic Roy, and said, "Then we shall heed Mr. Roy's counsel, though we remain unaware of the enemy's troop strength, which may prove somewhat perilous." Thor asserted, "No matter how many forces Loki commands, the pinnacle of Earth's might is assembled here. Who else would dare approach?" Captain America concurred. "Thor makes a valid point. What we fear is the government recklessly deploying nuclear weapons." At this remark, an immediate silence enveloped the room, as the gravity of this serious issue dawned upon them all. Not bad, Roy thought to himself, surprised that Captain America had anticipated such a concern, effectively predicting the ensuing plot. Tony contemplated for a moment and stated, "I will have Coulson liaise with the government to reach a consensus. If heavy weaponry is indeed deployed, the citizens of New York City will suffer greatly." As the brief meeting concluded, Roy received a phone call from Jane. "Mr. Roy, we have had an incident. It will take a long time for an ambulance to arrive. Could you come by?" Roy inquired where. Jane hurriedly responded, "At the foot of Mount Moss. Our workers had a mishap during blasting, and some are trapped inside, facing significant risk to their lives." After hanging up, Roy soared into the air, arriving at Mount Moss in under 10 minutes. Mount Moss is the largest mountain in the suburbs of New York City, where the government is planning a transportation project, thus assigning the blasting operations to a company under Jane's supervision. "Mr. Roy, I sincerely apologize for troubling you again." Upon noticing Roy's arrival, Jean hurriedly approached him, wearing a broad smile that belied any concerns. Roy, unfazed, inquired, "Where are they?" Jean gestured towards a large pit nearby, stating, "They fell into that." As Roy approached the gaping hole, he was met with darkness, its depths unknown. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from within, seemingly belonging to a woman. Instantly, Roy's demeanor shifted to urgency, and without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss. The pit, approximately 2 meters in diameter, seemed to descend endlessly. Armed with a flashlight, Roy illuminated his path as he plummeted, nearly in free fall. After descending about 200 meters, he gradually slowed his descent, discovering a girl in a white dress. Crouched and weeping. As he landed, she lifted her head, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, albeit smeared with dirt, appearing to be around 20 years old. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you," Roy assured her with a smile. Instantly, hope ignited in her eyes, and she threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, "I'm so scared." "There's no need to fear. I will get you out." Roy comforted her, but just as he prepared to ascend, the light above dimmed significantly, followed by a cascade of soil collapsing around them. Above ground, Jean observed the workers hastily filling the pit, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You foolish boy. Challenging me was ill-advised. I shall provide you with a companion for your demise. It is the least I can do for you." A subordinate beside him spat disdainfully, remarking, "Finally, we've dealt with him. These past few days, we've been restrained in our actions." Jean chuckled. "This boy aided us in gaining a foothold in the Big Apple City gang. We might as well leave him with a complete corpse." The subordinate quickly flattered him. "Our dominance in Big Apple City is all thanks to your cunning, brother. Without you, we wouldn't have reached this point." Jean patted the subordinate's shoulder, a malevolent grin adorning his face. Meanwhile, in the depths of the pit, Roy watched as the earth continued to cascade down, submerging their knees. At this rate, they would be buried alive within minutes. Chapter 35. Escape. Roy thought, "How dare Jean betray me?" He chuckled darkly, wrapping his arms around the girl's waist. Just as he prepared to soar upwards, the opening above was abruptly sealed. To ensure their demise, Jean had even summoned a road roller to block the entrance. The pit was engulfed in complete darkness, and the flashlight Roy had brought flickered before dying out. "I'm so sorry, Uncle, for bringing you into this predicament," the girl lamented. Roy responded, "How did you end up here?" She explained, "Jean came to our school, claiming to be a colleague of my father. He deceived me into coming here, and then threw me in. That scoundrel." Roy realized that the girl had been lured to ensnare him. Jean truly was merciless. The girl glanced around at the enveloping darkness, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to Roy like a child. "It's all right, I will get you out," Roy softly reassured her. The girl shook her head and replied, "This tunnel is over 200 meters deep. We cannot ascend." Roy chuckled lightly and said, "Do you not know who I am?" The girl looked up at Roy, her view obscured by the dim light, and hesitantly inquired, "Are you a superhero?" Roy shook his head and replied, "I am not a superhero, but I can still lead you to safety." After comforting the girl, Roy flew to the tunnel's entrance, pressing his hands against it and exerting all his strength. The heavy machinery trembled under the force. Roy felt a jolt of surprise. The entrance was sturdier than he had anticipated, clearly weighed down by something above, thwarting his efforts. If only he had a leverage point. He could have exerted much greater force and easily pushed it open. However, suspended in midair, he was unable to harness his full strength. Despite this, Jean Bing, on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat. "What on earth is this creature?" he shouted. "Quickly, place the stones on top." The minions immediately maneuvered the crane, positioning massive boulders atop the machinery, finally stabilizing it. Inside the tunnel, Roy felt his efforts becoming increasingly arduous, likely due to additional weight being piled on. He returned to the girl's side. "Is it truly unmovable?" Her eyes glistened with tears once more. Roy gently caressed her cheek and said, "Trust me." With that, he removed his shirt, tearing it into strips to secure the girl firmly to his back. Following this, Roy's expression grew resolute as he retrieved the cosmic cube, instantly enhancing his power. It was his first time wielding the cosmic cube, and in an instant, he felt his body become several times heavier. Yet it did not hinder his movements. A continuous flow of strength surged through his limbs. "Huh!" Roy shouted, propelling himself like a bullet towards the tunnel entrance, delivering a powerful punch without any flourish. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, causing Jean Bing to feel the ground tremble beneath him. In a moment of confusion, the machinery and boulders flew into the air, with Roy suspended above, coldly gazing down at Jean Bing. Terrified, Jean Bing's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His trousers dampened with fear, while the other minions were equally panicked. Roy gently set the girl down and approached Jean Bing, his voice icy. "Why did you betray me?" Jean Bing's face went pale, and he suddenly shouted, "Who did this? Did no one inform Mr. Roy that I was below?" He quickly turned to Roy, forcing a smile. "Mr. Roy, I sincerely apologize. These people are utterly unreliable. I had only just arrived when someone parked the machinery there. I was about to move it when you wielded your immense power to push it aside. Is that so?" Indeed, Jean Bing stammered, his cold sweat pouring forth as he met Roy's chilling smile. Roy surveyed the surrounding lackeys. One of them, stricken with fear, turned to flee. Yet, how could Roy allow such an escape? In the blink of an eye, he had captured the coward and brought him before Jean Bing. What is the meaning of this? Roy inquired coldly. The lackey glanced at Roy, then at Jean Bing. Faced with the imminent threat of death, he knew precisely what to say. Mr. Roy, it was all Jean Bing's doing. He claimed that if we eliminated you, we would reign as the underground emperors of Big Apple City. He orchestrated everything. You speak nonsense. Jean Bing retorted vehemently. Roy surveyed the others, who began to echo the lackey's words. He speaks the truth. It was indeed Jean Bing who directed us. We lacked the courage to act on our own. For the first time, Jean Bing felt the sting of betrayal from those he once considered allies. And he found himself unable to counter their claims, his heart sinking into despair. Roy flexed his wrist and posed another question. Do you have any final words? Jean Bing hastily pleaded. Mr. Roy, it's all my fault. Please spare me this once. Roy seized Jean Bing, whose hefty frame felt as light as a chick in his grasp. Is it because I prevented you from engaging in unlawful activities that you harbor such hatred towards me? Jean Bing quickly replied. How could that be? A dangerous smile crept across Roy's face as he declared, I am no fool. With that, he swiftly snapped Jean Bing's neck and discarded him carelessly to the side. From this day forth, I shall oversee Jean Bing's enterprises. Anyone with objections may voice them now. The crowd fell silent, cowed by fear of Roy's retribution. Aware that it was time to impose order, he continued, if you choose to follow me, we shall not engage in illegal activities. While the profits may be less than before, there will be no danger. If you wish to depart, now is the time to leave. The onlookers exchanged glances, perhaps too intimidated to speak against him. At that moment, a young woman approached, hesitantly stammering as though she had something to say. What is it? Roy prompted. She summoned her courage and said, I am currently pursuing a master's degree in finance. If you are in need of assistance, may I work for you? A finance master's degree. That is absolutely splendid. Roy exclaimed, elated. Certainly. 1,000 times yes. Can you start immediately? The girl nodded. Yes, I have fewer classes next semester, providing ample time to work. She was indeed a timely blessing, as Roy had been concerned about managing the enterprises alone. With a finance master's degree on board, he could simply relax and watch the profits roll in. By the way, what is your name? Beatrice, she replied, flashing a lovely smile that put Roy at ease. They proceeded to complete the necessary paperwork. Chapter 36. The arrival of Loki. Due to Jean Bing's reign of terror over the city for many years, many harbored deep resentment towards him. Thus, as Roy processed the paperwork, they knowingly feigned ignorance, eager to assist in the formalities despite Jean Bing's absence. Beatrice, you will receive $50,000 a month, and these enterprises will be entrusted to your management, Roy informed her. Beatrice nodded and declared, I shall do my utmost. The reason Roy felt such trust in Beatrice stemmed from his complete mastery of her information. Should any unforeseen events arise, her fate would surely be grim. Once he had concluded his affairs, Roy returned to the villa, where Tony awaited him at the door. Mr. Roy, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, Tony said with a smile. Roy replied nonchalantly, Is there something you need? I would like to request your assistance. Tony stated earnestly, What sort of assistance? I am currently developing a nano battle suit, and a portion of the components requires an exceptionally powerful hydraulic press for tempering. Unfortunately, such heavy machinery does not exist on Earth at present, so I seek your help. Tony continued, I am willing to offer a reward of $100 million, provided you aid me in overcoming this technical challenge. Progress has been accelerated. Roy pondered as he regarded Tony. The nano battle suit had been employed during Thanos' emergence, and now, its development was underway, seemingly nearing fruition. If all proceeded smoothly, it might debut during Loki's invasion. A mission was issued, assist Tony in developing the nano battle suit, with a reward of 100 points. The system's tasks were now aligned with Roy's interests, and he accepted them without hesitation. Roy nodded affirmatively. Very well. Tony's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly led Roy into his villa. From the outside, the villa appeared merely spacious, but upon entering, one would discover a veritable wonderland, akin to a space station, where various cutting-edge technologies would cause a stir. Roy beheld Tony's collection of various suit models, from the original Iron Man to the latest Mark 42, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Mr. Roy, please come this way. Tony guided him to an elevator that descended to the underground level, revealing a veritable subterranean castle. They soon arrived at a modest-sized chamber, where Tony pointed to a circular pillar, saying, Mr. Roy, please strike this pillar with all your might. We shall first test the force you can exert. Roy nodded, and after Tony made the necessary preparations, he summoned all his strength and energy, delivering a powerful punch to the pillar. Beep, beep, beep. Tony observed the rapidly skyrocketing metrics. his heart racing with excitement. The results surpassed his expectations. He quickly placed the components in position and called out, "Mr. Roy, we can begin." Without further ado, Roy began to strike the pillar with forceful punches, transmitting his strength through a special device to the components at the forefront. With the first blow, the component shrank by half. With the second blow, it diminished again by half. As Roy continued to strike, the component grew ever smaller. Tony anxiously monitored the metrics, and just as they reached the desired threshold, he promptly halted the machinery. "Mr. Roy, we have succeeded," Tony exclaimed with exhilaration, enveloping Roy in a hearty embrace. Roy replied coolly, "I have assisted you. Do not forget my reward. Rest assured, I shall transfer it to your account immediately." Tony confidently patted his chest, assuring Roy as he transferred the money before him. The ease with which he had earned 100 million brought a small smile to Roy's face. After all, who does not cherish wealth? The subsequent days unfolded in tranquility. Roy dedicated himself to training at home while occasionally overseeing work matters. Beatrice, possessing remarkable capabilities, revitalized Jeanbing's enterprises, not only cleansing the remnants of filth, but also securing 4 government projects in swift succession. As Roy's ventures flourished, the Avengers busied themselves in preparation for the impending arrival of Loki, uncertain of the foe's true power, striving to make ample preparations. "Sir, here is the latest financial report." Beatrice presented a document to Roy, wiping the sweat from her brow, clearly having just concluded a busy task. Roy casually tossed it aside, chuckling. "I do not comprehend the company's affairs. You may handle it." Beatrice offered a wry smile, replying, "Sir, you are the owner after all. It is essential for you to inquire, or else the employees might assume I am the boss." Roy poured her a glass of water and reassured her, "That is of no concern. By the way, has anyone given you trouble?" Beatrice shook her head, stating, "They know I was hired by you, so they have not troubled me. That is good. Should anyone cause you distress, do not hesitate to call me. I'm at your service anywhere on earth." Roy chuckled. Beatrice covered her mouth in amusement, surprised by this humorous side of Roy. "Sir, do you live alone?" Beatrice inquired, glancing around the expansive villa devoid of other occupants. Roy nodded. "I have always lived alone." "Oh," Beatrice pondered, nodding thoughtfully, and after some light conversation, she took her leave. However, no sooner had Beatrice departed than Roy sensed a sudden darkness enveloping the sky. A brilliant blue light shot up from a nearby skyscraper, tearing open a gaping rift in the heavens. Roy was taken aback. This familiar scene resembled the moment Loki opened a dimensional breach to invade Earth. How could it be happening so soon? He had not anticipated Loki's invasion would arrive so quickly, especially when the Avengers were still unprepared. The unusual phenomenon in the sky drew the attention of many, prompting speculation among the populace, while soldiers swiftly occupied every street. "Mr. Roy, has it begun?" Tony rushed out, his expression grave as he gazed at the rift above. "Loki is coming." As soon as Roy spoke, a colossal figure emerged from the breach, resembling a whale, adorned with fully armed extraterrestrial soldiers. Furthermore, countless aircraft soared from within, circling the sky, while a man clad in golden attire, complete with 2 golden horns upon his head, hovered above, surveying the city beneath with disdain. Thor, sensing Loki's presence, growled, "Indeed, he has come." Captain America and the others rushed outside, gathering together, their eyes fixed upon the swarm of aliens, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Captain America raised his shield, standing tall and gazing up at Loki in the sky, resolutely declaring, "Avengers, assemble." Chapter 37. The mighty Loki. Loki's sudden arrival caught Roy and the others off guard, forcing them into a hasty defense. The soldiers took the lead, their formidable firepower temporarily holding back some of the adversaries. Meanwhile, Tony soared into the sky, relentlessly eliminating foes with his laser cannon. Thor, swinging his hammer, remarked, "Mr. Roy, those behemoths are yours to handle. I shall confront that insufferable brother of mine." With that, Thor shot into the air, directly targeting the arrogant Loki. Uncertain of Loki's true strength, Roy remained calm, allowing Thor to gauge the situation while he ascended to confront the nearest colossal beast. Whoosh! The creature was swarming with alien warriors, who quickly noticed Roy's rapid approach and opened fire. Blue lasers surged toward him, yet Roy, moving with astonishing speed, effortlessly evaded their onslaught. Crash! Roy collided forcefully with the behemoth, which let out a painful roar as its body rolled. On the creature's back, Roy swiftly dispatched an alien soldier with a single punch, seizing his weapon and eliminating all foes with pinpoint accuracy. Although Roy's individual combat prowess was formidable, firearms proved more efficient against these lesser adversaries. Having vanquished the alien soldiers, Roy surveyed the thrashing behemoth with a cold smirk, then maneuvered it to charge into the nearest one. The beast, naturally reluctant, was overpowered by Roy's sheer force. Crashing into another colossal creature, the impact annihilating a swath of alien warriors. With dual guns in hand, Roy methodically cleared away the remaining minions as if harvesting chaff. Roar! A simian monstrosity leaped down from the sky, towering at 4 to 5 meters, its physique resembling massive rock-like muscles. This creature seemed familiar to Roy, upon reflection. He recalled a fleeting glimpse of it in the climactic battle of a film. It belonged to Thanos' army, a mere flash on screen. Yet it lingered vividly in Roy's memory. The beast roared several times before lumbering towards him with heavy steps. Though its movements were clumsy, it approached at a surprising speed, closing the distance within seconds and delivering a powerful punch. Roy did not flinch. He raised his arm in defense, which appeared as fragile as a matchstick against the beast's fist. Astonishingly, when the behemoth's blow struck, Roy remained unmoved, his arm unscathed, while the creature grimaced in pain. "Is this all you can muster?" Roy taunted, then unleashed a powerful strike to its chest, causing the creature's vitality to rapidly wane before it collapsed heavily to the ground. "Mr. Roy, Natasha is encountering some difficulties." Tony's voice echoed, prompting Roy to glance back. He spotted Natasha atop a high building, besieged by 3 formidable monsters. Now, Natasha's physical prowess has significantly improved, yet she still struggles to adapt in such a short time, resulting in a slight decline in her technique. The 3 monsters she faces are formidable opponents, and if things continue this way, Natasha is likely to suffer greatly. Why did Tony send himself into the fray? Roy chuckled softly before leaping into action, soaring through the air with great speed. With a swift kick, Natasha struck one of the creatures, sending it flying. But before she could regain her balance, another colossal beast charged toward her. Caught off guard, she was forcefully slammed against the wall. A different giant brandishing a massive blade approached without hesitation, swinging down with intent. The blade whistled through the air, and in that moment, Natasha could only watch helplessly as it descended upon her. Just as despair enveloped her, a figure appeared before her, absorbing the blow of the blade without sustaining any injury. Instead, the weapon shattered into pieces. It was Roy. Natasha was momentarily taken aback as he dispatched the creature with a mere 2 punches, effortlessly eliminating what had previously posed a significant challenge for her. Roy turned to her, a calm smile gracing his face, and advised, "Do not challenge these foes until you have fully mastered your new abilities." "Humph," Natasha retorted defiantly, rising to her feet. "I can handle myself." With that, she drew her pistol and eliminated the encroaching alien soldiers before descending to the ground via the elevator. The complexities of a woman's heart. Roy sighed, and suddenly a flash of blue light caught his attention. It was Thor. Thor, battered and bruised, with singed hair and evidence of a fierce battle, had left a considerable crater in his wake, indicating he had endured significant losses. Roy glanced over to see Loki, floating above with a staff in hand, wearing a smug expression. What has happened to my brother's strength?" "Curse it," Thor muttered under his breath, astonished by Loki's newfound power. "You cannot defeat him." "I shall step in," Roy said as he approached Thor. However, just as Roy finished speaking, the Hulk roared and charged upward, seizing Loki and dragging him down as they both collided onto the rooftop. "What are you doing here, you monster?" Loki exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the Hulk's presence. The Hulk, uninterested in conversation, grasped Loki's leg, leading to a chaotic scene reminiscent of a cinematic showdown. Yet, Loki had grown significantly stronger. The Hulk's attempts to subdue him inflicted little harm, and instead, the purple aura emanating from Loki's staff sent the Hulk flying across the distance. The Power Stone. Roy recognized the artifact atop Loki's staff. It was indeed the Power Stone. He was taken aback that Thanos had bestowed such a formidable gem upon Loki. It was no wonder Thor struggled against him. Yet, Roy was undeterred. A hidden quest has been triggered. Seize the Power Stone. Reward, advanced version of the Power Stone. At that moment, the system resonated within Roy's mind. An advanced version of the Power Stone? Just as this question formed in Roy's thoughts, the system elucidated. The current Power Stone is in its primitive state. Upon acquisition, this system can forcibly unlock and elevate it to its second form. Roy nodded, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the name, and soared to stand before Loki. "Who are you?" Loki clearly did not recognize Roy. With a faint smile, Roy replied, "I am the one who will take your life." Loki erupted into boisterous laughter, then taunted, "I, the god of mischief, a mere mortal like you dares to oppose me? Even your captain would not speak to me so audaciously. Care to test your luck?" As Roy observed Loki's staff beginning to glow, he realized that Loki was gathering power. Truly, he was the god of mischief. Had Roy overlooked this detail, he might have fallen victim to a surprise attack. Chapter 38. The Advanced Power Stone. Loki sneered, then abruptly raised his staff, unleashing a powerful beam of purple light that struck Roy's arm. Roy felt a searing sensation coursing through his limb, and the immense force sent him crashing against the wall. Indeed, it was the Power Stone. It was the first time Roy had endured such harm. Momentarily stunned, he descended from the wall, reflecting on the undeniable reputation of the Power Stone. However, Loki was taken aback, astonished that his attack had inflicted merely a trivial wound on Roy, who appeared unfazed, as if Loki's assault had been a jest. Even Thor would not dare to withstand such a blow. Who on earth is this? Roy shook his head, his gaze growing cold. Your stone is impressive. I shall add it to my collection. A wave of profound dread washed over Loki, prompting him to leap onto a flying vehicle in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, before he could gain altitude, Roy's fist obliterated the craft. Loki gritted his teeth, plummeting to the ground, where he transformed into an ordinary human soldier, blending into the ranks. Hiding, are we? Roy hovered above the battlefield, unable to discern which soldier was Loki. However, they possessed formidable artificial intelligence. Tony, check their identities. Loki has infiltrated. Roy stated calmly. Tony acknowledged, and the AI, Jarvis, promptly scanned the soldiers, displaying their identities before Tony's eyes. Sir, there are 2 Sergeant Toms. One of them is Loki. Jarvis swiftly identified the identical figures. Tony quickly exclaimed, Roy, it's the one on the left. One of them is Loki. Roy scrutinized the 2 individuals Tony indicated. One fought valiantly, while the other hesitated, occasionally firing from behind his comrades. It must be you. In an instant, Roy appeared before Loki, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying into a utility pole. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to such a blow, yet Loki staggered to his feet, confirming his identity without a doubt. Realizing he had been discovered, Loki reverted to his original form, indignantly declaring, Sir, I bear you no ill will. There is no need for such lethal force. Roy replied, Your invasion of Earth makes us irreconcilable enemies. Loki chuckled darkly and remarked, With such formidable strength, you must not be a mere earthling. What is there to cherish in such a backward place? Rather, why not join me in conquering the cosmos? Soon, not just Earth, but Asgard and the entire universe will belong to us. With your meager abilities, you aspire to conquer the universe? Roy retorted scornfully. Although Loki possessed the Power Stone, there were many on Earth who surpassed him, such as the Hulk, the Ancient One, Captain Marvel, and even Tony Stark with his nanotech armor. Not to mention the looming threat of Thanos outside. Loki asserted, I wield the Power Stone, and there is another cosmic cube on Earth, containing 2 additional stones. Once I gather 3, no one in the universe will stand against me. Roy chuckled, producing the cosmic cube, and inquired, Are you referring to this? My apologies, but I have already claimed it. Upon seeing the cosmic cube, Loki's eyes widened, his shock quickly transforming into insatiable greed. Hand it over to me, and I shall grant you anything you desire. Roy toyed with the cosmic cube and replied, This artifact serves me quite well. I have no intention of relinquishing it to you. Loki, evidently patient, urged, The stones must be united to unleash their true power. Give it to me, and we shall conquer the cosmos together, enjoying boundless riches and glory. Roy tucked away the cosmic cube, declaring, I do not require your assistance. I can conquer the universe on my own. With that, he suddenly appeared before Loki, grasping his throat and snatching the scepter, carelessly casting it aside. Stop! That does not belong to you. Loki shouted, If you take it, the entire Earth will pay the price. Roy was well aware of what he meant, but it mattered little to him. In his eyes, a Thanos devoid of the stones was merely another Hulk. Roy glanced at the scepter and then snapped it in 2, extracting the Power Stone from within. Acquired the Power Stone. Mission accomplished. Reward, enhanced Power Stone. As the system concluded, the Power Stone in Roy's grasp began to quiver gently, tendrils of purple light entwining it, as a surge of primordial cosmic energy erupted forth. In the next moment, the stone transformed into a prism, noticeably larger than before, and silently melded into Roy's hand. He felt a sudden surge of heat coursing through his body, purple veins spreading across him before gradually receding. With a flick of his arm, Roy emitted a thunderous sound, sensing a significant increase in his strength. Moreover, he had acquired a new ability. He raised his hand, purple light erupting from his palm, and unleashed a beam of energy. Palm Cannon. Roy had mastered this signature move of Iron Man. The effect was quite impressive. He felt a sense of satisfaction, yet when he turned around, he found that Loki had mysteriously vanished. The battle raged on, with an increasing number of alien forces pouring in. The superheroes were beginning to tire. Iron Man's energy was depleted, necessitating a return to the base for recharging. Thor was gravely injured, and the physical stamina of Captain America and the others had waned significantly, leaving only the Hulk to struggle on. It was time to put an end to this. Roy gazed at the beam of light emanating from the towering structure, the very device that had opened the rift in space-time, allowing the alien fleet to invade. Swiftly, Roy flew towards it, discovering that dozens of monstrous creatures had gathered around the device, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of many humans. It was evident that others had attempted this method before, but had met their demise at the hands of these beasts. The creatures, noticing Roy's presence, roared in warning. However, Roy merely scoffed, raising his hands as two beams of purple light shot forth, causing the monsters below to disintegrate like snow. The advanced Power Stone proved its might indeed. Within 2 seconds, Roy effortlessly dispatched all the beasts and approached the device, shattering it with a single punch. The beam vanished, and the rift in the sky closed, cutting off the alien's support route, leaving the remaining extraterrestrials effectively trapped. What followed was Roy's own spectacular display. Soaring through the air, he swept his hand with the Power Stone, obliterating swathes of the aerial fleet. Chapter 39, Odin's Invitation. Even the colossal beasts could not withstand the energy unleashed by the Power Stone, and the alien fleet was left utterly devoid of combat capability. In truth, had it not been for Roy, both sides would have been at their wits' end, and the technologically superior aliens might have triumphed. Yet, Roy was present. Half an hour later, the extraterrestrial threat to Earth was entirely eradicated. The onlookers gazed at Roy, who appeared as a divine being in the sky, their eyes filled with reverence. "Well done, Mr. Roy." The superheroes gathered at a fast food restaurant, with Tony raising his glass first. Roy replied, "Loki has secured Thanos' support. Soon, Thanos will invade Earth." "Who is Thanos?" Hawkeye questioned skeptically, as the others also heard the name for the first time. Roy explained, "Thanos is a titan who has obliterated numerous planets. Loki has gained his backing, and the armies, including the Power Stone, are provided by him. Now that Loki has fled, his plan to invade Earth has faltered, and with the Power Stone in my possession, Thanos will not let this grievance go unpunished." Thor waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No matter how many come, we shall defeat them all." Roy cautioned, "Thanos is exceptionally powerful. I advise you to seek out other superpowered beings. Otherwise, should Thanos invade, you will be no match for him." "But you and the Hulk are still here, right?" Captain America remarked, munching on his food. Roy replied, "I cannot guarantee victory, so it's best if you remain vigilant." Tony nodded earnestly. "Mr. Roy makes a valid point. Protecting Earth requires our collective effort." Natasha scoffed, "He truly is a reckless man." Roy chuckled, "How am I being irresponsible?" Natasha shot him a glare before retorting, "What do you think?" The others, sensing the slight tension between them, felt a bit awkward and decided to leave after finishing their meal. Having resolved the Loki invasion, Roy amassed a considerable amount of points, which he promptly utilized to unlock Sentinel abilities, now nearing a remarkable 13%. The government naturally undertook the post-war reconstruction efforts, while Roy retreated to the comfort of his home, indulging in a relaxing bath before settling down on the sofa to watch television. At midnight, just as Roy contemplated turning off the television to retire for the night, he was suddenly struck by a mysterious presence. Turning to look, he beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair standing at his doorstep. It was Odin. However, it appeared to be merely a projection. Roy remarked, "Invading someone else's home at this hour is rather impolite." Odin chuckled softly and replied, "I apologize for the intrusion. I heard of your remarkable feats today and traveled from Asgard to witness it firsthand. Indeed, you are exceptional. What brings you here?" Roy inquired, pouring himself a glass of milk. He found it hard to believe that Odin had come all this way merely to check on him, especially after he had just driven Loki away and seized his scepter. Surely, he wasn't seeking vengeance for his son? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Roy dismissed it. His relationship with Loki was far from amicable, and being an adopted frost giant, Loki would hardly seek a duel over such matters. So, what was the purpose of this visit? Odin then said, "There is nothing pressing. If you do not mind, I would like to invite you to Asgard as a guest." Roy countered, "What would I do there?" "Consider it a diversion. Allow Thor to show you around Asgard," Odin replied with a warm smile. Roy scoffed softly, his keen intellect already discerning Odin's ulterior motives. What was his most precious possession? The Infinity Stones. With 3 of them in his possession, anyone would be envious, especially someone like Odin who had been searching for them. However, with Thor present, Odin would likely refrain from any extreme measures, and should it come to that, Roy was not intimidated. A task was assigned. Accept Odin's invitation for a reward of 200 points. The system promptly issued the mission. "Sounds good. When shall we go?" Roy thought it would be an excellent opportunity to explore Asgard and earn some points in the process. Seeing Roy's eager agreement, Odin smiled and said, "Tomorrow, Thor will return to escort you to the Bifrost." Very well. After finalizing their arrangements, Odin's form gradually faded away, as if he had never been there at all. The following day, Thor indeed arrived, bursting through the door with a hearty laugh. "You, my friend, are among the few who have received a personal invitation from my father." Roy did not feign surprise and replied, "I wonder what Odin wants me for." Thor glanced around conspiratorially and said, "You do possess 3 stones, don't you? He likely desires your gems." Roy looked at him, astonished, and replied, "As his son, are you so at ease divulging this information to me? We are comrades, after all. Thor responded, giving Roy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Rest assured, while my father may covet the stones, he would not resort to unscrupulous means. Not with me around. Roy nodded, then let us depart. As the two individuals arrived at a vacant expanse, Thor raised his hammer high and shouted, summoning a radiant column of rainbow light that enveloped them. Roy felt himself lift off the ground swiftly, only to find himself entering a vibrant passage. Moments later, he regained his senses and discovered he had arrived in Asgard. Welcome to the realm of the gods, Asgard, Thor proclaimed with arms wide open, bursting with pride. Looking down, Roy beheld countless majestic structures, resplendent in gold and far more beautiful than anything on Earth. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to reside here for a while, yet his ties to Earth were unbreakable. Shortly after, a spacecraft approached, and a stunning woman stood atop it. Beckoning, Prince Thor, Mr. Roy, please follow me. This enchantress possessed a flawless figure and alabaster skin, exuding an extraordinary aura unmatched by any woman from Earth. Thor nudged Roy and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Asgardian women are truly exquisite. Would you like me to introduce you to one? Don't worry. Natasha won't find out. Roy merely rolled his eyes in response before boarding the ship. The vessel whisked them away to Odin's palace. An imposing edifice characterized by its spaciousness, with a grand throne at its heart, adorned only by a mural that magnificently highlighted Odin's esteemed status. Mr. Roy, welcome to Asgard. Odin gestured casually, and maidens arrived bearing fine wines and sumptuous dishes. Roy took his seat among the guests, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your invitation. After taking a sip of wine, Odin stated, not long ago, my son trespassed upon Earth, and today I extend my apologies on behalf of Asgard. Roy waved his hand dismissively, replying, an apology from you is of little value. You ought to bring Loki to Earth to apologize to the families of the deceased. I am the king of the gods. How could I apologize to mortals? Odin retorted with haughty pride. Noticing the tension, Thor quickly intervened, saying, Father, where is Loki? He should be brought forth. This transgressor must face Mr. Roy. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki sauntered in, appearing nonchalant as if he were a free man. Mr. Roy, we meet again, he greeted. Roy scoffed. Is this how Asgard treats its criminals? Loki shrugged. What can I say? I am a prince, and this is my domain. Roy turned his gaze towards Odin and coldly stated, if this is your attitude, then we have nothing to discuss. Odin raised his left hand in a placating gesture. Mr. Roy, I understand your anger. However, Loki is one of our own, and Asgard has its own independent methods for judging him. With a swift motion, Roy kicked the table over, exclaiming, is your form of judgment merely to entertain with fine food and drink? Loki, feeling emboldened by his father's support, shouted, how dare you disrespect the king? Seize him. I dare anyone to try? Roy challenged. As Thor stepped forward, eyes fixed fiercely on the guards attempting to advance. Roy suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with scorn. Who would have thought that the illustrious Asgard harbors criminals, and you, Odin, are merely a self-serving wretch? Odin remained unperturbed and replied, Mr. Roy, we sincerely extend our invitation to you. Let us discuss Loki's affairs at a later time, shall we? Roy crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, and what, pray tell, do you wish to discuss? Odin glanced at Loki before continuing, the Power Stone is with you, is it not? Indeed, Roy affirmed, it is in my possession. Rising from his seat, Odin declared, Mr. Roy, the Infinity Stones have always been safeguarded by Asgard. It is only here that they can remain secure. The Power Stone could invite peril upon you. Would you not consider leaving it with us for safekeeping? Roy scoffed. You mean to claim my Power Stone? Odin replied, the Infinity Stones are inherently ownerless. They do not belong to you. Upon hearing this, Roy nearly burst into laughter, saying, on what grounds do you demand I return it to you? Mortal, mind your tone when addressing the king of gods. Loki slammed the table in anger. Odin maintained his composure, stating, indeed, the Infinity Stones have been protected by Asgard for generations, and only here can they be safe. Safe? Wasn't the Power Stone already taken, ultimately falling into Loki's hands? That was merely an accident. Odin retorted coolly, Mr. Roy, I hope you can be wise. If you hand over the stone, you shall remain our esteemed guest in Asgard. Thor, indignant, interjected, Father, that is not what you said. Roy is my comrade. Odin responded, Thor, some matters are not as simple as you presume. Roy stood and flexed his wrist, asserting, there is no way I shall part with the stone, if you doubt me. Come and take it. Thor urged, Mr. Roy, my father does not mean it that way. Thor, stand down. Odin barked, and at once, a legion of guards rushed in. Just as Thor was about to summon his hammer, Odin forcibly severed their connection, imprisoning Thor. Observing the guards poised for action, Roy smirked, with these few insignificant fish. Do you truly believe you can seize the stone? Odin replied, Mr. Roy, I am compelled to take this course for the greater good. Spare me your pretense. Are we not to engage? Then let it commence. Roy assessed that only Odin possessed the strength to contend with him. The others were mere weaklings. At that moment, Loki glimpsed a chance for vengeance, transforming and leaping down, shouting, Seize him. With that, the guards charged forward, and Roy crossed his arms, unleashing beams of light that sent the guards sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this, Loki was taken aback. How had the Power Stone's effects grown so potent? It had certainly not displayed such prowess in his hands. Yet before he could gather his wits, Roy was upon him, delivering a single punch that left him bloodied and gasping for breath on the ground. This is indeed your territory. However, before me, all home field advantages are rendered insignificant. Just as Roy intended to end Loki's life, a bolt of lightning struck, not at him, but merely obstructing Roy's lethal intent towards Loki. Mr. Roy, safeguarding the Infinity Stones necessitates considerable power. Why not engage in a contest of strength? Odin approached, weapon in hand. Roy glanced at the fallen Loki, then back at Odin. Just moments ago, Odin could have easily struck Roy. Although it would not have caused harm, it was an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. Yet, Odin refrained from doing so, which slightly altered Roy's perception of him. Very well, I was just contemplating testing the prowess of the All-Father, Roy replied. Odin nodded and stated, I intend for this duel to be witnessed by all the citizens of Asgard. It shall be beneficial for both you and me. Roy understood Odin's implication. If everyone witnessed the match, neither could resort to deceitful tactics, and as a mortal, it would, in some respects, be more advantageous for Roy. Subsequently, they arrived at the arena of Asgard, where throngs had gathered to spectate, having been informed in advance. Mr. Roy, my father possesses immense power. Try to engage him in close combat to avoid a humiliating defeat, Thor whispered in Roy's ear. Thor, a true friend, directly shared his strategy against Odin, albeit still believing that Roy would ultimately lose. Roy nodded, drawing forth his vibranium dagger, while the Tesseract remained unused for the time being. As this was not a fight to the death, and revealing all his cards was unnecessary. Always retain a hidden hand, a philosophy Roy had come to understand. Boom. A distant bell tolled, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. They had not witnessed Odin in combat for ages, though they were unfamiliar with his opponent. It was enough to captivate their attention. Odin emanated a formidable aura, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he cautioned, Mr. Roy, be wary. Chapter 41. Defeating Odin. With that, a surge of golden divine energy erupted from Odin's staff, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, causing Roy's expression to shift dramatically. Fortunately, Roy was swift, easily evading the blast, which collided with the arena's barrier, resonating with a deafening sound. This single act surpassed even the enhanced power of the Power Stone. Odin's strength was truly formidable. Roy steeled himself, recognizing that this was the All-Father, and carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Close in. Thor, watching Roy remain impassive, felt a rising anxiety. Loki scoffed, Do you genuinely expect this fool to defeat our father? Thor retorted angrily, What right do you have to speak here? I have yet to settle the score with you for previous matters. Loki sneered, Eliminating a few individuals is hardly a feat. As the god of thunder, are you truly so soft-hearted? Or have you ceased to regard Asgard as your home? A traitor among us. As the two engaged in a fierce dispute, the arena erupted once more with tumultuous noise. The god King Odin unleashed a devastating, wide-ranging lightning attack, engulfing the entire arena within its scope. It seemed that Odin had discerned Roy's remarkable speed, realizing that ordinary attacks would not suffice to strike him. Nevertheless, Roy navigated through the chaos with remarkable ease, his velocity now rivaling that of Quicksilver from the movies. Such an onslaught could hardly touch him. In an instant, Roy appeared beside Odin, thrusting his vibranium dagger with fierce intent. Yet, Odin, seasoned in combat, swiftly conjured a divine shield to deflect the blow and retreated rapidly. However, Roy was relentless, pursuing Odin closely and launching a ferocious counteroffensive, leaving Odin with little opportunity to retaliate. Good heavens! Is this truly our king? Who is this individual? And how is he so formidable? He surpasses Thor in prowess. Spectators murmured in astonishment. It was Thor who advised you to engage me in close combat, wasn't it? Odin remarked, even amidst the clash. I knew that even without his prompting, Roy replied. With a disdainful snort, Odin declared, Then allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be the God King. With that, Odin burst into laughter as his divine power surged, an overwhelming aura suffocating the onlookers. You wished for close quarters. I shall oblige. Odin swung his staff forcefully toward Roy. Before the staff could reach him, Roy felt a sharp sting and, not daring to be reckless, deftly sidestepped, delivering a kick to Odin's chest. To Roy's astonishment, his strike failed to propel Odin back. Instead, He was repelled by Odin's divine force. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Roy steadied himself, fully alert. This was precisely the challenge he sought, for danger ignited his potential. Let us engage in a proper battle. With renewed fervor, Roy and Odin exchanged blows, each strike resonating with immense power. The sound of their fists meeting flesh causing the onlookers to flinch. The two figures flickered in motion, traversing the arena from north to south and from above to below, obliterating the specially crafted ground beneath them. No spot they touched remained intact. The intensity of their conflict was palpable. Thor and Loki were left in stunned silence, fully aware of Roy's strength, yet astonished at how he matched Odin blow for blow, seemingly unyielding. With a resounding crash, the two separated momentarily, Roy feeling a searing pain in his arms as he gasped for breath. Odin, too, bore the brunt of the exchange, his precious armor shattered and in disarray. The crowd erupted in cheers, witnessing such a thrilling duel for the first time, and once again, the two clashed amidst the roar of the audience. The fierce battle raged on for 3 hours, both warriors pushing themselves to the brink of exhaustion, yet persevering for the sake of the gem that lay ahead. Mr. Roy, let us conclude this final move, Odin declared, determined to end the bout, lest it stretch into the night without a victor. Roy shared the same sentiment, nodding in agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Odin raised his staff high, a formidable surge of divine power brewing, accompanied by Odin's incantation. A golden sphere rapidly expanded before hurtling toward Roy. Clenching the URU dagger, Roy bravely advanced to meet it. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as the golden sphere detonated, unleashing a tempest of divine energy that wreaked havoc, sending gales swirling and nearly destabilizing the protective barrier. At that moment, all of Roy's garments disintegrated, and the divine energy seared his skin, leaving him grievously wounded. Yet, he pressed on undeterred. In an instant, a figure darted past, halting behind Odin while still poised with the dagger. At that moment, Roy lost consciousness and collapsed heavily to the ground. The arena erupted into fervent applause. This thrilling spectacle of Odin's victory was a source of immense pride and delight for the onlookers. This is bad, Thor exclaimed, rushing over to assess Roy's injuries, while Loki approached with a mocking demeanor. Such arrogance, he scoffed. Odin turned to them, stating, "It is not fatal, Thor. Let us place Mr. Roy in the sacred spring for recuperation." What? The sacred spring? Loki gasped, incredulous. How can an outsider be permitted entry? The sacred spring was a revered healing sanctuary in Asgard, capable of reviving anyone who still drew breath. Odin insisted, "Thor, take him there. But we must first extract the gem." Loki interjected, drawing his knife as if to excavate the gem directly from Roy's body, only to be halted by Odin. Sighing, Odin spoke earnestly. Just now, Roy emerged victorious. The revelation struck both Loki and Thor with astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. "Father, you jest, do you not?" Thor asked incredulously. Odin remained silent, opening his hand to reveal a strand of his own hair. Thor's eyes widened in realization. Just moments before, as Roy charged and brushed past Odin, the dagger had severed a lock of his hair. Had Roy intended lethal harm, it would have been Odin's neck that fell victim instead. Though the duel appeared to favor Odin, had it truly been a fight to the death, only Roy would have emerged alive. Loki stood in utter disbelief, lost in contemplation, while Thor hastily transported Roy to the sacred spring. Chapter 42. The god of void in a state of hazy reverie, Roy felt a warm current coursing through his body, swiftly healing his wounds. A sensation akin to the comfort found within a mother's womb, eliciting an involuntary sigh of relief. After some time, Roy gradually regained consciousness, discovering himself on a grand bed adorned with unfamiliar decorations, with a beautiful maid standing nearby. "Mr. Roy, you have finally awakened," the maid exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Roy rubbed his groggy head and inquired, "Where am I?" The maid replied, "You are in the guest chamber of the royal palace." Roy questioned with a hint of bewilderment, "How did I end up here?" The maid replied, "After your duel with the God King, Prince Thor placed you in the sacred spring for recovery, and then instructed us to bring you here." With the maid's reminder, Roy regained his composure and inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" "A fortnight and a half," she answered. "Such a lengthy duration," Roy exclaimed in astonishment, but soon his thoughts were interrupted as the system suddenly announced in his mind, "Congratulations, host. You have defeated Odin, the mightiest of the 9 realms, and your Sentinel unlock progress has reached 20%. Taken aback, Roy felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that his battle with Odin would yield such substantial rewards. By current estimates, his strength had nearly multiplied tenfold. Should another encounter arise, Odin would undoubtedly prove no match for him, especially considering he had yet to utilize the cosmic cube. Mr. Roy, you have finally awakened." At that moment, Thor happened to pass by and entered, surprised to find Roy just regaining consciousness. You have truly become formidable, even defeating my father, Thor boasted, thumping his chest as if he had triumphed over Odin himself. Roy remarked, having been away for such a duration, I must return. Do not be in haste. You have yet to properly explore. Thor insisted, leading Roy outside, where he reluctantly accompanied him for a stroll. Roy, as a mere earthling, how did you acquire such formidable power? Moreover, your rate of growth is astonishing. I recalled during our duel, you lacked such strength, Thor inquired curiously. Roy, naturally, would not divulge the existence of the system, instead evading the question, it all depends on opportunity. You wouldn't comprehend if I explained. Thor conceded, very well. In this era, everyone possesses a secret. As they conversed, they arrived by a riverbank, where several women greeted Roy with enthusiasm, leaving him momentarily taken aback. The battle you fought with my father has garnered you the admiration of all Asgardians. Thor elucidated. Roy merely nodded in acknowledgement, not dwelling on it. And the two continued their walk until they stood before a grand palace. This is the Hall of the Gods of Asgard, housing the divine essences of all gods, along with statues of heroic figures. One day, I too shall have my statue placed here. Upon seeing the statues, Thor's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Roy gazed at the palace, sensing an inexplicable pull emanating from within. At that moment, the system suddenly declared, mission issued, acquire the divine essence of the god of void from the Hall of Gods. Reward, perfect fusion of divine essence. Divine essence? Roy murmured, intrigued, for it was his first encounter with such a concept. He then asked, Thor, can we enter? Thor replied, not yet, but the day after tomorrow is the divine ceremony. Eligible youths will be permitted to enter and undergo the divine essence trial. Should they succeed, they will obtain the corresponding divine essence and become true gods. I, too, acquired the essence of the thunder god. At this, Thor could hardly conceal his pride. Roy nodded, then fell silent as he returned to his chamber to rest. On the third day, Asgard buzzed with excitement, for the divine ceremony was their most significant ritual. Many families aspired to have a deity emerge from their lineage, as such an event would elevate their status immensely. Hence the ceremony was held in high regard. Before the Hall of the Gods, the entire populace of Asgard congregated, with Odin delivering a speech from an elevated platform. While the young men eager to preserve their lives awaited their turn at the forefront, Roy inquired, Thor, may I participate? You? Do you desire divinity as well? Thor responded, astonished. Indeed, I have my reasons, Roy replied earnestly. Then I shall inquire on your behalf, Thor declared. Shortly thereafter, he returned, stating, Father has granted permission but hopes you do not cause any disturbances within. Of course, Roy chuckled, blending into the crowd. When the great doors of the Hall of the Gods swung open, he stepped inside. The interior of the hall was even more magnificent, with Thor guiding the proceedings, instructing everyone on what to expect. Soon, all present chose the divine essences they had long contemplated, save for one blue-purple essence in a corner, neglected by all. Well, which one has captured your interest? Thor approached and asked. Roy glanced around, and with his keen perception, he finally recognized that the blue-purple essence was the one that had previously called to him. What deity is that? He inquired. Thor examined it, and replied with a smile. That is the god of the void, said to have been attained by only 3 individuals, with a notoriously difficult trial. Are you certain you wish to attempt it? He gestured to the crowd, adding, no one has succeeded in challenging this god of the void for nearly a millennium. We had planned to remove it from the next iteration. I will give it a try, Roy stated resolutely. With that, he approached the essence, and Thor relented, saying, very well, proceed. Place your hand upon it, and you shall be transported to your exclusive trial grounds. Roy placed his hand on the essence, and it erupted in 2 beams of light that enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself standing upon a floating platform. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in black robes appeared, obscuring its face. The figure spoke incessantly, and suddenly, an array of flamboyant attacks materialized around Roy, all of which he deftly evaded. The black-robed figure continued its monologue, most of the attacks proving ineffective against Roy. However, when he let his guard down, he suddenly felt as though a great weight bore down upon him, slowing him to a crawl. At that moment, Roy realized that the god of the void operated similarly to a wish-granting entity. As long as it was within its capabilities, uttering a command would invoke its power. Quickly regaining his composure, Roy seized the opportunity to activate the cosmic cube, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that successfully pierced the black-robed figure, causing the illusion to dissolve. Chapter 43. An unexpected visitor, did I succeed? Thor exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment as the divine essence radiated a brilliant light. Roy, with a mere thought, absorbed the essence into his being, a surge of new knowledge flooding his mind, a comprehensive understanding of how to wield the powers of the god of the void. Having attained divinity, The task was deemed successful, and the reward was the perfect fusion of divine essence. Upon the system's announcement, the divine energy began to dissolve like snow, transforming into the highest form of knowledge, which seamlessly integrated into Roy's consciousness. Upon inspection, Roy confirmed his initial suspicions. "Come forth," he uttered softly, and Thor's hammer, the Mjolnir, flew into his grasp autonomously, leaving Thor utterly astonished. This was the god of the void. A smile graced Roy's face, akin to that of a lottery winner. The god of the void invoked magic from another dimension. At present, Roy's energy had yet to fully replenish, allowing him only to manipulate minor matters. Once at the pinnacle of his power, obliterating a planet would merely require a whisper. Half an hour later, the test concluded, with only 10 individuals attaining divinity, while the remainder returned empty-handed. As Roy stepped outside, the bluish-purple radiance behind him instantly captured everyone's attention. "Look, it is the god of the void." Goodness, truly. The god of the void had not manifested in ages. How could it now reside within an outsider? Beyond shock, jealousy and envy reigned supreme. At that moment, a robust earth god approached, coldly declaring, "Outsider, you are unworthy of divine essence." With the earth god leading the charge, other deities followed suit, expressing their grievances. They had once aspired to the god of the void, but had been too timid to pursue it. Now, witnessing an outsider benefit where they could not, their discontent was palpable. What? The god of the void has begun to acknowledge its master? A non-recipient of divinity approached Roy, disbelief etched upon his face. He had believed that the god of the void would not recognize a master, prompting him to choose another divine essence, only to fail. Now, witnessing an outsider claim the god of the void, regret consumed him. The earth god insisted, "Roy, relinquish the god of the void. It is not for your kind to possess." Roy, aware of the impending jealousy, retorted with a smile, "I earned the god of the void through my own strength. Should I return it?" The earth god replied, "This belongs to us as guardians. You are not one of us." Thor interjected, "Kratos, cease this folly." The earth god shook his head resolutely, asserting, "Thor, each divine essence is an invaluable treasure of Asgard. I cannot allow it to be claimed by outsiders." Thor was rendered speechless, for the truth of the matter was undeniable. The divine essences were created by the forebears of Asgard, and it was indeed difficult to justify an outsider taking one. At that moment, Odin approached, expressing his dilemma. "Mr. Roy, this is indeed a tradition of Asgard. I hope you can understand." Observing the anger and sorrow surrounding him, Roy recognized the gravity of the situation. However, the divine essence was immensely significant to him, and he could not easily relinquish it. "Odin, it is your tradition that one who passes the test may possess divine essence." Odin sighed in frustration. Uncertain of how to proceed, Roy contemplated for a moment and decided to take a step back, recognizing that this was a legacy passed down through generations. He said, "How about this? I will relinquish the Power Stone to you, and in return, I shall take the divine essence with me." The Power Stone could only augment his strength unilaterally, and as Roy continued to grow, its effectiveness gradually diminished. In contrast, the divine essence would grant him access to the laws of another dimension. Weighing the pros and cons, it became clear that the divine essence held greater significance than the Power Stone. Moreover, with the Tesseract firmly in his possession, Roy would never relinquish it. Even if Thanos obtained the Power Stone, he would still lack the complete set of gems necessary to snap his fingers. Odin's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, "Really?" Roy replied, "I would feel remiss to take your divine essence without offering something in return, so I shall return the Power Stone to you." The god of the earth scoffed, stating, "The divine essence is far more valuable than the stone. What I am providing you is an upgraded version of the gem." Roy then presented the gem, revealing the diamond-shaped Power Stone, leaving everyone astonished. They had encountered the Power Stone before, but it had never appeared in this form. One among them exclaimed, "This cannot be the Power Stone. You must be deceiving us." Just as he finished speaking, Odin solemnly affirmed, "No, this is indeed the Power Stone, and its power is even more formidable." Odin understood the unprecedented surge of energy contained within the stone. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. If they could study it thoroughly, they might uncover profound secrets. Thus, the Power Stone was entrusted to Odin, while Roy carried away the divine essence. Upon returning to his chamber, Roy began to assimilate the knowledge imparted by the god of the void, focusing on fundamental principles and laws. With a seamless integration of understanding, he found himself effortlessly comprehending everything. The more he delved into this knowledge, the more he felt he had struck an incredible bargain. The god of the void was truly a being of extraordinary caliber. Days passed, and Roy deemed it time to depart. However, just as fate would have it, the Rainbow Bridge encountered an unforeseen mishap, forcing Roy to commandeer a spaceship for his journey home. The voyage from Asgard to Earth necessitated several spatial jumps, likely taking over half a month. Nonetheless, He prepared adequately with provisions and embarked alone on the return journey to Earth. For the first time, he found himself in outer space, gazing upon the vast and boundless universe, which made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. After a moment of reflection, he entered the simulation room, a space capable of recreating everything from Earth, serving as his primary source of entertainment. While lounging on a simulated beach under the sun, a gentle female voice suddenly echoed, "Esteemed Mr. Roy, a spaceship is transmitting a distress signal. Shall we attend to it?" Upon hearing this, Roy stood up, furrowing his brow as he stepped outside. There, he beheld an unremarkable spaceship hovering nearby, and a message appeared on the control panel. "Greetings, may I enter your ship? My vessel has run out of fuel." A projection of a strikingly attractive woman materialized, seemingly possessing an appealing appearance. However, the inherently cautious Roy did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he pondered deeply before mobilizing his reconnaissance forces to ascertain that no other spacecraft lingered nearby. "Come in," he beckoned. With the suspicion of interstellar piracy ruled out, Roy opened the hatch, and upon a successful connection, the woman appeared. Chapter 44. Hela revealed. "Who are you?" Roy inquired. The woman replied, "I am Bella. I intended to travel to Earth, but my ship ran out of fuel midway." "You are not from Earth, are you?" Roy sensed a mysterious energy emanating from Bella. She flashed a charming smile and responded, "No, I am from Asgard. I heard from Prince Thor that Earth is quite beautiful, so I wish to see it for myself." "Asgard?" Roy scrutinized Bella, noting her attire unmistakably marked her as an Asgardian. "Thank you for taking me in." Bella expressed her gratitude. Roy nodded and gestured toward a nearby room, saying, "You may stay there." Once Bella entered the room, Roy's expression darkened instantaneously. It was too coincidental that he had just departed from Asgard and encountered Bella so fortuitously. With the divine essence he had acquired, it was plausible that many would covet it. The possibility of treachery loomed large. After all, how could Bella be aware of his trajectory if not through some ulterior motive? Roy did not believe in mere happenstance. Who could it be? He began to reflect on the significant figures from Asgard during this period, a woman of considerable power, well-versed in Asgardian affairs. Hela? The thought of Hela crossed Roy's mind. Her strength was second only to Odin's. Yet she was only unleashed after Odin's demise. A wave of suspicion surged within him regarding the sudden appearance of Bella. Her presence infused the spacecraft with a semblance of vitality, yet Roy remained vigilant, scrutinizing Bella's every move. She appeared remarkably at ease, devoid of any hint of anxiety. Ironically, this only heightened Roy's wariness. "Bella, did you attend the divine bestowal ceremony a few days ago?" Roy suddenly asked during their meal. Bella smiled and replied, "Of course. I envied you. I attempted to become the god of void 2 years ago, but failed." 2 years ago? Roy pondered thoughtfully, then chuckled. "I was merely fortunate." Bella leaned in and queried, "I heard you fought with Odin, correct?" "It ended in a stalemate." "Wow, you are truly impressive." Bella's eyes sparkled with admiration as she continued, "Lord Odin is the mightiest in the 9 realms. For you to achieve equality in battle with him makes you my idol." Roy scoffed softly, choosing not to respond further. Subsequently, they retired to their rooms for rest. Bella closed the door behind her, surveyed the modest accommodations, and suddenly wore a smirk of disdain. Her form began to shift gradually, and she transformed into the goddess of death, Hela. Seated in a chair, Hela sneered, "Odin has truly deteriorated over the years. Unable to handle even a mere boy. Very well, allow me to deal with him. By the way, that god of void seems rather intriguing. He is worth a try." Upon reflecting on the myriad torments she had previously endured, Hela's expression darkened, and she declared with fierce intensity, "Odin, Asgard. Once I have absorbed the essence of the god of the void, I shall eradicate all of you. I, Hela, am the true sovereign of the 9 realms." The following day, the two sat together for their customary meal. Roy maintained a calm demeanor, while Bella appeared preoccupied, occasionally casting glances at Roy as if searching for an opportunity to strike. After their meal, Roy settled down with a book, and then spoke. "Bella, being of Asgardian descent, you must be familiar with Hela, correct?" Bella's eyes widened slightly in surprise as she replied, "Hela? You mean the goddess of death, Hela?" Roy nodded and inquired, "Could you enlighten me about her?" A flicker of anger crossed Bella's eyes as she remarked, "I am not entirely certain. All I know is that Hela is Odin's daughter and Thor's sister, who, for reasons unknown, was later imprisoned by Odin." Roy affirmed, "Indeed. It is said that Hela ranks just below Thor in terms of power, making her the 3rd strongest in Asgard, a formidable force." "What? She is more powerful than Thor?" Bella exclaimed, her tone filled with disbelief. Immediately, she countered, "In Hela's presence, only Odin can be considered her equal. The rest are mere trivialities." Roy turned to her with an enigmatic smile and asked, "Why are you so agitated?" Bella paused, realizing her reaction had been somewhat excessive, and offered an awkward smile, explaining, "After all, I am a woman. Hela's strength is quite rare in Asgard, and I hold a certain admiration for her. Yet she embodies the essence of death." Roy remarked nonchalantly. "Perhaps." Bella conceded. Roy closed his book, stretched, and said, "Bella, oh no, I should refer to you as Your Highness Hela. I hope I am not mistaken." Bella gasped, "What are you saying? How could I possibly be Hela?" Roy smirked. "Do not feign innocence. The only woman bold enough to traverse the cosmos alone must be Hela. I merely wish to travel to Earth, and this route is exceedingly safe. I am quite capable of handling it alone. You cannot possibly deduce that I am Hela based solely on this." Bella fervently defended herself. Roy waved his hand dismissively. "As an Asgardian, you should understand the origin of divinity, correct?" Bella instinctively responded, "That is inherited from Asgard's ancestors." "You are correct, as former comrades. Those deities share a unique bond. Having acquired the essence of the god of the void, I can naturally sense that connection. From the moment you stepped onto my ship, I could perceive the divine essence within you." Bella explained, "I obtained a divine essence last year. What is so remarkable about that?" "Yet your essence, how does it pertain to the god of death?" Roy asked, crossing his arms with a sardonic smile. At that moment, Hela realized that her divine essence had inadvertently revealed her identity. Gritting her teeth, she understood that there was no point in further denial and chose to revert to her true form. "You are quite astute. It seems I have underestimated you," Hela acknowledged. Roy jested, "You look far better in this attire. The previous outfit did not suit you at all. Remember to choose a style that complements you next time you don a disguise." Hela replied coldly, "Since you've discovered my ruse, I shan't dally any longer. Hand over the divine essence, and I shall spare your life." Roy chuckled heartily. "The divine essence I have painstakingly acquired is not something I would relinquish so easily." Hela revealed a cruel smile, stating, "If you refuse to comply, it will lead you to a dead end. You must contemplate whether you cherish your life or the divine essence. Do not presume that defeating Odin allows you to challenge my authority. Odin has grown feeble and is no match for me." Chapter 45. The first encounter with Thanos. Roy was unfazed by her threats, retorting with a cold laugh. "You are aware of my determination to obtain the divine essence. I could relinquish the Power Stone. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? That would be courting death." Hela's gaze turned progressively frigid, swirling dark energy enveloped her, and a pair of short blades manifested in her hands, emitting a terrifying glint. "You may try," she challenged. No sooner had Roy spoken than Hela teleported before him, exuding a formidable aura that momentarily surprised Roy. However, it was nothing he could not handle. He effortlessly blocked her assault with his vibranium arm. "Is this all you can muster?" With a swift shoulder throw, he slammed Hela to the ground and seized the short blades, casting them aside. Never before had Hela endured such humiliation. Fury ignited within her, and her divine power surged, causing Roy to retreat slightly. "It seems I have underestimated you," she remarked coldly. Roy, however, was acutely aware of Hela's weakness. In the films, her full potential was tethered to Asgard, and once detached from it, her power diminished significantly, rendering her at most equal to Odin's capabilities. "Outside of Asgard, your strength is considerably compromised, is it not?" Roy taunted. Hela gasped in astonishment, for this was a secret known to only a select few. Even Thor was oblivious to it. Where had Roy acquired such knowledge? Yet, the proud Hela would not concede, replying, "I know not from where you have gleaned this rumor." With that, Hela charged again, her immense divine power wreaking havoc within the ship. To protect it, Roy was forced to restrain Hela. "If the ship sustains damage, neither of us will return," he admonished. Hela smirked. "My ship awaits outside. Your concerns should be solely for yourself." As their argument escalated, Roy suddenly sensed a formidable wave of dark energy approaching, causing his expression to shift. Hela, too, furrowed her brow, sensing the disturbance. Roy moved to the viewport, where he beheld a planet erupting in flames, its debris suspended in the void of space, and the life upon it reduced to ashes in an instant. A civilization had perished just like that. Surrounding the planet was an innumerable fleet, reminiscent of the extraterrestrial invaders that once attacked New York City. At the forefront loomed a massive vessel, strikingly similar to the ship of Thanos from the films. That was the fleet of the Titan, Thanos. Hela recognized the situation and scoffed. "What is Titan? I doubt you would even know if I told you. A civilization as primitive as Earth is easily extinguished by Thanos." Roy replied, "Asgard is no different." Hela let out a derisive laugh, seemingly mocking Roy's naivety. "The Titan has been annihilated. Thanos rampages across the universe, and Odin searched for him in vain, only to encounter him here unexpectedly." Roy sneered. "Isn't your brother Loki allied with Thanos?" Hela retorted, "That frost giant? He is utterly useless, even inferior to Thor." Roy regarded Hela. "Thanos is also an enemy of Asgard, yet you seem unfazed." Hela declared proudly. Thanos is merely a muscular beast, not worth worrying about. I had intended to wield the essence of the god of void to utterly eradicate him. But since you were so uncooperative, I must watch him crush Earth instead. Roy calmly responded, Earth is not as fragile as you presume. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he added, perhaps you should contemplate your own predicament. Hela paused, about to unleash her divine power in defiance. When Roy landed a punch on her face, Hela was sent flying like a severed kite, quickly followed by a series of blows from Roy. However, as the goddess of death, Hela seized the opportunity to escape, and Roy chose not to pursue her. Considering the current size of Thanos' forces, they had grown significantly. If such a fleet were to invade Earth, relying solely on himself, and the superheroes would be futile, and ordinary humans were even less dependable. Ultimately, it was Earth's technology that fell short, and the number of superheroes was alarmingly scant. As Roy pondered strategies, a name surfaced in his mind: Black Panther. Wakanda, home to cutting-edge technology, would not falter against extraterrestrial threats. If he could secure Wakanda's technological support to arm their forces, at least they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of technology. Regarding superheroes, he could only consider the mutant faction. With a plan forming in his mind, Roy rose and hastened back to Earth. At Stark Tower in New York City, Tony was experimenting with the latest nano-armor when Jarvis suddenly announced, Sir, Mr. Roy has returned. Tony exclaimed in delight. How is he? Jarvis replied, all vital signs are normal, and his mental fortitude has significantly strengthened. Upon hearing this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that Roy might encounter unforeseen troubles in Asgard. After all, Roy was Earth's strongest asset, a genuine guardian. Should he falter, Earth would face dire peril. Within moments, Roy landed on the rooftop, stating, Tony, we need to discuss something. As Tony poured him a drink, he inquired, what is it? Roy spoke earnestly, I encountered Thanos on my return. He is on a killing spree and will soon arrive on Earth. Tony asked, what is his strength? Roy replied, that is a matter for another time. The crucial point is that Thanos commands an immensely large fleet. We must unite forces globally to confront him. Tony was taken aback, exclaiming, is it really that serious? Roy nodded, responding, this is a conservative estimate. Currently, Earth's technology is lagging, and we would be at a disadvantage against Thanos' army. I need you to accompany me to a certain location. Where? Tony inquired. Wakanda. Wakanda? Tony asked, perplexed. Isn't that the most underdeveloped nation on Earth? What purpose do we have there? Roy chuckled, you'll understand once you come with me. Knowing that Tony would find it hard to believe his words, Roy decided it was better to show him in person. With Roy's firm assurance, Tony chose to trust him, and after a brief discussion, they made their way to the helipad. Due to the urgency of the situation, Roy only invited Tony, as only his technology could be of significance. As they flew over Wakanda, the world's poorest country, Roy observed the primitive tribes below, where even roads were a rare sight, appearing as if they were cut off from the world. Even the capital was in a state of disrepair. Chapter 46, The True Wakanda to Any Observer. It would be hard to believe this was the nation at the forefront of technology, which, to some extent, safeguarded Wakanda's vibranium technology. Mr. Roy, where are we landing? Tony inquired. Roy scanned the area and sensed a unique energy wave emanating from the north. Surely, the true Wakanda lay ahead. Head north, Roy commanded, and Tony complied, swiftly arriving at a flat expanse where they landed. What is it that we seek here? Tony, donning sunglasses and clad in designer attire, felt out of place among the surrounding, impoverished individuals. Roy surveyed the area before stopping a man, asking, Sir, could you tell us where we might find you? You seek us? The man's eyes were filled with suspicion, clearly wary of the two outsiders. Yes, we wish to discuss a potential collaboration. The man pondered for a moment before replying, Follow me. He then whistled, and the surrounding grass and trees rustled, revealing a dozen warriors who seemed prepared to ambush them. Roy and Tony had noticed them upon disembarking, but they were clearly of low combat capability, posing no threat, so they dismissed them. The man led them to a palace built on the mountainside. While it was referred to as a palace, it was merely a three-story building, aged and sparsely decorated, with only a national flag adorning its front, far less opulent than any shopping mall in a human city. Mr. Roy, are you certain there is no mistake? Tony struggled to comprehend what useful resources could possibly exist in such a primitive place. Roy simply smiled in response. Shortly after, a strong and handsome black man approached them. It was none other than Black Panther. Welcome, travelers from afar. I wonder what brings you to our humble abode. Black Panther smiled. Shall we not sit and converse? Roy suggested. Black Panther laughed heartily, waving his hand. Very well, let us enter. However, our conditions are modest. If we fall short in any way, I hope you will forgive us. Tony remained silent, his pride rendering him disinterested in conversing with these primitive individuals. Just as he was about to step towards the palace, Roy grasped his arm. Your Highness, the entrance I refer to is not here. The Black Panther paused momentarily, then inquired, not here? Then where do you mean? Roy replied straightforwardly, Your Highness, I am aware that you possess the most advanced vibranium technology. Surely Wakanda is not merely as it appears? A flicker of coldness flashed in the Black Panther's eyes as he responded, What are you implying, sir? I do not quite comprehend. Your Highness, we have come to discuss a matter of utmost importance, one that pertains to the very survival of Wakanda. I hope you will treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Roy stated. The Black Panther scoffed, Wakanda, so backward, who would venture to this desolate land? Noticing the skepticism in the Black Panther's demeanor, Roy decided to demonstrate, deliberately slowing his movements. Yet even then, it was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to react. The Black Panther instinctively blocked, executing a swift strike to Roy's neck, a reflex of a warrior that even he could not ignore. However, upon catching a glimpse of Roy's almost imperceptible smile, he realized he had been outwitted. Your Highness, commendable reflexes, Roy remarked with a grin. The Black Panther chuckled awkwardly and replied, Our tribe comprises strong warriors, myself included. Is that so? I had thought it was the heart-shaped herb. Since Your Highness shows no inclination towards collaboration, we shall take our leave. The Black Panther was taken aback, never expecting that the secret of his heart-shaped herb had become known to another. It was, after all, the source of his power. How could this mysterious man have discovered such knowledge? Before he could contemplate further, Roy turned to depart. That cannot be allowed. If Roy were to leak this information, it would surely attract numerous adversaries, leading to calamity for Wakanda. Sir, please wait. The Black Panther ultimately resolved to intervene, halting Roy in his tracks. Fixing his gaze upon Roy, the Black Panther inquired earnestly, Sir, how did you come to learn of the heart-shaped herb, and how much do you truly know about Wakanda? At this juncture, Roy decided to be candid. The heart-shaped herb is the source of your Black Panther powers. As for the rest, I merely understand that Wakanda is not as primitive as it appears. You possess the most advanced technology, concealed within a protective barrier. As Roy spoke, the Black Panther's expression grew increasingly perilous. This was Wakanda's most closely guarded secret. Where had this man acquired such knowledge? The power within the Black Panther surged. His fists clenched, poised to deliver a lethal blow, as he contemplated whether to silence Roy permanently. Roy, sensing the shift in the Black Panther's demeanor, stood resolutely before him. So, Your Highness, do you intend to strike me? After a prolonged internal struggle, the presence of Tony beside him ultimately swayed the Black Panther to abandon the notion of murder, stating, What do you mean by collaboration? Shall we discuss it here? Roy gestured around. The Black Panther nodded and replied, Then follow me. Having spoken, the Black Panther approached the palace, gesturing with his hand. In an instant, a radiant blue light emanated from his fingertips, transforming the surroundings from a dilapidated village into a towering metropolis. My goodness, Tony's mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit a light bulb, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The advanced technology before him was undeniably decades ahead of Earth, far surpassing even his own achievements. Wakanda, indeed, was a hidden gem. Meanwhile, the Black Panther's guard arrived, their watchful eyes fixed intently on Roy and his companion. The Black Panther waved his hand dismissively and said, Mr. Roy, I have unveiled Wakanda before you. Can we converse now? Roy offered a calm smile, then produced his phone to reveal a video he had previously recorded of Thanos' fleet. This individual is Thanos, he stated, a ruthless murderer currently wreaking havoc across the cosmos. It won't be long before he descends upon Earth. The Loki who invaded New York was sent by him. The Black Panther's expression grew grave. The scale of Thanos' fleet was far beyond what any nation or superhero could withstand alone. It necessitated a coalition of all nations. What do you require from Wakanda? He inquired solemnly. Roy replied, It is quite simple. Assist the military in enhancing their technological capabilities. Given the current state of Earth's technology, engaging in space warfare is exceedingly challenging, which is why we need Wakanda's technical support. Impossible. The head of the guard immediately retorted. Vibranium technology is the foundation of our nation. If it were to leak out, it could spell disaster for us. The Black Panther shared this concern. Roy clarified, You misunderstand. I do not intend for you to disseminate your vibranium technology. Rather, I propose that you sell finished products to other nations. If necessary, you may also provide user manuals and maintenance information. Surely, this does not constitute a breach of your technological secrecy? The guard captain countered, That is still unacceptable. You outsiders are perpetually coveting Wakanda's technology. If we concede this time, it will only embolden you in the future. Tony interjected, You are viewing us through a biased lens. The Black Panther added, The captain has a valid point. Mr. Roy, I hope you can appreciate that Wakanda has been deceived in the past, and thus we are not quick to trust anyone. Faced with their stubbornness, Roy felt a sense of exasperation. What would it take for you to agree to my request? He asked. The Black Panther replied, we honor strength. If you can demonstrate the capability to protect Wakanda, we will consider taking a gamble with you. A mission was then issued. Defeat Wakanda's strongest warrior to earn 500 points. The system declared in Roy's mind. Roy responded, so your proposal is for a one-on-one duel? The Black Panther nodded. We must ensure that after the technology is entrusted to outsiders, Wakanda remains under the protection of absolute strength. Understood, Roy affirmed. Very well, the Black Panther said, conversing briefly with the guard captain in Wakandan before turning back to Roy. Please, follow me. As Roy and his companions arrived at the edge of a precipice, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent waterfall cascading down into the abyss below. Roy recognized this sacred place as the very site of Wakanda's ascension to power, and soon the representatives of various tribes took their positions. Once the ritual was complete, the Black Panther prepared to ingest a potion to relinquish his powers. However, Roy intervened, asserting, there is no need for that, for I possess my own extraordinary abilities. The Black Panther stared at him in astonishment, while the onlookers erupted in laughter, their jeers dripping with derision. In their minds, the power of the Black Panther was unrivaled, rendering him the most formidable human on Earth. Hence, before every challenge, he would forfeit his powers to ensure fairness. Yet, this audacious youth dared to dismiss the Black Panther's strength, believing his own abilities rendered him invulnerable. Insanity, absolute insanity. The Black Panther retorted, Mr. Roy, that would be unfair to you. Roy chuckled softly, replying, if your powers were to be stripped away, that would be the true injustice. With Roy's insistence, the ritual of forfeiting the Black Panther's power was dispensed with, and the challenge was announced to commence. With a shield and spear in hand, the Black Panther locked eyes with Roy, the tension in the air palpable. Meanwhile, Tony observed from the sidelines, sipping a soda, confident in Roy's prowess. He believed that not only could Roy easily handle the Black Panther, but even the Hulk would stand no chance against him. This contest seemed devoid of suspense. However, the people of Wakanda felt differently. Be cautious. I shall not hold back, the Black Panther warned before leaping into action, thrusting his spear with ferocious intent. The sharp tip cleaved the air, and even without the Black Panther's enhanced abilities, his strength was formidable. Roy tilted his head, deftly evading the strike with minimal effort. The Black Panther roared in frustration, repeatedly lunging at Roy with blinding speed, leaving spectators bewildered by the flurry of motion. Yet to Roy, it was almost tedious. To spare the Black Panther's pride, he resolved to refrain from counterattacking until the appropriate moment. The Black Panther shouted in anger, only to find his strike deftly sidestepped once more. This finally ignited his fury, prompting him to discard both spear and shield and launch a punch at Roy. The Black Panther's stamina was extraordinary, but Roy, being merely human, was cautious not to exert too much force for fear of causing harm. As the Black Panther unleashed his relentless assault, Roy remained unscathed, absorbing the blows while allowing the Black Panther to tire himself out. It is time to conclude this, Roy mused, calculating the opportune moment when the Black Panther would be fatigued. With a casual push, he sent the Black Panther hurtling backward, skidding along the edge of the cliff before coming to a halt, shaken but intact. The Black Panther stood frozen in disbelief, while the Wakandans grew anxious, calling out for him. The outcome of the contest hinged on either death or surrender, and although the Black Panther had merely been knocked aside, he still had a chance to reclaim victory. Determined to uphold the honor of a warrior, he resolved to fight until the very last moment. Mr. Roy, as we previously discussed, this is a fair duel, so I implore you to give it your all, as it is a matter of respect towards me. Roy nodded. And then with a simple yet formidable punch, he unleashed a terrifying force. Before that punch even made contact with the Black Panther, the latter felt as if a great mountain had descended upon him. With a furious roar, he raised his arms to defend himself. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed, and a massive splash erupted in the air. Once calm returned, the onlookers beheld the Black Panther lying motionless on the ground, instantly plunging the atmosphere into a chilling silence. At this moment, the Black Panther had succumbed to unconsciousness. Roy's punch had utterly shattered his defenses, rendering him in a state of shock. Task accomplished, 500 points awarded. However, Roy had held back, sparing the Black Panther's life. Moments later, the rescue team arrived promptly, whisking away the Black Panther for secret treatment. Meanwhile, the remaining Wakandans were agitated, brandishing their weapons and surrounding Roy and Tony. Hey, what do you intend to do? Tony summoned his nano armor without hesitation. A man, his mouth covered by a circular plate, proclaimed, he has shown us great disrespect. We must punish him. Roy retorted coolly, the prince and I engaged in a fair duel, witnessed in full by the high priest. I have shown no disrespect. Why waste words on him? Just apprehend him. Does he still covet our technology? Dream on. A hot-headed young man interjected. Others, emboldened by his words, clamored to seize Roy. Resorting to such underhanded tactics because you cannot defeat others? Let me enlighten you. Do not presume your technology is superior. In the face of Stark Industries, we are the true pioneers of innovation. Chapter 48. Successful collaboration. Tony revealed his palm cannon and other weapons, aiming them at the Wakandans. Stand down. A stern female voice resonated, and upon turning, Roy recognized the captain of the guard from earlier. The captain approached the crowd, stating coldly, Mr. Roy and the prince engaged in a fair duel. There was no disrespect involved, and we must honor our word. This has been expressly mandated, so you all must withdraw. After dismissing the crowd, the captain turned to Roy and said, I am loath to acquiesce to your request, yet you have triumphed over us. We must uphold our promise. Follow me. With the crisis averted, Tony retracted his armor, walking alongside Roy as they followed the captain. I've heard that your most prized possession is vibranium. Might you be interested in selling some to me? Tony inquired, his interest piqued by the high-performance metal essential for his armor. The captain rolled her eyes and replied, Vibranium is the lifeblood of Wakanda. Do not even think of it, or I shall personally end you. It is Roy who has defeated us, not you. This was the first time Tony had ever been threatened in such a manner, and he retorted angrily, What are you saying? Do you truly believe you can overpower me? The captain of the guard sneered, Do not presume that hiding beneath your armor renders you invincible. To me, your armor is merely a collection of technical flaws. And you dare to claim superiority in technology? Tony, mercilessly mocked in his area of expertise, was instantly engulfed in fury. Speak another word, and you shall regret it. Shall we engage in a duel? At the captain's remark, Tony hesitated, choosing to remain silent. The captain then led them into the palace, where Black Panther, having completed his recuperation, welcomed them in formal attire. Mr. Roy, I did not anticipate your prowess to be so formidable. You are more than capable of safeguarding Wakanda. Black Panther remarked with a smile. Roy replied, We share a common adversary. Protecting you is only right. I also hope you will extend your assistance to other nations. After all, a thumb, no matter how strong, is but a single digit. It is the unity of 5 fingers that forms a fist. Upon hearing Roy's vivid analogy, Black Panther laughed heartily and responded, What I promise, I shall fulfill. I have pledged that if you conquer me, I will consent to your proposed plan. Now, let us tour our research facility. Black Panther guided them into a research lab that was larger than 5 football fields, bustling with researchers diligently engrossed in their respective projects. Brother, who are they? At that moment, Black Panther's sister, Shuri, approached. Black Panther introduced them. This is Mr. Roy, and this is Mr. Tony. They are our esteemed guests. Shuri scrutinized Roy, having already known Tony but wondering about this unfamiliar man. Roy remarked, Miss, it is impolite to appraise others so openly. Black Panther, slightly apologetic, added, She is accustomed to it. Shuri realized she could not decipher Roy and decided to set aside her thoughts, pulling Black Panther over to showcase her latest suit design. Brother, this is my newest creation, utilizing nanotechnology that allows the suit to be concealed within a necklace. Moreover, it can absorb kinetic energy and release it in a powerful burst, creating a formidable impact. Shuri spoke enthusiastically about her work, while Black Panther listened patiently. Roy smiled and said, It looks quite impressive. It indeed thrives under pressure. It's just nanotechnology. I have that too. Iron Man scoffed, his words inadvertently reaching Shuri's ears, inciting her indignation. What did you say? She exclaimed. Tony instinctively replied, It's quite ordinary. I have a nanotech suit as well. With that, he showcased his armor, brimming with pride. Shuri retorted, Do you think nanotechnology is simple? Our suit features an energy absorption system that converts it into our own strength. It's remarkable. Tony laughed heartily before responding. Compared to my armor, this is utterly inferior. Mine possesses an array of functions, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth. Can yours meet such standards? What do you mean by that? As tensions between the two, poised to clash over their battle armor, escalated, Roy and Black Panther swiftly intervened. Tony, do not act impulsively. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit, Roy implored. Tony, agitated, retorted, This young lady dismisses my standing. I am merely defending the pride of Stark Industries. After much persuasion, Roy managed to calm the two, and then he and Black Panther proceeded to explore other areas. Wakanda has now crafted a new type of aircraft utilizing vibranium, primarily designed for space combat, although it operates seamlessly within the atmosphere as well. This aircraft was personally designed by my sister and is entirely constructed from vibranium, representing the pinnacle of our technological advancements. Has it undergone test flights? Roy inquired. Indeed. It has reached nearly 500 kilometers within the atmosphere, and the same speed is achievable in space. However, it is still insufficient, Black Panther responded. While this aircraft is impressive, The quantity remains limited and is inadequate to arm an entire squadron. Brother, Black Panther continued, even though you have provoked me, we have become acquainted through this conflict. We cannot afford to let our technology slip away. Otherwise, Wakanda would be doomed. Your Highness, Roy replied, you still harbor doubts about my loyalty. Rest assured, I possess the strength necessary to protect Wakanda, as you have witnessed. To be candid, if it were not for the overwhelming numbers of Thanos' forces, I could handle them myself. Observing the unwavering confidence of this man, Black Panther contemplated seriously and ultimately agreed to their accord. However, Mr. Roy, will other nations cooperate willingly? Black Panther, being astutely aware of the European leaders' tendencies to prioritize profit, knew that they would likely steer the course of this conflict toward financial gain, which could jeopardize their armaments. Roy nodded, stating, I will systematically dismantle the resistance from other nations. Those who refuse to cooperate will have only their own ruthlessness to blame. As the menace emanating from Roy intensified, Black Panther found himself increasingly perplexed, unable to fathom the true nature of Roy. What kind of man is Roy, he pondered, reminiscent of the encouragement he felt when the goddess of Black Panther first visited him long ago, a sensation he had not experienced in a considerable time. Chapter 49. The superhero in pajamas. Roy successfully concluded his visit to Wakanda, with Black Panther agreeing to supply the latest technological weaponry to the human military, the specifics of which would be determined after further discussions. Tony, the matters in Wakanda have been settled. It is now your turn to address the remaining issues. Roy remarked on the plane. Tony nodded, affirming, no problem. I shall pay them a visit upon my return. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Roy contemplated quietly. The ordinary teams were taking shape, and next came the superheroes. In the films, Thanos commands 4 formidable generals, alongside numerous alien warriors. However, in this reality, Roy could not believe that Thanos would be as solitary as depicted in the movies. He was prepared for the worst, suspecting that Thanos' army might encompass many individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. If this is indeed the case, then relying solely on the existing superheroes is insufficient. It is imperative to unite with other individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Roy calculated internally that heroes such as Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Ant-Man, Scarlet Witch, and various others are scattered across the globe. Should he manage to gather them all, it would effectively fill the gap in elite combat power. As for the mutants, Roy has no intention of seeking them out at this moment. First, their strength is formidable, and with Roy's current prowess, he would struggle to maintain control over them. Secondly, they could serve as Earth's trump card. Should extraterrestrial beings invade again, the mutants would deliver a significant surprise. Thus, Roy set his sights initially on the young man from Queens, Spider-Man. At the entrance of an ordinary high school, Roy leaned against a rugged vehicle. Glancing at the time on his watch, it was nearly dismissal time. 3 minutes later, students began to emerge, and Roy's gaze immediately fell upon the handsome young man. Peter Parker. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Peter ventured into a narrow alleyway, and moments later, Spider-Man soared into the air, climbing to the highest rooftop. Roy observed everything keenly, then stealthily followed suit. Help! There's a robbery. At that moment, an elderly woman lay on the ground, clutching a bag tightly to her chest, while a young man of African descent rained punches and kicks upon her. Give me the bag, or I'll kill you. The assailant, filled with rage and humiliation, swung his fist down, but before he could make contact, Peter had already seized his wrist and forcefully hurled him towards a nearby dumpster. Hey, are you all right? Peter gently lifted the woman, uttering a few comforting words. Damn it, who do you think you are, meddling kid? Just because you wear pajamas doesn't make you a superhero. The young man spat angrily, producing a handgun from seemingly nowhere, aiming it at Peter's head. Peter shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I never claimed to be a superhero. Then why are you interfering? The assailant retorted, get lost, or I'll shoot you dead. Peter countered, you're threatening an elderly woman. Have you no decency? With hands and feet. Why not find a job? Enough chatter. Die. The assailant, clearly lacking patience, revealed a cruel smile and abruptly pulled the trigger. However, he heard no gunshot. When he finally registered what had happened, he discovered that the magazine had somehow ended up in Peter's hand. With a calm smile, Peter delivered a punch that knocked the young man unconscious, just as nearby police officers arrived. Peter changed back into his regular clothes and returned home. Yet, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a man in his living room. Roy smiled at him and said, you must be Peter. Peter did not recall knowing Roy, but Aunt May quickly interjected, Peter, this is the project manager from Stark Industries. I heard you were seeking an internship opportunity, and Mr. Roy came personally to conduct your interview after hearing about your commendable performance at school. Oh, is that so? Peter was somewhat taken aback. Roy stood up and said, now that you are back, let us begin. All right, you conduct the interview while I prepare dinner, Aunt May chuckled. Upon entering Peter's bedroom, Roy glanced at the furnishings and then asked, Peter, Do you know why I sought you out? Instinctively, Peter replied, no, because you are truly exceptional, Roy said enigmatically. Peter was momentarily stunned, sensing that Roy might know something, yet he was uncertain. With a wry smile, he remarked, perhaps it's because I possess a bit more practical skill? No, no, no. Roy approached Peter, pointed at his backpack, and said with a grin, I was referring to this. Peter was suddenly startled and instinctively snatched the backpack away, while Roy leisurely produced a video, the very footage of Peter confronting the mugger. You know everything? Peter exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I know you are Spider-Man, Roy replied. Before he could elaborate, Peter quickly interrupted him, gesturing towards the door to imply that Aunt May should not overhear. Roy waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, rest easy, I have cast a barrier in this room. No one can hear our conversation. At that moment, the system unexpectedly assigned a task to Roy, assist Peter in modifying his suit, with the reward being heightened senses. Roy paused for half a second to contemplate before accepting the task. Peter, puzzled, asked, how did you know Spider-Man is me? Roy settled onto his bed and replied, there is nothing in this world that I am unaware of. Therefore, you did not come to me for an interview. Peter felt a twinge of disappointment. He had long anticipated an internship opportunity. Roy shook his head and clarified, no, I genuinely came to interview you, and you have passed. Really? What exactly will I be doing? A superhero, Roy replied casually. Peter, I need you, a person with your extraordinary abilities, to work under my guidance. This is a unique internship experience. Peter pondered for a moment and tentatively probed, so, am I capturing criminals? Not just criminals, but also monsters, superhumans, and even extraterrestrials. In short, wherever there is danger on Earth, you must be present, Roy asserted earnestly. Of course, you can choose not to join. And I will still provide you with an internship position. The choice is yours. Peter gazed at Roy for an extended period, realizing that this young man possessed an allure beyond his imagination, and Roy's words deeply resonated with him. Indeed, what boy does not yearn to become a superhero? Peter had the capability. He merely lacked an opportunity. All right, I accept your offer. Chapter 50. Dr. Strange. Peter made his decision with remarkable decisiveness, and then inquired, when do I start? Now. Is it really that urgent? Roy replied candidly, I must not conceal the truth from you. A catastrophe will soon befall Earth, and I need you to adapt to the role of an Avenger as swiftly as possible. Is it going to be like the last incident in New York? Peter asked. Its intensity will be tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold, Roy stated, unembellished. Peter's expression turned to one of astonishment, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Roy approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, I understand that you are merely a high school student, and it is unfair for you to be thrust into life and death situations with us. However, I currently find myself in need of numerous superpowered individuals, and you are among the most exceptional. Peter nodded in understanding and replied, I comprehend. I will request a leave of absence from school tomorrow. There is no need for that. Someone will assist you with your absence. For now, just come with me. Once they exited, Aunt May had prepared dinner, and the three shared a simple meal before Peter set off with Roy. Upon arriving at the Alliance base, Roy promptly introduced Peter to Tony. Tony expressed his admiration for Peter, and upon learning that he lacked a proper suit, readily agreed to Roy's request to create a suit for Peter. Mission accomplished. Supersensory perception acquired. Current range, 100 meters. As the system finished its announcement, Roy felt the world suddenly hush, and his senses seemed to extend over great distances. Even through a wall, he could distinctly perceive 2 flies buzzing nearby. Roy relished this newfound ability, as it would help him evade assassination attempts, save for long-range sniping. However, no bullet in this world posed a threat to him anymore. After testing his abilities, Roy soared into the sky, just as he intended to return home. He unexpectedly spotted a peculiar vehicle in a mountainous area. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the distinctive car from a film. Dr. Strange. Indeed, this was Dr. Strange's vehicle, which he was destined to drive to a medical appointment before a fateful distraction led to a car accident, resulting in the crippling of his hands and subsequently embarking on a magical journey to restore his career. The scene of the accident in the film mirrored this very moment. Roy halted, watching as the car lost control and plummeted into the abyss below. Flames erupted, and the car was rendered unrecognizable, while Dr. Strange lay on the shore, blood pooling around him, unconscious. Roy refrained from intervening, opting to wait for him to awaken, as minimizing his interference with the film's narrative was paramount. However, after a lengthy wait with no signs of Dr. Strange regaining consciousness, Roy grew restless. He quickly called for an ambulance and descended to assess Dr. Strange's injuries. His critical wound was to the head, yet his hands remained unscathed. After some contemplation, Roy declared, head fully restored, hands crippled. No sooner had he spoken than the power of the God of the Void activated, gradually healing Dr. Strange's head while inflicting 2 grotesque wounds on his hands. At that moment, the ambulance arrived, and Roy ascended into the sky, observing as Dr. Strange was lifted onto the stretcher. Thus, the narrative could proceed smoothly. After all his efforts, it seemed the progression of the story still relied on him. Roy chuckled wryly and leisurely returned home. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment, Black Widow suddenly paled and rushed to the bathroom to vomit uncontrollably, eventually emerging weakly, leaning against the wall. Roy, I swear I will kill you. As the days passed in serene tranquility, Roy pondered the time. Dr. Strange should have been discharged by now. Arriving at the doctor's villa, he witnessed a middle-aged woman in a state of frantic urgency rushing out, followed by a suitcase that flew out and spilled its contents across the ground. Get lost. I'm not an invalid. Why do you need to take care of me? A heart-wrenching scream erupted from within, causing the woman to flee in terror. While Roy slowly entered the premises, a mission was assigned: assist Dr. Strange in embarking on the path of magic, with a reward of extraordinary combat prowess lasting 3 hours. Roy stumbled momentarily, nearly tumbling down the steps, and exclaimed in shock, "What? I suspect you are up to no good." The system remained silent, which Roy interpreted as tacit agreement. With a wry smile, he ascended the staircase, only to have a vase soar towards him, halting just 10 centimeters before his face. "Didn't I say I was dismissing you? I already paid you. Is it not enough? Come on, all of it is yours." At that moment, a disheveled man approached, clutching a pile of cash, but upon recognizing Roy, he froze in place. "Who are you?" Roy surveyed the room, once opulent but now in disarray, with numerous luxury watches shattered on the floor. Regaining his composure, he smiled and said, "Hello, Doctor. You know me?" Dr. Strange replied with suspicion, then seethed. "I know you're here to seek my help. I've resigned and am done with this. Can't I even hide at home?" He displayed his trembling hand, exclaiming, "Look at my condition. How can I heal anyone like this?" "Doctor, please calm down. I am here to save you," Roy reassured him. "Save me? Huh?" Dr. Strange scoffed derisively, then challenged, "All right, let us see how you intend to save me." "I know how to heal your hand," Roy asserted. A flicker of hope ignited in Dr. Strange's eyes, only to quickly extinguish as he retorted, "Don't joke with me. I know my hand better than anyone. It has no chance of recovery. While current medical methods on Earth may deem it impossible, that does not mean there are no alternatives," Roy stated earnestly, sitting opposite Dr. Strange. "For instance, superpowers." "So, you are a superhero?" Dr. Strange inquired. "You could say that. And do you possess healing abilities?" "No." "Then why are you wasting my time?" Dr. Strange exclaimed. "I am aware that superpowers exist in this world, but I have never heard of any healing abilities." Roy waved his hand dismissively. "Whether you believe it or not, I can heal you with a single phrase." Dr. Strange turned away. "I do not trust you, charlatan. Leave, or I shall call the police." "Go ahead. You think I am afraid?" Dr. Strange proceeded to dial the police, declaring, "Hello, officer? There is a madman in my home." Before he could finish, a voice on the other end interrupted. "Is that so, doctor? A madman like me?" Chapter 51. The mighty champion. Dr. Strange's pupils dilated as he glanced at the number on his phone. It was indeed the emergency hotline. But how could it be Roy's voice? "Now, can you trust me?" Roy's voice echoed in his mind. Startled, Dr. Strange abruptly discarded the phone, his chest heaving with anxiety as he gazed at Roy in disbelief. "Who on earth are you?" "I am the one who saved you," Roy replied calmly. After a moment of silence, he added, "I know where you can heal your hand. Why do you wish to assist me? You will find out in due time. For now, I only wish to know if you will accompany me." After staring at the youthful Roy for a prolonged moment, Dr. Strange struggled internally before finally bowing his proud head. "Very well, I shall follow you." Having successfully persuaded Dr. Strange to seek treatment, Roy promptly acquired a jet and set off with him toward the Temple of Magic. "Mr. Roy, are we leaving the country?" Dr. Strange inquired, observing the border below with confusion. Roy nodded and replied, "The place I mentioned is in Black Continent." "Black Continent? The medical conditions there are abysmal. I told you. Healing your hand does not rely on conventional medicine." Dr. Strange nodded, setting aside his doubts, and fell silent. That afternoon, they arrived at their destination, standing before the Temple of Magic. "This is a religious site?" Dr. Strange furrowed his brow tightly, glancing at the veiled religious figures around him, suddenly feeling uneasy. "You don't expect me to pray to God, do you?" he asked, half in disbelief. "Enough with the chatter. Just come inside," Roy said, pulling Dr. Strange into the temple without further ado. Inside, the ambience resembled that of a film set. At that moment, the Ancient One approached, her initial shock upon seeing Dr. Strange quickly morphing into curiosity. Her expression shifted as she looked at Roy. "Ah, Sri Lanka, you have finally arrived." Dr. Strange regarded the bald woman before him and said, "He brought me here. He said you could heal my hand." After speaking, he gestured beside him, only to find that Roy had inexplicably vanished. "He speaks the truth. Follow me," the Ancient One remarked with a serene smile, leading Doctor Strange into an adjacent room. Meanwhile, Roy sat leisurely atop the roof, observing the local culture. Mission accomplished, combat prowess enhanced, the system announced in his mind, and Roy reluctantly accepted the reward. Sir, who are you? The Ancient One suddenly appeared behind him, her gaze scrutinizing the enigmatic figure before her, unable to decipher his essence. I am Roy, an Avenger, he stated simply. The Ancient One nodded slightly and stood beside him. I can understand that, but how did you know I was waiting for him? That is of little consequence. What matters is why I brought him here. Roy spoke slowly. Sorceress, a great calamity is approaching Earth. The Ancient One nodded gravely. Is it Thanos? Roy was momentarily taken aback. You know, upon reflection, it is indeed plausible that Master Ancient One possesses the Time Stone. I have glimpsed into the future and am aware of Thanos' impending invasion of Earth. However, unlike other parallel universes, the visions I encountered were shrouded in mist, embodying a profound uncertainty. Such ambiguity about the future is exceedingly rare, suggesting that some unforeseen variables have emerged. Master Ancient One glanced at Roy, her eyes gradually igniting with brilliance. Roy inquired, You will be there when the time comes, will you not? With a soft smile, Ancient One replied, I shall soon meet my end, and the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme will be passed to Sri Lanka. Roy posed a question. Since you are aware of your impending demise, why not take measures to avert it? Ancient One elucidated, To peer into the fabric of existence is a grave transgression. I cannot subjectively alter the course of fate. Furthermore, I am deeply afflicted by dark magic, rendering any reversal impossible. Thus, death is the most favorable choice for me. Her demeanor was remarkably serene, as if she were not contemplating her own mortality. It became clear to Roy, the onus now lay with Sri Lanka. Nodding in acknowledgement, Roy stood and said, Very well, I must take my leave. With that, he departed with purpose. Master Ancient One observed Roy's trajectory as he flew away, murmuring, The uncertainty of the future must be attributed to you, the Avenger, or perhaps even a deity. Now, with Black Panther, Doctor Strange, and Spider-Man having returned to their rightful paths, the remaining elite superheroes included Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, the latter of whom could be considered the strongest of the entire alliance. However, he currently lacked information regarding the two, leaving matters in abeyance. Upon returning home, Roy was taken aback to find Natasha waiting at his doorstep, her gaze icy. Natasha? He exclaimed, surprised. Without uttering a word, Natasha tossed a pregnancy test at him, stating, What are we going to do? Roy's expression turned blank as he beheld the 2 lines on the test. Hadn't Natasha undergone sterilization during her training in the films, rendering her incapable of pregnancy? Could there be a mistake? Didn't you have a sterilization procedure? He questioned. Natasha retorted, I underwent blood tests and discovered I am pregnant. Look at what you've done. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within Roy, and he chuckled. So, I am to become a father. To your mother. Natasha couldn't suppress her expletive, then added, Is this even a good thing? My combat prowess will plummet by half now that I'm pregnant. No worries, I will protect you, he assured her. Who cares for your protection? Natasha snapped. I came merely to inform you, and then I will terminate the pregnancy. If you even dare to touch me again, I will kill you. With that, Natasha mounted her motorcycle and rode away. Roy let out a wry laugh, lamenting, What a pity. I thought I might become a father. After resting at home for the night, Roy received a call from Coulson the next day. Mr. Roy, Hydra has resurfaced in Cloaksville. Hydra, that ever-persistent organization. Roy pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled that Quicksilver and Scarlet, which were affiliated with Hydra. What about the others? He mused aloud while dressing. Coulson replied, Tony and the others have set off. Do you need them to come and fetch you? No need. Just send me the map from there. With that, Roy decisively hung up the phone and soared into the sky towards Cursonville. Cursonville, a small town in the south, was rather remote and the farthest from the Avengers' headquarters, which explained why Hydra chose to conceal themselves there. Chapter 52. The Sorcerer's siblings Tony and his team arrived at Cursonville before Roy, immediately engaging in fierce combat. Reminiscent of scenes from the movies, with the only notable absence being Thor, Roy circled above for a moment, then directly hovered over Hawkeye, awaiting Quicksilver's arrival. As anticipated, a streak of silver flashed by, sending Hawkeye crashing to the ground. Damn it, what is this? Hawkeye quickly regained his footing, drawing his bow and preparing to shoot, only to find no one in sight. The silver flash reappeared, and Hawkeye found himself on the ground once more. From above, Roy observed with clarity. Quicksilver's speed exceeded that depicted in the films by a significant margin, and he could barely keep pace. Indeed, he was the only individual whose singular attribute surpassed Roy's. Damn it! Hawkeye seethed in frustration, unable to match Quicksilver's speed and becoming a target for repeated strikes. Fortunately, Quicksilver refrained from delivering lethal blows, choosing instead to simply knock him down time and again. Just as Quicksilver prepared to strike again, he noticed an additional figure nearby and instinctively bolted away. Assuming he had shaken off Roy, Quicksilver turned back only to be astonished to see Roy closely trailing him. Now reaching a speed of 633. Quicksilver was taken aback to encounter someone who could keep up with him. In his astonishment, he pushed his speed to its peak. Surely, he won't be able to keep up now, Quicksilver thought. But when he glanced back, he was shocked to find Roy still there. Could it be that Roy also possessed super speed? Before Quicksilver could process this, a small sapling ahead suddenly surged into a towering tree, and he realized too late that he was about to collide with it. Boom. At that high velocity, Quicksilver nearly knocked himself unconscious. Roy arrived at his side, reached down, and pulled him up, remarking, "You're incredibly fast. I nearly couldn't keep up with you." Quicksilver, on high alert, asked, "Are you an Avenger?" Roy had no intention of concealing the truth, replying, "Of course, I am." Before Roy could finish his sentence, Quicksilver, seizing the opportunity, sprinted away at breakneck speed, covering dozens of miles before stopping to look back, only to find Roy still standing before him, the distance and angle unchanged from before. "What the hell?" Roy stated calmly. "Your speed is ineffective against me. What do you want?" Quicksilver cautiously retreated a few steps, maintaining what he perceived to be a safe distance, even though Roy could close the gap in an instant. Without further ado, Roy declared, "Following Hydra leads nowhere. Come work with me instead." Quicksilver scoffed twice, saying, "Join those so-called Avengers? I'd rather enjoy myself here. Do you consider being a terrorist enjoyable?" "I am not a terrorist," Quicksilver retorted immediately. "I have never killed anyone." Roy remarked, "You may not have taken a life yourself, yet your allegiance to Hydra has resulted in the demise of many. Thus, by enabling crime, you are complicit in murder. Is it truly fruitful to engage in such verbal acrobatics with me?" Quicksilver retorted, "Let us first synchronize before we delve into this." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Roy with no choice but to shake his head in resignation before following suit. "System, allocate all points to enhance my speed," he commanded. At that moment, Quicksilver was racing at breakneck speed, fully unleashing his potential, reaching nearly 800 meters per second, leaving only a blur in his wake. After nearly half an hour of relentless running, Quicksilver's stamina was completely depleted, and he finally came to a halt, gasping for breath. "What have you concluded?" Roy approached leisurely, sipping from a bottle of drink, exuding an air of nonchalance. "You can't be human." Quicksilver was incredulous, unable to fathom that a human could possess such velocity. Roy replied calmly, "I am indeed human, and as you, a superpowered individual, must recognize, this world is filled with the extraordinary. Just because you possess great speed does not necessitate that others must be slower. Why have you sought me out?" Quicksilver inquired. Roy responded, "Every superpowered individual is a target I strive to recruit." With that, he crouched down and smiled softly. "Therefore, I ask for your response. Will you join me? Or will we continue this chase?" Quicksilver, exhausted from the pursuit, could scarcely believe he might be outpaced to death. "I agree. Is that satisfactory?" Roy stood, adding, "Rest for a moment. We shall go find your sister afterward." "What? What do you intend to do with Wanda?" Quicksilver's anxiety surged. Roy gestured for him to calm down, stating, "You are siblings. Now that I have secured you, Wanda must also come to me." Quicksilver pondered this and realized it held merit. At least Wanda would be safer with him than with Hydra. After regaining his strength, he rejoined Roy on the battlefield. At that moment, Wanda was engaged in combat with the Hulk. Her magic was still in its nascent stages, yet she held her own against the formidable giant. Roar! The Hulk, vexed by Wanda's persistence, bellowed his intent to rend her asunder, swinging his fists with ferocity. Unperturbed, Wanda gathered her magic in her palms, lifting it above her head, creating an invisible force that immobilized the Hulk's fists midair. "Big guy, I have no quarrel with you. If you continue to bully me, I shall show no mercy." Wanda was beginning to feel fatigued. "Villain, die!" The Hulk roared, charging forward with renewed vigor. Wanda summoned all her strength, lifting the Hulk with great effort before hurling him aside. She dusted off her hands and warned, "I have already cautioned you." The Hulk, enraged, rose once more, his eyes glowing crimson, his power surging exponentially due to his fury, even scales beginning to emerge on his skin. Wanda's expression shifted, and before she could utter a word, the Hulk charged at her, his speed having more than doubled from before. Wanda, gripped by fear, incessantly cast spells in a desperate attempt to thwart the Hulk. Yet, the Hulk's strength surged, rendering her magic utterly ineffective. Cursed. As the situation deteriorated, Wanda attempted to ascend and flee, but the Hulk leapt forth, seizing her foot and flinging her aside with ferocity. "I yield," she cried out in haste, but the Hulk, consumed by rage, paid her no heed, raising his fist to strike. With her magical energy waning and despair clouding her gaze, Wanda braced for her demise beneath the Hulk's blow. However, to her astonishment, The fist remained suspended, as a formidable figure intervened, shielding her from the impending catastrophe. "Wanda, come here quickly," Quicksilver shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Chapter 53. Journey to Space. Wanda dared not linger in contemplation and swiftly crawled to Quicksilver's side. "Hulk, calm down," Roy commanded, summoning the divine power of the Void God. An ethereal force gradually cleared the Hulk's vision, yet the boundless fury within him ignited once more. In a state of desperation, Roy summoned all his strength, toppling the Hulk to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of blows until the Hulk succumbed to unconsciousness. Wanda stood by, astonished, having faced the Hulk before. She understood the terror of his rage, his strength seemingly limitless. The fact that such a formidable being could be subdued by Roy's sheer force was astonishing. Is this truly human? She pondered, the situation indeed looking grim. With a sigh of relief, Roy approached Wanda, remarking, to confront the Hulk head-on, "You possess a certain tenacity." Wanda glanced at Quicksilver, who then interjected, "This is Mr. Roy, an Avenger." Wanda's expression shifted, her gaze towards Roy now tinged with caution. Roy smiled reassuringly. "There's no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have intervened on your behalf against the Hulk. What do you intend to do?" she inquired. "Recruit you," Roy replied candidly. "I am currently in search of numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities, and your brother has already consented." Wanda turned to Quicksilver, her eyes brimming with confusion. "You cannot outmatch him, nor outrun him?" Quicksilver sighed. "It's a long story, but I have agreed to his proposal. You should join us." Seeing Quicksilver's unwavering resolve, Wanda no longer hesitated and promptly accepted Roy's offer. Her trust lay not in Roy himself, but in Quicksilver. With two of Hydra's formidable superpowered beings now aligned with Roy, the prospect of enlisting others seemed feasible. However, the enigmatic red hole remained elusive, known only to Roy as the harbinger of the Soul Stone. Thus, aside from Doctor Strange, who was engrossed in training, Spider-Man, Wanda, Quicksilver, and Black Panther all joined the ranks of the Avengers. At the Avengers base, Tony surveyed the unfamiliar faces around the round table, letting out a wry chuckle before addressing Roy. "Mr. Roy, would you care to introduce them? These four are my newly recruited allies. I trust you are somewhat acquainted with them," Roy responded. "Humph. Just a fellow who knows nothing but flight," Hawkeye remarked disdainfully, eyeing Quicksilver with disdain. Quicksilver shrugged, stating, "There's nothing I can do. You can't even see me. So what good is that bow? I could easily take you down without it. You still have to keep up with me," he added. As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly darted forward, and among the crowd, only Roy noticed a flash of silver encircling Hawkeye. "That arrow is quite remarkable." Quicksilver suddenly produced a bow and arrow, toyed with it briefly, and then carelessly tossed it aside. This action infuriated Hawkeye, who retorted angrily, "You little brat. Are you asking for a fight?" Quicksilver scoffed at him, and Roy interjected, "Enough of the bickering. Let's discuss serious matters," being the most authoritative among them. His words silenced any further nonsense. "I've mentioned several times that Thanos is about to invade Earth. Now, with Wakanda's technological support, we can counter his extraterrestrial assault. Everyone here possesses extraordinary abilities. Our next step is to train together and develop our synergy." Tony then chimed in, "I've arranged training rooms for each of you, tailored to your unique capabilities. Consider it our regular training ground. Is there a salary?" Quicksilver interjected with an unintelligible question. Roy offered a wry smile, replying, "If you want one, I can arrange that." Quicksilver responded, "Just make sure it's reasonable. I wouldn't mind a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000. Hawkeye derisively remarked, "Clearly, you've never seen the world. I'll be frank. Most of us receive government subsidies, but considering your past efforts for Hydra, that might be a stretch." Sensing the brewing argument between them, Roy quickly stated, "I'll arrange your salary, but let us put this topic to rest." After the meeting concluded, Roy returned home. Lying on his bed, contemplating Thanos. If Thanos were merely the character depicted in films, he wouldn't pose much of a threat. However, this world is rife with uncertainties. Especially now that Roy had ascended to a divine status. He felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding regarding the future, with Thanos bringing only despair and desolation. Suddenly, he stood up and began pacing his room, restless. "I must take the initiative and scout him out," Roy contemplated before calling Coulson. "Director, I need to go into space to investigate Thanos. Can you reach out to Captain Marvel?" Coulson gasped, "You want to go to space? That's incredibly dangerous." Roy clarified, "I only intend to assess Thanos' true strength. There's no immediate danger. Please arrange a fighter jet for me, and if you can contact her, that would be beneficial, as space is her domain." "Understood," Coulson replied before hanging up. Roy then turned to the system, asking, "System, can I survive in space?" The system analyzed. "The host's body can withstand extreme low temperatures. Divine power can sustain your breathing, and your predictive abilities will enable survival in space." Roy nodded, feeling reassured. The next day, Tony came knocking, inquiring, "I heard you plan to go to space? That's quite audacious." Roy replied, "Thanos' strength is uncertain, and I need to ascertain his capabilities. Is the fighter jet ready?" Tony patted his chest, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will provide you with the most advanced fighter jet available." After they finished speaking, the two arrived at the Avengers' headquarters, where a massive aircraft, resplendent in crimson, awaited them, a true embodiment of Iron Man's aesthetic. "This armor," Tony declared, "is a specialized auxiliary suit I have crafted for you. Its primary function is to gather and process information, granting you omniscience. Of course, it can also serve as a means of combat and work when necessary." Roy gazed at the sleek black and white armor, exuding a palpable sense of advanced technology. With it, he would not be left in ignorance aboard the aircraft. It was indeed quite practical. "Please pay close attention here while I am away. And keep an eye on Dr. Strange as well." "Understood," Tony replied readily, and Roy boarded the aircraft, setting off for space. "Greetings, Mr. Roy. I am Christian, the artificial intelligence steward of this vessel. It is a pleasure to accompany you on your cosmic journey." As the system activated, a sweet feminine voice resonated. Roy calmly commanded, "Expand the scanning range to maximum and switch to manual control." Affirmative. At this juncture, Roy was uncertain of Thanos' location. Yet he was certain it lay somewhere in proximity to Earth. He would have to search through star systems one by one. Chapter 54. An unexpected encounter with Captain Marvel. Space is both resplendent and perilous. Prolonged gazing can evoke a sense of dread. To alleviate his solitude, Roy played his favorite heavy metal music. Suddenly, a notification alerted him to a coordinate exhibiting intense energy fluctuations, which, upon analysis, were traced back to Captain Marvel. Surprised, Roy hastened his flight toward the coordinates. He arrived at a desolate planet inhabited by extraterrestrial beings resembling octopuses, where Captain Marvel was engaged in battle against an armada above them. The fleet appeared eerily familiar, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Thanos' fleet. Fortune favors the bold, Roy thought, as he observed Captain Marvel gaining the upper hand, despite the enemy's numerical advantage making the confrontation arduous. However, Thanos' forces were evidently unwilling to remain passive. Upon realizing that Captain Marvel was indomitable, they aimed their artillery at the innocent populace below. As the cannons began to illuminate ominously, Captain Marvel swiftly relinquished her immediate advantage and charged forward, dismantling the projectiles one by one. This disruption, however, threw her combat rhythm into disarray, prompting Thanos' forces to intensify their efforts, forcing Captain Marvel to dart about in desperation. Let us see how you contend with us now." An ugly alien from within a colossal warship watched with glee as Captain Marvel evaded the attacks. Just as he felt victory was within his grasp, the ship's alarm blared unexpectedly, only to silence just as swiftly, leaving him questioning his senses. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and on his screen appeared an individual clad in black and white armor. Roy clenched the edge of the ship tightly, freeing his right hand to unleash a laser from his wrist, melting a circle into the vessel's exterior before forcefully breaching inside. This is not good. As the Titanian realized something was amiss, Roy charged in with fervor. In an instant, 2 beams of laser light shot forth, encircling the area, leaving only him alive while the other Titans were severed in twain. Who are you?" Fear etched upon his face. Under the overwhelming pressure, he forgot to resist. Roy revealed his visage and stated, "You are one of Thanos' warriors, are you not?" The Titan hastily replied, "Why yes, please don't do anything reckless. This is none of your concern, otherwise, Lord Thanos will not spare you." Without uttering another word, Roy snapped his hand, extinguishing any hope of salvation in the Titan's heart. 3 seconds later, the brilliance of the entire spacecraft dimmed abruptly. While the other Titans aboard their vessels remained oblivious to the unfolding events, that very ship reignited with vigor. However, this time, its cannons were aimed at its own fleet. "Jack, what are you doing?" As the communicator blared with the furious shouts of the Titanian squad leader, the entire ship jolted violently, unleashing its firepower, with projectiles raining down upon its own crafts. Thereafter, Roy set the weaponry to automatic fire before returning to his fighter jet. Scoundrel! Despicable! Captain Marvel, incensed by their treachery, was poised to retaliate when a cacophony of explosions erupted. Every ship within the atmosphere detonated, while in the vacuum of space, flames erupted in a dazzling display. What transpired? Captain Marvel was engulfed in confusion, helplessly witnessing the demise of each vessel. "Captain!" At that moment, Roy approached Captain Marvel. She gazed at him in astonishment. He was undeniably a human from Earth, and they hailed from the same nation. Most significantly, she sensed boundless power emanating from him. There are such formidable humans on Earth. Captain Marvel pondered, reflecting on her months spent traversing space, annihilating Thanos' forces, and realizing how long it had been since she had returned home. "Who are you?" she inquired. Roy replied nonchalantly, "I am Roy, from the same country as you." To her surprise, she exclaimed, "It is remarkable to discover such a powerful human from Earth. Much has transpired on Earth during your absence. I will share the details with you in due time. What brings you here?" she asked. "I came to scout Thanos' situation," Roy responded earnestly. Captain Marvel nodded, saying, "You have sensed Thanos' impending invasion of Earth?" Roy inquired, having been in conflict with him. "Have you uncovered anything?" Captain Marvel shook her head, saying, "Thanos is cunning. His whereabouts are elusive. Had we been able to locate him, he would not have survived to this day." While such a statement might seem boastful coming from another, it resonated as entirely plausible from her. "Actually, my primary purpose here is to assess the scale of his forces and the unique individuals at his command," Roy elucidated as they entered the fighter jet. Captain Marvel stated, "I am currently encountering a multitude of Titan aliens, nearly a dozen superpowered beings. From my perspective, the scale of Thanos' army should be tenfold, if not more. Are there truly that many Titan aliens?" Roy was utterly astonished. Captain Marvel elaborated, "His ranks are not solely comprised of Titan aliens. There are also captives from other planets, and among them, only about 10 million can be considered true warriors." "That is certainly not a trivial number," Roy remarked with a wry smile. He continued, "The distress signal from this squad did not go out. It seems Thanos remains unaware of our presence. Let us continue searching. Perhaps we might stumble upon Thanos' stronghold." Captain Marvel nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. After this is resolved, I shall return to Earth with you." With their plan set, they proceeded to trace the path the Titan aliens had taken. "Mr. Roy, I am surprised to learn you have discovered so many superpowered individuals." Upon hearing Roy recount his recent endeavors, Captain Marvel expressed her genuine admiration. Roy smiled modestly, responding, "I merely uncovered their existence. They are all individuals with great potential, exploited by those with ulterior motives. With proper guidance, they could undoubtedly contribute significantly to Earth." "And what of Sri Lanka?" Captain Marvel inquired. Roy felt a jolt of surprise, observing the glimmer of wisdom in her eyes, and silently wondered if she had deduced something. Maintaining his composure, Roy replied, "He possesses a remarkable affinity for magic. His physical limitations may enable him to focus more intently on the arcane arts, making him an ideal candidate for training under the Ancient One." Chapter 55. Encounter with Corvus Glaive. Captain Marvel smiled, her previous concerns evaporating. "Found it," Roy suddenly exclaimed, halting the aircraft and concealing it behind a meteorite. Following his gaze, Captain Marvel beheld an endless expanse of ships, ranging in size and style, numbering in the hundreds. Clearly, these vessels were warships, unmistakably part of Thanos' fleet. "Goodness, so many," Roy stammered, his astonishment giving way to profound apprehension. "Should we infiltrate and investigate?" Captain Marvel suggested. Roy shook his head, replying, "No, the differing styles of the aircraft would make us easily recognizable. We should scout the perimeter for now." With that, Roy activated the camera and piloted the ship slowly along the outer edge. This fleet did not possess any particularly massive vessels, appearing to be merely a branch of Thanos' forces, yet even so, its scale far exceeded Roy's expectations. After completing a reconnaissance loop, just as Roy prepared to return, a peculiar warship appeared on his path. This ship retained the essence of Thanos' design while integrating numerous skeletal elements, considerably larger than Roy's fighter. On the skeletal warship, Corvus Glaive was elegantly savoring a glass of red wine when a Titan alien approached and reported, "My Lord Glaive, the third squad has lost contact." "What has transpired?" Corvus Glaive inquired slowly. The Titans projected a video into the sky, revealing a chaotic scene. "I have no idea what happened, but they began to fight amongst themselves," one remarked, as the footage concluded with the final image of a ship succumbing to enemy fire. Undoubtedly, the other vessels shared a similar fate. Yet, how did this conflict arise? Obscured by confusion, Omu's gaze fell upon an unremarkable ship ahead, seemingly not part of their fleet. His eyes hardened as he inquired, "Whose vessel is that?" "It's an unknown model," his subordinate replied. "Then it does not belong to us." "Destroy it," ordered Omu. With a mere command, the ship's main cannon slowly pivoted. Roy exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad." Reacting swiftly, he elevated his ship, narrowly evading a blue beam that obliterated a nearby asteroid. "They have detected us." Roy cursed under his breath, swiftly piloting the craft away. Omu, observing the rapidly retreating ship, smirked coldly. "Pursue them." Thus, amidst the vastness of space, the skeletal ship closely trailed Roy, intermittently firing, akin to a cat playing with its prey. Omu relished the pursuit. Captain Marvel sensed the casual demeanor of the skeletal vessel, her expression darkening with indignation. When had the esteemed Avengers ever been toyed with so? Just as she could no longer contain her urge to retaliate, Roy restrained her, saying, "Not now, we're too close to that squad." If they ensnare us, we'll be in trouble. We must divert them first. Roy was frustrated too. But prioritizing the greater good was essential. Reluctantly, Captain Marvel acquiesced, sulking in her seat. Another projectile approached, and Roy maneuvered the ship to evade it. He navigated in the opposite direction of Earth, unburdened by worry, accelerating to maximum speed. After more than an hour of relentless pursuit, perhaps boredom took hold of Omo. As all cannons on the skeletal ship began to glow ominously, a mission was issued: defeat Omu and acquire the design for the divine battleship. Now, Roy shouted. And in the ensuing explosion, his ship was shattered into fragments. Amidst the fiery chaos, two figures surged forth. Captain Marvel and Roy surged together towards the skeletal warship. How interesting, Omu sneered, gesturing to his subordinates, who immediately understood the command. Dozens of fighter jets detached from the warship. Captain, you handle these distractions. I'll confront the warship. Roy assigned tasks decisively, dashing into the fray before Captain Marvel could protest. Very well, let me witness your prowess, she thought, as she engaged the approaching fighters. Just as Roy reached the warship, the hatch unexpectedly opened, and without hesitation, he entered. Are you from Earth? Omo floated forward, his expression rife with disdain. Roy unveiled his face, responding with a mocking smile. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ha! What a joke. Omuho smirked sharply and remarked, the Earth is but a mere existence akin to ants. What is there to fear? He then added with a hint of amusement, yet, you are quite intriguing, daring to approach the formidable Thanos ranks all alone. You possess quite the audacity. Roy, unfazed by the impending battle, crossed his arms and replied, your esteemed ones have yet to reveal themselves. I suspect it is he who is truly afraid. This remark elicited a merciless scoff from Omuho, who retorted, it appears Earthlings are indeed short-sighted. What stature does Lord Thanos hold? Do you think you can merely summon his presence? In essence, he still dares not show himself. He will reveal himself, and at that moment, it shall be the end of Earth. Your demise is nigh. Having heard countless threats, Roy remained composed and stated, do you know why I have come to see you alone? You seek death. No. Roy flexed his wrist and continued, you toyed with me earlier, and I wish to personally see you suffer. Feel free to try. Omuho raised both hands, and suddenly, numerous transparent blades materialized in the air. Roy recognized this technique from when Omuho tormented Doctor Strange. These blades inflicted severe damage on the soul, rendering even the Hulk akin to an ordinary person before them. However, Roy was a deity. Such tactics bore little effect on him. May you perish in endless agony. Omuho sneered. Then with a swift motion, he unleashed the blades, which pierced into Roy's body in an instant. Roy felt a sharp pain in his soul, furrowing his brow slightly, yet beyond that, he felt no discomfort. Meanwhile, Omuho envisioned the scene of Roy writhing in torment, yet it never unfolded. This is impossible. One struck by my soul blades cannot remain so tranquil. Omuho exclaimed in shock. Roy shrugged and replied, it's futile. You are too weak. Is this all you are capable of? Omuho unleashed hundreds of blades. Yet upon entering Roy's body, they vanished as if sinking into an ocean, leaving Roy utterly unscathed. Chapter 56. The essence of the planet. Have you had your fun? Now it's my turn. A dangerous smile crept across Roy's lips as he instantly appeared before Omuho and delivered a simple punch. Even before the fist reached him, Omuho felt an overwhelming sense of danger and cast a spell to turn himself transparent. Roy's punch passed through him without resistance, prompting Omuho to retreat, shaken, and ask, who are you? How can you withstand my soul blade unscathed? Roy replied, I told you, I am an Earthling. Observing Roy's relaxed demeanor, Omuho felt deeply insulted and declared, I care not who you are. Aside from Lord Thanos, anyone who dares to be so arrogant before me meets their demise. With that, Omuho clenched his hands, and a cacophony of spine-chilling friction echoed in the cabin Roy occupied, which rapidly twisted and compressed, swallowing Roy whole in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the crumpled metallic sphere, Uwudu felt a deep satisfaction with his creation. Casually, he tossed the sphere into the vastness of space. Opposing me leads only to demise, he declared with a sense of pride. To his astonishment, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Uwudu's pupils dilated in shock as he turned to see Roy standing there in his entirety. Uwudu was utterly dumbfounded. He had distinctly witnessed Roy being consumed moments ago. How is he standing before me unscathed? You possess quite the skill, Roy remarked leisurely, but next time, do act with swifter resolve. Your pace nearly lulled me to sleep. Enraged, Uwudu let out a furious roar, appearing somewhat deranged as he launched a frenzied assault on Roy. Yet, no matter the tactic, Roy effortlessly thwarted his every move. Eventually, having had his fill of the game, Roy delivered a crushing blow that shattered Uwudu's legs, pinning him against the wall. Have you begun to comprehend fear? Roy inquired coldly. Uwudu's eyes were now filled with sheer terror as he struggled violently. Yet he could not budge Roy's firm grasp. If you wish to survive, answer my questions truthfully. Roy offered him a chance at life. Yuwudu, desperate, replied, yes, yes. I will answer whatever you ask. How many troops does Thanos currently command? 13 million soldiers, along with 2,000 slaves, he responded. And what of the superhumans? I am aware of only 30, but Thanos has recently been acting mysteriously, surrounding himself with many peculiar individuals, and he forbids me from inquiring further. Under the looming threat of death, Yuwudu was eager to divulge all he knew. Roy then pressed on, why do you seek to annihilate various planets? At this, Yuwudu's demeanor shifted slightly, his earlier confidence waning. Roy, exasperated, tore off one of his arms. Yuwudu shrieked like a slaughtered pig, his previous composure evaporating. Thanos is searching for something. The Infinity Stones? Roy interjected. No, I have heard it is a material that can only be extracted from the core of a planet. Thus, we are not destroying planets. Rather, they disintegrate automatically once their essence is depleted. This was the first time Roy had heard such information. He continued, and what is this material used for? Yuwudu replied earnestly. It seems to be for crafting a certain type of weapon, a secret known only to Thanos himself. And we are forbidden from approaching it. Roy's mood darkened slightly. If Thanos' invasion of Earth were indeed for the Infinity Stones, he could comprehend that motivation and feel somewhat reassured, as he possessed 2 of them. It was inconceivable for Thanos to seize what was already in his possession. Even if Thanos were to gather the stones and obliterate half the population, Roy had means to restore it, as the advanced knowledge of the Power Stone included methods to counteract such effects. However, if Thanos sought to forge a weapon, diverging from the narrative of the films, Roy felt unease creeping in. The unknown is humanity's greatest fear. After a moment of contemplation, Roy inquired, when do you plan to invade Earth? Yuwudu shook his head, replying, Thanos said to await the right moment. Roy fixed his gaze upon him, ensuring he spoke no falsehoods before responding. Very well, you are quite obedient. Does this mean I am in the clear? Ebon Throat exclaimed with delight. Of course not, Roy retorted with a cold smirk, and with a sudden forceful motion. He swiftly severed Ebon Throat's neck. I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue, thus I am under no obligation to uphold my promises. With Ebon Throat's demise, the remaining Titans were left leaderless, incapable of forming any significant resistance, as Roy cast them out of the spacecraft, leaving them to perish in the cold expanse of space. Have you gathered any intelligence? Captain Marvel inquired as she approached. Roy replied, the size of Thanos' forces aligns closely with our expectations, but his intentions appear somewhat peculiar. Isn't it for the Infinity Stones? Captain Marvel asked, perplexed. Roy shook his head, stating, Ebon Throat revealed that Thanos seeks a planetary essence, which he intends to utilize for weapon creation. Planetary essence. Captain Marvel gasped in astonishment. Do you comprehend what planetary essence is? She elaborated, each planet, at its inception, undergoes a singularity expansion, during which the energy produced is known as planetary essence. For Earth, this essence resides within its core. Does Thanos possess a means to penetrate the Earth's core? Roy responded, perhaps not yet. Ebon Throat mentioned that Thanos is awaiting an opportune moment. Opportune moment? The two exchanged knowing glances, both arriving at the same conclusion. The death of the Ancient One, they exclaimed in unison. In Thanos' perception, the most formidable entity on Earth was undoubtedly the Ancient One, while Captain Marvel and Roy remained unknown to him. The Ancient One could be deemed the most powerful sorcerer across the realms, and with the Time Stone at her disposal, she posed the greatest threat to Thanos. It seems it is time to safeguard the Ancient One, Captain Marvel murmured. Yet Roy shook his head, saying, the demise of the Ancient One is fated, we cannot intervene. Why? Captain Marvel questioned, bewildered. Roy struggled to articulate his reasoning, finally stating, I cannot fully explain. It is what the Ancient One conveyed to me directly. Her death is destined, as is Thanos' invasion of Earth. Although I do not subscribe to notions of fate, I firmly believe the Ancient One's words. Captain Marvel responded. Thus I have undertaken a series of preparations on Earth to confront this eventuality. With Ebon Throat now dead, Thanos will undoubtedly take notice and may dispatch an advance team for reconnaissance. We should refrain from leaving Earth during this period. Captain Marvel nodded in agreement, as this was her intention as well. Chapter 57. The Flame Giants unite with Thanos. The two returned to Earth only after confirming there were no pursuers. The first order of business upon their return was to convene an emergency meeting. This is the outcome of my reconnaissance. What thoughts do you all have? Roy stated calmly. Tony remarked, it is evident that Thanos' strength surpasses our expectations. This will undoubtedly be a grueling battle. So, as long as the Ancient One remains, Thanos would not dare to come, correct? Captain America inquired. Roy nodded and remarked, however, this cannot persist indefinitely. The Ancient One will soon perish, and at that moment, The news will spread throughout the universe, heralding the return of Thanos. Therefore, our duty is to protect him. This is irreversible, and we must be prepared for battle. With a grave demeanor, Roy summoned a strategic map and declared, "Here are the designated roles for everyone. Once Thanos arrives, everyone must hold their posts. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In this matter, Roy possessed absolute authority and gravitas, and no one dared to disregard his words. "What about Thor?" At that moment, Hawkeye inquired, reminding everyone of the significance of this battle. How could Thor not be present? Roy, aware that Thor was currently grappling with Ragnarok in Asgard and could not be spared, replied, "Thor has important tasks in Asgard and cannot make it." Just as Roy finished speaking, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, crashing onto the lawn outside. The group was taken aback, witnessing the chaos outside, where a figure lay sprawled. Roy's expression changed dramatically as he instantly appeared at the scene, discovering that it was Thor lying there. What was happening? How did Thor end up here? Roy felt perplexed. At that moment, Thor had not completely succumbed to unconsciousness and raised his hand in an attempt to grasp Roy. Roy hurriedly leaned down, asking, "What transpired?" "Ragnarok. Thanos." Thor barely managed to utter before his severe injuries caused him to lose consciousness. Others soon arrived, and upon witnessing Thor's dire condition and the shattered remnants of his hammer, they were left speechless in shock. "Tony, quickly administer treatment." Roy maintained his composure, understanding that they must revive Thor to uncover the truth. Tony promptly transported him to his private medical facility. Thor's injuries were grave. His right hand was severely fractured. His chest cavity collapsed, and his left leg was broken, with Roy estimating at least a dozen visible injuries, not to mention the hidden ones. What could have caused such catastrophic wounds? Roy recalled that during Ragnarok, Thor had merely lost an eye and had not sustained such critical injuries. How could he now be on the brink of death? Roy dared not dwell on it, opting to wait for Thor to awaken. 3 days later, thanks to the most advanced medical equipment and Thor's remarkable regenerative abilities, he regained consciousness. "Mr. Roy," Thor greeted weakly. "How do you feel?" Roy quickly inquired. "I'm all right." "Not dead," Thor replied, though sorrow soon clouded his face. "What transpired in Asgard?" Roy pressed. Thor propped himself up and recounted. "Hela instigated a civil war and gravely injured me. Subsequently, the fire giants and Thanos allied to annihilate Asgard. Both my father and Hela fell at their hands. Fortunately, I narrowly escaped, as Heimdall sacrificed himself to send me to Earth." As he spoke, the hardened warrior shed tears, continuing, "Asgard and all its people have suffered immensely. How could the fire giants and Thanos form an alliance?" At this moment, Roy's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the fire giant, a being capable of slaying even Hela with a single strike. Should he ally with Thanos, it would not merely spell doom for the gods of Asgard, but herald the end of days for Earth as well. Roy's demeanor was unusually grave. Thor spoke slowly. "Mr. Roy, the Earth is also in peril. Are you prepared?" Roy nodded, responding, "I am ready, though I did not anticipate the fire giant would join forces with Thanos. This complicates matters." A look of sorrow crossed Thor's face. "Is there truly no way to avert this?" Roy replied, "First, focus on your recovery. I shall speak with them. Also, your hammer cannot be restored, correct?" Thor offered a wry smile. "It cannot be salvaged. I will ask Tony to forge you a new weapon." Roy was aware of another Stormbreaker axe, but time was of the essence. He could not leave Earth again and would have to rely on Tony's craftsmanship. Thus, 2 weeks passed. Thor's injuries were nearly healed, and Tony had crafted a new hammer capable of releasing greater electrical energy. Though it did not possess the indestructibility of Mjolnir, it would suffice for the time being. On a bright, sunny day, as Roy hastened to unlock his Sentinel abilities, Dr. Strange gradually approached him. "Mr. Roy," he greeted. After some time apart, Dr. Strange had transformed entirely, exuding depth and wisdom, with the time stone on his chest pulsating with a faint green light. No one could fathom that this man, previously a disheartened middle-aged individual, had undergone such a metamorphosis. Roy smiled. "You have succeeded." "Indeed, I have," Dr. Strange replied, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. As Roy opened his mouth to speak, a sudden thought struck him, followed by a muffled grunt. He quickly discerned the source. It was the Ancient One. Roy's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively looked up, in the unseen realm of the mind. The Ancient One approached him slowly. "Master, you have departed," Roy stated. The Ancient One smiled faintly. "Having lived for centuries, I have defied the laws of the universe. My demise is inevitable." Roy paused. "Do you comprehend what your departure signifies?" The Ancient One replied, "Thanos is about to arrive. Previously, I safeguarded the Earth with magic, deterring his approach. Now that I am gone, it falls to you. Can I truly handle this?" Roy's face bore a hint of bitter doubt. It was the first time he questioned himself so profoundly. The Ancient One approached and gently patted his shoulder. Do you understand? In other parallel universes, after my death, Thanos did not come, and Earth underwent a significant cleansing. Now, there are but a few extraordinary beings left. Hope seems fleeting. Yet this world remains vibrant. As she spoke, the Ancient One fixed her gaze upon Roy, and all of this is due to your existence. You are not ensnared within the trajectory of fate. Observing the confusion in Roy's eyes, the Ancient One elaborated, you may not grasp my words. The universe operates under a fundamental law, destiny. Everything within it, from the tiniest speck of dust to the grandest star, even the universe itself, has its fate predetermined at the moment of its inception. Chapter 58. The Arrival of Thanos. Ancient One listened intently before continuing. Fate is not immutable. It can be altered with a mere touch of external force transcending destiny. Yet, in the vast cosmos, only you possess that power. Roy grasped the implication and remarked, are you suggesting that my existence is the reason Earth has endured until now? Indeed. That is the case now, and it shall remain so in the future. How can you be so certain? It is merely a conjecture. Ancient One revealed a genuine smile and added, with you here, I feel a sense of reassurance. Roy fell silent, lost in thought. Roy, the time has come for you to take action, Ancient One declared. Upon finishing her words, her form suddenly dispersed into countless golden lights, vanishing into the ether. And Roy swiftly emerged from the realm of consciousness. This entire exchange transpired in less than a second. To Dr. Strange, it seemed merely a fleeting moment. Doctor, it is time to engage in battle. Roy lifted his gaze, his black eyes radiating unwavering determination. In an instant, the previously clear skies darkened ominously, and Dr. Strange's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming darkness had descended upon Earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tony and Wanda soared into the air, their faces etched with anxiety as they stared at the distant rift in space-time, while the other Avengers quickly assembled. Roy hovered high above, his gaze piercing through layers of space, locking onto the muscular form of Thanos. In that moment, Thanos appeared identical to his cinematic portrayal. He too seemed to sense something. Turning to face Roy with a chilling smirk. Simultaneously, alarms blared across the globe, sending citizens into a frenzy, while law enforcement rushed to maintain order. A fleet surged forth like a tidal wave, with well-trained troops swiftly arriving on the scene, with the mission assigned to defeat Thanos and the Fire Giant. A reward of 10 points towards unlocking the Sentinel was announced. Fueled with battle fervor, Roy unleashed a furious roar, sending invisible ripples cascading through the air. Fight! Roy suddenly accelerated, confronting the Black Dwarf head-on. Without Ebony Maw, the remaining three were hardly a challenge, and Roy dispatched them with a single punch each. In quick succession, a swarm of extraterrestrial beings descended upon him, indifferent to the identities of the Avengers, and soon overwhelmed Roy. Yet, in the next moment, a violent explosion resonated, and a black and white figure emerged, sweeping away the alien horde with a barrage of lasers. Who are you? Thanos approached Roy, the surrounding aliens parting to clear the battlefield for their confrontation. I am but a Terran, Roy replied. Thanos drove his blade into the ground and remarked, you seem formidable. I could offer you a chance to join me. You lack the authority to extend such an invitation. Is that so? Thanos sneered, then continued. I have encountered many proud individuals who believed they could overcome me, yet none succeeded, not even Odin, and you will share the same fate. Roy crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, I've heard your slaughtering is in pursuit of planetary essence. Do you not claim to fight for peace in the universe? Thanos replied, you are astute. I abandoned that agenda not long ago. Previously, I would often spare half while taking half, believing that I was granting them the opportunity to enjoy greater resources. I anticipated their gratitude. However, I discovered instead a chorus of grievances, devoid of any reverence for me. As Thanos spoke, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he declared, thus, I have altered my course. I shall eradicate all life, leaving only those who pledge their loyalty to me. They will revere me and relish all the resources of the universe. That would be a truly splendid world. Roy scoffed at this notion, retorting, Isn't that merely your own universe, cloaked in grandiloquence? Thanos regarded Roy with a chilling gaze, stating, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. And what of it? Roy flexed his wrist and replied, shall we engage in a contest? Thanos slowly rose, donning his helmet as he remarked, you were the one who killed Ebony Maw, were you not? Roy neither confirmed nor denied, saying, indeed. But I must remind you that your subordinates may not harbor absolute loyalty. He begged me for mercy in his final moments. I do not seek loyalty. What I desire is reverence, fear. Thanos hefted his sword, ceasing further conversation as he swung it directly at Roy, who deflected the blow with his vibranium dagger. A thunderous crash resounded as the ground beneath Roy sank half a meter, yet his arm remained unyielding. Roy's expression turned grave. For Thanos' strike had approached his own strength, far exceeding that portrayed in the films. Notably, Thanos relied solely on physical prowess and combat skills, which seemed manageable, yet, to Roy, this made him the most formidable adversary. He feared not those who wield 1,000 techniques, but rather those who perfect a single technique through relentless practice. Evidently, you possess considerable strength, Thanos remarked with a shadowy smile, suddenly lunging forward. Roy seized the opportunity to leap, positioning himself behind Thanos and thrusting his dagger fiercely. However, Thanos' seemingly cumbersome form adeptly evaded the strike. Thanos, I shall slay you. At that moment, Thor, eyes crackling with lightning, charged at Thanos, delivering a hammer strike, only to be effortlessly repelled. It's you. I wondered why I could not find your corpse. It seems you did not perish alongside Asgard, you cowardly deserter. As Thanos contemplated eliminating him, Roy swiftly positioned himself beside Thor, declaring, You are no match for him. I will confront him. Though Thor felt a profound sense of helplessness, he retained enough composure to refrain from recklessly charging into battle. Thanos sneered, Boy, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The consequence of arrogance is a singular path to demise. Roy scoffed softly and advanced toward Thanos, gazing up at the Titan towering a meter above him. His visage devoid of fear. Is grandiloquence all you possess? In an instant, Roy struck, delivering a powerful punch to Thanos' abdomen, sending the Titan's several hundred pounds of mass hurtling backward. Thereafter, the two engaged in a fierce melee, forsaking their weapons, exchanging blows as each collision reverberated through the vicinity, causing extraterrestrial onlookers to instinctively retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle for nearly an hour, neither able to gain the upper hand, resulting in their armor becoming tattered and torn. Roy yanked off his battle gear and asked, Can you still hold on? Thanos replied with a derisive chuckle. I could fight for an entire day. At that moment, Rogers, surrounded, sneezed and glanced curiously in Roy's direction. The two resumed their clash, but this time, Thanos appeared significantly weakened. His punches lacked the speed and ferocity they once had, while Roy grew increasingly emboldened, swiftly turning the tide of the battle in his favor. Chapter 59. The terrifying flame giant. With a resounding crash, Thanos was thrown to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, a foot came crashing down upon him, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Aren't you the one who can fight for a day? Do you think you are some kind of invincible warrior? Roy lifted Thanos' blade and pressed it against his throat. Thanos, his face a mask of defiance and shock, stubbornly refused to plead for mercy, stating, You will never win. You cannot prevent the demise of Earth, but I can ensure your demise first. Just as Roy prepared to deliver the final blow, several of Thanos' subordinates rushed forward. As he was about to strike, an invisible force field materialized around Thanos, rendering the blade immovable as if it were ensnared in quicksand. Roy looked up to see a woman emanating a pulsating blue light. The force field radiated from her hands. Before Roy could react, Thanos was whisked away, with several superpowered individuals standing before him, seemingly intent on blocking his path. Roy was unwilling to relinquish such a prime opportunity and charged forward. The superpowered beings, some capable of conjuring flames, others able to fly, and some skilled in altering the terrain, were all forcefully shattered by Roy. Die, he cried, reaching Thanos' side. In the latter's panicked gaze, Roy struck down fiercely, cleaving Thanos in two. Roy landed firmly on the ground, casting a cold smile at the corpse below him. The battle raged on, with all the Avengers persevering in their desperate fight, and few were aware of Thanos' demise. Why hasn't he ceased? Roy pondered, observing the exceptionally fierce aliens before him. He suddenly realized that, logically, with Thanos as their leader vanquished, they should have been in disarray, yet they continued to press forward. Was there more than one leader among them? Just as unease settled in Roy's heart, a sea of flames engulfed the sky, painting the world crimson. Oh dear! What manner of beast is this? He exclaimed. A colossal flame giant, towering hundreds of meters high, emerged from the clouds, wielding an enormous sword and unleashing a deafening roar that startled everyone. Everyone, do not approach it. Fall back at least 10 miles. Quickly, Roy ordered. The crowd hastily retreated. But some aliens, caught off guard, were incinerated. The flame giant swung its massive sword, cleaving a vast chasm into the earth. Soon, Doctor Strange and Wanda approached Roy, their faces displaying a mixture of concern and disbelief. This is overwhelmingly large, Doctor Strange remarked in astonishment. Roy nodded slowly and remarked, Thor's Asgard was ultimately destroyed by his own hand. After uttering these words, he added, You all must protect the others. I shall confront him. Are you certain you can do this alone? Wanda inquired with concern. I must, even if it seems impossible, Roy resolved, feeling as if he were being thrust into a dire situation. As the fiery giant prepared to swing his colossal sword again, Roy launched himself like a cannonball against the blade. The impact sent the giant staggering back, his burning eyes fixated on Roy, radiating an infinite rage. Such formidable strength. It was no wonder that even Odin and Hela struggled to prevail against him. Roy shook his aching arm. The force of the collision had been akin to dozens of tons. As the fiery giant swung again, Roy could evade, but it would endanger the others. So he braced himself to withstand the strike. He screamed in agony, blood streaming from his hands while enduring the searing heat. Any other person would have perished instantly in such a moment. They remained locked in a standoff for a brief moment, and with a fierce cry, Roy pushed forward against the overwhelming force. Suddenly, the fiery giant unleashed a torrent of flames, and Roy was caught off guard, crashing to the ground as the intense fire incinerated his garments. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he rose, channeling the cosmic cube into his body, instantly enhancing his capabilities. With a thunderous roar, the ground split open, creating a fissure nearly 100 meters long, and Roy shot forth like a meteor towards the fiery giant. He bellowed and struck the giant's jaw with a powerful punch, causing the colossal figure to stagger. Unable to maintain its footing, trampling several warships into ruin. Empowered by the cosmic cube, Roy became invincible, landing blow after blow on the fiery giant, his diminutive form concealing immense energy. With this newfound strength, Roy gained the upper hand, inspiring those around him to rally in support. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat, the fiery giant shrank to 1/10 of his original size, yet his strength multiplied tenfold, making it impossible for Roy to maintain the ease he once had. 10 seconds. Roy calculated the remaining time. Once the cosmic cube's energy waned, he would lack the power to defeat the fiery giant. The battle raged fiercely, a spectacle of valor. Roy realized he could not continue like this and needed to devise another strategy. The fiery giant, undeterred, launched a relentless assault, his power seemingly boundless. At that moment, Natasha, unable to evade in time, caught the giant's eye, and a pillar of fire shot forth. Overwhelmed with terror, her face flushed with heat. Despair began to creep into her heart. Suddenly, Roy materialized before her, absorbing the full force of the fire, which sent him hurtling away. Before he could react, the fiery giant was upon him, delivering a crushing blow to Roy's abdomen. Puff! Roy, in a moment of desperation, spat out blood and forcefully turned away, narrowly evading the onslaught of the fiery giant's relentless barrage. Perhaps the giant sought a swift resolution to the battle, unleashing several columns of flame from its body that ensnared Roy with a fierce grip. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Roy struggled with all his might. Yet his efforts proved futile. He could only watch helplessly as the giant opened its cavernous maw and consumed him whole. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief, witnessing the once invincible Roy being devoured. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, each heart weighed down by sorrow, not solely from despair, but from a deep sense of loss for Roy. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sound of gunfire echoing through the sky. The crowd looked up to see a fighter jet swooping in, flames spewing from its underside as bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Natasha, tears brimming in her eyes, charged fearlessly toward the fiery giant, nearly crushing the controls in her grip. Despite her resolve, Natasha's speed did not wane. Consumed by despair, she paid no heed to her own mortality. Not good, Tony exclaimed just as the fiery giant shattered the aircraft with a single strike. Amidst the blinding flames, Natasha slowly closed her eyes, resigned and yet oddly fulfilled in her acceptance of death. In that fleeting moment, a red light suddenly enveloped her, forcibly pulling her away from the giant's attack. When she opened her eyes, she found Wanda before her. "Are you seeking death?" Wanda shouted. Natasha, in a tone heavy with sorrow, replied, "Roy is dead, and I have no desire to survive. Your wish for death does not mean the child within you shares that desire," Wanda admonished fiercely. At the mention of the child, Natasha's realization struck her, a deep melancholy settling in her heart. She had lied. She had not terminated the pregnancy. Only Natasha understood the immense challenge of carrying a child. And though this baby was Roy's, she had no intention of letting it go. She had believed she held no feelings for Roy, yet witnessing his injury while saving her, followed by his demise at the hands of the giant, ignited a fierce anger and sorrow within her. Unbeknownst to herself, she had fallen in love with Roy, hence her desire for a shared fate with him. Yet now, there was a child to consider. Live for him, Natasha. Roy would want that, Wanda warned her. Meanwhile, within the fiery giant's belly, Roy endured relentless torment from the flames, his hair singed away. Was this the end? The power of the cosmic cube waned, and a profound fatigue enveloped him, an overwhelming weariness that threatened to sever his soul from his body, rendering even pain a distant sensation. No, I cannot die like this. Roy felt an intense desire to succumb to sleep, yet the instinct to survive compelled him to force his eyes open. I am Roy. I cannot die. He thought of Natasha, then of his former companions. His future was filled with promise. How could it be cut short like this? The host awakened his potential. The Sentinel unlocked at 12.5%, granting him the ability of a cataclysmic explosion. In the midst of a life-and-death crisis, Roy's latent potential surged forth. An overwhelming torrent of energy flooding his being. The unique flames of the fire giant posed no threat to him. The explosion, Roy murmured, glancing at the aftermath of the cataclysm. This was akin to a charged ability, capable of unleashing an explosion with the utmost elemental presence after a brief accumulation of power. The devastation reaching down to the atomic level, a terrifying force. In other words, to execute this move was akin to triggering a nuclear explosion. Except for the absence of radiation post-explosion, the effects were indistinguishable from those of a nuclear blast. However, once this technique was employed, it would deplete his entire energy reserve, plunging him into a state of weakness for a significant duration. Roy paused, contemplating the swirling flames around him. Was this not an abundant source of energy presented to him? At that moment, the fire giant remained oblivious to the impending danger, restoring its colossal form and indiscriminately wielding its sword to wreak havoc, attacking both humans and extraterrestrials alike. Wanda and Doctor Strange could only hastily rescue those in peril, with no one left to confront the fire giant. Suddenly, Tony received a communication from an official. Tony, it is time to deploy the nuclear bomb. Tony surveyed the area, noticing countless individuals yet to evacuate, and urgently replied, "No, there are still many people here. It is too late. The fire giant's destruction is far outpacing your evacuation efforts." The official bellowed, "That is not an option." Tony fully understood the catastrophic consequences of a nuclear detonation. Apart from himself, Wanda, Doctor Strange, and a select few, Hawkeye and the ordinary citizens would face certain death. Yet, this decision was beyond Tony's control. The official's contact was merely a notification. Suddenly, a nuclear missile ascended into the sky, hurtling towards them. "This is bad." Tony cursed under his breath as he charged forward, positioning himself beneath the missile, straining with every ounce of power left in his armor to launch it into a rift in space-time. At that moment, the official approached, ready to unleash a torrent of wrath. But Tony's armor was already depleted of energy, rendering him impervious to the reprimand. It was the Hulk who ultimately rescued him. However, the fire giant still loomed, leaving everyone in despair. Cries and tears filled the air as chaos erupted among the citizens, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Yet, just as hopelessness gripped their hearts, the fire giant suddenly let out a muffled groan, spewing forth countless sparks before erupting in a blinding flash, followed by a resounding explosion. The consequences of the colossal fire giant's detonation were unimaginable, an inferno of flames spreading forth, with everyone feeling the searing heat. At the final moment when Roy's energy was entirely spent, he activated the power of the Void God, causing the flames to collide with an invisible barrier, halting their advance. "Look!" someone shouted, as a figure plummeted swiftly from the position of the former fire giant. Doctor Strange's eyes lit up, and he vigorously waved his cloak, which flew forth with an ethereal grace, encircling Roy and safely transporting him. Roy! Roy! Natasha gazed at the unconscious Roy, unable to suppress her tears any longer. They flowed forth like a burst dam. Doctor Strange assessed Roy's injuries and then exhaled in relief, stating, "Fear not, Mr. Roy is merely exhausted of energy and has succumbed to a deep slumber. His life is not in jeopardy." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Roy gradually awakened from his bed, a profound sense of weakness enveloping his body, indicating that recovery would take some time. The system in his mind announced that he had completed his task, unlocking 10% of the Sentinel's potential, bringing his total to 35%. However, Roy was not in the mood to contemplate such matters as he slowly propped himself up. At that moment, Natasha lay beside him, her head resting on his lap, her profile partially visible. Gentle sunlight cascaded across her cheek, casting a halo upon her fair skin. Perhaps due to Roy's presence, Natasha's complexion had improved remarkably. Her skin now as smooth and soft as that of a child, her features more defined and attractive than when they had first met. Roy quietly observed the slumbering Natasha. Noting the assortment of fruits and milk she had prepared, it appeared she had gone to great lengths for him. This woman, so full of contradictions, elicited a soft chuckle from Roy. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of another life within Natasha. He froze momentarily, then realized with astonishment that there was still life within her. Hadn't she suffered a miscarriage? How could the child still be there? Hadn't gone through with it? Roy's eyes widened in realization that Natasha had indeed chosen to keep the child. Natasha, he felt a mix of tenderness and helplessness. He wasn't particularly inclined towards parenthood, yet he didn't reject the idea either. Chapter 61. Healing. Perhaps sensing the change in Roy's breathing, Natasha slowly stirred awake. Upon discovering Roy smiling down at her, Her initial surprise quickly gave way to her usual aloof demeanor. "I thought you were dead," she remarked coolly as she rose. Roy smiled serenely, replying, "I have yet to marry you. How could I so easily depart this world? Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Natasha retorted. "Natasha, you didn't terminate the pregnancy, did you?" Roy inquired gently. Her expression shifted dramatically as she asked, "How do you know?" "I sensed another new life within you." "Natasha," he replied earnestly. "What do you mean? That child is mine and has nothing to do with you. I do not expect you to take responsibility. Just pretend you are unaware." Natasha exclaimed as she hurled the fruits onto the bed. Turning on her heel, she departed without a trace of hesitation. Roy let out a wry smile before focusing on regaining his strength. With the Sentinel's unlock progress now at 35%, his physical attributes had experienced significant enhancement, and there was much new knowledge to absorb and learn. Meanwhile, the nurses from Tony's private hospital attended to him with meticulous care, providing 3 meals a day, allowing him to relish this rare moment of leisure. Half a month later, when the nurse once again delivered a meal to Roy, she opened the door to find him suspended in midair, slowly rotating 360 degrees. Startled, the nurse gasped, just as Roy had completed his recovery and gently descended to the floor. At that moment, Roy was shirtless, his sharply defined muscles exposed to the nurse's gaze, causing her cheeks to flush. After a quick apology, she hurriedly exited. Roy, feeling a surge of power within him, experienced a wave of comfort before dressing and leaving the hospital. "Hey, Roy." At that moment, Tony approached wearing sunglasses and playfully punched Roy on the shoulder, remarking, "You seem to have recovered quite well." Roy replied, "If I had stayed in there any longer, my bones would have begun to mildew." As they spoke, Roy noticed the ruins of the battlefield in the distance, where numerous construction teams were clearing the site. Trucks laden with alien corpses were departing for various research facilities. The alien remains held significant research value, and as soon as the battle concluded, the number of bodies was meticulously accounted for and sought after at high prices by research institutes worldwide, except for the corpse of the fire giant. The deceased fire giant, only slightly over 7 or 8 meters tall and grotesque in appearance, lay untouched until it was eventually removed by Dr. Strange and his companions. "Mr. Roy," Tony said, "you truly showcased your prowess this time. The entire world now regards you as a deity." "Well done." Roy, not placing much importance on such accolades, remained silent. "By the way, we have a celebration banquet today. You must attend," Tony said as he departed in his sports car. That evening, Roy, dressed in casual attire, arrived at a 7-star hotel owned by Tony, where Tony, Captain America, and others were already waiting. "Today marks our first gathering, a celebration of our victory over Thanos. Let's raise our glasses," Tony proclaimed, lifting a champagne flute and downing its contents in one go. Thor, after a few drinks, patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Roy, I owe you a great debt." Roy, puzzled, took a few bites of his meal and looked at him. Thor continued, "Thanos and the fire giant are my mortal enemies, and my own strength was insufficient for vengeance. However, now you have personally vanquished both, avenging Asgard on my behalf. This gratitude I shall carry for a lifetime." Roy replied, "My divine essence originates from Asgard. In a sense, I too am one of Asgard's children. So it is no great matter." "No," Thor insisted stubbornly, "if you do not mind, I would like to consider you my brother." Roy chuckled wryly, "Come on. You're thousands of years old. I'm just a young man. This is not about age." Thor, appearing somewhat inebriated, continued, "In terms of looks and strength, who surpasses me? You are undoubtedly my brother." As Thor extolled his own virtues, Roy felt a touch of embarrassment and reluctantly acquiesced. You may not have noticed, but Natasha was utterly frantic at the time. Had it not been for Wanda, she might have already sacrificed herself alongside Mr. Roy. Hawkeye, undoubtedly Natasha's close confidant, let out a hearty laugh. Natasha's cheeks flushed crimson as she retaliated by kicking his chair, sending him crashing to the floor. Even in such a predicament, Hawkeye wore an amused grin. At that moment, he looked at Natasha with a smirk and inquired, "What is going on with your belly? Is it not obvious?" "It must be the work of Mr. Roy," Tony responded with a chuckle, provoking a wave of laughter that filled the room. Natasha's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and in her frustration, she kicked Hawkeye a few more times. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, causing everyone to become alert as the previously jovial atmosphere turned somber. Roy was the first to reach the door, and upon opening it, he was met with a scene engulfed in flames. The entire corridor was ablaze, and many service staff and patrons who sought refuge had perished in the inferno. What on earth is happening? Roy activated his heightened senses, and an image materialized in his mind, a red racing swiftly towards the northwest. Without hesitation, Roy took to the air, spotting a figure reminiscent of a swift night owl blending into the crowd, attempting to escape. However, Roy would not allow this opportunity to slip away and instantly appeared before the fleeing figure. The shadow froze in shock, and as it raised its head, Roy discerned the features of a young man with a deathly pale complexion and snow-white eyebrows. "What are you doing?" Roy asked coldly. The young man's eyes were filled with terror as he slowly retreated, but upon turning, he found Roy still standing before him. Despair consumed the young man as he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, striking Roy. This lethal force, fatal to ordinary individuals, had no effect on Roy whatsoever. Roy had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He reached out, compelling the young man to extend his neck towards him. "Speak, or I shall end your life," he warned. The man struggled futilely for a moment. Then his expression hardened as he gritted his teeth. Soon after, he began foaming at the mouth and succumbed to death. Roy gazed at him with a complex expression. The events had transpired too swiftly for him to intervene, leaving him pondering why the young man chose to take his own life. In the following days, a series of terror attacks plagued New York City, all perpetrated by individuals with extraordinary abilities. This afternoon, a robbery occurred at a local bank, with the main culprit currently on the run. Roy watched a news report at home featuring a hefty man who shattered a steel safe with a single punch, absconding with its contents. Why have so many superhumans suddenly emerged? Roy thought heavily as he turned off the television. At that moment, Agent Coulson arrived at his home and asked, "Mr. Roy, have you seen the news?" "I have," Roy replied. Roy responded succinctly. Coulson struck the wall with his fist and exclaimed, "These damned superhumans are all unregistered. Do you know their identities?" Coulson nodded, revealing one was a mere bank clerk, the very same who just robbed the bank. He vanished a few days ago, and when he reappeared, he had transformed into a superhuman. Roy pondered, realizing that if these individuals were once ordinary people, then something must have transpired in recent days to endow them with extraordinary powers. Once they possessed such inhuman strength, their descent into crime commenced. "Do you know their whereabouts?" Roy inquired. Coulson produced a satellite map, stating, "The bank robber disappeared here, and none of our dispatched agents have returned." "I'll take a look." Roy glanced at the map, committing it to memory before soaring into the sky, heading toward the forest where the rotund figure had vanished. The mission was clear: unravel the mystery of the superhuman criminals, with a reward of 1,000 points. Meanwhile, in a shadowy forest, a corpulent man sat on the ground, surrounded by several mangled corpses. His hands were stained with blood as he embraced a large pile of money, kissing it with insatiable greed, as if the scent of the currency was the most delightful aroma in the world. "Hey, fatso, let's go. What are you sitting there for?" A man and a woman approached from a distance, the man wearing a look of disdain. The rotund man chuckled and replied, "I just love this scent." The woman crossed her arms and warned, "If you don't move, we won't cover for you with the boss if something goes awry." All right. The fat man clumsily rose from the ground, clutching his money-filled backpack tightly, and prepared to leave with them. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and as bullets flew toward the fat man, the man instinctively shielded him. The bullets struck him as if hitting steel, sparking and ricocheting off harmlessly. "It's those pesky ants again." The fat man's face contorted with rage, and with a fierce stomp, a fissure opened beneath him, toppling the 3 agents to the ground. The woman, resembling a mantis, leapt into action, extending her arms into deadly blades. With a fierce cry, she dispatched all 3, blood splattering her face, which only heightened her exhilaration. The man urged, "Stop wasting time. We must leave quickly." Clearly more astute, he recognized that these individuals were likely stalling for time. Once the Avengers arrived, escaping would be impossible. "John, why are you in such a rush? Who could possibly defeat us now?" The fat man retorted dismissively. The woman mirrored his nonchalance, stating, "Exactly. We just need to return before dark." John replied coldly, "Do not forget our true identities. Even with superpowers, we are not invincible. If the Avengers come, will we be able to return? Then let us have a fight." The portly man shrugged and declared, "Regardless, those so-called Avengers are mere pretenders, should they dare to approach. I shall not hesitate to kill." Just then, Roy approached slowly from a distance, his gaze icy as it fell upon them. Upon seeing Roy, John was instantly taken aback. Stammering, "What are you doing here?" The portly man, seemingly unfamiliar with Roy, mocked John's startled demeanor, laughing, "Ha! Look at that cowardly expression, you timid fool." With that, he set his backpack down and stomped his foot, causing a chasm to spread towards Roy. However, the scene he had envisioned did not unfold. Roy stood unmoved, and the fissure abruptly halted before him. With a gentle exhale, Roy unexpectedly unleashed a pillar of fire, sending the portly man crashing to the ground. "You seek death." The portly man roared, enraged by such treatment after gaining his superpowers, and charged at Roy, swinging his massive fist. Bang! Roy caught the portly man's fist midair and, with a sudden force, the man let out a harrowing scream, the excruciating pain rendering him unconscious. Ah, ah, he cried, clutching his fist and stumbling backward, feeling as though his entire hand had been shattered, devoid of sensation. Roy coldly remarked, "It appears your demise is inevitable." In an instant, Roy appeared before the portly man, their eyes locking. The next moment, the portly man was annihilated in an instant. John gasped sharply, then impulsively shoved the woman beside him away, retreating at lightning speed. "Bastard!" The woman cursed, but with the arrow drawn, she had no choice but to extend her bone blade, prepared for a desperate fight against Roy. Yet, she was unqualified for such a confrontation. Roy showed no mercy, delivering a single punch that crushed the woman's heart, then swiftly stepped forward, standing before John. John's expression shifted to one of stark despair. Before Roy could pose a question, John fell to his knees, pleading, "Lord Roy, I beg you, spare my life. I have never taken a life." Roy regarded his pitiful pleas with a sense of resignation, contemplating whether he truly appeared so terrifying. "Answer my question honestly, and I may spare you." John fervently nodded, exclaiming, "Whatever you wish to know, I will tell you." Roy then inquired, "Where did your superpowers originate?" Chapter 63. The Superpower Serum. John replied, "I purchased them from the dark web." "The dark web? Elaborate, please." Roy was aware of the dark web but had never ventured into it. John continued, "That day, I was browsing the internet when someone sent me an email, asking if I was interested in participating in a research project. I clicked on the link and discovered it was an entrance to the dark web. From there, I was introduced to a project called Extraordinary, and after signing up, the next day, someone came to take me to a mountain." John continued, "There, they administered a serum to me, granting me extraordinary abilities. The leader instructed us to indulge in criminal activities, but we had to return before nightfall." Roy listened patiently, grasping the situation, and then inquired, "Where did this occur?" Just as John was about to respond, he suddenly halted, clutching his throat, unable to utter a word, and in mere seconds collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Roy, taken aback, examined John's body and discovered a micro camera implanted in his eye, along with a miniature explosive device concealed within his neck. In essence, those who received the serum were under their control. After a moment of contemplation, Roy summoned the authorities to manage the aftermath and returned to the Avengers headquarters to convene a meeting. "Are you suggesting there exists a serum capable of creating superhumans?" Hawkeye inquired. Roy nodded, stating, "I couldn't ascertain the specific nature of the serum. All I know is that these superhumans registered through the dark web." "The dark web? That complicates matters. We won't be able to trace it." Tony expressed his concerns. "What shall we do next?" Captain America asked. "My suggestion is to locate a superhuman and follow them to uncover the lair of these criminals. Since these superhumans are under duress, they will perish instantly upon our arrival, rendering interrogation impossible. Thus, we must follow them discreetly." "Scoundrels!" Banner slammed his fist on the table in anger. Quicksilver added, "They fantasized about possessing superpowers. Now that their dreams have materialized, they have become the most terrifying of terrorists." At that moment, Tony rose and declared, "In any case, we shall split up. Once we identify any superhumans, we must notify each other immediately." Just as the meeting was about to adjourn, Agents Coulson and Carter rushed into the conference room in a flurry. Coulson promptly activated the large screen, revealing an advertisement. This was a newly surfaced online promotion, brazenly offering the very serum to the public. How audacious! Roy glanced at the advertisement, which read, "Do you yearn to be a superhuman? Have you longed to undertake daring feats but lack the courage? Come here, and we will tailor-make your superpowers, enabling you to become a superhero." Beneath this message was an email address, inviting those interested to submit their information directly, with someone coming to collect them. It seems that the initial batch were merely test subjects. Their aim is to amass immense wealth through this scheme, Tony remarked gravely. Roy responded, "Once this news spreads, I fear many will enlist, leading to significant complications. Agent Coulson, can you eradicate this advertisement entirely?" Coulson shook his head. "This is a form of unconventional virus. Standard measures will not suffice, and we cannot locate the source." "Then it appears our only option is to trace the origin of the serum," Hawkeye concluded. Roy gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us proceed as we previously agreed. If we do not receive any news by tomorrow morning at the latest, we shall deliberate on alternative measures." The others nodded in agreement. On his way home, Roy observed throngs of jubilant people in the streets, exuberantly exclaiming their gratitude to the heavens. They had likely seen the advertisement and signed up. He had little inclination to concern himself with it, and upon returning home, he found Beatrice waiting anxiously at the doorstep. "Mr. Roy, you have finally arrived," Beatrice exclaimed, her demeanor fraught with urgency. "What is the matter?" Roy inquired. Beatrice replied, "One of the banks we invested in has just been robbed by a superpowered individual, and several employees were killed." Roy responded coldly, "Do we know where they went?" Beatrice shook her head and said, "We could not discern their direction at all." With a weary sigh, Roy gently patted her head and said, "Let us pause our financial dealings for the time being. We shall make decisions once I ascertain the facts. Is this a serious matter?" Beatrice observed the gravity of Roy's expression, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Let us assess the circumstances. You should return home for now. I will grant the entire company a few days of paid leave." After seeing Beatrice off, Roy sank into the sofa, contemplating the recent events. The individuals peddling the potions were evidently prepared for a vengeful resurgence, while the unfortunate souls yearning for superpowers remained oblivious to their manipulation. The potion was priced at 500,000 a bottle, a sum beyond the reach of most, yet there were exceptions. Imagine, if those around you possessed superpowers. Even the financially challenged would find ways to scrape together funds, with loans being the quickest and most effective means. Moreover, once endowed with superpowers, earning money would become effortless. No one would refuse such an opportunity. The consequence, however, would be a market collapse, precipitating a grave economic crisis. As Roy pondered this, Captain America suddenly called, "Mr. Roy, we have a superpowered robber here. I will send you the address." Upon hearing this, Roy's spirits lifted, and he sprang to his feet, quickly glancing at the address before hastening to the location. It was a small road in the suburbs, where Captain America was crouched in the bushes, observing a man gathering riches. Without warning, Roy stealthily approached, lying beside Captain America and fixating on the superpowered individual. After collecting his loot, the man did not linger but transformed into a shadow, swiftly disappearing into a nearby mountain. "Return and await further news. I shall investigate." Understanding that Captain America would not be able to keep pace, Roy instructed him and discreetly advanced. The man's speed was remarkable, approaching that of Quicksilver. Yet Roy managed to follow without being detected. The man soon arrived at the very spot where Roy had dealt with John and the others, maintaining his rapid pace as he charged up the nearest hillside. Upon reaching the summit, the man noticeably slowed, casting a wary glance around before lifting a stone and inserting his arm inside. Chapter 64. The assistance of Ant-Man. A faint sound echoed, and a stone door on the adjacent wall swung open, revealing a pitch-black passage. The man quickly slipped inside, but the door, remarkably sensitive, slammed shut just inches from his back, making it impossible for Roy to follow. Such a stringent defense. After pondering for a moment, Roy decided to abandon this venture. As he made his way home, a thought crossed his mind. Since the stone door was so reactive and he could not infiltrate to gather intelligence, why not seek the help of a professional? Ant-Man. The name suddenly emerged in Roy's mind. Indeed, Ant-Man possesses the ability to shrink his body to the quantum realm. If he could merely place him on the superpowered individual, Ant-Man would seamlessly blend in, wouldn't he? Of course, Ant-Man's combat prowess is not particularly formidable. Roy merely wished to leverage his perspective to gather information. Resolute in his decision, Roy promptly contacted Agent Coulson, who had a comprehensive list of superpowered individuals along with their contact details. "Coulson, provide me with Ant-Man's contact information." Coulson, puzzled, inquired, "What do you need him for?" Roy responded, "It's too complicated to explain in a few words. Just wait for me at my house." "All right." Without further delay, Roy hurried home. The situation was straightforward. Since they could not pass through the stone door in their normal size, Ant-Man could certainly fulfill his role. Roy meticulously explained his discoveries to Coulson, who nodded in agreement and assisted Roy in contacting Ant-Man. At 8 o'clock that evening, Roy arrived at the CAF where he had arranged to meet Ant-Man. It was the most luxurious CAF in New York City, with reservations filled until the following year. However, due to Tony's status as a shareholder, they easily secured a private room. Ant-Man gazed at the remarkably youthful man before him, finding it hard to fathom that such a young individual could be a great hero destined to save the world. "Mr. Roy, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Ant-Man exclaimed warmly, shaking his hand. Roy smiled and said, "I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour." "No worries. I heard from Coulson that there's a very important task for me. I feel it is my duty to assist," Ant-Man declared, thumping his chest. Since the conversation had swiftly turned to the matter at hand, Roy decided to get straight to the point. "You are aware of the recent incidents concerning that serum, correct?" Ant-Man nodded, responding, "Yes, I've heard about it. The notion that ordinary people can attain superpowers has stirred quite a commotion. Some people around me have even signed up." "This is a deception," Roy stated solemnly. "I have encountered these individuals before. Those who suddenly gain superpowers tend to lash out at society, acting recklessly. When I attempted to interrogate them, their puppeteers would manipulate them into committing suicide." "What? It's that serious?" Ant-Man exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed. This is why I assert it is a ruse. The cost of possessing superpowers is becoming a pawn for others," Roy explained. "Goodness, I was considering signing up myself." "I'm fortunate I didn't pursue that thought," Ant-Man replied, visibly relieved. Roy remarked, I have just discovered their base, but only designated individuals are permitted entry. Therefore, I seek your assistance in shrinking and attaching yourself to someone, so you may infiltrate and gather intelligence. The Ant-Man, taken aback, inquired, just me? Roy reassured him. Do not worry, we will equip you with a tracker. You need only to take a brief tour. Should you be discovered, simply enlarge yourself, and I will be there to assist you. After contemplating for a moment, Ant-Man gritted his teeth and replied, all right. Thus, the plan was set. Ant-Man retrieved his equipment and joined Roy near the base. At 6 o'clock in the early morning, the gates of the base swung open, and a throng of men and women emerged, engaging in jovial conversation and occasionally showcasing their superpowers in jest, radiating happiness. However, their joy was undoubtedly built upon the suffering of others. Today would be yet another day of their reckless abandon. Have you identified a target? Ant-Man asked. Roy surveyed the crowd and eventually fixed his gaze on a tall woman, declaring, it is her. With that, the two stealthily followed the woman. After leaving the mountains, she ventured into the city, pilfering from several establishments before seeking solace in an upscale beauty salon. Her power of invisibility ensured that no one noticed her thievery. Clearly a member of that salon, she indulged herself from rest and refreshments until well past 5 in the afternoon. Knowing that the superpowered individuals must return before nightfall, the woman hastily exited, heading back toward the mountains. The two, having waited all day, finally seized their opportunity. Ant-Man shrank to his smallest size, and with a gentle flick from Roy, he soared into the bag slung over the woman's shoulder. How is it? Roy inquired softly, to which Ant-Man responded, quite pleasant, though the scent of perfume is rather overpowering. What is this round, soft object? Ant-Man could not resist a jest, prompting a wry smile from Roy as he followed closely behind. As the woman approached a stone gateway, it opened with a swift motion, allowing her entry before closing rapidly behind her. Ant-Man had successfully infiltrated the base. Mr. Roy, I am inside, he called from the bag, peeking out to survey the woman above him, then stealthily emerging from within. Roy produced his laptop, displaying the very scene Ant-Man was witnessing. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by a few overhead lights, as Ant-Man trailed behind the woman. After less than 3 minutes, she opened a door, and the scene brightened instantly, revealing a vast hall teeming with people. Their faces were alight with fervor, some even erupting into screams of excitement. Upon closer inspection, Roy noted that each individual bore a large, bulging backpack, unmistakably filled with the spoils of their day's exploits. All right, children, place all the wealth you have acquired from human society today upon the platform above. The Lord shall determine the allocation of the potion to those obedient children based on the offerings of each individual. At that moment, an elderly man stood upon the elevated dais before them, and as his raspy voice resonated, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Subsequently, the platform descended gently from the sky, with each person placing their numbered backpacks atop it. The elder surveyed the fervent, yet numb faces of the crowd, a peculiar smile creeping across his visage. Chapter 65. The second phase of the potion. Roy felt a chilling sensation as he beheld this scene. These superhumans were evidently brainwashed. Ant-Man, do not approach them. Find a place to hide, he instructed, uncertain of the abilities possessed by these individuals. He urged Ant-Man to conceal himself to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Soon, the platform became laden with wealth, and as it ascended, the elder proclaimed, you are all exceptional warriors. In the pursuit of a perfect world, each of you has contributed immensely, and thus the Lord has decided to bestow upon you the second phase of the potion. As soon as his words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Having tasted the sweetness of their powers, these superhumans grew increasingly addicted. The second phase of the potion promised to sustain them for a full year. In other words, with the second injection, they could continue their misdeeds unabated for another year. Then, several figures clad in black emerged, while a concealed operating room nearby illuminated with bright lights. According to their numbers, individuals entered one by one to receive their second injection, careful not to cross the yellow line. 3 meters in front of the operating room lay a yellow line, and the individuals obediently queued outside it, behaving like compliant children. One by one, they entered the operating room, emerging with expressions of sheer joy, eliciting envy among those waiting behind. Among them was a shifty-eyed man who, after the preceding individual had entered, curiously crossed the yellow line and peered through the door's crack. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as if witnessing something extraordinary. Yet, in the next instant, the man's head exploded in a grotesque manner, resembling a burst watermelon, startling everyone present. I warned you not to cross the yellow line. The elder slowly retracted his finger, his eyes ablaze with fury. The others dared not breach the yellow line again, redirecting their attention back to the potion. Meanwhile, the man's corpse was trampled into a mushy mess by the crowd. Ant-Man whispered, "TSK, TSK, What a needless fate. After speaking, he glanced around at the gathered crowd and stealthily approached the door by slipping through a crevice in the rocks. Roy exclaimed in alarm, "What are you doing? Come back." Ant-Man, unfazed, replied, "I'm merely going to see what's inside. They won't be able to detect me anyway. That's still not permissible." At this point, it was too late for Roy to intervene. Ant-Man crossed the yellow line, and just as he leaned against the door's crack, the Elder, as if sensing something amiss, bellowed, "Who goes there?" Startled, Ant-Man quickly concealed himself within a nearby crevice. The Elder, trembling, approached the entrance and inquired, "Who was that just now?" People looked at each other, their faces etched with confusion. "No one came by just now," a woman replied. "Impossible," the Elder asserted with conviction. "I distinctly sensed a presence here. I know you possess extraordinary abilities, but that does not grant you the liberty to act as you please in my presence. Who was it that just passed by?" Upon uttering these words, an aura of lethal intent emanated from the Elder, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. "Perhaps it was a mouse or an ant," suggested the steward. The Elder scoffed. "An ant? Huh, then find it for me." A man stepped forward, pacing at the doorway. But after several lapses, he found nothing. Without hesitation, the Elder executed him. "Who was it?" he inquired coldly, instilling silence among the crowd. Could it truly have been my imagination? The Elder gazed at the earnest faces around him, momentarily questioning his own senses. However, as he recalled the earlier sensations, he was convinced there had been signs of life lingering here, yet no one could be found. Turning his gaze toward the door, he caught a glimpse of Ant-Man in the corner of his vision, his heart racing with tension. "Look for an opportunity to escape," Roy urged from outside. Ant-Man whispered through the crack, "Are you sure you'll come for me?" "Absolutely." "Good, then I shall feel at ease." "What do you intend to do?" "It's not about what I want, but what the suit desires." "Damn it. Only 10 seconds remain." Ant-Man glanced at the timer on his suit, noting less than 10 seconds left. Once the time expired, he would revert to his normal size. Roy sighed in resignation and set aside his computer, feeling his abilities surge within him. The moment Ant-Man enlarged, he would whisk him away, still not revealing who it is. "If you don't speak soon, the potion will be gone," the Elder threatened. "Who the hell went by?" "Yes, step forward quickly. It's a rare opportunity." "I suspect it's you, you foul wretch. Don't you have the power of invisibility? Get lost." Voices escalated into chaos, and the Elder felt his head spinning. At that moment, Ant-Man suddenly returned to his normal size. He held his breath, attempting to stealthily leave. Yet, such a sudden appearance would inevitably draw attention, and all gazes converged upon him. Ant-Man froze, then forcibly turned his head, forcing a smile. "Hi. Good evening." The Elder stared at Ant-Man in astonishment, while others, fueled by anger, shouted, "It's him. We've found you at last. Let us finish him." Everyone lunged at him as Ant-Man cried out, instantly maximizing his suit. Meanwhile, Roy fixated on the mountain peak, when suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal head emerged from above. "Help me." Ant-Man scrambled frantically from the summit, only to be met with a barrage of attacks from numerous superpowered individuals. Just then, a shadow darted toward him like lightning, landing heavily on his arm. Then, Ant-Man raised his right arm high, soaring into the air in a rather peculiar manner, as if grasping something, swiftly darting towards the horizon. At the tip of Ant-Man's fingers was Roy, clutching his pinky as he observed the pursuers closing in from behind. With a calm demeanor, Roy declared, "Tenfold gravity." Such a penetrating rule required immense energy, yet Roy had no time to ponder. Instantly, the power of the void activated, causing the airborne superhumans to plummet. "I suppose it's time for you to revert to your normal size," Roy remarked, eyeing the carefree Ant-Man suspended in midair. Ant-Man, feeling a tad embarrassed, replied, "Apologies. This is my first time in the sky. I got a bit carried away. I'll return to my normal size right away." Chapter 66. The Giant Octopus in an Instant. Ant-Man's body shrank, and Roy's speed returned to its normal pace. Within the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on the ruins of the base, an elderly man glared in fury at their departing direction. "Chief, our potion." At that moment, an obliviously carefree individual approached, unaware of the Elder's wrath. Expressing concern over the potion. "Potion." The chief instantly executed him, as if only through violence could he find solace. "Head to base 2, and do it swiftly." 10 minutes later, Roy and Ant-Man returned home, the first order of business being to remove the cameras attached to them. "I didn't authorize you to act independently. What were you thinking?" Roy scolded. Ant-Man chuckled. "I just couldn't help myself. I was eager to discover the source of their powers." "So you decided to ignore my orders?" Roy retaliated with a playful kick to his rear, harmless yet satisfying. "If I hadn't been strong and fast, you would have been dead by now." I understand. I want to do it again." Ant-Man grinned, knowing Roy had no real way to punish him. Soon, the footage was uploaded to the computer. Initially, it resembled what Roy had previously viewed, but at the last second. The image abruptly froze on the moment when Roy was crouched by the door. The two of them were instantly gripped by a chill, their skin crawling at the sight. It was undeniably the most repulsive scene they had ever witnessed. There, nestled within, was a creature resembling a colossal octopus, while three individuals clad in white coats restrained an unconscious man, a tentacle thrusting directly into his throat. The tentacles were semi-transparent, revealing a greenish liquid flowing into the man's throat. Scattered across the ground were remnants of bodies, with a man desperately struggling to escape as another, wielding a chainsaw, approached ominously. "This is hell on earth," exclaimed Ant-Man, horrified. Could the potion they spoke of be derived from this creature's bodily fluids? The sight made Ant-Man feel queasy, threatening to expel his lunch. Roy, however, wore a grave expression, for he had encountered this octopus monster firsthand in the research lab of the Ebony Throat spaceship, where it had been dormant in a petri dish, and he had paid it little heed. But how could this monster have manifested on Earth? Roy contemplated for a moment, realizing that these monstrous beings were likely concealed during the previous battle against Thanos, subsequently exploited as instruments for personal gain. However, he pondered, how could these entities possess superhuman abilities? Ant-Man queried, filled with suspicion. What truly matters is how many such creatures exist, Roy expressed his concern. Given that this organization dares to offer services globally, it surely has established bases in various locations worldwide. Unbeknownst to us, they have infiltrated so deeply. Without further hesitation, Roy handed the footage over to Tony, who possessed a comprehensive catalog of Thanos' legacy and might uncover pertinent information. The following day, Tony convened a meeting. As illustrated, the octopus named Crus was a superpower manufacturing machine secretly developed by Thanos, capable of secreting a substance known as God Water, which, when ingested by ordinary individuals, could alter their genetic structure, bestowing them with certain superpowers. However, these powers remained uncontrollable, leading Thanos' research to reach an impasse. Tony pointed at the octopus and explained. Hawkeye scrutinized the creature and remarked, "So, the recent emergence of that so-called serum is essentially the bodily fluid of this entity. It's rather revolting." Roy replied, "The most pressing issue is that this organization must have bases scattered across the globe. We need to locate their headquarters and all affiliated outposts. Does anyone have viable suggestions?" Captain America proposed. "In that case, we could reach out to local officials, urging them to remain vigilant, while dispatching agents for tracking investigations. Ultimately, we can consolidate our findings and strike them all at once." Roy shook his head, asserting, "That is overly idealistic. Can you guarantee that no officials have been compromised? If word leaks, our plan could be thwarted." Tony then suggested, "Instead, we might consider capturing the leader first. Certain genetic sequences within these organisms are designed to control them. If we can uncover this command, we could summon them, rendering the organization's bases vulnerable. Then we can dismantle the headquarters and proceed to eliminate them one by one." "Is that even feasible?" Roy inquired. Tony nodded, stating, "I previously archived all of Thanos' technology. The records should contain relevant information." With that, Tony activated his smartwatch, projecting a luminous display into the air. "Jarvis, retrieve all data records pertaining to Crus." "Certainly, sir," Jarvis responded. Data flickered across the screen, soon revealing an image of Crus accompanied by a plethora of information. Tony sifted through the data and his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "I found it." Thanos had a data terminal referred to as the Mother Body, which can control all Crus entities. Roy quickly inquired, "Where is this terminal?" Tony flipped to the last page, furrowing his brow, and replied, "The terminal was personally carried by Thanos, yet I did not discover any machinery while examining his remains. It may have been taken by someone else." Roy declared, "Then let us identify all companies and regions involved in this project. Anyone associated with Thanos shall be considered a suspect." Tony nodded and then said, "Jarvis, identify all the companies and regions involved in the Thanos project and what they have taken." Immediately, Jarvis responded, "The Southern Company, Thornton, has extracted Thanos' axe." Jarvis recounted all the companies, and Roy silently took notes until Jarvis mentioned one company, prompting Roy to pause. "The Arctic Company, Arctic Fox, has acquired Thanos' private storage cabinet." Roy said calmly. Hawkeye remarked, "So that means the terminal might be in their possession, right?" Roy nodded and replied, "I believe we need to make a trip to the Arctic." "I will go," Wanda volunteered. Tony remarked, "The harsh Arctic environment makes Roy and Wanda the most suitable candidates." "Going to the Arctic? Humph, you'll freeze to death." Natasha scoffed. Roy smiled nonchalantly and said, "Leave the task of punishing the wicked to me. You can focus on your pregnancy." Natasha, hearing this, became agitated and shouted, "What I do is none of your business. That is my child." "Nonsense. The child will be mine once I give birth," Roy countered. Chapter 67, Arctic Fox Company. Natasha shouted, and as the others noticed the couple was about to argue again, they discreetly left, with Ant-Man kindly closing the door behind him. I'm telling you, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you pay. Natasha hurled a table at Roy. He did not flinch or move, allowing the table to strike him. You've got some strength, Roy teased. How dare you underestimate me? Wanda exclaimed in fury, charging at him. But her bravado against an ordinary person proved futile against Roy. He easily pinned her to the table, and Natasha, in her professional skirt, appeared strikingly alluring, causing Roy's thoughts to wander. You look particularly beautiful today, he remarked. Natasha's cheeks flushed. Her proud nature could hardly tolerate such flattery, and she desperately sought to escape. Yet it was as futile as a mayfly trying to shake a tree. With a wave of his right hand, all the curtains automatically drew shut, and the doors and windows closed instantly, filling the room with a captivating melody. That night, Natasha, trembling, walked through her home, her face a mix of anger and helplessness, before collapsing onto the sofa in a deep slumber. The following day, Roy and Wanda arrived at the base, where Tony had prepared a jet. I've already contacted them. Someone will meet you upon your arrival, and you can discuss matters directly, Tony instructed. Hawkeye looked around, puzzled. Where's Natasha? Roy instinctively replied. She must be too exhausted. Resting at home. Upon hearing this, everyone cast him an oddly scrutinizing glance, and Roy immediately realized he had misspoken, offering a wry smile. Natasha must hate you now. Hawkeye joked. Tony, resting his chin in contemplation, added, I recall the meeting in the conference room lasted until midnight. Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Roy momentarily at a loss for words. It was Wanda who pulled him onto the plane, swiftly ascending into the skies, alleviating his embarrassment. Mr. Stark, why does Natasha harbor such animosity towards Mr. Roy? Young Peter inquired, his curiosity piqued. Tony shook his head with a chuckle and walked away, while Peter, bewildered, pressed on. Isn't Natasha Mr. Roy's girlfriend? Why would she hate him? On board the aircraft, Wanda could no longer contain her amusement and remarked, Mr. Roy, your little predicament is common knowledge. Had I known, I would have chosen a different venue, Roy lamented. Wanda smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, All right, Mr. Roy, gather your thoughts. After speaking, she retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and tossed it to Roy before settling into the cockpit to adjust the controls. Given that they had set the plane to autopilot, manual operation was unnecessary. Periodic instrument checks sufficed. Seizing the moment, Roy asked, Wanda, what about your parents and Quicksilver S? This question had lingered in Roy's mind for quite some time. There were always whispers that Wanda and Quicksilver's father was Magneto, yet the films had never confirmed this. Wanda waved her hand dismissively, stating, We do not know. From the time I can remember, my brother and I wandered from place to place until the year our powers awakened, when we were taken in by Hydra. Have you never considered searching for your parents? Roy inquired. No, I have no emotional ties to them, Wanda replied nonchalantly. Since they heartlessly abandoned us, they are no longer my parents. Roy sighed softly. Indeed, among the Avengers, Wanda and Thor bore the heaviest burdens, both having lost all familial ties. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived in the Arctic. Roy stood by the window, wiping the condensation away, and gazed down to behold an expanse of white, a true kingdom of ice and snow. It's hard to imagine a company being established in such a place, Wanda mused. Roy nodded in agreement. Indeed, the costs are exorbitant. Establishing a company in the Arctic involves managing international relations and combating the pervasive cold. Heating and ventilation systems alone incur significant expenses, not to mention the construction materials. However, there are substantial advantages to setting up here. The Arctic is rich in resources. With sufficient capability, one could establish a research center, he added. Soon, as Roy spotted a cylindrical structure in the distance, he realized they had arrived at the Arctic Fox base. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. A tall man stood at the entrance of the base, and upon Roy and Wanda's descent from the plane, he approached them accompanied by several bodyguards. Roy smiled and greeted him. Hello. The man replied respectfully, I am Fick, the Executive Vice President of Arctic Fox Corporation. I am fully responsible for the handover of the relics of Thanos. Roy nodded in acknowledgement. I look forward to our collaboration. Fick then led them into the corporate building. As soon as Roy entered the building, he was greeted by an unexpected warm breeze that banished the chill from his body, replaced swiftly by a gentle warmth akin to a spring zephyr. Mr. Roy, please change your clothes here, Fick directed, approaching the wall where someone awaited with a garment. As Fick changed, he glanced at the two indifferent individuals and remarked, How forgetful of me. You two need not bother. Once Fick donned the new attire, he inquired, How do you find the temperature here? Quite comfortable, isn't it? Roy affirmed with sincerity, Indeed, it is pleasant. Fick beamed. This is our Arctic Fox Company's meticulously researched heating and ventilation system. It adjusts airflow based on wind direction, utilizing materials with optimal thermal conductivity. Even in the frigid temperature of -56 degrees outside, it remains a veritable spring within these walls. Roy nodded appreciatively. You have truly put in great effort. Shall we commence our collaboration? He was eager to avoid wasting time. Certainly. Please follow me to the office, Fick responded. The trio ascended to the top-floor office via the elevator, where a vast floor-to-ceiling window ensured ample sunlight while blocking the diffused glow of the snow outside, showcasing a high level of technological sophistication. Thanos' personal belongings resided in a box made from extraterrestrial material, which they were unable to open. Fick produced a photograph. Roy examined it, noting that it depicted a triangular storage cabinet. Fick chuckled, Mr. Roy, as you may know, despite being a marine research company, profitability is paramount. We invested $3 billion in this item, believing it would yield significant research value. However, since we cannot open it, keeping it merely amounts to a waste of funds. Hence, we agreed to trade it with Mr. Tony. I wonder how much you are prepared to offer. Chapter 68. Exploration and Betrayal. Roy replied calmly. Since your company spent $3 billion on it, we shall offer you $3 billion. Fick rejoiced, exclaiming, Truly, you are an avenger. Your generosity is commendable. Unlike those insincere companies whose offers barely cover our shipping costs. However, I must first inspect this storage cabinet, Roy added. No problem. Fick readily agreed, leading Roy and his companion to their research area. As they traversed a lengthy corridor, Roy observed the sealed doors lining either side and inquired, What lies behind those doors? Fick smiled. As a marine research company, those rooms contain our research data. Mr. Roy, this is confidential business information. I hope you understand I cannot permit you to visit. I understand, Roy nodded, just as the system abruptly announced in his mind. Mission assigned. Uncover the secrets of Arctic Fox Company. Reward. Infinite ammunition for a Gauss sniper rifle. At that moment, Roy narrowed his eyes. The system's tasks were never arbitrary. If it urged him to investigate Arctic Fox, then surely the company harbored some unspeakable secrets. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a room housing the very triangular storage cabinet they had discussed. Mr. Roy, would you like me to retrieve it for you? Fick asked while donning protective gear and gloves. Roy nodded and said, Let me see it. All right, Fick replied, producing the triangular object and placing it before Roy. After examining it closely and noticing no evident signs of tampering, Roy nodded in satisfaction. Our collaboration is successful then. I'll take this storage unit, and the funds will be credited back to your company's account by tomorrow. Just as Roy was about to depart, Fick, with an expression of difficulty, halted him, saying, Mr. Roy, since you've come all this way, why not stay the night before you leave? The days are long here in the Arctic, while it is already night where you come from. Wanda frowned, stating, We can travel at night. Fick hesitated for a moment before responding, Mr. Roy, Miss Wanda. Commercial principles dictate that payment and delivery occur simultaneously. You have taken the item, yet the payment has not been made. Does that not seem a bit? He continued, It's not that I distrust you, but as ordinary individuals, we require some assurance given your extraordinary abilities. Roy waved him off, saying, I understand your concerns. We shall stay the night. His decision was also strategic. Staying would afford him the opportunity to delve into the company's secrets. Wanda regarded him with curiosity, but upon seeing the resolve in Roy's eyes, she chose not to press further. That evening, Arctic Fox Corporation hosted a celebratory banquet. Fick raised a glass of champagne and declared loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, today our company is fortunate to collaborate with Mr. Roy and Miss Wanda from Stark Industries, who are also the great heroes of our world. Let us raise our glasses. Roy observed the jubilant crowd with a faint smile, while Wanda, somewhat weary of such commercial gatherings, retreated to her room for rest. After the festivities concluded, Fick personally escorted Roy back to his room before proceeding to another office on the top floor. The office was adorned with various medals, and a middle-aged man with piercing eyes stood by the window, leisurely sipping from a glass of red wine. Chairman, they have already retired for the night, Fick reported. Eisenhart turned to him and asked, Have we acquired the genetic samples? Fick produced 2 glasses, one still bearing traces of lipstick, and replied, As per your instructions. We have obtained them. Then let us commence with the second phase of our research, Eisenhart stated. Fick nodded, saying, I shall arrange that immediately. After a brief moment of contemplation regarding Eisenhart, he added, Chairman, why don't we simply? He made a slashing motion across his throat. Eisenhart responded with calm indifference. The one named Roy possesses considerable strength, and the one called Wanda has great potential. For now, we should refrain from targeting them. Fick understood the implication and continued, Chairman, we have retrieved the terminal. What if they discover its absence upon returning? Eisenhart chuckled and replied, No one has claimed to know its contents. We shall act as though we are oblivious. How amusing it is that Roy and the others think themselves clever, huh? Meanwhile, Roy abruptly opened his eyes in bed and softly uttered, Sleep. As the words faded, the rotund man in the surveillance room, engrossed in a film and snacking on chips, abruptly stiffened and slumped over the table, succumbing to slumber, oblivious to the shadow stealthily slipping away on the monitor. The night had deepened. Apart from a few patrolling and on-duty personnel, the entire office area lay deserted. Haha, I've made a fortune in stocks this time, one man exclaimed. Really? Count me in. Two men approached, conversing as they waved their flashlights aimlessly. Like a gecko, Roy adhered to the wall, ascending to the ceiling, holding his breath until the two had passed before he gracefully descended. Having evaded the initial wave of patrol, Roy wasted no time and produced the door card he had pilfered from Fick earlier that day, inserting it into a mysterious door, with a flash of blue light. The door swung open automatically. Roy slipped inside with utmost silence, gently closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, a second patrol team rounded the corner, nearly catching sight of the blue light that flickered as the door closed. The room was enveloped in darkness. Roy dared not switch on any lights, but his night vision adapted swiftly to the surroundings. This was the archives room, housing a cabinet filled with paper documents alongside two supercomputers. Due to their security mechanisms, any forced entry or insertion of media would trigger an alarm, so Roy did not intend to tamper with them. His gaze turned to the cabinet, and upon careful inspection, he discovered several files were sealed away, accessible only by an antiquated brass lock. Lacking a key, he resorted to sheer strength. Roy pressed his hand against the lock, channeling energy as his hand vibrated at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the brass lock shattered into fragments. He cautiously opened the glass window and retrieved the files. But as he glimpsed at them, his pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly, the lights flared to life, accompanied by a male voice declaring, "Mr. Roy, you are in the act of stealing commercial secrets, which constitutes corporate crime." Roy looked up to see Fick and his associates towering over him, the harsh light illuminating the documents in his hands, while another individual recorded the scene. A chill swept through Roy as the realization dawned upon him. Fick had orchestrated this scenario to lure him into a trap for some nefarious purpose. Their actions only solidified the guilt gnawing at his conscience. "You did this on purpose," Roy asserted coldly. Fick chuckled mockingly. "What evidence do you have to prove our intent, Mr. Roy? You must understand, you are currently stealing our company's secrets, and we possess irrefutable evidence. Do you still wish to deny it?" At that moment, a uniformed officer entered, stating flatly, "Mr. Roy, you are suspected of criminal activity. Please accompany us." Roy observed Fick's sinister grin and the man recording nearby, then nodded. "Very well, I shall go with you." Fick and his companion were taken aback by Roy's unexpected acquiescence. They had prepared to report him for resisting arrest. However, this development indeed simplified matters. The international officer produced a pair of handcuffs and approached Roy, lamenting, "What a pity, Mr. Roy, as a superhero, how could you engage in such petty misdeeds?" "Your words are quite excessive," Roy retorted inwardly, knowing that he could easily break free from the cuffs if he so desired. He was merely curious about Fick's true intentions. "Mr. Roy, what is the meaning of this?" Wanda arrived at the scene, her expression one of disbelief upon seeing Roy in handcuffs. Fick explained, "Officer Daybach, this is Roy's accomplice. Although she is not present, we cannot dismiss the possibility of her harboring ulterior motives." "What are you talking about?" Wanda's temper flared as she reacted to Fick's insinuations. Fick quickly sought refuge behind his bodyguard, exclaiming, "Look at her. She believes her powers grant her the right to act without restraint. No one has dared to speak to me this way throughout my life." A red glow emanated from Wanda's hands, and she was tempted to unleash her fury upon Fick. "Wanda, do not act impulsively," Roy interjected, aware that any confrontation could escalate the situation dramatically. Wanda struggled, insisting, "Mr. Roy, they are pushing it too far. Listen to me. Return to discuss this with Tony." "No one is to act without my command," Roy commanded sternly. Reluctantly, Wanda retracted her magic, warning Fick, "You will meet a grim fate." "Mr. Roy, shall we depart?" "This is not a suitable place for discussion," Officer Daybach suggested. Subsequently, amidst Fick's smug gaze, Roy was escorted onto a helicopter, which took him directly to a detention facility. "Mr. Roy, could you explain your reason for visiting the Arctic Fox Company's archives?" Daybach inquired coolly. Roy replied, "I suspect they are conducting biological experiments." "Is that merely a suspicion?" Daybach pressed. "Indeed," Roy affirmed. Daybach continued, "You entered their archives without any evidence. This constitutes a serious commercial offense." "It was precisely due to the lack of evidence that I ventured in," Roy stated, locking eyes with Daybach, who appeared momentarily unsettled. Daybach hastily responded, "I am now aware of the circumstances. Do you prefer to settle this privately or publicly?" Upon hearing this, Roy chuckled. "What does a private settlement entail?" Daybach shrugged. "It merely involves some monetary compensation." Roy scoffed, "If I were to settle privately, would you not take a cut?" Though a sensitive topic, Daybach did not dispute it, calmly replying, "That is not your concern. So, will it be public or private?" "Public," Roy declared, unwilling to indulge their bad habits. Daybok seemed to anticipate Roy's response, smirking. Very well, that is your choice. Prepare for a court summons. He added, for now, you will remain here. By the way, our food is not particularly good. After Daybok departed, Fick entered with a mocking expression directed at Roy. He said, Mr. Roy, why the fuss? Your efforts to combat crime are commendable, but why the suspicion towards us? We are a marine biology research company, and our foremost priority is data integrity. You see, Roy replied, you know very well what you have done. Fick scoffed, we are law-abiding citizens, always open to inspections. However, you should be more concerned about your own situation. Roy yawned and said, what do you want? Fick, noticing Roy's straightforwardness, displayed a hint of delight and replied, Mr. Roy, you are indeed a clever man. We desire nothing from you, and we understand you merely stumbled upon our archive. As long as you provide security services for our company for 3 years, we can assist you in leaving this predicament swiftly. A glint of coldness flickered in Roy's eyes as he asked, are you suggesting I become your bodyguard? Fick shrugged, what's wrong with that? Given your status as a superhero, the compensation would be substantial. Consider it. You spend all day saving the world, but who pays you for that? What isn't it for you? Roy replied coldly, you might as well abandon this line of thought. That would be quite unfortunate, Fick retorted. In that case, we'll have to issue a statement to provide the world with a reasonable explanation. At this, Roy felt a tremor in his heart, realizing their intent. So, this is your scheme. Fick responded nonchalantly, do not misconstrue our actions. We merely seek to present the truth to the world. Suddenly, Roy stood up, and the handcuffs fell apart as though made of paper, startling Fick. Roy slowly approached him and coldly stated, if I discover who your boss is, I will make you witness your own demise. Fick, hearing what sounded like whispers from hell, was drenched in cold sweat and hurried out, shouting at the tempered glass, Roy, do not get too comfortable. I will ruin you. Roy calmly returned to his seat, a flicker of understanding illuminating his eyes. He had begun to grasp the full scope of the situation. This was an elaborate scheme, and he was merely a pawn in their game. Fick's mention of a public announcement revealed their intentions. Arctic Fox Corporation aimed to exploit this incident to portray superheroes as lawless villains. Chapter 70. Conspiracy. Once the emotions of ordinary people were ignited, superheroes would become targets of their verbal assaults. Furthermore, the existence of a serum granting ordinary individuals superpowers would seem increasingly justified and in demand. Who wouldn't desire the means to protect themselves in a world dominated by superpowered beings? If such events were to unfold, certain regions would inevitably buckle under public pressure and move towards legalization. Once one area took this step, others would likely follow suit. The ultimate goal would be to turn the entire world into puppets of the organization, which undoubtedly pointed to Arctic Fox Corporation. Truly formidable. Roy let out a cold laugh, genuinely admiring the intricacy of this grand scheme. Who could possibly be the mastermind behind such a meticulous plot? Fick was merely a puppet on the surface, undoubtedly. A significant figure lurked in the shadows. Let me see if you can achieve your desires. Meanwhile, at the Avengers headquarters. What? Mr. Roy has been captured? This is outrageous. Hawkeye exclaimed, his temper flaring upon hearing Wanda's account. Even Spider-Man, usually mild-mannered, expressed his indignation. Mr. Roy selflessly saved the world. How can he be apprehended? We must rescue him. Ant-Man sprang to his feet, eager to act. Calm down, Tony stated in a grave tone. If Mr. Roy wishes to leave, who in this world could possibly detain him? Upon hearing this, everyone realized the truth. Roy was immensely powerful. It was doubtful anyone in the universe could match him. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But why was he not resisting? Tony inquired, Wanda, how was Mr. Roy captured? Wanda replied thoughtfully, I'm not entirely sure. It seems Mr. Roy entered the Arctic Fox Corporation's archives and was discovered. Captain America nodded, pondering, why would Mr. Roy go to that archive? Perhaps he has uncovered something significant. After exchanging glances with Tony, he added, Mr. Roy never acts without reason. He must have stumbled upon something important. In my view, that Arctic Fox Corporation is the true mastermind, and that serum, Crus, is undoubtedly under their control. Tony asserted with unwavering conviction. That makes sense. Dr. Strange agreed, nodding. Just then, Pepper rushed in, visibly distressed. This is bad. Something serious has happened. What is it? Tony asked, perplexed. Pepper immediately projected a video showing Roy holding files, followed by a report from the Arctic Fox Corporation, which smeared Roy's reputation, claiming he had acted recklessly due to his superpowers, ultimately implicating all superheroes. This video incited widespread outrage. People from around the globe protested, some having endured this for far too long, vociferously demanding that superheroes adhere to the law. It seems this issue has escalated significantly, Captain America remarked gravely. Tony nodded, stating, we need to devise a plan to quell the public's fury. No, Tony. We may have bigger problems, Dr. Strange said, shaking his head with concern. He turned his computer to reveal that millions had signed up to receive the serum, and the numbers were rapidly increasing. They feared superheroes would harm them, prompting them to seek powers of their own. Dr. Strange said earnestly, "If we do not dismantle the Arctic Fox Corporation soon, the entire world will become puppets." Gritting his teeth, Tony replied, "Very well. We shall risk being hunted by the world and take down the Arctic Fox Corporation." Wanda exclaimed anxiously, "No. Mr. Roy has advised against rash actions. Should any unforeseen event occur, we would all become pariahs. Yet, we cannot stand idly by as the entire world becomes their puppets." Tony was acutely aware of the grave consequences, yet the fate of the world overshadowed his personal honor. Unable to dissuade them, Wanda resigned herself to prepare for action. At that moment, Roy, confined within the detention center, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had come to a realization. The people of the world had been galvanized, and he could no longer afford to remain passive. Only by annihilating them could he resolve this crisis once and for all. With the evidence in hand, the Avengers would be absolved. "Mr. Roy, please return to your seat and prepare yourself." At this juncture, Daybach noticed the change in Roy's gaze and gripped his handgun tightly. Roy stood up deliberately, straightening his attire, and said, "Mr. Daybach, are you familiar with an Eastern phrase? What do you mean? To fight with one's back against the wall." The coldness in Roy's eyes was palpable. In an instant, as Daybach panicked and fired, Roy shattered the ceiling and soared into the sky. Alarm! Alarm! The detention center erupted in chaos as sirens blared, and officers rushed out, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Roy. Undeterred, Roy ascended towards the Arctic. However, he had not flown far when he spotted the Avengers aircraft in the distance and accelerated towards it. "Mr. Roy, we were just about to rescue you," Ant-Man exclaimed joyfully. Roy nodded, offering no further words. "It seems you all wish to accompany me. Is everyone gathered?" Looking at the aircraft, Roy noted that nearly all the Avengers had arrived, save for Natasha, who had not been informed. Understandably, her pregnancy rendered her somewhat less capable in battle. With time still before reaching the Arctic, Roy retrieved the triangular storage cabinet, rummaged through it, and forcefully pried it open. Inside were Thanos' diaries and various significant items. The so-called terminal was not among them. "It appears they have already taken it," Roy remarked. Banner responded loudly, "No matter, we shall seize it back." Roy replied earnestly, "Do not forget, all superpowered individuals are under their control, complicating any confrontation. Allow me to outline the battle plan. First, Tony, you must hack their network at the fastest speed possible, severing their connection to the outside world. Once that is accomplished, they will lose their support. Next, Ant-Man, you are not a primary combatant. Thus, your task is to evade all superpowered beings and copy every piece of data from the archives, including physical documents. Retrieve it and withdraw immediately." Chapter 71. The battle commences following that. Wanda, Dr. Strange, Dr. Banner, Thor, and I will serve as the primary combatants against all their superpowered individuals. Lastly, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, and Captain America. Your main responsibility will be to control the ordinary citizens, particularly the employees of Arctic Fox Company, as they will serve as our witnesses later. Their safety is paramount. Roy swiftly and succinctly issued tactical commands, allowing each individual to unleash their utmost potential, which was exceedingly reasonable. Soon, the Arctic Fox building came into view. Inside the building, a staff member was engrossed in unsavory content on the company's network when, abruptly, the connection faltered. Much to his chagrin, frustrated, the man hastily donned his trousers and grabbed the phone to contact the technical department, exclaiming, "Hello, what is going on? Why is the network?" Before he could finish, a cacophony akin to fingernails scraping a blackboard pierced through the line, prompting him to drop the phone in irritation. "Damn it." At that moment, the building trembled violently, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The man turned around, only to be struck with terror. Outside, a colossal aircraft had landed, and an onslaught of projectiles rained down, causing the building to sway precariously. "Action," Roy calmly uttered, leaping into the fray, leaving only Tony at the controls of the aircraft. Roy sprinted at breakneck speed to Fick's office, where he found him frantically stuffing gold bars into his bag. "Mr. Fick, where is your eagerness to flee taking you?" Roy asked coolly. Fick stammered, "Roy, you actually emerged. If I hadn't the world would belong to you," Roy countered, stepping closer. "Do you recall what I previously stated?" A dangerous smirk curled at the corners of Roy's mouth as he declared, "I shall make you wish for death." A cacophony of screams erupted shortly thereafter, and moments later, Roy exited the office, surveying the panicked employees. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him squarely in the chest, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Turning to look, he saw throngs of individuals surging down the corridor. They were unmistakably different from the employees, their eyes ablaze with fervor and malice. Any staff member who collided with them met an immediate and gruesome fate. "You are no longer human. Roy stated impassively before charging forward. At the forefront was a superhuman who had transformed into a werewolf. Remnants of flesh still clinging to its claws, clearly those of the unfortunate employees from earlier. The werewolf let out a deafening roar and swiped down with a paw capable of crushing a car, yet Roy halted it effortlessly with a single finger. With a swift sweep of his leg, the werewolf was sent soaring through the air, its feet caught in Roy's grip. With a resounding tear, the werewolf was violently split in two. The gruesome spectacle did nothing to deter the frenzied superhumans. They possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of slaughtering ordinary individuals at will. But in the presence of Roy, the roles of hunter and prey had been irrevocably reversed. Like a wolf amidst sheep, the superhumans were decimated in mere moments. Now, any armed individual standing before Roy would meet their inevitable demise. Meanwhile, Wanda and her companions plunged into the throng of superhumans. Despite their formidable strength, the superhumans seemed to be inexhaustible, an endless tide that could not be slain. In a moment, Wanda and her allies found themselves ensnared. Their ascent to the top floor hindered. Bang! Roy forcefully kicked open the door to the president's office, revealing Eisenhart leisurely sipping red wine. The soothing music emanating from the walls starkly contrasting with the desolation outside. "You may turn around now," Roy said calmly. Eisenhart slowly rotated his chair, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Greetings, Mr. Roy." Roy was momentarily taken aback, for the man before him was none other than Magneto from the X-Men series. This was a younger incarnation of Magneto, at the zenith of his powers, who had once nearly altered the Earth's magnetic field under Apocalypse's tutelage, possessing immense strength. Yet, it remained uncertain how much his prowess had been modified in this world. Mission accomplished. Reward: an infinite bullet Gauss sniper rifle. Task assigned: defeat Magneto. Reward: Cyclops. At that moment, the previous task was completed, and a new one was issued. However, this time the objective was simply to defeat, rather than to kill. Did Magneto's might cause the system to question Roy's capabilities? "Mr. Roy, is this what you seek?" Magneto produced a diamond-shaped gem, and Roy instantly sensed the power contained within. It belonged to Thanos. "The terminal," Roy remarked, "so it was indeed taken by you." Magneto rose leisurely, stating nonchalantly, "That extraterrestrial, Thanos, is not particularly formidable, yet his ambitions are quite intriguing. This little trinket is rather fascinating. Are you attempting to make the entire world yours?" "You are mistaken, Mr. Roy," Magneto replied, pouring him a glass of red wine. "My intention is to maintain fairness in this world. You possess superpowers, while the ordinary people do not. They exist solely at your mercy, which is profoundly unjust. My aim is to grant everyone superpowers, for only when all are on an equal plane is true fairness achieved, and that is the beautiful world I envision," Magneto declared with righteous fervor. "Do not forget, you are also a superhuman," Roy interjected. Magneto smiled. "I am well aware, and this precisely illustrates my selflessness. With a mere monetary contribution, one can acquire superpowers, a tremendous boon I bestow upon them." Roy closed the door, seated himself, and took a sip of the wine poured by Magneto. The sweet and sour flavor enveloped him entirely. "The wine is delightful. Are you not afraid I might poison it?" "You are not that kind of person." Roy set down the wine glass, his gaze turning icy. "On the surface, you claim to champion fairness, yet in reality, you seek to dominate the world through them. Otherwise, why would you monitor them?" Upon having his intentions laid bare, Magneto did not exhibit anger. Instead, he chuckled. "Mr. Roy, in this world, you are the only one who can make me look up to you." After speaking, Magneto stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the Avengers and superhumans, and remarked, "In my eyes, they are merely ordinary individuals with a modicum of strength, including the Thanos you defeated and the fire giant." Chapter 72. The potent magnetic field. Roy responded, "Just a moment ago, you spoke of fairness. Do you not feel you are contradicting yourself now?" Magneto replied, "Mr. Roy, abandon them. Together, the cosmos shall ultimately belong to us." Roy chuckled and said, "You are unworthy." Magneto's smile faltered, replaced by a murderous intent as he declared, "Then I shall have no choice but to kill you." No sooner had the words left his lips than dozens of machine guns emerged from the ceiling, unleashing a barrage of bullets that surrounded Roy. Clang, clang, clang. The torrent of bullets ricocheted off Roy's skin as if repelled by an invisible force. "Is this the extent of Magneto's prowess?" Magneto remarked, "Just a mere appetizer." With a casual flick of his wrist, Roy was hurled against the wall, creating a sizable dent. Smoke billowed forth, enveloping Roy in its dense embrace, while Magneto approached with a disdainful smile. Suddenly, as he stepped into the haze, Roy materialized before him, gripping his neck. Just as he intended to exert force, Magneto waved his hand again, sending Roy flying once more. Magneto wielded control over all metals, including iron. Unless Roy was completely unclad, which would be rather indecorous. Quite the predicament. Roy brushed the dust from his hair. Magneto stated, "Metal is omnipresent in this world. Wherever metal exists, I am invincible." Is that so? Roy recalled the scene in the film where Professor X subdued Magneto, and his eyes narrowed as he initiated a psychic invasion. Magneto's expression shifted, as if he realized something. He attempted to turn and flee. But it was too late. Roy effortlessly breached his mind. Just as Roy intended to act, a slender man stumbled into the room, embraced Magneto briefly, and in that instant, Roy's mental energy shifted to him. Freed from his mental restraints, Magneto swiftly dispatched the man, causing Roy to feel a wave of dizziness, his mental state compromised. When he regained his senses, Magneto had donned his helmet. "To think you would employ the professor's tactics," Magneto said coldly. Roy replied, "You are yet to uncover many surprises." "Then let me witness them," Magneto declared. As his words faded, steel rebar extended from the walls, coiling around Roy like serpents. The massive snakes rapidly encircled Roy, seemingly intent on ensnaring him completely. Boom! Roy shattered the rebar above him with a punch, and, in a flash, surged toward Magneto. Magneto felt a sharp sting across his face and instinctively leaped out of the window, shielding himself with all the surrounding metal to halt Roy's advance. The commotion at the penthouse drew the attention of many, and Dr. Strange, observing Magneto suspended in midair, silently cursed his ill fortune. "Roy, be cautious. Ensure there is no metal on your person." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Hulk roared and leaped into action, seemingly poised to crush Magneto. Yet, Magneto remained unfazed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, just as the onlookers anticipated Magneto's demise, the Hulk abruptly halted midair as if colliding with an invisible barrier, then crashed heavily to the ground. As he regained his footing, he was struck by a wave of dizziness, disoriented and unable to find his bearings. Roar! The Hulk could only bellow in rage, his body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. "Foolish humans, do you think I can only manipulate metal? Do not forget, I am Magneto. The magnetism of the entire world is at my command." Magneto laughed imperiously, while Roy furrowed his brow. Indeed, Magneto spoke the truth. His true strength lay in altering magnetic fields, an ability that was nearly insurmountable. "Since you are not afraid of death, let us descend into the abyss together." Magneto soared to a height of 100 meters, his arms outstretched, causing the ground to fracture and fissures to emerge as buried metals erupted from the earth, swirling around him. Within a 1-mile radius of Magneto, all individuals lost their sense of direction, followed by a series of gruesome blood explosions, painting the ground crimson. "Run!" Captain America realized the severity of the situation and quickly pulled Hawkeye onto a motorcycle, hastily departing from the perilous zone. Just as they fled, the ground cracked further, mere seconds away from disaster. Damn it! Scarlet Witch attempted to cast a spell, but the moment her magic grazed her sister near Magneto, it vanished as if swallowed by the sea. This was the first time she had encountered such an anomaly. "Wanda, cover the others' retreat. Do not approach him. And Tony, get as far away as you can." Roy understood that Tony was unprepared with anti-Magneto armor. Should Magneto set his sights on him, the consequences would be dire. "Roy, if you dare, break through the barrier and come to kill me." Ha! At that moment, Magneto had shed all semblance of elegance, his face twisted into a maniacal grin. "Those were your words." Roy silently produced the Tesseract, recognizing that he could not defeat Magneto within the confines of established rules. He sought to gain absolute dominance in the realm of power. Roy intended to shatter all constraints with sheer force. As the Tesseract opened, Roy felt his pupils dilate instantaneously, his entire being akin to an erupting volcano, an inexhaustible force coursing through his limbs. Boom! A tremendous noise reverberated from the Arctic Fox building and from beneath Roy's feet. Everything, including steel and concrete, disintegrated into mere particles, measurable only in microns. In an instant, an entire building vanished, and Roy found himself in the very heart of Magneto's magnetic field. Not good. Wanda, aware of the potency of Magneto's field, could not help but exclaim in alarm. Roy's original speed had already surpassed the sound barrier. However, upon entering Magneto's chaotic magnetic field, he immediately slowed down and altered his trajectory, gliding past Magneto's feet, flailing about like a headless fly. "This magnetic field is under my control. Altering your flight path is but a trifling task," Magneto proclaimed coldly. Yet Roy, undeterred and maintaining his composure, meticulously sought the source of the mysterious force affecting his direction. At last, he distinctly sensed a pair of hands tugging at his collar. Now's the moment. Roy unleashed a terrifying surge of power, instantaneously breaking free from his constraints, appearing before Magneto, who was rendered incredulous. "You were the one who let me in," Roy sneered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 73. Seeking allies, Magneto realized too late the gravity of his mistake. Roy's fist loomed larger in his vision, and all he could do was exert his utmost to reverse the magnetic field. Bang! Unfortunately, Roy's potentially lethal punch, though formidable, merely left Magneto severely injured, propelling him out of his magnetic domain. Go! Magneto spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his vitality waning. A fellow mutant, witnessing the scene, promptly created a teleportation portal, whisking Magneto away in haste. The Arctic Fox Corporation lay in ruins. Mission accomplished. Reward, Cyclops. Roy picked up the terminal from the ground and, utilizing the system's analytical capabilities, discerned the correct method for its operation. With a gentle press, all the crucis worldwide rapidly expanded and subsequently detonated. The individuals undergoing the superpower process and those affiliated with the Arctic Fox Corporation were momentarily stunned. Particularly, the mutants, upon comprehending the origin of their powers, erupted in fury, swiftly tearing apart the staff. The Arctic Fox Corporation was utterly annihilated. Subsequently, the group returned to the Avengers headquarters, where Pepper Potts and others managed public relations, restoring their reputation entirely. The conspiracy surrounding the superpower serum was dismantled, and many across the globe realized they had been deceived, especially those who had already undergone the serum treatment, experiencing both relief and trepidation. Some had only completed the first phase, while others had progressed to the third. Regardless, they remained a minority, and the global balance continued to stabilize at a normal level. At that moment, in a shooting range in New York City, Roy tested the power of his Gauss sniper rifle. The rifle was rather ostentatious in design, adorned in pale blue and white, with a ring of electric arcs swirling near the stock. Its operation relied on electromagnetic induction, boasting rapid firing speed and formidable penetration, easily piercing through steel plates. However, its area of effect was limited, making it suitable for precise assassination tasks. Not too shabby, Roy mused, appreciating the rifle's handling before stowing it away. Mr. Roy, we have yet to locate Magneto. He remains elusive, accompanied by a host of functional mutants, which poses a significant dilemma, Tony remarked as he approached. Yet, this cannot be halted. He remains an insidious menace. Roy is acutely aware of Magneto's formidable prowess. Were it not for his forceful breach of the magnetic field aided by the power of the cosmic cube, even the likes of Thanos or the flame giant would not escape disintegration. This is all the information we have gathered about him. Take a look. Tony handed over a dossier to Roy, who was mostly familiar with its contents yet scrutinized it carefully, hoping to uncover some elusive clue. Ultimately, he discerned but a single piece of information he deemed significant. It stated that Magneto has 2 daughters and a son, with one currently imprisoned while the others remain unaccounted for. Instantly, Roy thought of Polaris, Wanda, and Quicksilver. Mr. Roy, have you discovered something? Tony inquired, observing Roy's contemplative expression with curiosity. Nothing of consequence. However, accompany me to a specific location, Roy replied. Where to? To seek assistance. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The professor sat by the window, observing the students engaged in training below. The warm sunlight gracefully illuminated his room, rendering the atmosphere profoundly serene and idyllic. Hey, old man, cut me a watermelon. Just as Wolverine was doing laundry, a large watermelon unexpectedly fell, and with a swift motion, he sliced it into several pieces with his claws. Go play, Wolverine bellowed, causing the children to scatter with laughter. However, his brow furrowed suddenly, sensing a subtle yet potent force approaching. He turned to see 2 men standing at the school entrance. Who are you? Wolverine approached them. Roy smiled and said, Logan, we are here to see the professor. Wolverine retorted coldly, if you have something to say, just say it. You are not suitable. This was not a slight against Wolverine by Roy. It was simply that Magneto had a complete advantage over him, rendering his involvement futile. What did you say? The furious Wolverine felt deeply insulted. Logan, let them in. A small boy interjected, prompting Logan to grudgingly step aside. However, just as Roy passed by Logan, the latter, still aggrieved, extended his claws towards Roy. Bang! Roy merely raised a hand to deflect the attack and then yanked forcefully, dislocating Wolverine's arm and sending him flying with a powerful kick. Throughout the encounter, Roy did not look back. Damn it! Wolverine cursed under his breath, feeling as though several ribs had been broken. Upon entering the professor's office, Roy immediately sensed a mental intrusion. He stepped forward, and before Tony could comprehend the situation, the professor quickly interjected, No, I dislike others entering my mind. Roy replied coldly, Apologies, it's merely a habit. The professor managed a wry smile, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Throughout his life, he had instinctively invaded the minds of strangers to gather information, yet he had never encountered a situation such as this. The only explanation was clear. Roy's mental prowess had surpassed his own. Mr. Roy, Mr. Tony, have you come to see me for a specific purpose? The professor inquired. Roy replied calmly, I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Magneto. 3 years have passed since I last heard from him. The professor was taken aback, not expecting Roy to inquire about Magneto's whereabouts. Roy stated, I first need to understand what makes him special, particularly any places of significance to him. The professor's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he asked, what is your purpose in seeking him? To eliminate him, Roy replied bluntly. The professor was momentarily stunned, then asked, what has happened? Sensing the professor's bewilderment, Roy recounted all of Magneto's deeds. Scoundrel! He treats the entire world with such disregard. The professor exclaimed, his anger palpable. I do not know his location, which is why I came to you. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully. The professor declared with noble resolve. Professor, these two are. At that moment, Jean entered, carrying a tray of desserts. Upon hearing the sound, Roy turned and their eyes met, causing an immediate jolt in Roy's mind. As if an overwhelming force of destruction were eroding his very being, nearly causing him to stumble. Roy, Tony, not yet attuned to such sensations, was taken aback by Roy's disheveled appearance. Chapter 74. The assassination plan. He had never seen Roy in such a state of disarray. Indeed, he possesses the power of the Phoenix, Roy thought, regaining his composure. Jean regarded Roy with confusion, as she felt the Phoenix force within her surge violently, as though threatened by something. Jean, this is Mr. Roy, and this is Mr. Tony. Jean nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The professor continued, Mr. Roy, if you wish to locate him, I recommend this place. It is where his wife passed away and remains his sole sanctuary. Roy examined the location the professor provided. It was a small town named Lishue Luna, situated around a mining area north of the Big Apple. All right, we shall go there immediately. Wait, Mr. Roy, the professor called out, then added, Magneto's power has surpassed my control. It may be perilous for just the two of you. Roy smirked. Are you questioning my strength? No. I merely meant that he is surrounded by numerous functional superhumans, making it exceedingly difficult to capture him, the professor responded. He then led them to his mental amplification chamber and continued, I will assign you some assistance and provide necessary support here. Roy observed the chamber's design, reminiscent of something from a film, and nodded. And your assistance? Before Roy could finish, the professor gestured outside, revealing Wolverine, Cyclops, Mystique, and other veteran X-Men standing there. However, when Roy glanced at Wolverine, he noticed him cough inexplicably, his eyes evading Roy's gaze, clearly still haunted by the shadows of their previous encounters. Mr. Roy, these are my longtime friends, and they possess a certain understanding of Magneto. While their combat abilities may not be exceptional, their wealth of experience will prove invaluable to you. The professor spoke calmly, and Roy nodded in agreement, feeling a newfound respect for him. The professor was indeed correct, compared to enhancing his physical strength. What Roy truly lacked were various super abilities. After all, with the cosmic cube in his possession, his power was already sufficient. However, if Magneto were to escape through a spatial portal as he did previously, Roy would find himself utterly helpless. Furthermore, it seemed that Mr. Tony could not join them. Tony immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, what makes me inferior to them? The moment you can defeat me without your Iron Man suit, that would signify a true disparity. Mystique replied nonchalantly. This was intolerable for Tony, who was on the verge of losing his temper, and had it not been for Roy's intervention, a confrontation might have ensued. Tony, he is right. You cannot go, Roy reassured him. Tony was no fool. He was fully aware that his nemesis was Magneto. Yet, the evident distrust in the way they spoke grieved him deeply. After much persuasion, Roy managed to dissuade Tony from accompanying them. But it seemed a rift with the X-Men had formed. Once everyone had gathered, they set off without delay, while Tony headed to the Avengers headquarters to summon reinforcements as a backup support. On the plane, Roy glanced at the three individuals before him and declared, for this operation, I shall be in command, and you must adhere to my instructions without question. Noting their compliance, Roy continued, as we are currently unaware of the number of Magneto's forces or the variety of their abilities, it would be exceedingly foolish to act recklessly. Thus, our first step will be to gather intelligence. He assigned this task to Mystique, instructing her to infiltrate their ranks and document each individual's superpowers, subsequently identifying any unique abilities, such as spatial manipulation. The second stage would involve assassination, which he would oversee. After eliminating those with distinctive abilities, it would be the turn of the other two to handle the remaining henchmen, while he would confront Magneto himself. The trio listened attentively to Roy's meticulous and thorough plan, expressing no objections. 3 hours later, the plane arrived in the northern part of Apple City. Roy peered through the clouds below, spotting the town of Lilac Luna on a nearby plain. It was already past 6 in the evening, and dusk was gradually enveloping the area, casting a shadow over the town, with scarce lighting visible. To avoid drawing attention, the plane landed more than 10 kilometers from the town. and the four of them proceeded on motorcycles. Meanwhile, within a church in the town, Magneto appeared pale, cradling a bowl of medicinal soup, looking rather weak. "My king, here is the list of all our members." A man approached, respectfully handing him a piece of paper. Despite his current injuries, Magneto's strength remained unquestionable, and he harbored no thoughts of defiance. "Increase the guard. Once I recover, we shall relocate," he said, frowning as he finished the last sip of his medicinal concoction. Brewed from herbs by a superhuman with plant affinity, the recipe said to originate from a mysterious Eastern pharmacopoeia. "Under your leadership, we shall undoubtedly rise again and continue our glorious legacy." The man hastily began to flatter. Magneto glanced at the news on his phone regarding the Arctic fox, and then, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Damn humanity. I offered them the chance to stand alongside the Avengers, and they dared to betray me. They must perish." With a thunderous roar, he startled those around him, who promptly pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, in a distant mountain, Roy and his companions were gathered together. "The time is nearly upon us, Mystique. It is your turn to act. Remember, if anything goes awry, signal with the flare gun immediately. Understand?" Roy instructed. Mystique nodded, then transformed her appearance and gracefully descended the mountain. It was not until the following evening that Mystique leisurely returned, and before Roy, she began organizing documents, meticulously recording the photographs and abilities of each individual. There were a total of 11 extraordinary powers, including spatial traversal and void storage, which Mystique detailed as she noted them down. After reviewing the information, Roy committed the physical descriptions to memory before tossing the paper into the fire and departing with a Gauss sniper rifle. "Logan is more suited for assassination," Mystique reminded. Roy replied nonchalantly, "Among them is a sensory mutant. Sending Logan in for an assassination would be tantamount to a death sentence." With that, Roy vanished from sight, leaving Mystique momentarily stunned, followed by a wry smile. Roy arrived at a vantage point that afforded him a clear view of the entire town. Chapter 75. The Hunt. As night fell, darkness enveloped the town. Roy adjusted his night vision and patiently searched the area. After half an hour, his first target emerged. It was a mutant with the ability of spatial traversal, named Steven, a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes. "It was you last time," Roy said coldly. Had it not been for Magneto using his spatial portal to escape, Roy would not have gone to such lengths to launch a surprise attack. "Hey, Steven, how's that girl?" a muscular black man greeted. "She's incredibly hot. If I could, I'd love to have a few more days with her, but she's just too weak," Steven replied, adjusting his pants with a lewd grin. "Ha ha ha, you're not afraid the king will kill you?" the black man teased. Steven lit a cigarette, chuckling. "I've saved the king's life. I'm invaluable to him. He wouldn't dare kill me." The black man considered this and remarked, "You're quite the favorite in the king's eyes now. What are you smoking?" "Let me see." Steven generously displayed his rare cigarette, but before he could finish, the black man heard a faint whistle, followed swiftly by a searing sensation on his face. "Steven?" The black man was stunned. Steven's complexion turned pale as a gaping wound began to expand on his forehead. "Who?" Steven uttered defiantly before collapsing. Roy stowed his rifle and swiftly moved to the second sniper point. The sight of Steven's demise shocked the black man, who immediately shouted, "Enemy attack." The voice of a black man resonated loudly, echoing throughout the entire town, prompting numerous superhumans to emerge in curiosity. What had transpired? At that moment, Magneto floated over, his expression darkening upon witnessing Steven's lifeless body on the ground. The black man stammered, "I don't know why, but as we were speaking, he suddenly..." Magneto cast a glance at the corpse, noting the sole fatal wound at the center of his brow, evidently inflicted by a gunshot. "Send someone to search that area." Magneto, deducing the sniper's location from the angle of the wound, dispatched his subordinates promptly. "We are being watched," a woman beside him remarked. Magneto's face remained stoic, yet his heart seethed with boundless fury. It was clear that their adversaries had come prepared, striking down the most crucial superhuman to him right from the outset. But how did they know of his presence? Magneto pondered, suddenly recalling Xavier's academy, realizing only the professor could possess such intimate knowledge of his whereabouts. "Heightened security. Ensure that no one from our group is exposed," he commanded, his intuition hinting at the enemy's intentions. The woman nodded, stating, "This is indeed the most prudent and appropriate course of action." Magneto turned to enter the room, calmly instructing, "Laura, do not stray from my side for the next few days." Laura smiled faintly, yet her expression bore a hint of melancholy as she silently followed him. Learning from experience. "I see," Roy observed as they remained holed up in the room, deducing that Magneto had discerned his strategy. Nevertheless, in terms of patience, he had never been defeated. The standoff persisted for several days. During this time, Logan had come to inquire, unable to bear the solitude. Yet, Roy remained steadfast, lying there like a statue. "Damn it! Who is that?" In another house, 3 men and a woman sat in the living room, bored, feasting on barbecued meat. One man, bare-chested and covered in tattoos, cursed loudly. "It must be that Roy. Wasn't he the one who raided my base last time?" Another man remarked. "Do you think he is insane? What does it have to do with him?" The bald man bit into the meat and washed it down with a hefty gulp of beer. Meanwhile, the woman clutched a book, saying, "If even King cannot defeat him, aren't you courting death?" The bald man scoffed, replying, "That's because King wasn't he serious. Otherwise, how could that kid possibly be his match?" Just as the bald man intended to drink again, he suddenly noticed his cup was empty and glanced around at the scattered bottles. "Out of beer? I'll go buy some." He rose from the ground, but was seized by another man. "Are you seeking death? King has ordered that no one is to enter." The bald man waved dismissively. "It's not that serious. I've been cooped up for days. It's driving me insane." "No," the man insisted firmly. The bald man's gaze turned icy as he grabbed the man's collar, saying, "Osley, don't think that just because you're on my team, you can restrain me." Osley gazed at the cold-eyed bald man, his heart trembling involuntarily as he stammered. "There's a sniper outside. I'm only looking out for your well-being. I haven't rested in days, yet he still doesn't take a break?" A derisive laugh escaped Osley's lips as he turned to exit, saying, "Rest assured, I'm merely stepping out to buy some liquor." The bald man stood at the door, scoffing dismissively, and in the next instant, a bullet sped towards him with unimaginable velocity. How could it be so fast? The bald man's final thought surfaced, and then he collapsed with a thud. The individuals involved in the transaction were startled, while the woman who had been quietly reading merely shifted her gaze indifferently and remarked, "Going out is akin to seeking death." 2. Roy silently counted in his mind as he arrived at the 3rd sniper position. Just as he intended to replicate his previous actions and continue his onslaught, he suddenly sensed an icy aura of impending doom, a sharp pang of discomfort piercing his brow. A warning echoed in his mind. "Unidentified sniper detected, utilizing magical bullets. Immediate relocation advised. Mission assigned. Eliminate the sniper. Reward, superior stealth." The system reiterated its warning as Roy concealed himself in the sniper's nest, continuously calculating the enemy's position. However, the scant intelligence left him unable to pinpoint the sniper's exact whereabouts, and he realized he had fallen into a precarious position. What puzzled Roy was how he had been exposed and how this sniper had arrived. He distinctly recalled that the shapeshifter's plan did not include anyone proficient in sniping. Reinforcements? A thought flickered in Roy's mind before he shook his head, dismissing it. No matter who the opponent was or how they had arrived, as long as they stood armed before him, they were his adversary. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. Meanwhile, on the opposing hillside, a man lay prone, possessing a mechanical eye and a body partially composed of cold steel. In his hands was a remarkably advanced sniper rifle. In the man's eyes, the world was bifurcated into red and white, with the sole white being Roy, who was hiding in a pit. The two snipers faced off against each other. Roy pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the pit below, unleashing twin beams of laser from his eyes that incinerated nearly a meter of earth into ash. This was Roy's first attempt at using his laser vision. Though he was initially unpracticed, he quickly adapted, manipulating the beams to carve out a passage and emerging from the other side of the slope. As Roy swiftly altered his position, he noticed that where he had previously been, a bullet infused with dark magic had curved around and struck the ground. Roy's expression turned serious as he deduced that his opponent possessed a form of X-ray vision. Thus, he could not afford to pause. Roy maintained a steady pace of 100 kilometers per hour, darting irregularly among the nearby hills, evading the enemy's bullets while calculating their location. After 10 seconds, Roy finally pinpointed a rocky outcrop on a distant hillside. That was the spot. Roy wasted no time. His speed suddenly surged, transforming him into a nearly imperceptible black line, moving at tenfold his previous velocity. The future warrior, whose vision had lost sight of Roy, remained unfazed, skillfully retrieving a dagger from his hind leg and thrusting it fiercely into the empty air behind him. In that seemingly vacant space, Roy suddenly materialized, seizing the dagger and delivering a powerful kick. The future warrior's eyes flickered with numerical symbols as he attempted to calculate Roy's combat trajectory. But the overwhelming speed and strength rendered his processing center nearly inoperative, yielding no results. In an instant, the future warrior lost his lower half. Yet he emitted not a single groan, resembling a mere automaton. Unperturbed by this, Roy delivered a decisive blow that shattered him and forcefully extracted his neural core. Mission accomplished. Defeated the future warrior sniper. Reward, enhanced stealth ability, the system announced. Roy closed his eyes as a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. The enhanced stealth was a means of completely masking one's life signs, eliminating all detection, a far superior effect compared to mere invisibility. With this ability, Roy could effectively shield himself from all psychic scans, truly becoming a silent harbinger of death. You choose not to reveal yourselves, then I shall seek you out. As night descended, Roy stealthily infiltrated the outskirts of a small town, where every house was ablaze with light. It appeared that Magneto had exerted considerable effort to guard against Roy. He slipped into the nearest dwelling, a two-story building, and found himself in the attic of the upper floor. Peering down the staircase, he observed two superpowered individuals engrossed in a television show. They were not the type to seek the spotlight. Nestled in their home, watching television was their greatest pursuit. Like a gecko, Roy clung to the ceiling before executing a silent maneuver, emerging quietly behind the pair. They were lost in the suspense of the film, completely oblivious to the vibranium dagger already poised at their necks. With two swift, muffled sounds, they succumbed to eternal slumber, enveloped in shock. Roy meticulously cleaned the dagger and proceeded to the next residence. As midnight approached, Magneto was suddenly jolted from a nightmarish dream, finding himself submerged in an endless sea of blood. The thick, foul water engulfed him, and in the silent struggle, he became drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of others. The intense despair was suffocating enough to drown the soul. Magneto awoke with a start, sitting upright in bed, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat, his nightclothes clinging to him. "What's wrong?" Laura inquired with concern. Magneto shook his head and replied, "I had a nightmare. Perhaps I've been too exhausted lately." Laura's gentle voice began to soothe him. Magneto took a moment to compose himself, only to suddenly realize how eerily quiet it was outside. A distinct crackling sound emanated from downstairs, reminiscent of something ablaze. He exchanged glances with Roy, both recognizing the uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes, before descending the staircase, where they were immediately taken aback. There sat Roy on the floor, voraciously devouring a turkey, with a pig's leg roasting nearby. Magneto coldly inquired, "How did you get in here?" Roy offered no response. Instead, he thrust a blood-stained dagger onto the table, stating, "I walked in boldly." Understanding dawned upon Magneto, who then let out a wry smile, acknowledging, "I underestimated you." Roy, unfazed, leisurely continued to feast on his turkey, remarking, "I am perpetually advancing, while you remain stagnant." Aware of the imminent end he faced, Magneto chose to adopt a more detached perspective. However, Laura was seething with rage, suddenly lashing out with a whip aimed ferociously at Roy. In response, Roy nonchalantly grabbed the dagger and flung it, embedding it into the wall as if it were an arrow. Magneto remarked coldly, "She has never killed anyone, yet many have perished because of her." Roy savored the final morsel of turkey, wiping his lips, his refined countenance devoid of any murderous intent. Yet his mere presence commanded respect. Magneto urged, "Make your move." "Do you have any last words?" Roy inquired. A bittersweet smile flickered across Magneto's face as he confessed, "I have taken many lives, burdened with sins, yet I harbor no regrets. The sole source of my remorse lies in the children I abandoned." Roy's gaze lifted slightly. "The twins?" Magneto was taken aback. "How do you know?" "I have seen them," Roy replied nonchalantly. Magneto's eyes flickered with anguish as he slowly knelt, pleading, "I beg you, do not harm them." The sight of the once proud Magneto kneeling before him took Roy by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tears welled in Magneto's eyes as he continued, "They are my only regret in life. Had I not been so consumed by power, I would not have caused my wife's death or abandoned them." "So, this is your penance?" "In a sense, yes. I know you are not that kind of person, yet I must follow through." Magneto lowered his proud head. Roy nodded slowly, saying, "You may rest easy now." Chapter 77. Venom seeking death. The night was heavy as Roy emerged from the room. The entire town lay in ruins, cleansed of those superpowered individuals who threatened the Earth. Yet, thoughts of Wanda and Quicksilver filled him with profound regret. Had Magneto not been an adversary, a reunion with family would have surely been a heartwarming scene. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. "Mr. Roy, what about the townspeople?" At that moment, Logan and his companion stealthily approached, only to find the streets devoid of life, leaving them perplexed. "They are all gone. The task is complete," Roy replied with indifference. Logan stood momentarily stunned, struggling to come to terms with this grim conclusion. "Did you truly do nothing and yet emerge victorious? First, let us partake in some food. And once we have dealt with the remains, I shall take my leave." Roy tossed the roasted pig leg to Logan and turned to depart, while Mystique cast a gleeful glance at Logan before following suit. Logan stared at the delectable pig leg in his hand, bemused and amused. So this was my role. The esteemed Wolverine had indeed been reduced to the task of incinerating corpses. With the global crisis now at an end, Roy returned to his long-lost home. As he lay upon his bed, a profound sense of relaxation enveloped him. The past days had been exhausting. Gazing at the ceiling, he gradually succumbed to slumber. And this sleep lasted for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening on the fourth day, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his sentinel progress had reached a commendable 39%. It appeared that a bit of rest had indeed been beneficial for his body. Roy donned casual attire, had a light meal, and began perusing the newspaper to catch up on recent significant events. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed, and upon opening the door, he was met by Professor X. "Good morning, Mr. Roy." The professor greeted with a smile. Roy welcomed him inside and inquired, "What brings you here?" The professor replied, "I heard from Logan that you single-handedly dealt with those superpowered individuals, and since I had some free time, I thought I would pay you a visit." Roy was skeptical of this statement. The professor surely had ulterior motives. He stated directly, "Professor, spare me the circumlocution. Just tell me what you want." The professor paused momentarily, then said, "Sometimes I even wonder if you've invaded my mind. To be frank, Mr. Roy, I would like to invite you to serve as a distinguished professor at our academy." Roy questioned, "Why me? I know nothing about your institution." The professor explained, "You may not be aware, but the children at our school are now well acquainted with your exploits and look up to you as a role model. I would like you to take on the role of a distinguished professor, which primarily involves your presence without any substantial duties." Roy chuckled lightly. "This is about Jean, isn't it?" The professor retorted, "Have you infiltrated my thoughts?" "No." "Then how did you know what I was thinking?" The professor grew increasingly suspicious that Roy had indeed penetrated his mind. Roy, feeling helpless, replied, "Just a guess, but judging by your reaction, I must be correct." The professor, resigned, said, "Jean's emotional state is becoming more unstable. I find it increasingly difficult to suppress her telepathic abilities. Thus, I wish to enlist you as a professor. If there comes a time when I can no longer manage her alone, I will need your assistance." Roy nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "All right. But what benefits do I gain from this?" The professor replied, "The benefit is that you will acquire a multitude of friends among the superpowered community." Roy narrowed his eyes slightly. "Very well, I shall accept your offer." The professor smiled. "Excellent. Shall we proceed to the school to handle the formalities?" Roy responded, "Is it necessary?" "Just a formality. Otherwise, your sudden appearance may arouse Jean's suspicions." Roy nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter, and then boarded the plane with Professor X. Upon arriving at Xavier's school, after completing all necessary formalities, Roy noticed Jean standing by the window, gazing at him. He offered a charming smile and waved. Jean returned a subtle smile. However, as Roy turned away, her expression suddenly shifted to one of coldness, her pupils turning crimson before quickly reverting to normal. That evening, while Roy was tending to company affairs at home, an inexplicable sensation compelled him to stand by the window, where he observed a shooting star streak across the sky. A mission was issued: eliminate the uprising. Reward: Sentinel unlock level 1. The system abruptly assigned him this task. An uprising? Roy felt a twinge of confusion. The term seemed somewhat foreign to him. After careful contemplation, he recalled the antagonist from the film Venom. Could it be that Venom had arrived? He remembered that in the movie, Venom descended to Earth via the wreckage of a spacecraft. And it seemed this was indeed the case. Without further delay, Roy soared into the sky, racing towards the meteor. Half an hour later, he found himself at the edge of a massive crater, flames raging wildly, with the remains of a spacecraft embedded in the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 shattered containers. They had already escaped. Roy's expression grew grave. Despite his haste, he had arrived too late. The area was sparsely populated, and Venom and the uprising would surely head towards the nearest inhabited location, which was a village 50 kilometers away. Roy promptly made his way to that village, only to find every door and window tightly shut. The villagers, who labored from dawn till dusk, had long since succumbed to slumber. With no leads to pursue, he decided to abandon the search and went directly to Dr. Rake's home, the eventual host of the uprising in the film. Lacking any clues, he resolved to lie in wait for an opportunity. In the following days, events unfolded in accordance with the film's narrative, while Roy remained in the shadows, observing Rake. Yet, despite the appearance of Eddie, who was possessed by Venom, the uprising still did not manifest within Rake. Had it changed hosts? Roy found himself questioning. Just as he intended to follow Rake's vehicle for further observation, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Startled, Roy instinctively seized the figure and forcefully slammed it to the ground, eliciting a groan as the shadow slipped from his grasp. Damn, how is this human so strong? Venom clung to the wall, visibly shaken as it regarded Roy. Meanwhile, Roy coldly remarked, "Are you seeking death?" At that moment, Andy's face appeared upon Venom's visage as she hurriedly exclaimed, "I'm sorry, this isn't what I wanted." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Venom regained the upper hand, extending its arms to grasp the rooftop of a building several hundred meters away. And in an instant, it soared towards it. Chapter 78. Reclaiming allies. Is it so easy to escape? After launching a surprise attack on Roy, he was determined not to let Venom slip away effortlessly, even if it was a character of righteousness. Andy, The deliciousness here is unexpectedly formidable. Had I known, I wouldn't have contemplated consuming him. Do you know who he is? Is he not delectable? Venom exclaimed while fleeing. Truly delectable. Come and taste. Just as Venom rounded a corner, he suddenly spotted Roy leaning against the wall, yawning, and extending his arm, saying, "Do you believe I could shatter your teeth?" Venom gasped. And just as he intended to escape, Roy seized his ankle and slammed him down onto the ground several times. The sheer force was more than even Venom could withstand. After a few throws, Roy forcibly yanked Venom out. "Oh no, Mr. Roy, he simply lacks understanding." Andy pleaded for Venom as he was held by Roy. Roy tossed Venom to the ground, and just as Venom sought to flee, he noticed Andy signaling him desperately. It dawned on Venom that there was no escaping Roy's grasp. It was better to concede early. "Mr. Roy, I sincerely apologize for my previous impolite behavior," Venom said earnestly. A few dark lines appeared on Roy's face as he responded, "I am Roy." "Very well, Mr. Roby," Venom replied, seemingly a bit dazed. Andy quickly interjected. "Mr. Roy, he is a bit mentally unstable. Please don't take offense." Roy said, "Venom, I have a few questions for you, and you had best answer honestly." Venom quickly pledged his loyalty. "Of course, Mr. Roy." Roy clenched his fist, suppressing his frustration. "Where's the riot?" "Who? Riot, your kind." Venom was taken aback. "Riot has come to Earth? Goodness, I thought I could dominate this planet." "You can ponder that in your next life. For now, answer me honestly." "Mr. Roy, Riot is a formidable being from our planet. I do not know his whereabouts." Roy, recognizing that despite Venom's foolishness, he would not lie, nodded and inquired, "Second question, what is Riot's strength?" Venom replied candidly, "About equal to mine." Upon hearing this, Andy breathed a sigh of relief. "That is acceptable. As long as he isn't too twisted. Even if he is, Mr. Roy can easily eliminate him." Venom added, "He wields half a pound of unparalleled gems, while I merely possess 8 tails of dross." Andy's smile instantly froze, and he forced a smile. "Well, Mr. Roy will handle it." Roy replied nonchalantly. "Didn't you see him when you escaped the spaceship?" "No, Mr. Roy," Venom responded. Roy nodded, then surveyed the surroundings, rubbing his knuckles as he said, "Venom, possess Andy." "What's the matter, Mr. Roy? Just do as you're told." Venom obediently possessed Andy. A dangerous smirk crept across Roy's lips. "My name is Roy." Just as Venom was enduring Roy's fist, Dr. Lake returned home, muttering to himself, "What a fortunate little fellow." Crack. The moment he switched on the light, he unexpectedly discovered a little girl in his room. Dr. Lake questioned, "How did you get in here?" The girl spoke, her voice raspy. "Have you encountered Venom?" Rex was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know?" The little girl revealed a peculiar smile before approaching Rex and asked, "Are you envious of him? I can make your dreams come true." No sooner had she uttered these words than a stream of black liquid emerged from her form, coalescing into a menacing visage. Rex, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by shock, yet a profound sense of relief washed over him. The following morning, Roy, while munching on bread, observed the surveillance footage from Rex's laboratory. Curiously, the ordinary chair Rex had been seated upon now swayed gently, accompanied by a rapid vibration that made it exceedingly comfortable. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Venom was subtly manipulating the chair, akin to a loyal subordinate, while several tendrils massaged Roy's back. "Put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten?" Roy admonished. Venom, sounding aggrieved, replied, "I haven't consumed any humans in 3 days." Roy responded nonchalantly, "Be my little henchman, and I guarantee you'll have ample villains to feast upon." Venom fell silent, yet perhaps felt a sense of security within. At that moment, Roy was suddenly startled by a cacophony of frantic sounds and anguished cries emanating from downstairs. "What is happening?" Realizing something was amiss, he hurriedly descended with Venom. Upon reaching the ground floor of the residential building, they encountered a creature resembling Venom, crouched and devouring something grotesque. The scene was so gruesome that many onlookers fainted in horror. Roy furrowed his brow, noticing the creature had also detected him, letting out a furious roar that filled the air with the stench of blood. "Oh, for heaven's sake! Who is this?" Venom exclaimed in shock. "Your illegitimate offspring?" Roy coldly remarked, extending his arm to seize the creature by its neck and forcefully slamming it to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. With a resounding thud, he delivered another punch, rendering the creature unconscious. Roy then yanked the puddle of liquid from its form. "Is this a riot?" he inquired, observing the substance that bore a striking resemblance to venom, but the system remained unresponsive. Venom examined it and stated, "This is not a riot, but I sense the essence of one." "It is his doppelganger," Venom declared in astonishment. "Doppelganger?" Roy questioned, perplexed. Venom hastily clarified. "A doppelganger is a means of gene propagation, a capability possessed only by the highest tier of purple. A riot cannot even compare to red, let alone wield such a skill." Andy chimed in. "Do you categorize by color?" Venom affirmed. Of course, the hierarchy is purple at the top, followed by red, with black being the lowest. Roy nodded, grasping. So, you mean this is akin to a virus, a contagion from the riot, correct? Venom confirmed, precisely. I never anticipated the riot would employ such a tactic. Roy's expression turned grave. If this truly functioned like a virus, the implications could be dire. The mission escalated. Eliminate the riot and resolve the contagion crisis, with a reward of 10 progress points for the Sentinel. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Roy encountered a scenario where the mission would escalate for the first time. It seemed that the plot had shifted significantly. Or perhaps the strength of the rebellion had surged dramatically, prompting the corresponding upgrade of the task. Chapter 79, Mission Upgrade. In other words, the rebellion might indeed have turned dire. Roy quickly instructed, Andy, Venom, hasten to the Rake laboratory and closely monitor his every move. Be cautious not to be detected. And what about you? Andy inquired. Roy replied, I shall summon reinforcements swiftly. Time was of the essence, and he hurried to the local authorities, detailing the unfolding events. Initially, they were skeptical, but when Roy produced the corpse of the creature, their disbelief transformed into conviction, leading them to implement stringent measures to seal the city. Roy promptly returned to the Avengers headquarters and convened an emergency meeting. Here is the situation, Tony. I require you to develop a program capable of detecting the venomous components within the human body. Is that feasible? Roy was not merely discussing. He was issuing a command. Tony nodded and replied, that is quite simple. I can accomplish it immediately. With that, Tony summoned J-A-R-V-I-S, and after writing a few basic programs, confirmed its readiness. Roy continued, I need you to deploy all suits to scour the vicinity for traces of the super rebellion. Should anyone be found infected, eliminate them immediately and incinerate the remains. This was the first time Tony witnessed Roy's seriousness, and without objection, he affirmed, all right, leave it to me. By the way, a comrade named Andy should be excluded from the search. What must we do? Dr. Strange inquired. Roy stated, Dr. Strange, Wanda, Quicksilver, Banner, and I will primarily focus on eradicating the rebellion and its avatars. We will act once Tony completes the scan. After delivering his orders, Roy turned to Captain America and the others, saying, you, Hawkeye, and Natasha should refrain from participating. This involves extraterrestrials and is exceedingly perilous. Captain America understood that they were mere mortals, capable of confronting ordinary adversaries, but should avoid entanglements with those who surpassed human limitations. Very well, we shall proceed as agreed. Roy succinctly concluded the meeting, only to receive a call from Andy. Mr. Roy, Rake has vanished. Vanished? Where? Roy pressed. In his laboratory. He was just here. And in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Huh, what is this, you? The call abruptly ended, and Roy sensed something amiss. Rushing at full speed to the Rake laboratory. Bang! Venom slammed against the wall. The rebellion, furious, pointed at him and exclaimed, Venom, you have betrayed us. Venom rose and declared, I have not. Not. Then why are you aiding those humans? The rebellion roared. I intend to transform this place into our new homeland. Is that not desirable? Venom asserted firmly. Though I relish consuming humans, I have grown fond of this place. I refuse to let it become as cruel as our planet. Observing the unexpectedly resolute Venom, Riot was taken aback and mockingly remarked, Venom, weren't you rather cowardly before? How is it that you now exhibit such bravery? That was not cowardice. I was merely showing you respect. Venom retorted, recalling the moments of torment inflicted upon him by Riot, his anger bubbling to the surface. Riot let out a hearty laugh. Venom, uttering such words now is tantamount to courting death. Venom replied, I am aware of your strength, being purple in hue. I may not be able to defeat you, yet I refuse to allow you to lay waste to this place. In the expansive laboratory, the two colossal figures faced off, tension palpable in the air, while Riot appeared somewhat at ease. Then I shall eliminate you first. After all, this domain will soon belong to my progeny. This is my world. You certainly have a lofty opinion of yourself. Roy interjected coolly as he approached, smirking. Who was it that spoke so arrogantly last time? Thanos. No, it was Loki first. Riot, incensed that a mere mortal dared to dismiss him, erupted in fury. Who are you? Roy replied, the one who will take your life. Upon seeing Roy, Venom felt as though he had found a savior, retreating behind Roy's towering figure, presenting a comical sight. Venom, are you not ashamed? Riot scoffed, unable to bear the scene. Venom, with a sense of pride, declared, you will soon discover who the truly embarrassing one is. With a furious roar, Riot transformed his arms into gigantic scythes and lunged at Roy. Roy leapt deftly, colliding with Riot's form like a bullet, sending him crashing through the building and into the wall. Observing Riot, seemingly unscathed, Roy's expression grew grave. He had exerted 80% of his strength in that strike. and had it been Venom, he would surely be on the brink of death. Yet Riot appeared entirely unfazed. Indeed, the purple entity was formidable. Riot bellowed once more and charged at Roy, unleashing a torrent of strikes. After deftly evading several, Riot seized the opportunity to strike Roy from behind, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Coughing, Roy stood up from a crater exceeding 10 meters in diameter, feeling a searing pain in his back and expelling blood with a few coughs. Still alive, Riot exclaimed, astonished at Roy's swift recovery. Roy turned to face him, revealing his crimson teeth, which instilled a profound sense of impending doom in Riot. Flee! The thought raced through Riot's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Just as Roy intended to pursue, he noticed that others had been injured in the fray, compelling him to abandon the chase and prioritize their transport to the hospital. Any delay could prove fatal. Mr. Roy, why didn't you pursue him directly? Venom inquired, perplexed. Roy replied, did you not see the injured? If they do not receive timely medical attention, they will perish. But letting Riot escape could lead to more deaths. Are we not fighting him to save others? Venom pressed. Indeed, Roy acknowledged. Thus, the life of one is also of significance. With that, he left Venom pondering the weight of his words. 3 days later, at the Avengers meeting, Andy, as a newly inducted Avenger, also attended this gathering. Over the past 3 days, we have identified 56 infected individuals. Fortunately, we discovered them in a timely manner and eliminated the threat. Tony remarked. Are there no infected individuals left in the city? Roy inquired. Tony responded. Jarvis just conducted a thorough sweep and found no suspicious targets. So for the moment, there are none. However, since the riot has not been apprehended, it is certain that there will still be infected individuals. We must remain vigilant. Chapter 80. Natasha is in danger. Roy expressed his concern. What troubles me is not our current situation. There are no signs of a riot here, and I fear it has escaped to another city. After all, we have our Avengers here, making it quite challenging for a riot to succeed. Captain America concurred. If I were the riot, having suffered this setback, I would not strike here again. Dr. Strange nodded and stated, in my capacity as the Sorcerer Supreme, I have alerted sorcerers worldwide to closely monitor this situation. Should we divide into teams? Wanda proposed. Roy contemplated for a moment and replied, that could work. I will remain here. Wanda, Dr. Strange, Banner, and Quicksilver. You will each head to different locations. Most importantly, we need Tony's technological support. Each city should have at least 10 suits. Tony chuckled wryly. I don't have that many suits available. However, I can create a specialized detection drone. It's much simpler than a suit, yet equally effective. Good. Then I'll leave it to you, Roy agreed. With a straightforward strategic plan in place, everyone departed to begin their preparations. Venom, I have a task for you. Protect Natasha. Venom queried. Natasha? Who is Natasha? Andy instinctively replied, sister-in-law. Realizing the slip of his tongue, he cautiously glanced at Roy and, upon noticing that he did not seem to mind, he breathed a sigh of relief. What does sister-in-law mean? Can it be eaten? Venom innocently inquired. If you want to turn into 10,000 pieces, you might as well try, came the retort. Then never mind. Meanwhile, at Natasha's residence, she was engaged in yoga, her abdomen slightly rounded as she practiced poses beneficial for her pregnancy. Natasha was wholly focused on the child, exhaling gently. Just as Natasha followed the instructions on the television, she suddenly heard strange noises outside her door. With her background as an agent, Natasha was exceedingly cautious. She gradually halted, retrieved her handgun, and stealthily approached the door along the wall. As Natasha prepared to crouch down and peer through the door's crack to gauge the intruder's physique, the steel door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. Bang! Natasha felt a chill at the top of her head, her gaze fixating on the door embedded in the wall. Had she moved forward just a moment sooner, she might have met a dire fate. Who was there? Natasha aimed her gun at the figure in the doorway. Upon seeing the newcomer, a veil of confusion enveloped her eyes. The man before her appeared somewhat frail, not the type one would associate with formidable strength, let alone the ability to hurl a heavy door aside. In her understanding, muscle equated to power, with Roy being the notable exception. Natasha, Roy's girlfriend, felt an uneasy sensation as the man scoffed, his voice suddenly turning hoarse. Oh my God, it's a pregnant woman. I have a penchant for consuming infants. What on earth? Natasha was perplexed, yet her instincts warned her that this man was not to be trifled with. Just as she contemplated retreating, a tendril ensnared her, forcefully slamming her to the ground. In the past, a fall wouldn't have alarmed Natasha, but now, with her pregnancy, anxiety surged within her. You are still Roy's girlfriend. Let's settle old and new scores together. The brute cackled heartily before lunging at her. Natasha quickly rolled away, evading him, then sprang to her feet, plunging a dagger deep into the brute's back. He let out a derisive laugh as barbs suddenly jutted from his spine, piercing her palm. Had she pressed any further, her hand would have been rendered useless. Realizing that this creature was beyond her means to confront, Natasha retreated at lightning speed. Bang! Yet, the brute was far swifter, blocking her path with a cold smirk. Where do you think you're going, delicious one? Natasha gritted her teeth. If you wish to devour me, don't be afraid of losing your teeth. The brute retorted mockingly. You sound just like him. If I can't defeat him, am I to be bested by you? With that, he charged again, his massive form casting a shadow over the streetlight, enveloping Natasha in darkness. At that critical moment, Venom surged from the side, tackling the brute to the ground before swiftly disentangling himself. Venom. The brute's fury ignited upon realizing his kin had thwarted him. Venom glanced at Natasha. Is that the sister-in-law? Yes, she confirmed. Good. Just in time, Venom breathed a sigh of relief, then called out. Hey, brute. Do you wish to be shattered into 1,000 pieces? What 1,000 pieces? The brute, nearly livid, seethed at his kindred repeatedly hindering him. However, he was no fool, with Venom's appearance. He knew Roy would not be far behind. He dared not confront Roy again, having escaped once purely by chance. Venom, don't make me find an opportunity, otherwise I shall devour you. Fearful of Roy's imminent presence, the brute spat his threat before hastily fleeing. Venom scoffed. What a coward. Even a purple one cannot compare to my black. Afterward, Venom approached Natasha. You must be Miss Natasha. I am here on Mr. Roy's behalf to protect you. Roy? Natasha pondered, unfamiliar with the name, racking her brain for any recollection, but found none. Andy quickly intervened, saying, It's Roy, Mr. Roy. Natasha then understood, asking, Where is he? Venom innocently replied, Probably at home. Natasha turned to leave, saying, Please convey to him that if he wishes to protect me, he should come himself instead of always troubling others. Venom chuckled. No worries, I don't mind the trouble. Assisting Mr. Roddy is my honor. Natasha responded. But I don't want you to protect me. Venom scratched his head, saying, Oh, perhaps I'm too unattractive. I won't show myself and will protect you from the shadows. Andy, why are you pulling me? At that moment, Andy felt an overwhelming urge to slap Venom. But instead, he forced a smile and said, I will certainly inform Mr. Roy. After that, Andy hurriedly dragged Venom away. What are you doing, Andy? I still need to protect Miss Natasha. What are you protecting? Didn't you hear what she said? This is my task. For heaven's sake, hurry up and leave. You're driving me mad. Chapter 81. Eradicating the riot. At that moment, as Roy was preparing to patrol, Andy suddenly walked in, wearing a wry smile. Mr. Roy. Miss Natasha said if you wish to protect her, you must go in person. Roy smiled slightly, understood. Given Natasha's proud nature, her willingness to let him protect her indicated that she regarded him as one of her closest confidants. Knock, knock, knock. When Natasha opened the door, it was indeed Roy standing outside. You finally decided to show up? She said. I've been running around. Spare me the pleasantries and do your best to keep your life intact. I don't want to become a single parent right after the child is born. Natasha huffed, pulling Roy into the room. The following day, Roy emerged from the door, feeling refreshed, while Natasha remained sound asleep in bed. Roy had already left a portion of his mental energy with Natasha, ensuring that he would sense any significant emotional fluctuations or life-threatening situations she encountered immediately. The riot was still on the loose, posing the greatest security threat, while the Avengers and other cities had sent out signals of safety. I want to see how long you can hide, Roy mused. The riot, much like Venom, thrived on living beings, particularly those of the human variety. Roy decided to wait it out until the riot could no longer resist its urge to consume the living. Only then would it reveal itself. This calm before the storm lasted for 3 days. That night, as Roy sat beside Natasha, Andy suddenly sent a message. Riot, come quickly. Below was the location sent by Andy, and Roy swiftly dressed and made his way there. It was an abandoned power plant, overgrown with weeds and desolate. Several buildings had peeling walls, with bricks and rebar exposed. Some had become precarious structures due to erosion from heavy rains and years of neglect. Roy quietly approached Venom, who whispered, The riot is in that building. Roy inquired, How did you discover this? Venom paused momentarily, then sheepishly confessed, I happened to encounter the chaos while eating, and followed it here. Roy nodded, surveying the surroundings, where an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that even the sound of their heartbeats was conspicuously audible. You must stand guard here and prevent him at all costs. Roy instructed firmly before activating his exceptional stealth, quietly making his way to the innermost factory. Creak. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood. The chaos was crouched on the ground, voraciously devouring a cow, crimson splatters staining the entire floor. Damn, Roy. Forcing me into this life of hiding. The chaos grumbled as he feasted, venting his frustrations on the carcass, unable to match Roy in strength. However, just as he savored his meal, a faint sound from outside pierced the air. Having had your fill? Let me make you a gluttonous ghost, Roy remarked nonchalantly. Leaning against the door, his previously harmless visage now clouded with a chilling intent to kill. The Chaos was taken aback, exclaiming, "Roy, how did you know I was here?" Roy replied calmly, "That is of no concern to you. I heard you attacked my girlfriend a few days ago." Such audacity. The Chaos, adorned with spiky protrusions indicative of his unease, retorted coldly, "I had no knowledge she was your girlfriend." Roy flexed his wrists and declared, "Whether you knew or not. In a few nights, you shall no longer live." Realizing he had no escape, the Chaos erupted in a furious roar, extending his arms to unleash two 10-meter-long blades. Lunging violently toward Roy, the blades sliced through the walls as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Roy, with a mere push of his hands, casually rested on the blades, which suddenly felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, immobile and helpless. The Chaos, in a frantic attempt to retract them, found his strength utterly negligible against Roy's. With a powerful tug, Roy tore the Chaos's arms asunder, revealing the pained visage of Dr. Lark. "You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Roy seethed, his thoughts consumed with murderous intent for Natasha, recalling that if not for Venom's timely arrival, both she and the child within her would have perished. For this alone, the Chaos deserved far worse than death. With a sizzling sound, laser beams erupted from Roy's eyes, searing the Chaos with relentless heat. In an instant, Roy teleported before the Chaos and delivered a devastating punch. Bang! The Chaos stood no chance, severely wounded by Roy's onslaught. As the Chaos attempted to utter a word, Roy disregarded his pleas, unleashing all his pent-up fury. Moments later, the Chaos was forcefully expelled from Dr. Lark's body, desperately attempting to escape through the sewer. But Roy would not allow such an easy escape. He seized the Chaos, who frantically shifted forms, attempting to invade Roy's body to claim dominion. While this tactic may have worked on others, it was merely a jest to Roy. With a surge of energy, he expelled the Chaos without difficulty. Wreck. Having lost both arms, curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. "It was you who revealed Natasha's fate to him, wasn't it?" Roy's eyes gradually reddened, and then, amidst Wreck's sheer panic, a laser beam obliterated him into ashes. The Chaos continued to struggle, yet it was utterly unable to escape Roy's grasp. "Let your final purpose be realized," Roy remarked indifferently, before stepping outside. Venom hurriedly approached, exclaiming in delight, "It's done." Roy inquired, "Can you consume him?" Venom paused momentarily before fervently nodding. "Of course. By devouring him, I can achieve my second evolution." Upon hearing that he was to be offered as sustenance to Venom, the Chaos screeched in defiance. Roy's eyes flared red once more, and the laser beam struck the Chaos directly. This process endured for nearly 3 minutes until the Chaos's cries grew faint, leaving it barely alive. Venom devoured it in one gulp, and soon, a surge coursed through its form, as though something within it was writhing. Moments later, Venom completed its evolution, transforming into a dark crimson entity, its shape now appearing far more menacing. Though it bore a red hue, it evoked a sensation within Roy that was no less intense than that of the Chaos. Mission accomplished. Reward, Sentinel progress, increased by 10. The system announced in his mind. After a brief moment of reveling in his newfound power, Roy opened his eyes. "Mr. Ropey, I am immensely grateful to you," Venom exclaimed, nearly spinning Roy around in joy. 2 black lines appeared on Roy's forehead as he retorted, "Say it again." "My name is Roy." "Understood, Rory." Chapter 82. The Vanishing Gene. Observing Venom's unyielding nature, Roy ultimately surrendered any hope of change and turned away, with Venom trailing behind like an exuberant child. Meanwhile, among the Xavier students, Jean sat serenely beneath the moonlit night, listening to music as faint firefly lights floated gently around her. The moonlight glimmered a clear silver, creating an atmosphere of tranquil beauty. Against the tree where Jean leaned, a pool of silver liquid flowed languidly. Strangely, this liquid did not cascade like typical fluids. Instead, it seemed almost sentient, inching its way toward Jean. 10 minutes later, Jean suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the silver liquid at her feet, a hint of curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. Yet in an instant, she smiled and extended her hand, saying, "So, you too hail from outer space." The liquid, as if responding to her call, leaped into her embrace, gradually merging with her. Once the liquid had entirely vanished, Jean's irises transformed into silver, but after a blink, they returned to normalcy, and she resumed her quiet listening, as if nothing had transpired. In New Apple City, Roy was engaged in company affairs when the professor called him directly. "Mr. Roy, Jean has disappeared." "Disappeared?" Roy furrowed his brow. "When did this happen?" "Just now. I have searched the entire city and found no trace of Jean." The professor sounded extremely anxious. Roy was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. Jean was emotionally unstable, posing a threat more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. If they did not swiftly locate her, a catastrophe could ensue. "I'm on my way." Roy declared before abruptly ending the call. As he was changing his clothes and preparing to leave, Andy happened to approach, observing Roy's hurried demeanor. "Mr. Roy, where are you off to in such haste?" he inquired. "There's a pressing matter. Come with me," Roy replied. "Of course." Andy, currently a drifter with little to occupy his time aside from bantering with Venom, eagerly welcomed the opportunity to accompany Roy on his errand. Before long, a plane ascended into the sky, racing towards Xavier's academy. "Professor, are there still no leads?" Roy asked as they entered the mental amplification chamber. The professor, with disappointment etched on his face, removed his helmet and replied, "I have mobilized all the cities within 100 kilometers, yet there is no sign of Jean. If she is not in the city, it implies she has ventured into the wilderness," Roy deduced tersely. The mission was clear: locate Jean and confront the extraterrestrial adversaries, with the reward being the ability to transform. Extraterrestrials? Roy was startled by the system's mission announcement, and a scene from a film flickered through his mind. In one of Jean's movies, her phoenix power stemmed from a cosmic energy coveted by several aliens, prompting their arrival on Earth, only to be thwarted by Jean unleashing her phoenix force. It appeared that this narrative had now entangled Roy as well. The professor, unaware of this connection, expressed his grave concern. If Jean has indeed gone into the wild, it would be a dire predicament. "I have a method to locate Jean, but I will need you to gather a team," Roy asserted. The professor's eyes sparkled with hope as he exclaimed, "You truly can find Jean?" "Yes, but the process may be difficult for you to accept. Just await my signal." With that, Roy exited with Andy and promptly contacted Tony. "Tony, I need your assistance with something." "What is it?" "Keep an eye out for any extraterrestrials. If any arrive, inform me immediately." Tony's voice turned incredulous. "Extraterrestrials? Are there really more?" "There might be. Stay vigilant over the next few days." "Understood." After ending the call, Roy and Andy ascended to the nearest mountaintop. Venom emerged from Andy, asking, "What are we doing here?" "Waiting for an opportunity," Roy replied, sitting on the ground and gazing into the distance. Aliens possess the means to trace Phoenix's power, so they merely needed to wait for them to arrive on Earth and follow them to find Jean. However, they would need to exercise considerable patience in tracking the extraterrestrials. "Mr. Roy, did you just tell Tony that aliens are indeed entering?" Andy queried. "Aliens? Can they be eaten?" Venom innocently questioned. "Indeed, if your appetite is robust," Roy responded, then added thoughtfully, "Jean harbors a mysterious force within her that attracts extraterrestrials, so we must simply wait." Andy nodded, feeling a sense of relief blossom within him. For 3 consecutive days, the professor made 3 phone calls, each time receiving from Roy the assurance that everything was proceeding smoothly. Little did he know that Roy was perched upon a mountain, relishing the cool night breeze, which would likely infuriate him to the point of apoplexy. However, on the evening of the 4th day, Tony finally managed to reach Roy. "We have a development. Jarvis has detected a spacecraft penetrating the atmosphere, descending at an alarming speed. Based on its trajectory, the landing coordinates will be at a longitude of east and latitude of south." "Understood," Roy replied with a subtle nod, then roused the drowsy Andy beside him, exclaiming, "Let us get to work." A minute later, the two swiftly piloted their aircraft towards the designated location. Nearby, a resort was alive with laughter and revelry, where several young men and women congregated in a villa. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. Yet the inebriated occupants of the villa dismissed it as mere hallucination. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom," called one man as he stumbled outside. Just as he unfastened his trousers, he noticed a peculiar rustling in the cornfield ahead. Rubbing his eyes, he vaguely discerned a silvery figure, which rapidly consumed his entire field of vision. Could he really fall into a ditch? Meanwhile, the revelers inside continued to jest. One woman with white hair set down her bottle of whiskey and dabbed her lips with a tissue. Upon glancing towards the window, her body froze in shock. There, pressed against the glass, was a humanoid silvery creature. Not only that, but every floor-to-ceiling window was teeming with silvery silhouettes, while the man who had stepped outside re-entered with an odd expression on his face. Far away, Roy silently observed this unfolding scene, recognizing that the aliens were effortlessly commandeering their bodies. "Mr. Roy," Andy remarked, taken aback by the bizarre sight. Roy replied calmly, "Just wait. They can hardly restrain themselves from acquiring the Phoenix's power." Chapter 83. Terrifying aliens. As anticipated, the dozen or so aliens gathered, exchanged a few words, and then sped off in their vehicles towards a specific direction. "Follow them," Roy commanded, taking to the air and maintaining a steady distance. Venom, having evolved wings, was not particularly swift, but managed to keep up with Roy. The convoy continued until it halted before a towering mountain, where the aliens mingled with the crowd like ordinary people, making their way towards the summit. Roy observed the mountain and promptly sent the coordinates to the professor, who had been vigilantly monitoring his phone. Upon receiving Roy's message, he immediately dispatched a well-organized team. Given their speed, they must be headed for the peak. We shall ascend directly. Roy calculated their velocity and trajectory before locking onto the summit. At that very peak, in an unfrequented rocky outcrop, Qin crouched on the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the earth beneath her. Leaves had begun to accumulate on her, indicating she had maintained this position for quite some time. The calm exterior of Qin belies the tumultuous power of the phoenix surging within her, exacerbated by the moonlight that invigorates this energy to the brink of escape from her grasp, much like a cup filled to the brim, threatening to overflow. Qin strives to maintain her stillness, minimizing any stimulation to the phoenix power. Only when it settles can she hope to escape this place. Suddenly, Venom is the first to perceive Qin, but before he can approach to greet her, Roy swiftly restrains him. Do not come any closer, Roy warns gravely. Acutely aware of the tumultuous phoenix energy within Qin, akin to a black hole. Should any provocation occur, the phoenix power would spiral out of control, obliterating the mountain and endangering the lives atop it. It becomes evident that she seeks a place to harness this energy, and now, at this critical juncture, she must not be disturbed. Roy makes a precise judgment and commands, at all costs, prevent those extraterrestrials from advancing. As they converse, the aliens have already ascended to the mountain's peak, confronting Roy and his companion. Step aside, or perish. The white-haired woman threatens coldly. This marks Venom's first battle post-evolution, and he is exhilarated, his elongated tongue flicking through the air. This is bound to be delectable. Just as Venom lunges forward to strike, a muscular black man suddenly intervenes, colliding with Venom and sending him sprawling. The strength of the Black Sun man is formidable, and his lack of pain makes him a challenging adversary for Venom. Consequently, before reinforcements arrive, Roy finds himself battling against 11 extraterrestrials alone. The white-haired woman gestures imperiously, an unseen force crashing into Roy, causing him to stagger momentarily before regaining his composure. You are powerful, but I advise against meddling in affairs that do not concern you, she warns coldly. Roy adjusts his wrist and replies, I am aware that you hail from outer space in pursuit of the phoenix power, but I regret to inform you. It does not belong to you. Despicable earthlings are unworthy of possessing it. The white-clad woman retorts, her left hand sweeping as the remaining aliens surge forward. Roy recognizes that these extraterrestrials cannot be vanquished by physical means. Thus, he declares, tenfold gravity. With his current energy reserves, he can definitively sustain such a skill. As anticipated, upon uttering those words, the aliens' movements slow significantly, each step feeling as though burdened by immense stones. This adjustment affords Roy a considerable advantage. Merely a trifling trick. The white-haired woman scoffs. Then with a flick of her left hand, she ascends gracefully like a feather before hurtling towards Roy with the force of a bullet. Roy's eyes narrow. In less than a second, the white-haired woman has deftly altered the rules of engagement twice, executing each maneuver with the ease of innate talent. How extraordinarily abnormal. As soon as the thought crossed Roy's mind, he was abruptly hurled away by the silver-haired woman, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Roy's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the extraordinary prowess of this extraterrestrial being. The impact had shattered the gravity field he had established, allowing the aliens to regain their mobility. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, Roy adopted a serious demeanor and produced the cosmic cube, intending to decisively neutralize these foes and at least diminish their operational capacity. In that moment, a flash of silver light surged forth, causing the aliens to ascend into the air before plummeting back to the ground. Hey, Mr. Roy. Quicksilver greeted him warmly. Roy noted that Quicksilver's speed was indeed far superior to that depicted in the Avengers. Following Quicksilver's arrival, Wolverine and others soon joined, bringing the total number of combatants to 10, equal to that of the aliens. Do not let them approach Jean, at any cost, Roy shouted, then redirected his focus to the silver-haired woman. All of you will perish, the woman seethed with fury. Taking a deep breath, Roy's eyes suddenly emitted a laser-like intensity, catching the silver-haired woman off guard as he struck her. In an instant, her skin began to dissolve, yet she swiftly healed, her regeneration matching the pace of her melting. Is this all you can muster? She taunted, a hint of disdain gracing her features, before delivering a powerful kick. Instinctively, Roy raised his arms to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, Roy was sent flying, crashing into the mountainside, embedding himself nearly 10 meters into the rock. The ground shook violently, causing those hiking nearby to feel the tremors as boulders tumbled down, resembling an earthquake in its ferocity. Damn it, Roy muttered, astonished by the sheer strength of the silver-haired woman, feeling the strain even on his own endurance. Here she comes again. Before he could rise, a shrill whistle pierced the air, prompting him to dodge swiftly. In that fleeting moment, The silver-haired woman barreled towards him like a cannonball. Had he hesitated any longer, he surely would have sustained grave injuries. So that's it. You can manipulate the density of your body. Roy realized the source of her formidable power. She could freely control her bodily density. Given her previous density and speed, even a steel plate an inch thick would be no match for her onslaught. How terrifying. Chapter 84. Eliminate the threat. Roy finally comprehended why aliens appeared so formidable in the films. Anyone who obstructs my acquisition of the Phoenix Force will die, the silver-haired woman declared coldly. Roy, fully alert, recognized that this woman was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. You may attempt it, he retorted, and as soon as the words left his lips, he swung his fist forward, the air crackling with the sound of thunder. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow seemingly matched, devastating the cave with their ferocity. Other combatants attempted to assist Roy, but were swiftly dispatched by the silver-haired woman with a single, lethal move. Only Roy could stand against her. Thus, the battleground between Roy and the silver-haired woman became a forbidden zone for all, including the extraterrestrials who dared not approach. They fought from the ground to the sky, then back down, leaving devastation in their wake. With a resounding crash, they separated once more. Roy bore some bruises on his face, and his fists trembled slightly. The silver-haired woman was not faring any better. Her wounds were visibly healing at a slower pace. You are formidable, worthy of being my subject, she proclaimed. Roy merely smiled faintly and replied, but you are unworthy. Undeterred, the silver-haired woman continued, the lifespan of a human is merely a century at most, which is but a fleeting moment for me. You could submit to me, and I would grant you immortality. I've told you, I have no interest, Roy retorted. He sensed her fatigue, yet he felt invigorated, having not engaged in such a fierce combat for quite some time. He intended to relish it. They resumed their struggle. But it became evident that the silver-haired woman was growing weary, and Roy began to discern certain patterns. Although this alien appeared invincible, capable of altering any rule, there were prerequisites to her powers. Each time she modified a rule, Roy noticed a distinct pulsation of her heart. Could it be the source of her strength? Rather than rush to conclusions, he observed meticulously. After 3 minutes, Roy finally identified her habit. Every time she initiated a modification, she would hold her breath, and her heart would beat more vigorously than usual. Then you can perish. With her vulnerability revealed, Roy summoned the cosmic cube, enhancing his physique significantly, and delivered a powerful punch to the silver-haired woman's chest. Ah! She cried out for the first time, quickly retreating and clutching her heart in agony. Yet Roy would not let her escape. His speed now surpassed that of Quicksilver, and he appeared before her, raining down blows upon her heart. The silver-haired woman attempted to block and evade, but he clung to her as if he were an extension of her own being, making it impossible to shake him off. The sound of his fist striking her was excruciating, and she was tossed to the ground like a rag doll. She spat out a silvery liquid, moaning in pain as she lay there. Roy exhaled deeply and coldly regarded her, asking, "Do you still wish for me to be your subject?" The silver-haired woman could not utter a word, her eyes unable to move. With a decisive stomp, Roy pressed down again, and she convulsed once before falling silent. Subsequently, a myriad of silvery liquid flowed from her, but by then, it had thinned to a watery consistency. Not sensing any further cellular activity, Roy paid it no mind. With the alien leader defeated, the remaining foes continued to resist desperately. Most of the battle police were no match for them. Only Quicksilver, Storm, and a few others could hold their ground, while the rest found themselves at a disadvantage. Roy emerged from the state of the cosmic cube, his complexion paling in an instant. "Andy, take care of Jean. I will swiftly conclude this battle." To prevent any mishap from befalling Jean, Roy was resolute. Andy nodded, responding, "Understood." With that, he leapt out of the fray, but as a black man attempted to pursue him, he was yanked back down by Roy. "You have slain my queen." The black man's face was a mask of unbridled fury. "What? Do you seek vengeance for her?" Roy replied with a calm smile. A feral roar erupted from the black man, yet it was merely a thunderous display, as Roy effortlessly knocked him to the ground with a single punch, followed by a barrage of laser beams. The black man's recovery was far inferior to that of the silver-haired woman. After nearly 3 minutes of Roy's relentless laser assault, he predictably melted into a puddle of silvery liquid. The remaining extraterrestrial beings were significantly weaker than the silver-haired woman, and Roy dispatched them with ease. Task accomplished. He had gained the ability to shapeshift. However, the commotion had finally roused Jean from her slumber. After finishing off the last foe, Roy suddenly felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him. Turning around, he found Jean coldly staring at him. "Jean," Wolverine called out to her. Jean gently descended to the ground and said, "Thank you all." Strangely, despite her words of gratitude, Roy felt no warmth or appreciation, especially in the frigid and unfeeling look she cast his way. He was left bewildered as to what had offended her. Upon returning to Xavier's academy, the professor sighed in relief after confirming Jean's safety, shaking Roy's hand excitedly. "We owe you greatly this time." Roy merely nodded, choosing to remain silent. That evening, Roy stayed overnight at Xavier's academy. As moonlight streamed through the window, he found himself restless and wandered about the classical academy, observing its grandeur. At a certain moment, he turned to see a figure resembling Venom standing by the window. This being bore an uncanny resemblance to Venom, yet lacked the latter's menacing ferocity, instead exuding an air of elegance. She gazed at Roy in silence before leaping into the air, vanishing into the night. Roy hurriedly pursued her. As she soared through the sky, her body flowed gracefully, as if swimming through water, a vision of beauty. Her speed was steady, not too fast nor too slow, perfectly aligned with Roy's, seemingly guiding him intentionally. The two arrived at a forest situated 100 kilometers away. She descended gently, turning to reveal Jean's exquisite visage. Roy was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this symbiotic entity was indeed Jean. Jean spoke first. "Mr. Roy, I appreciate your assistance today." Roy replied, "Is that so? Yet I sense no sincerity in your words." "Because I intend to kill you." "Give me a reason," he retorted, visibly angered that the very person he had fought to protect now harbored intentions of his demise. Chapter 85. The Power of the Phoenix. Is this not a quintessential case of burning bridges? Jean spoke earnestly. "It is because you are exceedingly powerful. Powerful enough to bring about the world's destruction." Roy let out a cold laugh and replied, "If I were not strong, you would not even have the right to converse with me here. Moreover, when it comes to the potential for world annihilation, your chances are perhaps greater." Jean nodded in acknowledgement, not disputing this point, but a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes as she said, "Indeed, I no longer wish to take your life. However," Jean continued, "I require your assistance with a matter, otherwise, I shall still be compelled to kill you." "Speak," Roy responded tersely, his brevity causing Jean to harbor suspicions. She gazed at Roy, who appeared particularly graceful under the moonlight, and said slowly, "Do you know what resides within me?" "The Phoenix Force." "Yes, that is correct. By a stroke of fate, I acquired it, and since then, I have entirely departed from the life of an ordinary person." Jean offered a bitter smile before adding, "The professor has made me a focal point of concern, constantly pondering how to soothe the Phoenix Force within me. Others regard me with great trepidation, leaving me feeling profoundly isolated. I yearn for a normal existence." Roy replied nonchalantly, "Without the Phoenix Force, you could still lead a typical life." Jean nodded but continued, "I am acutely aware of my current predicament. The Phoenix Force could erupt at any moment, unleashing catastrophic devastation upon the world. So how do you propose to assist me?" Jean gazed intently into Roy's eyes and earnestly stated, "I implore you to expunge the Phoenix Force from my body." At these words, Roy was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Jean would seek his help in calming the Phoenix Force, not demanding its outright removal. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Miss Jean, while the Phoenix Force is perilous, it also serves as an essential protective power for Earth. I can aid you in pacifying it." Jean shook her head, resolutely insisting, "No, I do not wish to bear the Phoenix Force any longer. I now possess the Moonlight." "Moonlight? Is that the name of your symbiotic entity?" "Yes." Roy hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. The task was presented, to accept the Phoenix Force or to refuse. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Can I accept this? What must I do?" Roy exclaimed in astonishment. The voice continued, "You can merge the Phoenix Force with your divine essence. It will provide energy for your divine form." Upon hearing this, Roy's eyes lit up. His greatest ability was undoubtedly the void divine essence, but activating its skills required an immense amount of energy. While ordinary skills could be sustained, their power was minimal. Skills of greater potency, such as the Black Hole Devour, demanded astronomical energy. If the Phoenix Force could serve as the energy source for his void divine essence, then Roy could unleash the full might of the void. "Very well, I accept your proposal." Roy resolved, determined to assist, whether to retain the Phoenix Force or to enhance his void divine essence. Upon hearing Roy's agreement, Jean's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you." However, just as she uttered this phrase, her expression shifted to one of strangeness, her brow furrowed, and her body involuntarily levitated into the air. Alas, the power of the Phoenix has spiraled out of control. Perhaps it was the echo of their conversation that incited the Phoenix energy within Jean, transforming it into a force akin to a feral beast yearning to break free from its confines. Jean ascended further, her form aglow with countless luminescent sparks, rendering anything that came into contact with this radiance to mere atomic dust. "Mr. Roy, I am utterly at a loss as to how to proceed," Jean exclaimed. Roy, sensing the impending crisis, swiftly positioned himself before Jean, reaching out to grasp her. Yet, the Phoenix energy, perceiving this as a threat, erupted violently. A jolt of pain shot through Roy's hand upon contact with the energy, and instinctively, he recoiled. However, it was too late. He distinctly felt the cells in his fingers succumbing to decay. Were it not for his remarkable constitution, his fingers would have surely been irreparably damaged by now. "Help me!" Sheen cried out, her body entirely ensnared by the Phoenix's might. "Damn it!" Roy gritted his teeth, hastily donning the battle armor designed for him by Ta, utilizing its protective properties to momentarily shield himself from the Phoenix energy. He approached Sheen, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. In an instant, Roy activated the Void Divine Authority, and some of the Phoenix energy, as if beckoned, surged into his being. "Ah!" Roy shrieked. The initial contact with the Phoenix energy unleashing a sensation so excruciating it felt as though it were tearing his very soul apart. The remaining Phoenix energy swiftly reacted, converging like a tidal wave, crashing violently toward Roy. A sense of imminent death enveloped him. Without hesitation, he activated the cosmic cube, and time appeared to come to a standstill. Roy had utilized his utmost speed, creating a phenomenon reminiscent of Quicksilver's absolute time. Yet, even then, the Phoenix energy seemed to transcend the constraints of time, relentlessly advancing toward him. Fortunately, its velocity had diminished somewhat, allowing Roy to escape just in the nick of time. "This is terrifying." Roy was drenched in cold sweat. The Phoenix energy was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, he found himself in a precarious situation. Should he fail to intervene, the Phoenix energy would erupt, endangering the entire world. What to do? What to do? Countless thoughts raced through Roy's mind in that fleeting moment, but none were viable. As the Phoenix energy surged forth once more, he resolved himself, gritting his teeth, and charged ahead. In a fierce collision, Roy collided with the Phoenix energy and broke through its barrier, reaching Sheen. However, at that moment, his attire had entirely disintegrated, even his hair and eyebrows consumed by the flames. Furthermore, his physical body had borne the brunt of the Phoenix energy, leaving all surface cells ravaged. Without immediate intervention, Roy was destined for demise. Yet, he could no longer afford to focus on his own plight. Despite feeling an unsettling lightness throughout his body, he persisted, grasping Sheen and soaring toward the heavens. He remained in the augmented state of the cosmic cube, propelling himself at a velocity nearing the speed of light, swiftly breaking through the atmospheric barrier. "Professor, save her." Roy transmitted his final message to the professor before relinquishing his grasp, surrendering himself to the all-consuming power of the Phoenix. Chapter 86. Death and Rebirth in the Vastness of Space. A brilliant explosion erupted suddenly, a silent beauty imbued with an aura of death. Roy slowly closed his eyes, the ferocious energy of the Phoenix raging wildly, ensnaring him as he drifted aimlessly in the cosmos. Meanwhile, the professor, who had been peacefully slumbering, was jolted awake, Roy's words echoing in his mind. "Mr. Roy Jean." With Roy having liberated his mental realm, the professor effortlessly discerned the unfolding events, his countenance shifting dramatically. He hastily contacted Dr. Strange, managing to teleport just as Jean descended to the ground. "Jean, Jean," the professor called out, and Jean suddenly found herself enveloped in a silvery liquid before gradually awakening. "Mr. Roy?" Jean hastily rose, gazing at the night sky, which remained tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, she yearned for even the slightest disturbance. At that moment, Roy lay quietly in the void of space, surrounded by the aimless power of the Phoenix, having long ceased to breathe. In New York City, at Natasha's villa, she was slicing fruit when an overwhelming tremor coursed through her, causing her to fumble the knife, dropping it to the floor. For a top-tier agent, such a blunder was almost inconceivable. "What is happening?" Natasha pondered, perplexed by the sudden sensation, as though something significant had occurred. Simultaneously, all Avengers and superhumans across the globe inexplicably felt a profound sorrow, as if the earth itself were sighing in lament. This phenomenon was known as the shared grief of heaven and earth. A week later, atop a mountain in New York City, hundreds clad in formal attire stood in solemn assembly, including Avengers like Tony, Thor, and the Hulk, alongside the Professor and Wolverine, as well as ordinary individuals like Beatrice. These figures, who represented a significant portion of the world's foremost powers, gathered for a singular purpose: to pay their respects to Roy. A fine, steady rain began to fall from the sky as Natasha stood at the forefront, her hair damp and clinging to her forehead. Beside her, Scarlet Witch reached for an umbrella, but Natasha gently declined. Noticing Natasha's silent demeanor, Scarlet Witch understood the depth of her anguish. Natasha sniffed, raised her chin defiantly, and coldly remarked, "He deserved it." With those words, two streams of tears welled in the corners of Natasha's eyes before she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Tony and the others gazed mournfully at Roy's photograph on the gravestone, burdened by an immeasurable sorrow. "Let's go home," Tony said, wiping his tears before turning away. Yet no one departed. Among them were Roy's comrades, subordinates, and friends, all wishing to spend more time with him. Jing, taking a deep breath, softly declared, "I shall venture into space to seek out the body. One must see the living, and one must see the dead." Tony shook his head, responding, "I have already searched. There is no trace of Roy throughout the entire solar system. My range extends beyond the solar system," Jing asserted before ascending into the sky, vanishing beyond the atmosphere. Time slipped away, and Roy felt himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, devoid of body and organs, merely a fleeting consciousness adrift. In that moment, he sensed both an icy chill and an overwhelming heat, yet more than anything, he felt an expansive emptiness. He was unaware of his whereabouts, oblivious to time and direction, knowing nothing but the fact that he was wandering aimlessly. The system forcibly activated, urging the host to prepare for awakening. A cold, impersonal voice resonated, yet inexplicably, Roy felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in the darkness, swiftly expanding until it filled his entire field of vision. Pain surged through him as he gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself lying beneath a colossal mushroom. The mushroom was crimson, over 3 meters in diameter, making Roy feel as small as an ant. "Where am I?" Roy wondered, gazing up at the sky, which was a deep cerulean, adorned with vibrant, floating planets, radiating both brilliance and beauty. Amidst his astonishment, he suddenly recalled his own body and hurried to a nearby pool of water. Upon inspection, he was relieved to find himself still remarkably handsome. He then assessed his physical condition. Aside from his sentinel progress reaching 50%, he sensed something additional within him. Upon closer examination, he discovered a vortex had formed within his heart, its color and essence unmistakably reminiscent of the Phoenix Force. "Mission accomplished. Phoenix Force successfully integrated," echoed the system in his mind. Roy paused momentarily, then joy surged within him. He had resigned himself to death, believing the Phoenix Force was beyond his control. Yet serendipity had allowed him to successfully integrate it. Could it be that he could now wield the powers of the god of void at will? "Ice," Roy uttered softly, and the pool before him instantly froze over. "Rain." No sooner had he spoken than the previously clear sky began to drizzle. The god of void, augmented by the Phoenix Force, was indeed extraordinary. After a brief experiment with his newfound powers, he set aside his playful inclinations and soared into the depths of space. "System, where's this place?" he inquired. "Unable to determine star domain," the system replied. "Unable to determine?" Roy was taken aback and surveyed his surroundings. The vast cosmos was filled with countless star systems, and he had no idea which one he occupied. In other words, he could no longer find his way back to Earth. Roy wore a face of helplessness, and just as he contemplated returning to the planet, he suddenly noticed a fleet appearing in the distance. The ships of this fleet bore a remarkable resemblance to plants. For instance, the foremost vessel resembled a black mushroom, which seemed to align perfectly with the characteristics of the planet below. However, the presence of ships signified the existence of civilization, and with civilization came the hope of returning home. Roy promptly followed, and as the fleet entered the planet's atmosphere, it accelerated. Fortunately, Roy's peak speed was already nearing that of light, making it quite effortless for him to keep pace. Moments later, amidst a sea of flowers, Roy discovered an immense city. Chapter 87, Dark Pirate Stop, or I Shall Shoot. Kegel brandished a massive bamboo pole. "It is already a mercy that I do not kill you," Roy replied nonchalantly. "Mission failed, rewards rescinded." At that moment, the system announced Roy's mission failure for the first time, but he paid it little mind. Just as he was about to take flight, Kegel finally fired, and a projectile exploded upon Roy, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. In an instant, Roy materialized before Kegel, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. "You are courting death." Roy was now thoroughly incensed. Tightening his grip on Kegel's neck, who writhed in pain, terror gleaming in his eyes. You, release me." The old man was utterly terrified. Roy took a deep breath and ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow, casually tossing Kegel aside. However, as he stepped out, he discovered a throng of soldiers surrounding the area, rendering escape impossible. "Ha ha ha, you cannot escape." Kegel, leaning against the wall, emerged and, upon seeing the multitude of soldiers, felt reassured. "Despicable dark pirates, how dare you injure our finest warriors?" The elder pointed at Roy and shouted, "Warriors, eliminate this dark pirate and defend our honor." No sooner had the old man spoken than a shadow suddenly loomed over the sky, causing everyone to look up in fear, as if witnessing something dreadfully ominous. "It is the dark pirates," someone exclaimed, and the crowd erupted into chaos, scattering like headless flies. "Indeed, it is you. Your comrades have come to retrieve you. Once I deal with them, I will attend to you." Kegel threatened, raising his weapon and bellowing, "Royal Guard, prepare for battle." With that declaration, All the warriors clad in golden armor rushed toward the city's cannons, bracing themselves for combat. Roy gazed skyward to behold a colossal battleship resembling a tiger shark, exuding an air of menace, with dozens of dark cannon ports beneath. So, this is the Dark Pirate? Roy effortlessly broke free from his restraints and leaped onto a building, keenly observing the soldiers. He was curious to see how formidable the soldiers of Misty Snow City truly were. At this moment, behind the internal porthole of the warship, stood a figure whose upper body resembled that of a shark, with a deep scar marring his face, while his lower half was humanoid. "Boss, this is it. The Rose Princess is in that grand palace," a subordinate exclaimed, nodding eagerly beside him. Parks gazed at the opulent palace, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. "Capture the Rose Princess alive, and I shall reward you handsomely." "Understood," the subordinate exclaimed, leaping with excitement before leading his men down the kelp. The soldiers of the Dark Pirates bore features reminiscent of marine creatures, grotesque and fearsome, and it was no wonder they mistook the wingless Roy for one of their own. "Men, capture the Rose Princess. Charge!" A throng of several thousand dark pirates leapt from the warship, surging like a tidal wave towards the palace at the heart of the city. Such a meager force, seeking their own demise. Kegel waved his hand, and an uncountable number of golden warriors surged forward to meet them. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire. As the golden warriors clashed fiercely with the dark pirates, some unsuspecting citizens caught in the crossfire. Roy stood atop a rooftop, observing the seemingly intense battle below. Here, there was no smoke of gunpowder. Watermelons served as cannonballs, sunflower seeds as bullets, and a kaleidoscope of liquids splattered across the sky, lending an abstract beauty to the chaos. As Roy watched, he suddenly noticed a graceful figure standing by the window of the upper loft on the left side of the palace. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her features perfectly proportioned, adorned in a pale purple dress accented with tiny rose motifs, as if she had stepped out of a comic book. "Your Highness, it is far too dangerous here. You must return to the underground fortress," a fully armed soldier respectfully urged her. The Rose Princess shook her head, replying, "They are coming for me. If I go with them, others will not be implicated." The soldier quickly interjected, "Noble Princess, trust your warriors. We shall surely vanquish all the dark pirates." The Rose Princess's face was etched with worry. The soldier patted his chest and continued, "Noble Princess, I shall go forth and eliminate the dark pirates." The Rose Princess remained silent, her gaze drawn to the warship in the sky, which was slowly descending. Panic surged within her, and she instinctively stepped back. The soldier, witnessing her distress, drew his spear and shouted, "Warriors, prepare for battle." All the palace's soldiers gathered, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. With a roar, the doors of the warship swung open, and hundreds of dark pirates leapt forth, their expressions fierce as they charged ahead. "How can there be so many?" the soldier exclaimed in disbelief, having thought the pirates below were all that existed, only to discover this overwhelming horde. Yet, the palace's defenders numbered scarcely over 80, an insufficient force to withstand the dark pirates. As anticipated, the 80-odd warriors were quickly surrounded, while the Rose Princess found herself cornered by several pirates. "No, this is a diversion." Kegel noticed the commotion in the palace and immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Shouting, "Return to protect the princess." However, the golden warriors were deeply entrenched in battle, unable to spare any forces for assistance. Roy, leisurely observing from the side, was suddenly alerted by the system. "Mission initiated. Rescue Princess Rose. Reward, perfect beauty." Roy's smile faltered. "What on earth is perfect beauty?" "It is defined based on your facial features, harmony, skin, and is tailored to your height and temperament," the system replied in his mind. Enlightened, Roy found himself intrigued by this notion. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Now that's something I am well versed in. With a grin, Roy soared into the air, racing toward the castle. "Ha ha, Princess Rose, come with us. Our elder brother will treat you well," cackled a dark pirate. Tears glistening in her eyes, Princess Rose pleaded. "If I go with you, will you spare Honey Snow City?" "Of course, ha ha. Come on, Princess Rose, I can hardly wait for my reward," the pirate exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Chapter 89. Overwhelming power. Princess Rose bit her lip resolutely, slowly approaching them. "No, Princess." The warriors cried out in despair, yearning to rescue her. Yet they found themselves besieged by several dark pirates, barely managing to defend themselves. Gazing at the beauty within reach, the dark pirate swallowed hard, grinning as he said, "I've been waiting for you, Princess Rose." In that instant, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, startled by a loud crash. Princess Rose opened her eyes wide to see a tall silhouette before her. The sudden appearance of Roy captured the attention of all the pirates, with the octopus pirate furiously demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" Roy casually touched his nose and replied, "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Princess Rose will meet their demise." The octopus pirate scoffed, a mocking smile forming on his lips. Humph, you may be small, but your bravado is unrestrained. Are you here to entertain us? Seeking death, are we? The other pirates joined in laughter, incredulous that this unknown lad would dare utter such bold words. A cruel smile crept across the octopus pirate's face as he declared, I shall make you aware of the consequences of arrogance. With that, he lunged forward, his fishbone trident aimed menacingly at Roy. In a swift motion, Roy extended his right hand, seizing the octopus pirate's head and forcefully slamming it into the ground, followed by a heavy stomp. A cacophony of shattering echoed through the air, and the entire palace trembled as the octopus pirate mysteriously vanished. One pirate, regaining his senses, was horrified to find an octopus tentacle atop his head. The other pirates stood frozen in shock. Had the octopus pirate truly been obliterated? But before they could process the shocking turn of events, Roy brandished his vibranium dagger, swiftly darting among the bewildered pirates. Princess Rose clasped her hands before her chest, a flicker of darkness dancing within her pale violet eyes. The final scene crystallized in her mind as Roy vanquished the last of his foes, revealing a striking profile bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, enveloped in a gentle halo. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Roy slowly wiped the blood from his dagger, surrounded by a chaotic array of lifeless bodies. Compared to previous adversaries, these were far too simple. Princess, I have come to rescue you. At that moment, Kegel, bloodied and breathless, charged in, his gaze immediately falling upon the dazed princess and the dagger-wielding Roy, blinded by rage and intent on saving the princess. Kegel instinctively perceived Roy as an enemy. With a fierce roar, he lunged towards Roy, declaring, No one shall harm the princess while I am here. Roy cast a cool glance in his direction and replied, unconscious. Kegel collapsed onto the ground in an instant. The princess, regaining her composure, blinked a few times and cautiously addressed Roy. Sir, you. Roy remained silent, patiently awaiting the system's announcement, yet this time, no words came forth. Could it be because of them? He glanced at the fallen pirates strewn across the ground, and then at the warships hovering above, deep in thought. Who is that? Harks noticed Roy atop the castle, and was struck with disbelief upon realizing that all his subordinates had perished. How is this possible? How could it not be possible? A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Harks instinctively turned, finding Roy quietly standing just behind him. This cannot be. Harks' neck stiffly rotated, and he surveyed the castle, now devoid of life. What kind of monster are you? Roy replied, You are the true monsters. With that, he delivered a single punch that sent Harks flying from the ship. Harks could never comprehend why a seemingly certain victory had been so easily overturned. It appeared that the only solution was to eliminate them all. Roy, equally exasperated, realized that despite the absence of threats, the system still had not registered his task as complete. Reluctantly, he picked up a sniper rifle, crouching atop the ship to methodically eliminate the remaining pirates below. Thus, the scourge of piracy was resolved. With the mission accomplished, a notification echoed in his mind. Reward, perfect aesthetic. Commencing skeletal adjustment. As the system's voice resonated, Roy's appearance underwent a gradual transformation, lasting less than 3 seconds. At that moment, Princess Rose turned to look, suddenly struck by the realization that Roy had changed significantly. Though she could not pinpoint how, his flawless proportions left her momentarily overshadowed. Sir, thank you for your rescue. Princess Rose felt an inexplicable tension. Roy nodded and replied, It was merely a matter of convenience. The princess hesitated before addressing him again. Mr. Roy, could you wake General Kegel? But you must ensure he does not attack me. I give you my word. Only then did Roy rouse Kegel, who, upon awakening, erupted in fury while still harboring hostility towards Roy. The treacherous pirate, regardless of the sorcery employed, could not vanquish the valiant General Kegel. Just as Kegel was about to charge forward, Princess Rose intervened. General Kegel, such impudence is unacceptable. She exclaimed, Your Highness, he is a villain. Kegel retorted. Princess Rose resolutely grasped Kegel's arm, shaking her head as she declared, It is thanks to Mr. Roy that I was saved. He is my savior. What? Him? Kegel responded with disbelief. Yet as he surveyed the multitude of fallen bodies, he gradually accepted this truth, albeit with reluctance. Soon came the task of clearing the battlefield. As the citizens rejoiced in the victory of the battle, their cheers resounding for the illustrious General Kegel, who undoubtedly shone in this conflict. Relishing the adoration, Kegel basked in the glory without feeling the need to clarify anything, naturally reveling in this honor. Of course, it was merely because Roy held no interest in such accolades. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire your name? Princess Rose elegantly approached Roy, her cheeks flushed, and her head slightly bowed. Leaning against the wall, Roy replied, Roy. Mr. Roy, thank you for saving our city of Mishua, she said, observing Roy's aloof demeanor. Princess Rose bit her lip and asked, Mr. Roy, would you be able to attend my birthday banquet in 3 days? Roy shook his head, stating, not interested. However, I do have a request. What is it? Princess Rose inquired immediately. Roy replied, could you provide me with a spaceship? I do not belong here. I wish to return. Upon hearing this, the spark in Princess Rose's eyes dimmed noticeably, and she implored, Mr. Roy, might you consider staying until after my birthday banquet? You saved my life, and I wish to properly express my gratitude. Roy, genuinely uninterested, responded, your provision of a spaceship would be the greatest gratitude you could offer me. Princess Rose fell silent for a moment, looking quite distressed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as if on the brink of weeping. Although Roy felt a twinge of sympathy for her pitiable state, his desire to return home remained paramount. He owed them nothing. In fact, our spaceship was damaged by the pirates during the battle, and it will take a week to repair, Princess Rose eventually revealed. Observing her demeanor, which seemed more like an entreaty than mere conversation, Roy sighed. A week, you say? I will ensure they expedite the repairs, please rest assured. Princess Rose exclaimed, suddenly turning and dashing out. Roy watched her in mild astonishment, then chuckled wryly, choosing not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, within a fleet in the cosmos, a colossal warship resembling a sharp sword loomed with an imposing presence. Thud thud thud. A peculiar alien scurried into the largest chamber, which housed only a grand throne amidst the surrounding darkness. The extraterrestrial stood respectfully behind the throne and spoke. General, Harks and his men have failed. A hoarse voice emerged from the throne. So many individuals, yet they cannot conquer a mere honey snow city? The extraterrestrial bowed lower and replied, this subordinate is uncertain about the reasons. Here is the live video from the scene for your perusal. With a wave of his hand, a colossal screen materialized, displaying the battle in Honey Snow City from the vantage point atop a battleship. As the scene shifted, the moment Roy appeared on the screen, a voice from the throne commanded, stop. The extraterrestrial hastily pressed pause and quietly retreated. Roy, it is you. The voice from the throne was laced with murderous intent. Evidently enraged. What incites such fury? Let me see. Oh, a mere earthling. At that moment, another voice resonated from the shadows. Dormammu. This is the Roy I mentioned to you. The throne's voice followed. Oh, is that so? This young lad who once killed you? Though he is young, his capabilities are formidable. The throne let out a cold snort. Dormammu continued. Now, with the power I have bestowed upon you, dealing with this inexperienced boy will be a trivial task. With a resounding crash, a purple fist struck the armrest, and as the throne slowly turned, a towering figure emerged into the light. His purple skin, massive muscles, and half a face adorned with black markings unmistakably revealed the former overlord, Thanos. This time, I shall make you endure the suffering I once faced, Thanos declared as he donned his helmet with resolve. The following day marked the celebration banquet of Honey Snow City. All executives gathered in the castle's conference hall, with Princess Rose seated at the pinnacle, adorned with a crown, while Kegel and others occupied the seats below. Kegel, having proven himself in battle, had been promoted to general, the highest rank among officials. Thanks to General Kegel's valor, we vanquished the dark pirates. Let us raise a glass in honor of General Kegel, an elder proclaimed, and others quickly echoed his sentiments. Kegel waved his hand modestly, stating, no. This victory is a result of our collective efforts. Despite his words, a smile never left Kegel's face. Princess Rose, seated at the highest point, remained the quietest. Accustomed to her role, especially after the recent passing of the old king, feeling uncertain of her authority as she had yet to achieve notable accomplishments. Yet, this did not weigh heavily on her. Her sole desire was to live a leisurely and fulfilling life. Thus, the solemn throne stood in stark contrast to the lively hall. Meanwhile, in Roy's chamber, he gazed at the dresses brought by the maidens with an expression of resignation. Did the princess send you? One of the maidens replied, Mr. Roy, Princess Rose invites you to the celebration banquet. This attire is prepared for you. Return and inform your princess that I have no desire to attend. The maidens appeared to be oblivious to the situation, remaining motionless in their places. Roy reiterated, return and inform your princess that I have no desire to attend. At this moment, one maid finally spoke up, Mr. Roy, Princess Rose has commanded that if you do not depart, we cannot return. Roy scoffed, for he had always detested being threatened. He replied, then you may remain here. The maid continued, Mr. Roy, it would be best if you went. This is a most sincere request from the princess. Why must I go? He inquired. Because the princess finds herself in a difficult situation. What do you mean? Roy was intrigued to hear their justification. The maid hesitated, then seemingly resolved, stated, the old king has recently passed away, and Princess Rose has ascended to the throne. Many are unwilling to accept this and have been bullying her. At the upcoming celebration, it is feared that Princess Rose may be forced into an unwanted marriage. What concern is that of mine? Roy retorted, adhering to his long-standing principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations. If you do not attend, the airship will not be lent to you. Only Princess Rose is willing to provide you with a ship. The mate seemed knowledgeable about various matters, including Roy's request for an airship, which piqued his interest in her. Upon the mention of the airship, Roy fell silent. It was the sole reason he remained. If this could not be realized, what purpose did his presence serve? Perhaps a slight intervention would be warranted? After a moment's contemplation, he nodded earnestly, saying, "Very well. I shall accompany you." Upon hearing Roy's concession, the maid erupted with joy, bouncing about in excitement to assist him in donning formal attire. "I do not favor such garments." Roy declined outright, and he followed the maid's guidance toward the assembly hall. "I propose that since Princess Rose is single and General Kale is a paragon of virtue and strength, let us unite them in marriage. Thus, with both intellect and might, they can jointly govern the city of Nyeshua, ensuring its prosperity." An elderly man, having caught General Kale's eye, stood and proclaimed loudly, "Oh, how unworthy am I to wed Princess Rose. I have merely vanquished the dark pirates. I am not fit for her," Kale shamelessly declared. The elder continued, "The dark pirates are the foremost adversaries of Nyeshua. Your victory over them is indeed a monumental achievement. Indeed, I believe this is an excellent notion. Princess Rose and General Kale are a match made in heaven." The ministers, in a flurry of words, appeared to have decided the fate of Princess Rose's marriage, while the princess herself remained silent throughout the proceedings. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, the elder added, "Your Highness, Princess Rose, may I inquire your thoughts on this matter?" Clearly irritated, Princess Rose responded, "Esteemed ministers, my personal affairs are not urgent at present. My focus lies on restoring the glory of Nyeshua. So let us postpone this discussion for another time." The elder continued, "Your Highness, my actions are entirely motivated by the interests of Misty Snow City. You and General Kagel share a mutual affection. If you could wed at the earliest opportunity, it would serve as an exemplary model for our Misty Snow City." At this moment, Kagel interjected, "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for placing you in such a predicament. I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of you." One, relying on age and experience. The other, employing moral coercion. How could the innocent Rose Princess withstand the cunning advances of these two old foxes? She stammered, at a loss for words. Observing her silence, the elder boomed, "Since the Rose Princess remains taciturn, it is tantamount to her consent to this union." The hall erupted in thunderous applause, with some even rushing to congratulate Kagel directly. Esteemed ministers, the Rose Princess's cheeks flushed as she anxiously attempted to rise from her throne. "I am capable of deciding my own matrimonial affairs. There is no need for your interference." The elder's gaze turned icy, exchanging knowing glances with several of his companions before saying, "Very well, it seems we have indeed erred in our understanding. When we accompanied the old king, your Highness was yet to be born, and in the blink of an eye, you have grown capable of standing on your own. We have clearly mismanaged our duties. Indeed, let us refrain from concern. The princess possesses her own reasoning. In mere moments, they had crafted themselves into the semblance of loyal subjects, leaving the Rose Princess utterly flummoxed. Princess, please acquiesce to their wishes." At that moment, someone initiated the chorus, and the assembled ministers urged, "General Kagel is most suited for you. Your standards may be too elevated." The late king held General Kagel in high regard. At this juncture, Roy sauntered in slowly, nonchalantly surveying the assembly, and formed a general impression. "Who are you? Who permitted your entry?" A guard wielding a spear blocked his path, barking the command. Roy replied placidly, "I am here for an appointment." "An appointment? Ha! Who is he? He looks like a rustic." "Hey, beggar, this is not a place for you to solicit." At this moment, Kagel remained silent, turning away as if ignoring Roy entirely. The Rose Princess, sensing a glimmer of hope, hurried down and declared, "Esteemed ministers, Mr. Roy is a distinguished guest I have invited." As she moved, her personal guards swiftly cleared a path for her. The Rose Princess soon stood before Roy, exclaiming with delight, "Mr. Roy, you have finally arrived." Observing the unusually jubilant Rose Princess, Roy responded indifferently, "I am here. When does this conclude?" The crowd was struck dumb. They had assumed Roy, dressed simply, was merely a rustic, yet to their astonishment, the Rose Princess had actively come down to greet him. What is the background of this fellow? The Rose Princess did not directly reply to Roy, but took his hand, swiftly guiding him towards the throne. Roy furrowed his brow as he felt the delicate softness of her small hand, almost as if it would slip from his grasp. The onlookers were agape, their jaws nearly touching the ground, especially Kagel, who stood frozen in astonishment, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "Ladies and gentlemen," Princess Rose gazed with palpable excitement and declared, "Mr. Roy is the great hero of our Honey Snow City. His significant contributions in vanquishing the dark pirates cannot be overlooked. Impossible. An elder interjected vehemently. Princess Rose. You must not speak frivolously. It was General Kegel who turned the tide of battle. How could it be attributed to this young man? Indeed. Who is he, anyway? I have never even heard of him. Another voice chimed in. We witnessed General Kegel fighting valiantly. With Mr. Roy by her side, Princess Rose found her courage and responded. You are correct. General Kegel performed admirably. However, it was Mr. Roy who repelled the pirates and saved Honey Snow City from peril. At this moment, Mr. Roy finally spoke. I do not seek accolades. I merely wish for my ship to be repaired. Humph. What are you, to covet glory? Do you possess the strength for such claims? Some arrogant individuals mocked derisively. The elder, sensing the tide turning, quickly interjected. Your Highness, we have only witnessed General Kegel's gallant struggle. Your union with him is the wish of all in Honey Snow City and the late king's desire. Princess Rose promptly retorted, my father never uttered such words. Her firm stance took everyone by surprise. Yet, the seasoned individuals present found it all too easy to manipulate the naive princess. Your Highness, you must be mindful of your tone. Those present fought alongside the late king in numerous battles. They are the true heroes of Honey Snow City. To dismiss us for an outsider is disheartening. Indeed, why do you turn your back on your own? If this continues, I shall have no choice but to retire. As the former heroes have departed with the late king, Mr. Roy regarded their theatrical display with disdain. Their acting was appallingly poor. Very well, if that is your stance. Then step aside, let the capable take the lead. I appreciate your generosity, he remarked coolly. The elder's agitation flared. What makes you think you have a say here? Princess Rose grasped Mr. Roy's hand and raised it high, proclaiming, I have made my decision. I shall marry Mr. Roy. Her declaration detonated in the hearts of the onlookers like a bomb. They could scarcely believe that the usually reserved and shy princess had announced her marriage in front of so many. Surely, this must be a dream. Chapter 92. The puzzling wife, however. Princess Rose extinguished their hopes with her next words. I will marry no one but Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy stared at her, utterly baffled, while others cast strange glances at Kegel, whose face flushed crimson. Yet, the proud general remained silent, for he was plagued by insecurity. When the celebration concluded and the last minister departed, Mr. Roy calmly remarked, this is merely a stalling tactic. I will leave eventually. Princess Rose whispered, Mr. Roy, you witnessed today's events. I sincerely hope you will stay. No matter what you desire, I shall grant it to you. Even this throne, should you wish for it. I would relinquish it. Roy, however, displayed no interest in such matters and replied, I am indifferent to these things. My only desire is to return to Earth. Is that Earth truly superior to this place? Roy remained silent for a moment before responding. This realm possesses greater beauty than Earth. Yet I still wish to return, not for Earth itself, but for the people who inhabit it. Perhaps sensing his words lacked clarity, Roy added, I am married. Princess Rose trembled at this revelation, her expression shifting to one of impending tears as she murmured, so you are already wed. Roy nodded, stating, thus, I shall not marry you. However, I can assist you in stabilizing your regime. At this, Princess Rose seemed to drift away in thought, lost in her musings. Until Roy's call brought her back to reality. I can help you secure your power, he reiterated. With a hint of confusion, Princess Rose inquired, what do you mean? I can assist you in eliminating those who hold significant power, he clarified. No, she immediately retorted, they are loyal to my father. And Misty Snow City cannot thrive without them. If you cannot summon the resolve to act, they will continue to bully you as they do today. The princess's gaze dimmed. And she replied, let me contemplate this. As you wish, I merely offer a suggestion. Roy felt somewhat guilty for receiving a spaceship without merit, hence his desire to contribute, though it was not an obligation. Princess Rose fell silent, her complex expression fixed upon Roy. Her vulnerable demeanor would have made any man cherish her as a treasure. But this was Roy. That night, after drinking some water, Roy perched by the window, gazing into the vast night sky adorned with magnificent, colorful celestial bodies. Sights only witnessed in films on Earth. In the tranquil night, Princess Rose observed the solitary figure not far from her. Though close, he seemed to create an insurmountable distance, as if she could never bridge the gap to his side. Such a man must be utterly captivating, she mused, only to suddenly realize her slip of the tongue. Yet, strangely, she felt an unprecedented sense of calm wash over her. Roy, keenly aware of Princess Rose's gaze, felt no inclination to act. He simply wished to remain in that moment. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering light in the night sky. He stared intently for a while before furrowing his brow. It appeared to be the spotlight of a spacecraft. Roy's expression shifted as he abruptly stood, peering into the distance, instinctively sensing a familiar presence. Mission issued, eliminate Thanos. Reward, progress unlocked for the Sentinel increased by 5, the system announced suddenly. Roy's face contorted in confusion. Wasn't Thanos vanquished on Earth? However, There was no time for further contemplation as the light quickly expanded, and Roy seemed to glimpse Thanos' imposing figure. Without hesitation, he took flight toward it. If battle was to ensue, he preferred to do so in the sky, ensuring the safety of the city below. As Roy ascended into the clouds, he finally beheld the full grandeur of the spaceship, prompting an involuntary gasp as he was engulfed by a profound sense of awe. This warship was astonishingly colossal. Indeed, it dwarfed even Thanos' previous vessel by more than tenfold. A slight gravity settled upon Roy's expression as he instinctively clenched his fists. The ship halted a kilometer away, yet the fierce winds surged towards him like crashing waves, momentarily clearing the surrounding clouds. Once the warship came to a standstill, a massive figure soared forth. It was Thanos, clad in resplendent golden armor, complete with a pair of wings. "Roy, it has been a long time," he announced. Wielding an enormous sword and positioning himself 100 meters away, a mocking grin etched upon his grotesque visage. Roy replied with a calm smile. "I thought you were dead." Thanos responded slowly. "You are not mistaken. At that time, I indeed perished. However, fate smiled upon me. I encountered a friend whose strength facilitated my resurrection, and now I am even more formidable than before." "Is that so? I would very much like to meet this friend of yours," Roy remarked. His surprise palpable. He had not anticipated such entities existed on Earth. "Greetings, Mr. Roy," a voice, rugged and resounding, echoed in his ear. Roy scanned his surroundings. "Stop searching. I am everywhere," came the voice of Dormammu. Only upon uttering these words did Roy discern the source, and he retorted with a cold smirk, "Dormammu, I did not expect you to meddle so much." Dormammu, taken aback by being recognized, exclaimed, "You know of me?" Roy scoffed. "Not only do I know you, but it seems you have yet to fully digest your stay in Doctor Strange's temporal prison." "Do not mention him," Dormammu seethed. His ire ignited at the mere mention of Doctor Strange. "I, a supreme being, cannot be toyed with by a mere human. I shall eventually have my vengeance upon him." Roy crossed his arms, saying, "You and Thanos are cut from the same cloth." Thanos interjected angrily, "Roy, we need to settle our scores." Roy flexed his wrist, replying, "Very well, let us see to what extent you can wield another's power. But honestly, Dormammu, this puppet you have chosen is rather pathetic." Dormammu roared, "I will use Thanos' might to annihilate the entire Earth to vent my fury, but before that, I shall first eliminate you." Roy remained unfazed. "This purple potato before me is likely to disappoint you." Thanos, infuriated by the insult, wasted no time and unleashed a swift strike. An invisible blade of energy surging towards Roy, who could sense its deadly sharpness from afar. While Roy feigned nonchalance, he was acutely aware of the danger, swiftly rolling to evade the attack. Yet, before he could raise his head, Thanos had already loomed above him, a sinister grin on his face, and without hesitation, brought the massive sword crashing down. Chapter 93. The fierce battle with Thanos. Roy ducked his head, slipping away like a fish, the blade narrowly grazing his scalp. "Don't evade," Thanos sneered. Roy retorted, "Come on up." Upon concluding his words, Roy shot up into the sky like a rocket, while Thanos coldly snorted and swiftly followed. "You surely do not wish to endanger the cities below, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you, allowing you to engage in our duel without any concerns." The arrogant Thanos naturally dismissed the notion of employing underhanded tactics. Roy brandished his vibranium dagger, stating, "Your resolve is commendable. I shall ensure your demise is rather aesthetic." In an instant, Thanos appeared before Roy with astonishing speed, his long sword stirring up turbulent waves of air, as if attempting to sever the very atmosphere. Roy exhaled deeply, gripping his dagger without hesitation, and charged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 explosive impacts reverberated through the city of Mishua, akin to thunder, prompting all to gaze in astonishment at the sky. Princess Rose stood atop the highest point, her complexion pale as she beheld the colossal warship suspended in the night sky. Yet, upon spotting Roy hovering amidst the stars, a profound sense of reassurance enveloped her. With a slight tremor in his hand, Roy felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, which he swiftly wiped away. "It seems your progress is rather modest," he smiled. Thanos observed the notch in his sword, realizing that during that fleeting moment, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. "You are formidable. I concede this point," Thanos declared earnestly. "Is that so? I appreciate the compliment." Roy spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, adding, "However, you have yet to witness my true prowess." Thanos, unfazed, discarded his long sword, retorting coldly, "I did not exert my full strength just now." With that, Thanos abruptly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of blue light that shot forth. Roy responded in kind, his eyes emitting a laser beam that collided directly with the blue column, generating an intense heat that vaporized the surrounding clouds. This was a technique once employed by Dormammu to vanquish Doctor Strange. It appeared Thanos had begun to harness Dormammu's power. Roy swiftly deduced this, as the two beams continued to clash fiercely, entwining in a struggle of immense intensity. To those below, the sky was adorned with two dazzling light trails. Oblivious to the fact that these were harbingers of death, boom. After an indeterminate duration, the equilibrium of their beams erupted violently. With a glint in his eyes, Roy surged through the epicenter of the explosion, raising his fist to strike. Meanwhile, the battle-hardened Thanos also arrived at the center of the blast, and their fists collided without flourish, shaking the very fabric of space. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Thanos' wings flared, manifesting several transparent blades in the air, which swiftly lunged toward Roy. Transparent, Roy exclaimed in realization, and in that fleeting moment, his body turned invisible, allowing the blades to pass harmlessly through him before vanishing back into the void. Regaining his visibility, Roy executed a powerful whip kick, while Thanos confidently raised his arms to defend. However, with no solid ground beneath him in the sky, Thanos was sent flying nearly 1,000 meters by Roy's kick. Before he could steady himself, Roy unleashed another punch. Thus, Thanos was akin to a mere punching bag, being mercilessly struck by Roy. After 3 minutes, Roy delivered a final, powerful blow, venting all his pent-up fury before coming to a halt. Thanos gradually fell silent, then sneered, "What's the matter? Are you tired?" Roy flexed his wrist and replied, "Warm-up complete. Prepare to be crushed." Thanos' expression turned fierce as he suddenly extended his palm, revealing an inky black aura. Roy sensed imminent danger. Indeed, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, with some areas folding in upon themselves. Taking a deep breath, Roy unleashed a punch imbued with the pinnacle of cosmic power, flames erupting from his fist, a manifestation of his overwhelming strength that shattered the surrounding space. The audience heard a sharp, crystalline sound akin to shattering glass, followed by the distorted space around Roy returning to normalcy. Gravity intensified 100-fold. Roy pointed ominously at Thanos, the power of the Phoenix surging within him, making Thanos feel as though an enormous mountain had suddenly descended upon him. Desperately flapping his wings, Thanos found himself helplessly plummeting to the ground. With a resounding crash, Thanos struck the earth, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters as Roy approached him slowly. "How does it feel?" Thanos, seething with rage, yearned to annihilate Roy, but the 100-fold gravity rendered him immobile. He exclaimed furiously, "You can alter the laws of gravity." Roy smirked, "What a splendid place for your grave. It befits you." Thanos struggled mightily, yet despite his utmost effort, he could only take a single step, let alone engage in combat with Roy. At that moment, Dormammu interjected, "It appears I must lend you a hand." As Dormammu's words echoed, Roy's expression shifted. He could distinctly sense a mysterious power countering the Void God's influence. Dormammu. Realizing this, Roy declared, "Gravity, 1,000-fold." "Ah!" Thanos screamed, crushed by the overwhelming gravity. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he was pinned to the ground. Fortunately for him, his resilience was formidable. Had it been anyone else, the 100-fold gravity would have turned them into a mere pulp, let alone 1,000-fold. "Roy, you are indeed the heir of that old man. No wonder," Dormammu remarked knowingly, adding, "But that old man met his demise at my hands, let alone you." As Dormammu's words fell, Roy felt as though his heart had been struck hard, an intense sensation of suffocation enveloping him, akin to drowning in water. However, this lasted only 2 seconds before Roy recovered. Just as he opened his eyes, he found Thanos looming before him, the Titan's nearly 4-meter frame dominating his entire field of vision. In a swift motion, pain shot through Roy's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Thanos retracted his fist, coldly stating, "Now it's my turn." With that, the ground beneath him erupted violently, the earth sinking several centimeters as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Bang! Thanos delivered a powerful headbutt to Roy's chest, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes, the force of which obliterated everything in the vicinity. In Chapter 94, The Successful Kill, Roy braced himself, his muscles tensed to their utmost, enduring Thanos' close-range assault. With a fierce yell, Thanos unleashed a downward punch, sending Roy hurtling several hundred meters before enveloping him in a cloud of thick smoke. "Let your life come to an end," Thanos declared, feeling the boundless power bestowed upon him by Dormammu, a sensation akin to the effortless shattering of a planet. With unwavering confidence, Thanos charged forward, his colossal fist descending with terrifying might. However, the gruesome scene he envisioned did not materialize. Instead, a seemingly ordinary hand, delicate and pale like that of a woman, firmly grasped his fist. Thanos paused in disbelief, instinctively exerting more force, yet the opposing hand remained immovable, as if forged from iron. As the smoke cleared, Roy's face, bruised yet defiant, emerged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "That was quite enjoyable." Noticing the flicker of blue light in Roy's eyes, Thanos was reminded of their previous encounter, where Roy's own eyes glowed blue, and his strength seemed to multiply exponentially. Thanos desperately attempted to withdraw his arm, but Roy would not allow it. With a fierce grip, he crushed Thanos' bone, harder than steel, in an instant. "Ah!" Thanos screamed in agony. Sensing the dire situation, Dormammu hastily infused Thanos with more energy, extracting him from Roy's grasp just before his body was on the verge of exploding. "Thanos, flee. That is the cosmic cube," Dormammu warned. Gritting his teeth and filled with reluctance, Thanos ascended into the air, retreating towards his ship. "Fire! Fire!" he commanded, disregarding any semblance of dignity. He was acutely aware that his speed lagged far behind Roy's. If he did not act quickly, escape would be impossible. The massive warship swiftly turned its cannons towards the beleaguered city of Myeshua. "Oh no, we're doomed. Run, run." Panic ensued among the populace, their terror palpable. Princess Rose, however, observed quietly from her elevated position, a stark contrast to the chaos below. "Your Highness, we must leave now," her guards urged, rushing to escort her away. Princess Rose shook her head resolutely, stating, "I will not abandon my city. I stand with Myeshua and its fate. You are our princess. You cannot afford any misfortune," her guards implored. With calm conviction, Princess Rose replied, "As long as he is here, I shall be safe." With that, she bestowed upon them a mesmerizing smile, then gazed serenely at the night sky. The guards exchanged glances, then lifted their eyes to the heavens, momentarily forgetting their instinct to flee. Bang! 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 The warship suddenly jolted violently, unleashing hundreds of cannonballs that cascaded down like a torrential rain. Roy halted, then declared, "Detonation failed." The moment those words escaped his lips, Roy's complexion turned ashen. The consumption of the Phoenix Force had surged dramatically in that instant, yet he had successfully disabled the cannonballs. With this decisive act, the crisis was averted, but Roy's expression remained icy as he charged towards Thanos. Thanos was taken aback, having anticipated that this would provide him with a brief respite to retreat, only to find that less than 3 seconds had passed. With no other choice, he swiftly dodged. Thanos was prepared for a desperate battle, yet to his astonishment, Roy maintained his speed and barreled straight towards his warship. A sense of dread washed over Thanos as he realized Roy's intentions, but by then it was too late. Roy hovered beneath the warship, bracing himself against its underside, channeling every ounce of strength within him, including the Phoenix Force. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that would shatter Thanos' worldview. Roy lifted the entire warship into the sky. Soaring nearly 2,000 meters high, Roy abruptly released his grip, crossing his arms before him, and collided with the underside of the vessel like a projectile. He then emerged from above, only to dive back in again. In this manner, Roy weaved through the warship, transforming the once mighty behemoth into a mere heap of debris. Onlookers below were awestruck as the night sky was illuminated by flames, their astonishment giving rise to speculation about what had transpired. Some claimed a planetary explosion occurred, while others suggested a meteor shower, but only Princess Rose knew the truth. Thanos felt a pang of regret, but there was no time for lamentation. He hastily flapped his wings in an attempt to escape. However, Roy had already anticipated his every move and awaited him just before he could breach the atmosphere. "Roy, I warn you, should you dare to kill Thanos, I shall annihilate Earth. Do not presume that my true form cannot reach you and that you are safe." At that moment, Dormammu threatened in Roy's ear. Though it was a threat, it also revealed Dormammu's waning confidence in Thanos, who remained a supreme force in the universe and his most formidable avatar. Roy replied coolly, "I await your arrival." With that, he took several swift steps forward, an unyielding and frigid killing intent gleaming in his eyes, causing even Thanos to feel a chill. "I've played long enough, retract your earlier words, and I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome," Roy stated nonchalantly, then swung his fist. Thanos struggled desperately to escape, yet it felt as though he were ensnared. No matter how hard he fought, Roy's fist relentlessly bore down upon him. With no avenue for evasion, Thanos braced himself, raising his arms in defense. Bang! Crack! Thanos' arms shattered instantly. He scarcely had time to cry out before his head was violently jolted, leaving him reeling and on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, any onlooker would undoubtedly be astonished. Each time Roy unleashed a punch, Thanos would sustain injuries, as if an invisible hand were pulling him back toward Roy, allowing him to receive the full brunt of the blows. With one punch, then another, Roy appeared as an inexhaustible machine, diligently swinging his fists while Thanos lay motionless, his massive frame marred beyond recognition, save for his grotesque face, which was the only remnant of his former self. After 3 minutes, Thanos was reduced to mere dust by Roy's relentless assault, and Roy, having expended all his strength, succumbed to darkness and collapsed. Chapter 95. The Princess's Company High Above. At an altitude of several thousand meters, Roy plummeted at a speed dictated by free fall, the howling wind around him fading to a mere whisper in his ears. He had depleted all his energy in destroying the warship and Thanos, reaching a state of utter exhaustion, with no strength left to sustain his flight. With a thud, Roy crashed to the ground, the sheer force of his impact creating a crater nearly 100 meters in diameter. When he awoke, he found himself lying on a soft bed, enveloped in what felt like a cloud of cotton. As his vision gradually cleared, he attempted to rise, only to discover that his limbs refused to obey him. They were indeed his, yet utterly unresponsive. Mission accomplished. Reward, Sentinel unlocked to level 5, the system announced. Check my body, Roy murmured with a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz. Host's bodily functions have all atrophied, energy depleted. Currently, only normal physiological functions can be maintained. Estimated recovery time, 1 month, 29 days, 28 days, 27 days. The system incessantly counted down, leading Roy to initially suspect a malfunction. However, he soon felt a cool sensation on his forehead. You're awake. A stunningly beautiful face appeared in Roy's line of sight, accompanied by a gentle smile. Today, Princess Rose was not adorned in a gown and crown, but rather a simple white nightgown, somewhat loose yet perfectly accentuating her petite figure. What is this? Roy noticed Princess Rose was administering a few drops of something to him. With a smile, she replied, "This is the healing elixir of our city, the spring bath." Rendered immobile, Roy could only passively accept the treatment. Observing his surroundings, he inquired, "Am I in your room?" "Indeed. A week ago, you suddenly fell from the sky for reasons unknown. Fortunately, my guards discovered you just in time. Otherwise, those beasts would have devoured you." Princess Rose chuckled. Roy blinked, realizing he had been unconscious for an entire week. However, the notion of being discovered seemed rather implausible. Would a princess truly send her guards so far afield? Choosing not to dwell on it any further, he quietly savored the effects of the spring bath. Estimated recovery time, 7 days. The final hour crystallized at 7 o'clock. With Princess Rose seated gracefully at the edge of her bed, tenderly inquiring, "How do you feel?" Roy replied, "I am well enough. Once I recover, I shall repay you for the cost of the medicine." The princess responded with a serene smile. "Such a thing cannot be purchased with money." "Why?" he asked. "Because I possess but this one vial," she replied, gently shaking the empty bottle. "This is the life-saving elixir bestowed upon me by my father, said to have been extracted from a great serpent slain during the founding of Honeydew City." Observing the princess's carefree demeanor, one would hardly guess at any feelings of sorrow or reluctance. Roy understood, for that which even his own system could not procure was undoubtedly priceless. "In that case, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Although Roy was loath to be indebted to anyone, he felt compelled to express this sentiment. The princess waved her hand dismissively and said, "Do not concern yourself. You have saved my life, and I am merely fulfilling my duty, a decision I have already made." Roy, puzzled, asked, "What decision?" "My brother has returned from his studies abroad, and I shall relinquish my title as lord of this city, allowing my brother, Prince Starlight, to inherit the throne." Roy nodded. "That seems quite agreeable." The princess exclaimed joyfully, "So you consent?" Roy offered a wry smile. "This is your family's affair. Does my agreement truly hold significance?" "No, I mean, do you agree to let me accompany you back to Earth?" Princess Rose elucidated. "I have never left this place since my birth, and I wish to see the Earth you speak of. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon your family." Roy instinctively wanted to refuse, yet upon reflection, he realized Earth was not solely his domain. Others could visit if they wished, and the vessel was meant to transport Princess Rose. He felt he had no right to impede her desires. "Very well, once I have recovered, we shall journey to Earth together." "Yes." The princess beamed, her joy perhaps stemming from her newfound freedom or something else entirely. "By the way, Mr. Roy, what are the precise coordinates of Earth?" "I shall have them program it." Roy honestly replied, "I know not the coordinates. Otherwise, I would have returned myself. However, it lies within the solar system of the Milky Way galaxy." "Milky Way," the princess silently noted, then assured him, "Fear not. We possess the most advanced interstellar search apparatus. We shall locate Earth." With that, Princess Rose bounded out of the room, leaving Roy in silence. As he gazed at the descending sun, he felt an unprecedented tranquility enveloping him. "Roy, I did not expect you to survive." The voice of Dormammu echoed in the air. Roy replied calmly, "The one capable of ending my life has yet to emerge." Dormammu, existing in another universe, could only traverse the void with his consciousness, rendering any attack impossible. "To be frank, compared to that devious and cunning Strange, you indeed possess greater prowess, yet your gravest folly has been to stand against me. You are not my most formidable adversary, My greatest foe shall always be the next. Humph, quite the bold proclamation. Dormammu sneered. This time, Thanos has disappointed me. However, I shall uncover the method to unravel your cosmic cube in due time. Without it, you are utterly insignificant. Roy retorted, let's see if you can find it, by then. I may no longer have any need for the cosmic cube. Subsequently, Dormammu's consciousness waned, gradually retreating into the void, while Roy's smile vanished, replaced by an abyss of concern. Dormammu was indeed formidable. Despite being in another universe, he could extend his consciousness here and transmit his power, achieving a state wherein he could traverse the cosmos at will. In other words, the entire universe lay under his watchful gaze. This posed a significant dilemma for Roy, who was at a loss regarding how to defeat Dormammu. As he pondered anxiously, a sudden sound of rustling reached him from the window, followed by the voice of Kaijel. I knew you would be here. Kaijel appeared at his bedside, clad in dark attire, his spear stained with fresh blood, making it evident how he had gained entry. Chapter 96. Return to Earth. Kaijel looked at Roy, who was too weak to even move a finger, and couldn't help but mock. The illustrious god of war, Roy, has sunk to the level of a vegetable. Roy understood Kagel's intentions but displayed no fear, replying, So, what do you wish to say? Observing Roy's indifferent demeanor, Kaijel felt a surge of disdain, and before he could react, he suddenly realized something. Sneering, Speak up. It seems you can only move your lips now. Perhaps feeling an overwhelming confidence in his ability to kill Roy, Kaijel even took a seat beside him, angrily stating, Roy, I truly do not understand what Princess Rose sees in you to abandon her throne and accompany you to other planets. That is her choice. I have no right to interfere, nor do you. Kaijel spat a glob of phlegm, declaring, Nonsense. You are the most hypocritical person, having bewitched the princess with some sorcery. Roy retorted with a cold smile. So, you're here to kill me? Kagel's face twisted into a cruel grin as he replied, Of course. Do you think I came here to chat? With that, Kaijel rose and paced around Roy, boasting. Who would have thought that the once invincible you would end up like this? Where should I begin? Roy replied calmly. I have one regret at this moment. Do you know what it is? Kaijel, intrigued, asked what? Do tell. Is it regretting coming here? Roy then sighed. I regret not having killed you the first time, allowing you to waste so many days. Kagel's smile abruptly froze. He had not anticipated such defiance from Roy in his current state. Enraged, he shouted, What did you say? It seems you are still oblivious to the current situation. With that, Kaijel lunged at Roy's thigh, but a sharp sound echoed, and his spear shattered in two. Impossible. Kaijel stared in disbelief at the remnants of his spear, his expression one of utter shock. Roy calmly instructed, Levitate, rotate. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kagel's body involuntarily began to float, gradually executing a complete 360-degree turn. Kegel immediately shouted, What do you intend to do? Let me down at once. Although the energy within Roy was nearly depleted, it was still more than sufficient to employ the void skill on a single Kegel. Did you not wish to end my life? Roy replied with a smile. Let us begin with a full body fracture. As soon as he spoke, a spine-chilling cracking sound echoed from Kegel's body, contorting his features in agony as his screams filled the room. I was wrong. Kegel pleaded for mercy. However, Roy was no merciful saint. He retorted, tenfold pain. Following his command, Kegel succumbed to excruciating torment, ultimately losing consciousness. Awakening to torment 10 times worse, Kegel endured relentless suffering throughout the night, only to be roused repeatedly, living a fate more agonizing than death. By dawn, he lay entirely lifeless on the ground, his body appearing as though devoid of bones. Mr. Roy, Kegel has intruded. At that moment, Princess Rose rushed in, panic-stricken, and upon seeing the scene before her, gasped in shock. He is dead, Roy replied monotonously. Princess Rose gazed at him in disbelief. She understood the severity of Roy's injuries. Yet even so, how could Kegel still prove no match for him? A week later, Roy stood by the window, stretching his body, relishing the long-forgotten sensation of vitality surging within him. It is time to return. The thought of everything on Earth filled him with an overwhelming sense of longing. Mr. Roy, you can walk again. Princess Rose entered, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Roy nodded, saying, Since I have recovered, let us depart immediately. Very well, I am fully prepared. Have you located the coordinates for Earth? Indeed, I have. However, we must traverse 7 wormholes to reach the Milky Way, which will take approximately half a month. Roy nodded slightly, responding, Not long, let us proceed. The two then moved quietly to the research center, taking some provisions before boarding a crimson spaceship. As the stars began to twinkle once more, the two embarked on Princess Rose's exclusive vessel, soaring into the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Earth, the once great cities had crumbled into ruins, with even the Big Apple engulfed in smoke and chaos. Tony, you have returned. Hawkeye remarked from a temporary command center as Tony entered, weariness etched across his face. His armor battered and in desperate need of repair. The third wave of attacks was even more intense than anticipated. Damn it, these creatures are becoming increasingly formidable. Tony sipped a cup of coffee, then set about mending his armor. Hawkeye unveiled a luminous screen and remarked, "Data indicates that these creatures were once followers of Thanos, previously imprisoned within the icy confines of Antarctica. Yet, for reasons unknown, they have broken free from their shackles, and there remain several more formidable beasts yet to awaken." Tony glanced at him and inquired, "What about Banner?" Hawkeye shook his head and replied, "A substantial number of monsters have emerged in the western part of the city. Dr. Banner has gone to confront them and has yet to return." Observing the somber expression on Hawkeye's face, Tony placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Fear not. Dr. Banner will be fine. The angrier he becomes, the stronger he gets." No sooner had he spoken than the Hulk stormed in, his immense frame nearly overwhelming their temporary command center. Following the Hulk, Doctor Strange and others descended from the battlefield, aside from Natasha, who was recuperating in the underground bunker. All the Avengers had assembled, including many from the police force. "Everyone, I trust you are all aware of the current predicament. The former subordinates of Thanos have begun to awaken, and they appear to have undergone some form of evolution, making them considerably more challenging to confront." Tony succinctly outlined the situation and continued, "The third wave of monsters has been eradicated, but what remains are Thanos' elites, who are also beginning to stir. We must prepare ourselves." Doctor Strange sighed and added, "In truth, these minions of Thanos have been awakened by Dormammu." "Dormammu?" Captain America asked, hearing the name for the first time. "Who is Dormammu? An extraterrestrial?" Observing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, Doctor Strange elucidated. "Dormammu is a supreme deity of a dark multiverse. I have previously encountered him using the Time Stone. He is exceedingly formidable. This time, he has utilized his dark powers to awaken those creatures and facilitate their evolution." The group exchanged glances, each reflecting the concern mirrored in their companions' eyes. Doctor Strange continued, "However, there is no need for alarm. Dormammu will not venture beyond his own universe." Wanda spoke gravely, "If what you say is true, our real trouble may very well lie in Thanos' resurrection or the emergence of that fiery giant." But Thanos' body was dismembered, rendering him incapable of revival. "No," Tony interjected, shaking his head. "As of a month ago, Thanos' body mysteriously vanished." This revelation cast a heavier pall over the group, for they had all witnessed Thanos' terror, let alone the prospect of a resurrected and evolved Thanos. "If only Mr. Roy were here," a voice lamented, prompting a collective sigh from the assembly. Indeed, with Roy's prowess, they would have no fear, even against the fiery giant's resurgence. Observing the silence that enveloped the group, Tony asserted, "Friends, Mr. Roy is no longer with us. We must rely on ourselves. Let us not dwell on distant worries. Surviving the next wave of attacks is our immediate priority." At that moment, the professor spoke up. "There are 3 million monsters that have emitted neural signals, including one of Thanos' generals, the Blade of Death. Leave the Blade of Death to me," he concluded confidently. As Thor caressed his Stormbreaker, he spoke. At that moment, Ant-Man proposed, "Since they are currently immobilized, why not simply unleash a few nuclear bombs to obliterate them? That would be inflicting 1,000-fold damage upon ourselves," Andy swiftly countered. "The Antarctic has accumulated ice for many years. If it were to melt entirely, our lands would be submerged beneath the ocean within mere days." Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct. Let us allocate our tasks accordingly. The state closest to Antarctica is Black State, making it the first to face monster assaults. Thus, we must deploy formidable forces there. Wanda, Andy, you shall proceed to Black State, and I will send my armor to assist you." Next was Big Land, which, despite its smaller area, had seen the least monster landings. "Captain, you and Tony will head there." Subsequently, Iron Man judiciously allocated troops based on each state's disaster status, while the Avengers remained as a reserve force, ready to provide timely assistance in the event of unforeseen circumstances. The fourth wave of monsters arrived as expected, plunging the world into yet another arduous battle. "Mr. Stark, a horde of monsters is approaching from your 3 o'clock position, approximately 30 in number. Shall we deploy the satellite?" In the heat of battle, Jarvis promptly relayed the battlefield situation to Tony. "All right," Tony responded, and with a palm-mounted cannon, he shattered an enemy, then soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of miniature missiles that decimated the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, in space, Tony's satellite rotated slowly, then released a beam as wide as a barrel, striking the ground at nearly the speed of light. The monsters at the impact site were instantly reduced to ashes. "Mr. Stark, Captain Rogers is under severe attack in Big Land. Our current forces are insufficient to withstand it. Shall we deploy the Drone Legion? How many do we have left?" 13,967. Send half of the drones to support Captain Rogers. Tony took a brief respite before rising once more to rejoin the fray. Simultaneously, in a desert within the central state, Thor wielded his Stormbreaker, dispatching the encroaching monsters one by one. Suddenly, two bright beams flashed across the sky, causing Thor to squint. As the brilliance faded, General Blade and Black Dwarf materialized within his sight. Black Dwarf! Thor exclaimed in surprise. He had thought only General Blade had been resurrected, unaware that Black Dwarf had also returned prematurely. The sensation of resurrection is truly exhilarating. General Blade spread his arms, reveling in the surging power coursing through him. The unparalleled strength left him spellbound. It's a pity I do not know where our master has gone, but by the time he returns, Earth will surely belong to us. Consider it a gift for our master. A cold smirk graced General Blade's lips. I'm afraid your master will meet his demise alongside you once more, Thor declared, tightening his grip on Stormbreaker. General Blade scrutinized Thor and remarked, last time in Asgard, I allowed you to escape. Do you believe your fortune will hold out this time? Upon hearing the name Asgard, Thor felt an uncontrollable surge of rage and declared, this time, it shall be you who flees. Is that so? General Deathblade raised his long sword, casting a plain yet formidable gaze upon Thor. Although it appeared unremarkable, Thor sensed an overwhelming threat to his life, prompting him to raise his Stormbreaker axe defensively. Clang! At the moment of collision, a storm of sand erupted around them, while Thor's lightning raged wildly, creating a scene of grand spectacle. Your strength remains unimpressive after all this time, sneered General Deathblade, before lunging at Thor. Frustrated, Thor roared and swung his axe with ferocity. However, a shocking turn of events unfolded as Deathblade's sword cleaved Thor's axe in two. How can this be possible? Thor exclaimed in disbelief, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by General Deathblade. I warned you, you are still too weak. With a foot planted on Thor's chest, General Deathblade loomed over him. Proud Thor could hardly endure this humiliation, yet the empowered general was far beyond his capacity to confront, leaving him helpless on the ground, especially with the Black Dwarf looming menacingly nearby. In the next moment, a golden halo appeared behind General Deathblade, and Wolverine leaped forth, plunging his claws into the general's back. The general's face contorted in disbelief as he gazed down at the three silver claws protruding from his chest, unable to fathom that he had fallen victim to such a stealthy attack. Arrogant fool, Wolverine scoffed, but just then, Thor, still on the ground, shouted, be careful. Hardly had the words left his lips when the Black Dwarf swung his axe down upon Wolverine's back, nearly cleaving him in two. Chapter 98. A long-awaited reunion. Wolverine crashed to the ground, then, relying on the remnants of his consciousness, crawled a short distance. His wounds began to heal, ensuring his survival. But engaging in battle would require more time. The Black Dwarf roared at Wolverine and charged forward, intent on eliminating the one who had slain his comrade. However, Thor had regained his strength and seized General Deathblade's sword, placing it protectively before Wolverine. The Black Dwarf's might surpassed that of General Deathblade. Thor struggled valiantly for less than half a minute before being knocked to the ground by a single punch, his lightning reduced to mere flickers. Roaring, the Black Dwarf lifted the axe from the ground and advanced step by step towards Thor. Damn it! At that moment, Doctor Strange was grappling with his own battle. Having opened a portal for Wolverine was already his limit, and he could muster no more energy to assist, helplessly watching as the Black Dwarf raised his axe. Thor's eyes reflected the dwarf's menacing visage, and just as he braced himself for a calm acceptance of death, a piercing howl resonated from the skies above. The Black Dwarf instinctively looked up, only to witness a figure descending at astonishing speed, crashing to the ground and sending plumes of dust into the air. The exact height from which he leapt remains unknown, yet Black Dwarf could sense a tremor beneath him upon landing. Instinctively, he felt provoked and roared in fury towards the silhouette amidst the smoke. As the haze dissipated, a tall figure emerged, clad in simple leisure attire, his features meticulously sculpted, exuding an aura of latent vigor that invoked a sense of returning to authenticity. Roy. Upon recognizing the individual, Thor was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, although the visage bore subtle differences from the Roy he remembered, the essence was unmistakably Roy's. He was alive. Doctor Strange also noted this revelation, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy, nearly brought to tears. Roy had truly survived. In stark contrast stood Black Dwarf, who instinctively retreated with every step Roy took, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, upon reflection, Black Dwarf recalled his own formidable power bestowed by Dormammu, rendering him fearless. With a thunderous roar, he advanced, raising his massive axe high, aiming to strike Roy down. Unfazed, Roy calmly lifted his left hand and effortlessly caught Black Dwarf's axe. The latter's eyes widened in shock. Desperately attempting to wrench it back, But no matter his exertion, the axe remained steadfast. Your master is dead. Allow me to escort you to him. Roy uttered softly before delivering a powerful punch. A spurt of blood erupted from Black Dwarf's chest, a gaping wound the size of a fist appearing. And his enormous frame collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, much to Thor's astonishment. Roy then turned his attention to Doctor Strange, who was encircled by monsters. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he unleashed a laser beam, obliterating the creatures in his line of sight. With his sentinel progress unlocked, the potency of his laser vision surged exponentially, elevating it beyond mere capability. Finally freed, Doctor Strange approached Roy, exclaiming with delight, I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. Where on earth have you been all this time? Why return only now? Roy smiled and replied, It's a long story, we shall recount it later. What transpired here? Doctor Strange explained, These are remnants of Thanos' former subordinates, resurrected by Dormammu, though I am uncertain of Thanos' whereabouts. Dead, Roy replied nonchalantly. I recently encountered Thanos and have dispatched him. Dead. Doctor Strange assessed Roy with newfound respect, marveling at the extent of his power. Mr. Roy, at that moment, Wolverine and Thor approached, and after exchanging pleasantries, they turned their attention to more pressing matters. Who is she? Thor inquired, pointing towards the Princess of Roses. A friend of mine. I owe her my return, Roy clarified. The Princess of Roses, experiencing her first encounter with such a multitude of humans, blushed slightly and greeted, Hello, everyone. Thor and the others looked at Roy with complex expressions, but it was Doctor Strange who broke the tension with a smile. The group then returned to the base, where the fourth wave of monsters had already been dealt with. However, Banner was gravely injured and had to enter the radiation chamber for treatment. That's how it is. The Phoenix Force and I have merged perfectly, Roy briefly recounted his experience. Jean let out a sigh of relief and said, That's good. That's good. I felt truly guilty during that time. Roy nodded and replied, It was merely luck. If that's the case, does it mean that Dormammu is insurmountable? Tony increasingly recognized the terror of Dormammu. Doctor Strange, knowledgeable on the matter, stated, His power originates from that dark multiverse, which means fighting him equates to opposing an entire multiverse. The group fell silent, while Captain America and the others were somewhat unfazed. Thor and Captain Marvel were acutely aware of the vastness of the universe. If that were the case, defeating Dormammu seemed nearly impossible. Let's not dwell on it for now. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Roy said nonchalantly. Seeing him say this, the others nodded in agreement, with Roy around. They felt a semblance of psychological comfort. Roy then made his way to the underground fortress, where Natasha was unaware of his resurrection and was practicing yoga in her room. Ma'am, your meal has arrived. A man entered, placing the food on Natasha's table. Natasha replied indifferently, Please leave. The man said nothing, carefully arranging the utensils. Natasha wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat down to take a sip of beer. Suddenly, the man, while setting the table, lunged at Natasha with a knife. However, Natasha had already sensed something amiss about the delivery man and swiftly deflected the attack, employing her signature move, the scissor kick, to send him crashing to the ground. Though pregnant, her skills had not diminished in the slightest. The man, refusing to concede, broke free from Natasha's grasp and raised a chair to strike her. Natasha retaliated with a powerful punch that shattered the table, then kicked the man to the floor, brandishing a wooden stick against his jaw. Who are you? And why did you attempt to assassinate me? Natasha demanded coldly, then knocked off the man's cap. As his face was revealed, Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Her voice caught in her throat as the stick clattered to the ground. Chapter 99. The resurrected flame giant Natasha stared in shock at the man before her. A visage she had envisioned countless times in her dreams, touching her innermost vulnerabilities. At this moment, the man she had longed for had finally reappeared before her. Long time no see, Roy smiled. Overcome with astonishment, Natasha abruptly picked up the stick from the floor and swung it fiercely, exclaiming, You bastard! Where have you been all this time? Natasha showed no mercy as she struck at him, and Roy hurriedly dodged. Even wielding a stick posed no threat to him. Calm down. I remain calm, for heaven's sake. Today, I shall undoubtedly have my way with you. Impulsiveness is a devil. Inside that cramped room, a fierce chase ensued, with Roy's anguished cries and Natasha's shouts echoing throughout the bunker. Youth truly is a blessing. At that moment, an elderly man named Stan Lee, hearing the commotion, took a swig of his drink and stumbled away in a drunken haze. In the dead of night, Natasha nestled against Roy's chest and softly remarked, So, it seems that a very beautiful princess has returned with you this time. Roy hastily clarified, She insisted on accompanying me. I had no choice. And I have already turned her down. Natasha scoffed, I never said anything. Why are you so flustered? Roy chuckled wryly, I merely feared you might misunderstand. I am not the kind of petty woman who clings to men. Tomorrow, take me to meet her. I am curious to see just how beautiful she is. After a moment's hesitation, Roy replied, well, she possesses no superpowers, and you know I wouldn't bully her. I just feel sorry for her, as you described. Do you perhaps harbor some little secret? Natasha lifted her head, leaning over Roy, her soft hair brushing against his heartstrings, and more dangerously, her alluring figure pressed against him. This was indeed life-threatening. More accurately, it was Natasha's life that was at risk. The following morning, Roy awoke refreshed, while Natasha remained in slumber, her forehead glistening with the sweat of their earlier struggle. Roy, something's amiss. At that moment, Tony called, urgency lacing his voice. The fire giant has been resurrected. Upon hearing fire giant, Roy's spirits soared. His greatest fear had come to pass. Having seen the film, he understood that as long as the fire giant's crown remained intact, resurrection was possible. Little did he anticipate that Dormammu's power could replace the eternal flame, bringing this formidable foe back to life. A mission was issued: eliminate the fire giant, with a reward of a miniature subdimension. Where? With the system delivering the mission, Roy knew he must act without delay. Hastily dressing, Tony informed him. In the South District of Big Apple City, Wanda and the doctor are currently engaged with him, but they likely cannot hold out much longer. I'm on my way, Roy exclaimed before hanging up. He approached Natasha's bedside and gently kissed her forehead. You rest here. I will deal with the enemy. Natasha murmured softly, unsure if she was dreaming or responding. In an instant, Roy found himself above the bunker, propelling himself towards Big Apple City at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the southern district of Big Apple City, a 6-meter-tall fire giant wielding a long sword was battling Wanda and Doctor Strange. Though the fire giant's size had diminished, his body had grown considerably more resilient. The condensed energy within him was terrifying, and even the combined efforts of Wanda and Doctor Strange struggled to withstand his might. Doctor! Wanda exclaimed, pushing her hands forward, unleashing crimson magic that momentarily slowed the fire giant's movements. In that fleeting moment of 1/100th of a second, Wanda successfully traversed the portal opened by Doctor Strange, evading the lethal strike of the fire giant. How dare you mock me? The fire giant roared, subsequently unleashing a searing column of flame from its mouth. Doctor Strange promptly conjured a shield to defend against the assault. To his astonishment, the fire giant's attack was merely a feint. The flame dissipated swiftly, and the giant reappeared before Doctor Strange in an instant. Doctor, be careful, Wanda cried out. As Doctor Strange looked up, he was met with the fire giant's sword descending upon him. In that critical moment, he desperately raised his shield. Bang! The shield shattered under the immense force, and he was hurled away, crashing into a nearby utility pole, followed by a spurt of blood. This is bad. Iron Man descended from the sky, for luminous screens extending from his back. With the screens and his 2 repulsor beams combined, 6 rays of light simultaneously struck the fire giant. The giant attempted to withstand the onslaught with sheer brute force, but the beams proved overwhelmingly powerful, toppling him after a mere second of resistance. Brother, take the doctor and go, Wanda shouted, and in an instant, a silver figure appeared before Doctor Strange. Swiftly vanishing from sight, roaring with fury, the Hulk landed before Iron Man, unleashing a torrent of enraged roars directed at the fire giant. The giant shook off the debris clinging to him, glaring at the 3 adversaries with predatory intent. You will all perish, he declared, as a dark aura suddenly enveloped him, his power surging ominously. Iron Man stood at the forefront, all his drones and tactical components hovering above him, the entirety of his arsenal on display. Prepare for a fight, everyone. At that moment, a piercing whistle echoed through the air, abruptly ceasing as Iron Man and the others looked up, the fire giant instinctively following suit. Roy descended gracefully from the sky, as if weightless. The fire giant was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. Roy, I thought you would hide away and not show your face. Roy smiled calmly. You've certainly grown stronger. It seems Dormammu has been quite generous with you. This time, I shall take my revenge. The mere thought of his previous humiliating defeat ignited the fire giant's wrath. Roy waved his hand dismissively. Welcome to seek your revenge. Oh, and by the way, I have successfully sent your dear brother Thanos to hell. You might want to hurry and find your comrade in misfortune. You know nothing of Dormammu's power, the fire giant retorted, raising his long sword high, coldly declaring, Roy, prepare to meet your end. With that, the fire giant swung down fiercely, unleashing a wave of sword energy imbued with a fiery orange hue tinged with dark mist, undoubtedly a manifestation of Dormammu's influence. With a swift motion of his left hand, Roy commanded, materialize energy. As his words fell, a sword forged from the Phoenix Force materialized in his grasp. With a fierce roar, Roy brought the Phoenix sword down with tremendous force, shattering the wave of sword energy in a resounding clash. Chapter 100. The Fierce Battle with the Fire Giant. With a resounding shout, Iron Man charged fearlessly towards the fiery giant, initiating a fierce assault, while Wanda and the Hulk joined the fray. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with crimson magic, the force of the Phoenix, and beams of laser light. Roy took on the role of the primary attacker, enduring the brunt of the fiery giant's onslaught. To be frank, the formidable strength of the fiery giant surpassed Roy's expectations. It was evident that Dormammu had gone to great lengths to eliminate him. Die! The fiery giant spun around, his longsword slipping from his grasp and crashing heavily into Iron Man. The force was so terrifying that Iron Man's suit was rent with a gaping wound, and even his thrusters sustained damage. Tony, fall back, Roy urged, aware of Tony's capabilities and unwilling to let him take unnecessary risks. The Hulk let out a furious roar, following it with a powerful punch, but the fiery giant merely blocked the attack, sending the Hulk flying. Roy, don't embarrass yourself with these insignificant foes, the fiery giant taunted, raising his sword threateningly towards Roy. You all assist elsewhere. I shall handle this, Roy stated gravely. The overwhelming power of the giant filled him with trepidation. When have I ever let you down? Wanda replied, momentarily taken aback before resolutely nodding. Just be careful. Once they had all departed, Roy remarked coolly, now it is just the two of us. Oh no, and Dormammu. Dormammu's voice echoed ominously. Roy, today you shall undoubtedly perish. You said the same last time, Roy retorted, nonchalantly touching his nose. Last time, I underestimated you, allowing you to escape by mere chance. Are you prepared this time? You shall be greatly astonished, Dormammu declared, his voice resonating with clarity, as if he were whispering directly into Roy's ear. A stark contrast to the ethereal tone of their previous encounter. If the clarity of his voice correlated with his energy, it indicated that Dormammu's power had significantly increased since their last confrontation. The surprise he mentioned must pertain to this newfound strength. It seems you have devised a method to counter my cosmic cube, but I must say, that approach is rather lacking, Roy challenged. Did you deduce that? Dormammu replied, somewhat surprised, followed by a cold chuckle. So what if you did? This time, there is no escape for you. With that, the fiery giant charged forward. Bang! Roy stood his ground, colliding forcefully with the giant. Gripping his long sword tightly, he sought the momentary gap in the giant's defense, striking swiftly. As the sword made contact with the giant's skin, several columns of fire erupted from the giant's body, forcing Roy's sword back. The fiery giant was momentarily taken aback, hastily retreating. Why are you dodging? Roy pursued him, suddenly unleashing two beams of laser light from his eyes. Caught off guard, the fiery giant was hit, leaving a charred mark on his chest. Despicable, the fiery giant exclaimed, now genuinely feeling pain. Roy smirked. Didn't T. Dormammu grant you strength? How are you still so feeble? The flame giant, provoked, felt a surge of intense fury that compelled him to unleash his energy at full throttle. His longsword extended dramatically, striking Roy forcefully into the ground. As the thick smoke dissipated, a vast crater revealed itself on the surface, with the flame giant gazing down from the edge, his sword having returned to its normal size. Suddenly, the ground beneath the flame giant fissured violently, and Roy soared upwards, delivering a powerful kick that sent the flame giant tumbling into the depths below. Following suit, Roy leaped in as well. The two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange within the tunnel, flames and laser beams illuminating the darkened space. A thunderous boom echoed as they were abruptly separated. Roy's hair appeared tousled, his clothes singed to ash, while the flame giant, though seemingly unscathed, bore the unmistakable sign of diminished flames flickering upon his form. Both were not at ease. Huh, it seems I underestimated you. Roy exhaled deeply. The flame giant remained silent, instead driving his sword into the ground, causing it to shatter violently. In an instant, torrents of magma erupted, transforming the area into a molten realm. Within this fiery dominion, the flame giant felt invigorated. Roy, you are still rather inexperienced. Is that so? Roy clenched his right fist and declared, Ice World. Instantly, the temperature plummeted and frigid air materialized, enveloping everything in frost before swiftly freezing it. The encased magma writhed violently beneath the ice, desperately attempting to break free from its frigid confines. This was a contest between the flame giant and the god of the void. Your power is quite peculiar, Dormammu remarked at that moment. You shall be surprised further. Roy's gaze turned icy as he entered the cosmic cube state and charged fiercely at the flame giant. I've waited long enough. The flame giant scoffed, feeling Dormammu's power surge exponentially, instantly surpassing his previous might tenfold. It was clear now how to counter the cosmic cube. Roy raised his long sword high and brought it down with ferocity, while the flame giant, unwilling to be outdone, raised his sword to parry. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding clashes filled the air as the area within a kilometer erupted with magma and ice, their colossal destructive force threatening to obliterate everything in their vicinity. Both combatants, enhanced by their respective powers, plunged into a new round of fierce combat, battling from the ground to the sky and back to the cosmos, leaving desolation in their wake. It ends now. Roy took a deep breath, gathering all his strength as the cosmic cube's enhancement began to wane, and thrust directly at the flame giantess' chest. In the void of space, a fiery explosion erupted, a silent yet magnificent display that heralded impending doom. As the flame subsided, Roy appeared pallid, not rushing to flee but standing still, observing the remnants of fire. As expected, the flames did not dissipate into the cosmos but instead converged swiftly, reconstituting the body of the flame giant. However, by that time, the flame giant's body had already dimmed, and its expression appeared somewhat weary, with a wound on its chest that refused to heal, rendering it gravely injured. Yet, astonishingly, the flame giant broke into a grin, casting a derisive glance at Roy. It had sacrificed its injuries to deplete Roy's energy, a worthy exchange. Dormammu, at that moment, sneered within Roy's mind. Roy, your energy has been exhausted, hasn't it? Roy, feeling the emptiness within him, did not succumb to fear, but instead smiled faintly. Do you know why I ventured into space? Roy mused internally. Chapter 101. This is her domain. Dormammu responded. Isn't it to avoid harming humanity? No, you are mistaken. This is not my domain, Roy retorted. Hearing Roy's nonsensical words, Dormammu exclaimed, have you lost your mind? After which, Dormammu urged the flame giant to act swiftly, lest the night grow long and dreams turn troublesome. The flame giant brandished its long sword, a sinister grin on its face, just as it intended to strike Roy down. Suddenly, a beam of blue and yellow light erupted from within its body, leaving the flame giant frozen in disbelief. What? Dormammu gasped in shock. In the next instant, Dormammu's form exploded, and the flames quickly extinguished in the void of space, leaving no chance for restoration. As the flames dissipated, Captain Marvel hovered in the air, quietly observing Roy. This is her domain. Roy smiled serenely, and soon after, Dormammu's furious roar echoed in his mind. Back on Earth, Thanos' minions had been thoroughly vanquished, and the destroyed cities began to rise anew. In Roy's villa, Natasha and Princess Rose stood facing each other, while Roy stood aside, at a loss for words, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Princess Rose, still blushing, bit her lip and said, Hello, Sister Natasha. Natasha nodded slightly, remarking, She is indeed quite lovely. I find myself a bit enchanted. With that, Natasha cast a mischievous glance at Roy, who could only manage a wry smile, and responded, You two continue your conversation. I shall fetch some coffee. Finally escaping the awkward scene, Roy sighed in relief in the kitchen as he brewed 2 cups of coffee. To his surprise, when he emerged, he found Natasha and Princess Rose already seated closely together on the sofa. Natasha was animatedly recounting the fun experiences on Earth, while Princess Rose listened with wide-eyed wonder, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How could it be that in such a short span, they had become as close as best friends? Women, Roy mused and approached them. Upon seeing Roy return, Natasha immediately raised her hand and said, Hand it over. What? Roy asked, bewildered. Natasha exclaimed, Bring me the money. I want to take Rose on a trip. The next day, the trio set off in a sports car to Hawaii. Mr. Roy, would you care to visit me? I would like to show you my latest development in the symbiotic battle armor. At that moment, Tony called. At this moment, Roy was indeed driving, and upon catching sight of Natasha's almost murderous glare, he resolutely declared, No, Mr. Tony, I must travel to Hawaii with my fiancée. Travel? Ha ha. How did you come to think of vacationing? There's a family gathering. Is there a problem? Natasha shouted. No problem, no problem. You two should have gone on your honeymoon long ago. I have some properties there, accommodations, entertainment, dining. It's merely a phone call away, Tony boisterously replied. Please, 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 we don't want to disturb anyone this time. Besides, I'm not short on funds. You should focus on your armor instead, Roy said before abruptly ending the call. Rose, do you have a swimsuit? Natasha suddenly turned to ask. At that moment, Princess Rose was gazing at the towering buildings outside, struggling to imagine how such structures could stand without any greenery. Snapped back to reality by Natasha's call, Princess Rose responded, What is a swimsuit? A swimsuit is. Ah, never mind. You'll find out when the time comes. Natasha pondered for a moment, but could not articulate the explanation. As darkness fell, the trio arrived in Hawaii. When Princess Rose stood on the beach, gazing at the seemingly endless ocean, her heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. How can there be such a vast lake? Natasha replied softly. This is called the ocean. It's quite large. Shortly thereafter, the three found a nearby hotel. When Roy attempted to enter Natasha's room, she unhesitatingly pushed him away. What are you doing? Roy instinctively asked. Resting. Who said we were sharing a room? Go to that room. Rose, come here. At the entrance, Rose, unsure of how to use the key card, was swiftly pulled by Natasha, who then shut the door with a firm thud. Roy displayed a wry smile, resignedly heading to the adjacent room, only to be taken aback when he felt his pocket. Hey, can I at least have the room key? Meanwhile, on a plane adjacent to Hawaii, a previously empty area suddenly revealed a peculiar device. Once the engine of the apparatus ceased, a gentle female voice resonated. "Doctor, you may disembark." As the hatch opened, a figure clad in armor reminiscent of Ant-Man emerged, albeit his movements were strangely rigid. The individual wandered aimlessly before the visor slowly detached from his face, clattering to the ground. It was a mask stained with green and blood. The following day dawned bright and sunny, and the trio ventured to a swimsuit shop. Roy casually purchased a swimsuit, while Natasha and Princess Rose meticulously selected theirs. "Rose, this one is your size. Give it a try." Princess Rose gazed at the scanty fabric, having never encountered such revealing attire before. The thought of wearing something like that in Misty Snow City was unimaginable, yet here it seemed commonplace. Observing Princess Rose's bashful expression, Natasha understood that she was struggling to accept it and offered her a comparatively modest swimsuit instead. "This one is also nice." Reluctantly, Princess Rose took it to try on, and when she emerged, she left everyone present utterly speechless. The resplendent figure of Princess Rose, with her alluring curves and elongated legs, was on full display. Her delicate collarbone captivating the hearts of many, not to mention her visage that could incite the most nefarious thoughts. "Oh my goodness, this suits you perfectly," Natasha exclaimed. "Is it truly beautiful?" Princess Rose inquired bashfully. "Absolutely stunning. It eclipses everything." In comparison to Natasha's fiery physique, Princess Rose shone like a beacon, though Natasha paid it no mind as she eagerly pulled Princess Rose outside. The refreshing ocean waves provided the perfect respite from the summer heat. Natasha and Princess Rose swam joyously, while Roy lounged contentedly on the beach, basking in the sun. The moment the two arrived, they became the most striking sight on the entire shore, drawing the attention of numerous affluent suitors, all of whom were swiftly rebuffed by Natasha's sharp retorts. Meanwhile, near a beachside restroom, a portly middle-aged man had just finished his business and was washing his hands at the entrance when he suddenly heard a noise reminiscent of a girl's voice. He paused, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he stealthily approached the adjacent stall, peering over the partition. However, the tantalizing scene he envisioned did not materialize. Instead, he was met with an overwhelming shock. As he swallowed hard, preparing to leave, a gnarled hand lunged from the shadows, seizing his throat, and with a chilling scream, he was yanked inside. On the beach, Roy lifted a cup of coconut juice, surveying the throngs of sunbathers. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, prompting him to turn and witness a man, covered in decaying flesh, bursting forth, sending bystanders fleeing in terror. Yet one unfortunate soul was caught off guard, tackled by the man who began to feast upon him in full view of the horrified crowd. Shock, bloodshed, and dread ensued, as screams filled the air and panic overtook the beach. "What the hell?" Roy exclaimed, rising to confront the grotesque figure. With its appearance and behavior, it was undoubtedly a zombie. At that moment, Natasha and her companion approached, and even Natasha felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the gruesome sight. "A zombie," Roy stated calmly. Mere seconds later, two zombies rose simultaneously, fixating on the trio before lunging with gaping maws. Roy's eyes ignited with a fierce light, incinerating the creatures into ash. "Disinfect," he commanded, indicating the direction from which the zombies had come, invoking the powers of the Void God. "What on earth is happening?" Natasha gasped in disbelief. "These are zombies, creatures driven solely by the hunger to devour." "Damn it, where did this virus originate?" Roy's expression darkened with concern. While he was not afraid of formidable enemies, the virulent nature of these zombies presented an insurmountable challenge for eradication. He swiftly contacted Tony. "Tony, alert everyone immediately. There's a virus that has begun to spread. If anyone encounters strange behavior or cannibalistic individuals, they must be neutralized and disinfected without delay. If anyone is injured, they must be confined at once." Roy spoke rapidly, concluding his words. Tony paused momentarily before responding. "All right, I understand. I will return immediately." Roy hastily ended the call and contacted Dr. Strange, who opened a portal, and in the next moment, the three found themselves on the streets of the Big Apple. As Roy surveyed the crowd, he noticed nothing unusual. Rather, it was peculiar that everyone was clad in swimwear, standing in the street. "Natasha, remember what I just said. You and Princess Rose must head to the bunker in my villa. There is ample food and fresh water there. Do not open the door for anyone until I return," Roy instructed. "I can stay and help you," Natasha insisted. Roy shook his head, saying, "This is a virus. Apart from a few of us, anyone else could be infected. And once infected, death is inevitable." Natasha nodded, realizing that her assistance would be of no use this time. It was best not to complicate matters. Subsequently, Roy personally escorted them back to the bunker and secured the door, reinforcing it with boards. Just as Roy completed his task, Captain America suddenly called, "Mr. Roy, we have a serious problem. Zombies have appeared in the East District." "Oh no?" Before Captain America could finish, the call ended, leaving Roy with a look of concern as he swiftly made his way to the East District. "Scott, be careful. If you get hurt, you'll be infected," Captain America warned, using his shield to bisect a zombie while shouting at Scott. Scott found himself surrounded by a horde of zombies. Unlike the sluggish creatures depicted in films, these zombies possessed physical capabilities that surpassed those of ordinary humans. One encounter would lead to instant demise for an average person. Thus, Scott's situation was perilous. But Captain America was equally helpless, as numerous zombies lurked hungrily before him. "Don't worry about me, Captain," Scott reassured, then instantly shrank and darted between a zombie's legs. "We need to retreat, Captain. This is beyond us," Scott urged anxiously. "Understood." Captain America recognized the gravity of the situation, and just as he intended to withdraw, a sudden flash of light caught his attention, prompting him to instinctively raise his shield. Clang! An arrow struck Captain America's shield, and he turned to see Hawkeye atop a rooftop, his face pale and marked with crimson streaks. Upon meeting Captain America's gaze, Hawkeye opened his mouth wide in a blood-curdling expression. "Damn it, Hawkeye has been infected," Scott exclaimed in shock. "Retreat." Despite the sorrow swelling within him, Captain America knew this was not the time for sentiment. An infected Hawkeye would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary. Whoosh! 3 more arrows flew through the air, expertly positioned to block all of Scott's escape routes. He quickly shrank and crouched on Captain America's shield, narrowly avoiding disaster. As Captain America maneuvered through the throng of zombies and prepared to drive away, he was met with the fierce gaze of the Hulk across the street. At this moment, the Hulk was entirely enveloped in pink crystallization, with a large gash on his neck from which the pink substance was rapidly expanding. Roaring fiercely, the Hulk bellowed at Captain America, then leaped forward, his fists oozing a repulsive pink liquid. Realizing the imminent danger, Captain America quickly dodged to the side. But the Hulk's fist crashed down onto the ground, creating a massive crater. "Banner, have you lost your mind?" Captain America exclaimed in anger. "Captain, he's been infected too," Scott observed, astonished by the Hulk's transformation. A chill ran down Captain America's spine as disbelief washed over his face. He was well aware of the Hulk's formidable skin, yet it had been breached, revealing a wound of considerable size. The terrifying combat prowess of the zombies was evident. "Run, Captain. He no longer sees you as his leader," Scott urgently warned. However, it was too late. Even if Captain America devoted every second to fleeing, it would merely amount to a moment's advantage for the Hulk. As the Hulk's colossal fist descended, Captain America had no time to evade and instinctively pushed Scott aside, raising his shield to brace for the impact. Yet, the anticipated scene of brutal collision did not unfold. Upon lifting his head, he beheld Roy pinning the Hulk firmly to the ground, forcibly breaking his limbs to incapacitate him. As for Hawkeye, he was merely knocked unconscious with a single punch. "Mr. Roy, what on earth is happening?" Captain America hurriedly approached, questioning him. Roy shook his head and replied, "The cause remains unknown, but this has escalated into a global catastrophe. It is hard to fathom how they have become like this." Captain America glanced at the incapacitated Hulk, then at the unconscious Hawkeye, feeling a pang of anguish in his heart. Roy asserted seriously, "Captain, you must refrain from participating this time. With Banner affected, you are in great danger as well." "What can I do?" Captain America asked. "I will bring you some zombie samples. You need to find Tony. The sooner we develop an antidote, the better." Roy surveyed the surroundings, eliminating several zombies and handing some samples to Captain America. "We need to secure Banner and the others first." Roy carried Banner and Hawkeye to a nearby lake, channeling the power of the Void God to freeze the lake into eternal ice. "System, can you analyze the source of this zombie virus?" Response: "This pathogen has not been recorded in any region of Earth. Could it be extraterrestrial?" Roy immediately thought of Dormammu. It may also originate from the quantum realm. For the first time, the system suggested a possibility. Roy shook his head, floating high above, surveying the chaos below. Every city was in disarray, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of zombies. The highly contagious and dangerous zombie virus had become the most pressing concern for nations worldwide. In Tony's laboratory, a grave expression adorned his face as he remarked, "The origin of the virus remains uncertain. However, it has already affected dozens of countries and regions, with our beloved New York City being the most severely impacted." Roy gazed at the crimson expanse on the electronic map before him, realizing that the virus was spreading far more rapidly than he had anticipated. The most pressing issue at hand was the development of an antidote. Roy turned to Tony, who nodded in agreement and stated, "Indeed, the antidote is of utmost importance. I have already contacted the foremost virologists in the world, who are expected to arrive later tonight." "Has J. Made any discoveries? Tony continued. He mentioned that this virus has never before been encountered, nor is there any precedent for it. Analyses of the virus are still ongoing. Roy placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder, declaring, "It's up to you now. We can only do our utmost to save lives." Tony glanced at Roy, then at Thor, Dr. Strange, and the others, before resolutely nodding. "All right, everyone, let us proceed with our battle preparations." Roy presented the latest intelligence, stating, "According to our statistics, the zombies have evolved through 3 generations. The first generation is approximately twice as powerful as an ordinary human, constituting the majority. The second generation boasts 10-fold strength, equivalent to that of a squad leader. While the third generation is a terrifying 100 times stronger. It is likely that the virus that infected Banner is of the third generation." After conveying this information, Roy gestured, and an electronic map materialized before them, marked in blue, yellow, and red. "I have categorized them accordingly. There are currently about 7 third-generation zombies and 256 second-generation zombies. New York City has 3 third-generation zombies, which I will handle. The others will be dealt with by Wanda, the Doctor, and you, Captain." Just as they were about to depart following this brief strategic outline, Ant-Man rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, "I found it. The source of the virus. You all go ahead, Tony. Come with me." Roy quickly acquiesced and followed Ant-Man to his laboratory. Inside, they discovered an elderly man, his face marred by deep wrinkles, bound to a pillar. His visage was grotesque, with decaying flesh, and his hands tightly restrained behind him. Upon seeing the trio enter, he erupted into a frenzied roar. Recognizing the battle attire akin to Ant-Man's, Roy instantly identified him. "This is my mentor," Ant-Man lamented, his eyes tinged with sorrow. "He returned here intending to ambush me. So I restrained him." "So, you suggest that the source of the virus is he?" Tony inquired. Ant-Man nodded, explaining, "My mentor recently ventured into the quantum realm to seek my mentor's wife, but she had already succumbed to the virus. My mentor could not escape its grasp either. And upon his return to Earth, the world transformed into this nightmare. Thus, the virus originated from the quantum realm." Roy recalled the system's earlier remarks, feeling an unwavering conviction in his belief. "Leave it to me. Having a clear direction is a significant advancement," Tony asserted confidently. After parting ways, Roy wasted no time and directly soared towards the nearest third-generation zombie. The mission was issued: eliminate a level 3 zombie, and the reward would be a 3-fold critical strike skill. Roy, having heard the system's command while suspended in midair, glanced downward. The creature had transcended its human form, transforming into an octopus-like entity adorned with a multitude of thick tentacles. This zombie loomed over 100 meters long, occupying a square, its tentacles thrashing wildly. Any unfortunate soul, be it human or another zombie, caught within its grasp would be dragged into its maw, lined with grotesque orifices. From his spatial pouch, Roy retrieved the long blade of the fallen Blade General, bringing it down with considerable force onto the ground. The tremor it caused captured the attention of the zombie, which responded instantaneously by slamming a tentacle toward him. With a deft movement, Roy swept his sword, and as the blade met the tentacle, sparks flew. Yet the appendage remained unscathed. Roy was acutely aware of the formidable power of the fallen Blade General's sword, capable of shattering even the Storm War Axe with ease. How could it possibly falter against this zombie? Incensed by its initial failure, the zombie unleashed 3 tentacles simultaneously, attacking Roy from various angles. With utmost vigilance, Roy maneuvered through the gaps, narrowly evading the onslaught. The 3 tentacles crashed into the ground, creating a fissure nearly 200 meters long, wreaking havoc on the surrounding zombies. Roy soared into the air, unleashing a beam from his laser eyes, striking the zombie with ferocious intensity. The extreme heat elicited a series of anguished roars from the creature. Suddenly, a tentacle launched a surprise attack from an unimaginable angle, colliding with Roy's chest. He let out a grunt as he felt the world spin around him. The tentacle ensnared him, violently battering him against buildings and the ground. After 3 harrowing seconds, when he was hurled back to the earth, Roy endured the searing pain coursing through his body, channeling all his strength into a single, powerful punch against the tentacle. Though the appendage was impervious to blades, it could not withstand the fury of Roy's blow. With a resounding thud, the tentacle split in 2, dark green fluid spraying across the ground. "You have provoked my wrath," Roy declared, brandishing the long blade, his visage a mask of murderous intent. Nearby, a few humanoid zombies attempted to assault him, but in a flash of 3 brilliant lights, they were obliterated into a shower of fragments. Soon after, the Phoenix power surged within Roy, enveloping the long blade. The combined might of the fallen blade and the Phoenix energy was sufficient to sever anything in its path. Like a cannonball, Roy propelled himself forward, appearing before the zombie's gaping maw in an instant. then plunging the blade deep into it. The phoenix power struck first, wreaking havoc upon the zombie's biological structure. And then the fallen blade followed suit, piercing the creature's skin as if it were mere parchment, plunging deep within. The zombie erupted into a cacophony of roars, its tentacles flailing wildly. Roy deftly dodged while relentlessly inflicting damage with the fallen blade. 3 minutes later, as Roy severed the final tentacle, the zombie lost all capacity for aggression. He leaped into the air, unleashing his laser vision for a full 5 minutes, reducing the creature to ashes amidst its anguished cries. He had not anticipated that a Tier 3 zombie would prove so formidable. Drawing a gentle breath, the system announced, "Mission accomplished, triple critical hit reward." As the term suggests, the triple critical hit implies a certain probability of triggering a threefold effect during standard attacks. Roy, having played numerous games, naturally comprehended this. The salient point is that this ability can also be utilized in the Cosmic Cube state, currently boasting a 13% probability, with critical hit rates available for exchange with points. A 1 in 10 occurrence suffices for his satisfaction regarding this skill. Subsequently, Roy swiftly dispatched the 2 remaining Tier 3 zombies. Their strength was akin to that of the pre-rebirth Thanos, aside from Roy and other top-tier combatants. There were truly no others on Earth capable of confronting them, nuclear weapons notwithstanding. Just as Roy dealt with the last of the Tier 3 zombies and contemplated taking a breather, Quicksilver materialized before him, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Roy gazed at the panting Quicksilver, puzzled. "Aren't you with Wanda and Zhongzhou?" Quicksilver stammered, Wanda, she." A sense of unease crept over Roy, and indeed, Quicksilver's next words confirmed his apprehension. Wanda had transformed into a zombie. Quicksilver, on the verge of tears, clutched Roy, pleading for him to save Wanda. After a moment's contemplation, Roy replied, "Take me there." In Roy's eyes, Wanda was the most formidable human. If she had succumbed to zombification, the ensuing threat would far surpass that of a Tier 3 zombie. This was a grave predicament. With both Banner and Wanda having fallen victim, Roy could not help but worry for Doctor Strange and the others. Swiftly, the two boarded a fighter jet and soared over a city in Zhongzhou. As Roy gazed down, he was taken aback. The city below was suffused with crimson magic, resembling a vast sea of red, while zombies and humans alike floated in the air. Wanda stood at the center of the city, her chaotic crimson magic voraciously consuming all life forces, continuously flowing into her being. Even the decayed skin ravaged by the virus began to mend. Yet, Wanda remained a zombie. Without hesitation, Roy leapt down, positioning himself before Wanda, declaring, "Wanda, awaken." Upon hearing Roy's call, her eyes filled with confusion and struggle, only to be swiftly replaced by an insatiable bloodlust. With a piercing scream, Wanda clapped her hands together, unleashing an endless torrent of crimson magic that surged towards Roy like a tidal wave. Roy was compelled to summon the Phoenix Force to shield himself. Before the raging crimson magic, he felt like a fragile boat in a tempest, poised on the brink of annihilation. The crimson magic and the Phoenix Force were on comparable levels, but Wanda's mastery of magic far surpassed Roy's. Thus he resolved against engaging in a magical contest. Roy let out a thunderous roar, leaping several dozen steps on the ground. The power of the Phoenix clung to the surface of his skin, resisting the encroachment of the crimson magic. In an instant, he appeared before Wanda, delivering a powerful punch. Wanda hastily raised her hands, but in terms of sheer strength, she was no match for Roy. Even with the enhancement of the crimson magic, she was swiftly driven underground with a single blow. The ground shook with a resounding thud, and Quicksilver, observing from the aircraft, couldn't help but feel concern for Wanda. However, his worry dissipated quickly as Wanda soared into the sky, raising one hand to forcibly uproot a skyscraper from the ground. With a building in each hand, she hurled one at Roy with great force. "Is that really necessary?" Roy sighed with a wry smile, effortlessly dodging the projectile with a series of swift movements. "Die," Wanda hissed through clenched teeth, and the crimson magic around her coalesced into a long spear. Roy swung his blade, clashing with Wanda's spear. The crimson magic and the power of the Phoenix seemed to be natural adversaries, each refusing to yield as they consumed one another. Yet, the crimson magic within Wanda appeared boundless, quickly overpowering the Phoenix Force, and she thrust the spear toward Roy's chest. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Roy activated the Void God skill, rendering himself transparent just in time to evade the attack. "Wanda, if you continue like this, I shall become truly angry," Roy declared coldly. Suddenly, Wanda let out a piercing scream as the ground beneath them began to crack and splinter, the entire city rapidly disintegrating, concrete and steel soaring through the air. "I cannot allow her to continue this." After witnessing Wanda's terrifying destructive power, Roy resolved to eliminate her swiftly. Otherwise, the life force of an entire city would provide her with sufficient energy, rendering him powerless against her. A flash of blue light flickered in Roy's eyes as he entered the state of the cosmic cube, discarding his blade to grasp the power of the Phoenix and forcefully breach Wanda's protective field. However, he had underestimated her strength. The interior of the protective field was nearly a vacuum, and the crimson magic provided Wanda with the energy necessary for survival. Struggling to breathe, Roy endured the suffocating sensation, feigning a movement in front of Wanda. As she raised her arm to block, he quickly appeared behind her and struck out. Wanda coughed up a mouthful of blood, the bloodlust in her eyes diminishing slightly, only to be quickly overshadowed by rage. She whipped around, but Roy had already evaded. Employing the same tactic, Roy gained the upper hand in close combat, delivering 3 successive strikes that left Wanda severely injured before he retreated in the final moment of his suffocation. Gasping for breath, Roy struggled as Wanda seemed to fall into a stupor, plummeting from the sky. Stasis, unconscious. Roy unleashed the Void God's skill twice, freezing Wanda in midair before she succumbed to slumber. Roy initially refrained from employing sleep magic due to Wanda's overwhelming Scarlet Witch powers, which necessitated him to expend all his energy to infiltrate her. However, the situation had changed. Wanda was gravely injured yet not fatally so, rendering her at her most vulnerable, a prime opportunity to confine her. Roy gently descended to the ravaged ground, crumbling beneath him, where not a single structure remained intact, and even the smooth surface was nowhere to be found. "Mr. Roy, what is the situation?" Quicksilver inquired swiftly as he approached. "I've temporarily subdued her, but she requires constant supervision. I will encase her in ice. You may watch from the side, where Banner and Hawkeye are present." "Understood," Quicksilver replied decisively. Subsequently, Roy employed the same method to imprison Wanda. After resolving the situation with Wanda, Roy felt an overwhelming fatigue and made his way to the bunker. Inside the approximately 200 square meter space, only Natasha and Princess Rose were present. Upon Roy's sudden arrival, Natasha was momentarily taken aback before rushing to embrace him. "You scared me to death," Roy softly reassured her and proceeded to the disinfection chamber, where he and Natasha thoroughly sanitized themselves before emerging. "Mr. Roy, please have some water," Princess Rose offered, having adapted to human life, as she poured a cup of warm water for him. "What is the situation outside?" Natasha inquired. Roy took a sip, exhaling deeply before responding. "The situation is dire. It has been confirmed that the virus originated from Dr. Pym, who retrieved it from the quantum realm, and Wanda, Banner, and Hawkeye have all been infected." "Ah," Natasha gasped, understanding Hawkeye's infection, considering he was merely a mortal without any extraordinary abilities beyond enhanced vision. However, she was shocked that someone as formidable as Banner could be infected, let alone Wanda, a remarkably powerful sorceress. Realizing the severity of the situation, Natasha felt relieved that she hadn't acted recklessly. "I have encased them all in ice, with Quicksilver standing guard. Once Tony develops an antidote, we can rescue them." "And what of the others in the meantime?" Natasha asked. "They must be eliminated," Roy stated gravely, leading to a heavy silence among the three. After a long pause, Princess Rose finally spoke up. "Mr. Roy, the innermost room has been prepared for you by Sister Natasha. You should rest now." Roy nodded, feeling an immense weariness wash over him, and laid down on the soft bed, drifting into a deep sleep. Natasha observed the weary visage of Roy, her heart filled with compassion. Roy was unaware of how long he had slept in the bunker, where the distinction between day and night was non-existent. It wasn't until he glanced at the time on his phone that he realized he had only slumbered for a little over an hour, though it felt to him as if he had slept for an entire year. "Natasha, I'm going out," he announced. After a light meal of bread, he returned to the surface, where messages from Dr. Strange and the others soon arrived, reassuring him that they had not been infected by the zombies and were currently on their way back. Roy gazed at the luminous dots appearing on the map, lost in contemplation. The number of zombies was escalating exponentially, and relying solely on their handful of superheroes seemed rather inadequate. "We need to summon reinforcements," Roy remarked casually, then boarded a plane bound for Xavier's Academy. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, Xavier's Academy appeared unnaturally tranquil. Not a single light illuminated its halls, nor was there any sound to be heard. What could possibly be amiss? A sense of foreboding washed over Roy as he instinctively felt that something was amiss. He slowly pushed open the grand doors, a gust of chilling wind greeting him. Holding his breath, Roy ventured into the main building. "Professor?" he called out, his voice echoing through the desolate corridor, met only by silence. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from the second floor and hurried up the staircase. In one of the dormitories, he spotted a blue creature hunched over, gnawing on something. Instantly recognizing it, he was about to speak when the professor's voice echoed in his mind. "Mr. Roy, do not disturb them, otherwise, the entire academy's zombies will awaken." For reasons unknown, the professor's voice sounded frail, prompting Roy to gradually retreat. following the professor's guidance. Roy discovered them in a nearby cave. Inside were only Wolverine, the professor, and Storm, totaling 7 individuals, while the others were unaccounted for. What has happened to you? Roy inquired, astonished that the isolated Xaviers had succumbed to infection. The professor sighed deeply, explaining, the day before yesterday, a student returned in an unusual state, and by midnight had transformed into a zombie, biting others in the dormitory. Consequently, the entire student body fell victim yesterday, leaving only us few to escape. Roy could only manage a bitter smile, saying, I had hoped to enlist your help, yet it appears you are struggling for survival yourselves. The professor sighed again, his face etched with resignation. Then allow me to bring you to our place. We happen to be in need of manpower. What is the situation outside? Terrible. There is nowhere untouched by infection. However, Tony is already working on a cure. Wolverine then queried, I possess regenerative cells. The zombie virus has no effect on me. Shall I assist you? A spark of realization ignited in Roy's mind. Of course, he had overlooked Wolverine's regenerative capabilities, rendering him immune to the zombie virus. If they could develop a cure based on Wolverine's cells, success might indeed be within reach. Excellent. You've reminded me. Just as Roy prepared to lead them away, he noticed that the academy's entrance had swung open. Yet, he distinctly recalled having closed it upon exiting. Had someone else entered? As this thought crossed his mind, a fiery explosion erupted from the student building, and a figure emerged from the inferno. The Human Torch. Roy instantly recognized the figure soaring through the flames. At this moment, the fireman was unaware of the circumstances within the academy, thus inadvertently awakening all the concealed zombies who harbored a keen interest in the new, fresh flesh. Just as the fireman harbored hopes of escaping the academy, a chilling wave of frost surged into the air, instantly freezing his flames. Chapter 106. The bunker encounter. Although the Iceman was the antithesis of the fireman, he belonged to the Omega class. Particularly after the transformation of the zombies, his power overwhelmingly surpassed that of the fireman. Oh no! In despair, the fireman plummeted from the sky, surrounded by countless figures. A few rational beings attempted to use their superpowers, while the majority of the zombies lunged towards him. The direct assaults of the zombies filled the fireman with utter despondency. Desperately, the fireman unleashed his flames to incinerate the nearest zombies, but before his fire could exert its might, it was extinguished by the Iceman's frigid aura. The cold winds howled as the Iceman charged towards the fireman. Just as the fireman intended to resist, he was abruptly encased in ice from below to above, transforming him into a frozen sculpture. Roaring fiercely, the Iceman growled at the approaching zombies, asserting his claim over the prey. Reluctantly, the zombies retreated. However, a few thoughtless ones attempted to partake in the feast, only to be instantly transformed into icicles and subsequently shattered. With the immediate threat of the ravenous zombies dissipated, the Iceman cradled the fireman and made his way toward the building, eager to savor his delectable prize. However, as he turned, he found Roy standing at the stairs, arms crossed and gazing coldly at him. Mistaking Roy for a zombie, the Iceman unleashed a couple of growls, but upon realizing Roy remained unfazed, he felt his authority was being challenged and waved his hand dismissively. The cold aura surged toward Roy, yet he remained motionless the instant the frost touched him. It was annihilated by Roy's Phoenix power. Taken aback, the Iceman conjured more frost with both hands, but with a simple wave, Roy sent the frost retreating. Enough of this, Roy stated coolly, then approached the Iceman and shattered the ice before him with a single punch, subsequently reverting him back to his human form. Having dealt with the Iceman, Roy melted the ice encasing the fireman, who immediately collapsed to the ground, shaken and gasping. I thought I was going to die? I've already taken care of it, Roy replied, helping him to his feet. I told you not to return. The professor arrived at that moment. The fireman retorted. You only said not to go back, and didn't he explain why? I thought you were preparing a surprise for my birthday. Did you enjoy the surprise? Wolverine snorted derisively, casting a look of disbelief at him. All right, enough banter. Let's head to Big Apple City, Roy remarked, observing the small group before him. Although few in number, they were all key players, and he felt his journey had not been in vain. Subsequently, the group boarded a plane to Big Apple City, where the professor and Wolverine headed directly to Tony. How is the progress? Roy inquired from the side. Tony remarked, with the cells from the Hulk. We have found a path to breakthrough. Jarvis is currently analyzing the genetic sequence of the cells, and results will not be available until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Roy nodded in agreement, saying, That's quite good. We still have time. Observing the deep dark circles under Tony's eyes, it was evident that he had not rested for a considerable period. Tony, since Jarvis is analyzing now, you have no immediate tasks at hand. It would be wise to take a moment to rest, Roy suggested. Tony nodded and replied, Then let the professor keep an eye on things. After uttering those words, Tony found a random spot and lay down, drifting into a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Roy quickly updated himself on the current situation. Zombies were rampant, and several nations and regions had banded together, forming over a dozen large settlements. Almost all armed forces of these nations were gathered atop the walls, safeguarding the remaining human populace. After examining the data, Roy felt reassured. The establishment of human enclaves indicated they were not entirely defenseless, allowing him to concentrate more on his own matters. Everyone, these settlements require our assistance for protection. I will remain here with Tony and Wolverine. While you all proceed to the aforementioned enclaves, Roy succinctly assigned the tasks before they set out to stabilize the situation in the settlements. 3 hours later, Roy was awakened by his symbiotic suit. Observing the viscous, venom-like substance on Tony, he felt a sense of gratification. Achieving such feats with human capabilities, Tony truly was a once-in-a-millennium genius. Jarvis, report on the analysis results, Tony inquired after sipping a cup of coffee. Sir, Mr. Logan's cellular regeneration ability can be replicated using current earthly elements, but the efficacy will only be 3/4 of the original. Enhancements will be necessary to eradicate the zombie virus. Jarvis replied. Excellent. Then finalize the foundational formula for the antidote. I will handle the rest, Tony instructed. Roy stood aside, observing the exchange between Tony and Jarvis. Feeling somewhat lost in the technical dialogue, he chose to remain silent. Just as Roy waited patiently, a sudden, urgent alarm echoed in his mind. It was the danger alert he had specifically set up in the bunker. Roy sprang to his feet, his expression fraught with urgency as he rushed to the bunker. Rosa, step back. Meanwhile, in a bathroom of the bunker, Natasha was struggling to block the tentacles emerging from the drain with steel plates. The tentacles possessed immense strength, and despite her efforts, even with several 200-kilogram weights pressing down, they remained precariously balanced. Natasha, you need to come out now? Rosa anxiously called from the doorway. After a moment's hesitation, as the weights began to wobble again, Natasha made a swift decision and leaped out of the bathroom. Just as she jumped, one of the tentacles violently overturned the weights, crashing down where Natasha had just stood. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she would have likely been crushed into a pulp. Gazing at the shattered floor, Natasha inhaled sharply and swiftly closed the door, urging Rose to flee the bunker with utmost urgency. In an instant, the bunker erupted violently, sending countless steel reinforcements and concrete soaring from the ground, accompanied by a multitude of writhing tentacles. What manner of monster is this? Natasha cursed under her breath before firing a few token shots. The zombie, evidently unwilling to relent, unleashed 3 tentacles simultaneously. Both the serpent and Princess Rose's expressions shifted dramatically. Despite their speed reaching 100 kilometers per hour, the tentacles surpassed them. Just as despair enveloped Natasha and Princess Rose, several flashes of light illuminated the air, severing the 3 tentacles in unison. The zombie howled in agony, and the remaining tentacles darted towards Roy. Wielding the power of the Phoenix, Roy's eyes transformed into a brilliant blue. Chapter 107. The Human Stronghold. Unlike their previous encounter, upon confronting a level 3 zombie, Roy immediately transitioned into his most formidable state, ending the creature's life in the most excruciating manner possible. The sole catalyst for this intensity was the attack on Natasha. Gradually descending, Roy meticulously examined Natasha's body, leaving no strand of hair overlooked. Oh, enough already. I'm fine. Natasha, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Princess Rose, promptly pushed Roy away. How did you manage to enter? Roy inquired. We came through the sewer, Natasha replied. Roy offered a wry smile, admitting he had not anticipated that route. Then allow me to escort you to the stronghold in Big Apple City, where the most advanced weaponry is stationed. Natasha nodded in agreement. The stronghold lay 300 miles from the urban area, having been hastily converted from a military base following the outbreak of the zombies. Fortunately, it housed a substantial stockpile of heavy weaponry, which had repeatedly repelled the undead, providing refuge to many high-ranking officials, including the president. From above, the stronghold radiated with light, electricity seemingly abundant and freely consumed, within Roy's line of sight. Not a single shadow lingered. It appeared they were sparing no expense to thwart any potential zombie ambushes. Unknown aircraft, please identify yourself. Perhaps detecting an aircraft above the stronghold, the ground tower promptly initiated contact, while 3 anti-aircraft guns pivoted in readiness. Should there be no response within 10 seconds, they would not hesitate to bring it down. Recalling previous incidents of zombies commandeering fighter jets for surprise attacks, Agent Natasha responded over the intercom. The ground tower promptly conducted a voice verification, and 3 seconds later, instructed, please land at the West City Airport. Following the directive, Roy landed the aircraft at the designated airport. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by dozens of soldiers armed and poised at the ready. Mr. Roy, Agent Natasha, welcome. A smiling colonel of African descent approached them. Roy nodded and inquired, "Could you arrange accommodations for us?" "Certainly. We have plenty of available beds." The colonel quickly smiled and then led Roy and his companions into a room reeking of alcohol. "My apologies, Mr. Roy. This is a mandatory disinfection procedure for entering the gathering area, which serves to safeguard both you and everyone here," the colonel said with sincere regret. "I understand," Roy replied, his tone measured. After undergoing the disinfection, he collected the necessary supplies and approached a small room. "This will be your accommodation. Given your unique status, your family will receive special considerations, so you need not worry. Just focus on the fight ahead," the colonel assured him. "I have only one request: privacy. I hope no one else will intrude here," Roy stated, fully aware of the potential harassment Natasha and Princess Rose might face. Although he had confidence in Natasha, it was best to prevent any such occurrences altogether. The colonel patted his chest, saying, "Rest assured, we will manage this well. Now, please accompany me for registration." "More registration?" Roy couldn't help but admire their efficiency in establishing such a comprehensive system in such a short time, something he himself could never achieve. After completing his registration, a Caucasian man appeared before Roy. "Hello, Mr. Roy," the man greeted. Roy examined the individual before him and offered a slight smile. "Greetings, Mr. Vice President. I had long wished to meet you, the great hero who has saved the world multiple times, yet you appear so young. I suppose my decades of existence have been in vain." "Ha ha ha." The vice president's demeanor was warm and approachable. "You flatter me." Roy waved his hand dismissively. "Do you have a moment? Shall we take a walk?" the vice president inquired. Roy glanced at the heaps of weapons outside and sighed. "Very well." As they strolled through the base, soldiers patrolled methodically, unloading weapons and keeping watch without a moment's respite. "This all came too suddenly. The world is in turmoil," the vice president lamented. "Tomorrow and the unexpected. One can never know which will arrive first. It is a pity for the citizens. Even if we win this battle, the global population will likely be reduced by 2/3. Roy replied thoughtfully, "It is unfortunate, yet as long as there are survivors, humanity holds a glimmer of hope for continuity. I do wish this base were larger, capable of accommodating more people." The vice president regarded Roy and then asked, "By the way, where is Mr. Tony? It seems he did not accompany you." Roy sighed. "Tony is currently outside developing a cure, and it seems there is progress." "Really?" the vice president exclaimed with delight. "If he succeeds, we will triumph. Mr. Tony is truly a genius, capable of inventing his own battle suit and artificial intelligence, and now, in a critical moment, developing pharmaceuticals. He is indeed the perfect embodiment of a technical savant." As Roy observed the vice president smile, he sensed a deeper meaning in his words. "Indeed," the vice president continued. "However, it is exceedingly dangerous outside. Those zombies could attack Mr. Tony at any moment. I wonder if we should bring him here. I happen to have the necessary equipment and top-tier scientists available. Originally, they were waiting for me here." Roy smiled and said, "Mr. Tony is currently in a very secure location, and his experiments have shown progress. The most crucial thing now is to expedite the development of the antidote." "I understand. But wouldn't it be better to utilize our resources here? After all, Tony's resources are limited due to being personal. Once he has results, he should notify you," came the response. "By then, it may be too late," the vice president murmured quietly, but Roy heard him distinctly. It became evident that what they truly desired was Tony's technology. If they could bring him over and propose a technology exchange under the pretext of saving the world, it would appear as though Tony had the upper hand, given that they would be supplying the materials. However, this indirectly implied that Tony was expected to unconditionally share his technology with them. It was important to note that they had been coveting Tony's technology for quite some time. The vice president then added with a smile, "This is merely a suggestion. It's up to Mr. Tony to decide whether to come." Roy nodded, and after a brief conversation, he swiftly ascended into the sky, heading towards Tony's direction. Chapter 108. Success of the antidote. The vice president's words served as a reminder to him that he should spend more time with Tony, as he was their sole hope for a turnaround. Upon arriving at Tony's villa, Roy found Tony in disarray, fixated on the experimental data displayed on the screen, while Wolverine beside him struggled to stay awake. "How is it going?" Roy asked, sipping coffee to invigorate himself. Tony did not respond, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. The data was predominantly red, indicating errors, which meant Tony was meticulously sifting through the antidote formulas. Noticing Tony's intense focus, Roy wisely chose to remain silent. Half an hour later, when the first green data point appeared on the screen, Tony suddenly sprang to his feet, as if electrified. "It worked. Success." Roy and Wolverine approached him. "Yes, I have improved the antidote formula and increased its distribution range. Once implemented globally, those infected will recover." "That's wonderful." Roy exhaled in relief and asked, "Shall we begin production now?" "Yes, but I can only produce enough for us," and then distribute the antidote to various regions. Anticipating eagerly, Roy watched as Tony prepared a box of the antidote. He then randomly caught a zombie outside for testing. As anticipated, the experiment yielded results as Tony had described. The zombie regained its senses within a minute and returned to its human form. Subsequently, Tony conducted a series of experiments while Roy gathered samples from outside, including zombies of various sizes and stages, even bringing back a few level 3 specimens. With so many experimental samples, Tony's antidote production surged, achieving an astonishing cure rate of 98%. This was more than sufficient. Subsequently, Roy brought the antidote to the location where Wanda and the others were imprisoned, liberating them one by one. "So, are you saying that I destroyed a city while I was infected?" Wanda exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face upon hearing Roy's words. Quicksilver interjected, "Indeed, it's fortunate that Mr. Roy rescued you. Otherwise, you would have caused a tremendous disaster." "You are my comrades. It is my duty to assist," Roy replied with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Roy's phone pierced the air. He glanced at the screen and found it was a call from Natasha, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. "Roy, the base is under heavy attack," she exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, Roy heard a crackling noise, signaling that the communication from Natasha had been severed. "We are in trouble," Roy stated gravely. The others exchanged worried glances before they unanimously boarded the aircraft, heading towards the gathering place. Outside the gathering site, hordes of zombies had amassed, some even attempting to scale the building using the corpses of their fallen comrades. For these savage beings, this marked a significant progression. In other words, the first generation of zombies was beginning to evolve in intelligence of sorts, a rather troubling sign. At that moment, the anti-aircraft guns and rocket launchers atop the city walls roared to life, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. Countless projectiles descended upon the zombies, who initially fell like ants beneath the onslaught. Yet, they seemed inexhaustible. For every wave that perished, another followed. Fortunately, the gathering place was well stocked with ammunition, or else it would have faltered under such strain. "You three over there, be careful not to fall," the colonel commanded as he directed 3 soldiers to operate the rocket launchers. When the zombie numbers swelled, the rockets proved even more devastating, while he himself wielded a heavy machine gun, spraying bullets into the fray below. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of zombies, a figure darted through the mass like a fish navigating through water. This zombie, standing barely over 4 feet tall, was grotesque in appearance. Yet its joints possessed an astonishing range of motion, allowing it to maneuver with exceptional agility. With remarkable speed, it reached the base of the walls, nimbly evading incoming projectiles. "Ha ha, die you wretches," an old soldier shouted, cigar clenched between his teeth as he fired downwards, the flesh of his cheeks quivering from the recoil. Suddenly, a flicker caught his eye. Years of combat experience prompted him to instinctively drop his machine gun and retreat. That instinct saved his life once more. For in the place where he had stood, a diminutive zombie with claws for hands had appeared. "How dare you ambush me?" the old soldier roared in fury. However, as he stood to confront the threat, the zombie brushed past him. This time, luck was not on his side. He fell victim to the creature's assault, his life extinguished. After slaying the old soldier, the zombie unleashed chaos upon the surrounding troops like a wolf among sheep, mercilessly slaughtering the soldiers. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, the defenders' lines began to crumble under the sudden weakness in their defenses. The diminutive zombie let out a piercing scream, seemingly signaling the horde outside, which promptly surged forth. "Hold the line," the colonel shouted, sensing the gravity of the situation, but alas, it was too late. As they turned their weapons to offer assistance, their own defenses had quietly weakened, and the zombies lunged forth with ferocity. "Oh God, help! Stay away from me, don't come near me." The terror of encountering a zombie at such close quarters rendered the person utterly paralyzed with fear. Just when the entire defense seemed on the brink of collapse, Roy descended from the heavens, his laser eyes sweeping the undead from the city walls with precision. The laser beams were perfectly suited to clear the vast throngs of zombies, obliterating them in swathes, as Roy systematically eradicated the encroaching horde. However, the subsequent wave expanded Roy's understanding. While the first generation of zombies still dominated, many second and third generation zombies had infiltrated the ranks. Ultimately, Roy sensed an overpowering force lurking in the shadows. Could there be a 4th generation? "Mr. Roy?" At this moment, Wanda gracefully landed beside him, her crimson magic swirling around, her eyes filled with resentment. Wanda was deeply troubled each time she executed a mission. Her scarlet magic wreaked havoc, leading many to harbor ill feelings towards her. Especially this time, when the zombies had seized control over her, the entire city suffered. And amidst the undead, there were still ordinary humans. The more Wanda pondered, the heavier her guilt grew, intensifying her hatred for the loss. Soon, the Hulk, Doctor Strange, Tony, and others gathered around Roy, collectively surveying the clawing and snarling zombies below. Chapter 109. The mutant apocalypse. With the thunderous sound of cannon fire, Roy plunged downwards, his laser eyes forging a path, incinerating any zombies in his wake. The enraged Wanda and her companions unleashed their powers without mercy, and the previously overwhelming tide of zombies was swiftly halved. After Roy personally decapitated a second-generation zombie, he felt a tremor beneath his feet, the vibrations maintaining a consistent rhythm, clearly indicating that something was approaching. Roy furrowed his brow and ascended slowly, gazing toward the distant horizon, as Wanda and the others also sensed the anomaly, lifting their eyes to the sky. Be cautious, it could very well be a fourth-generation zombie. Roy inhaled deeply. However, when the fourth-generation zombie materialized before them, they were taken aback. It was none other than a colossal version of Apocalypse. Towering over 10 meters, it bore the same visage Roy had encountered before, though now its form was riddled with gaping wounds, its skin rotting away, a clear sign of its zombification. What in the world is that? Quicksilver and the others, clearly unfamiliar with Apocalypse, exclaimed in astonishment. With the mission now set, to defeat the zombified Apocalypse, came the promise of a reward, the coveted space-cutting ability. Roy found himself at a loss for words, as those he had previously vanquished had inexplicably returned to life. Thanos, the colossal fire giant Surtur. And now this Apocalypse had risen again as a zombie. Did they all possess resurrection cards? Roy had long since abandoned any pretense of humor, for not far away, the zombie Apocalypse was staring at him with an icy gaze filled with malice. As the mightiest mutant, even in his undead state, Apocalypse retained an unwavering hatred for Roy. Wanda, deal with the remaining zombies alongside the others. Captain Marvel and I will confront this level 4 zombie, Roy declared solemnly. Captain Marvel nodded, her entire form radiating brilliant light as she transitioned into her binary form. This formidable adversary was a first encounter for Captain Marvel as well. Die! Apocalypse roared, slamming his hands together. Suddenly, 2 enormous earth serpents erupted from the ground, encircling both Roy and Captain Marvel. With a thunderous crash, Captain Marvel soared into the sky, while Roy shattered one of the earth serpents with a single punch, his eyes emitting beams of laser light. Apocalypse merely swatted the laser aside with a single hand and brought his foot crashing down. Captain Marvel pivoted and boldly collided with Apocalypse's foot, unleashing a fierce shout that toppled Apocalypse to the ground, crushing numerous zombies in the process. Seizing this opportunity, Roy leaped into the air, infusing his death blade with the power of the Phoenix and thrusting it toward Apocalypse's eye. As Apocalypse's mouth opened and closed in a menacing manner, just as Roy was about to strike, a massive black beam erupted forth. Roy's expression changed dramatically as he was engulfed by the black beam and propelled into the sky, his entire body ablaze with searing heat, his clothing reduced to ash in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he quickly broke free, glancing at his arm, which had begun to darken ominously. This is troublesome, Roy muttered, as Apocalypse launched into a new frenzy of attacks. The zombie Apocalypse, devoid of pain or fear, displayed an even greater ferocity than before, exhibiting no signs of retreat. Captain Marvel, target his head, Roy instructed, aware that a zombie's weakness lay in its cranium. Given the circumstances, this world seemed to conform to that principle. Slow. Roy activated the Void Goddess skill, causing Apocalypse to appear as if he were moving in slow motion, even the dark energy surrounding him dimming slightly. Taking advantage of this moment, Roy dove down sharply, swiftly slicing through Apocalypse's neck. As Roy turned in midair, Apocalypse's body stood rigid, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his massive head suddenly tilted and fell to the ground. We've won, Ant-Man exclaimed joyfully, leaping up in celebration, as the others mirrored his excitement, their faces alight with happiness. Yet, Wanda, Doctor Strange, and a few others remained with furrowed brows. Roy gazed coldly at Apocalypse's lifeless body, an instinct whispering to him that the ordeal was far from over. True to his intuition, as some zombies approached to gnaw at Apocalypse's head, those eyes suddenly opened, and the surrounding zombies were met with a gruesome fate. Then, the colossal hand of Apocalypse seized it, placing it upon his neck, albeit in an inverted manner, with its face turned towards Apocalypse's back. This rendered the scene even more horrifying. Damn it, Roy muttered under his breath. Roy, flank him from both sides, Jean shouted from a distance, swiftly darting towards the back of Apocalypse's head. Without hesitation, Roy raised the Reaper S-blade, swinging it with formidable force. In an instant, a blade of light surged forth, expanding threefold at the moment of Roy's strike. A triple critical hit. The blade of light collided with Apocalypse, unleashing the ferocious power of the Phoenix, which wreaked havoc, carving a grotesque wound that extended from his eye to his chest. However, This gash lasted only a few seconds before a multitude of zombie cells converged into a torrent, consuming the Phoenix's energy, and Apocalypse's wound healed at a visibly rapid pace, as if it had never existed. Such a remarkable regenerative ability rivaled that of Wolverine. Roy's anxiety deepened. Apocalypse let out a thunderous roar, and instantly, the sky erupted with thunder, dark clouds gathering, and the wind howling, painting a picture of impending doom. Beams of lightning, as thick as barrels, descended from the heavens, stretching directly towards Roy and Jean. The sheer force was so terrifying that a mere mortal would likely be reduced to ashes upon contact. Roy gasped, then flickered among the bolts of lightning, his speed reaching its zenith, nearly at the speed of light. Yet, even so, the lightning followed closely behind him. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Jean had inadvertently been struck by a bolt of lightning. The usually fearless Jean cried out in pain. Resolute, Roy halted, unleashing a torrent of Phoenix energy that seemed boundless, enveloping the entire sky in an instant. Amidst the swirling Phoenix power, Roy finally discerned the tenuous connection between Apocalypse and the lightning, decisively severing it. The bolts, which had relentlessly pursued him, suddenly lost their direction, careening straight ahead, allowing Roy to evade them. In the blink of an eye, the lightning vanished without a trace, and to conserve energy, Roy reabsorbed the Phoenix power back into his being. Chapter 110. The strange magnetic field. In just a few brief exchanges, Roy had come to understand Apocalypse's formidable prowess. Those grotesque superpowers were intensified under the influence of zombification. Mr. Roy, we are here to assist you. Two portals of light materialized in the air, and Dr. Strange and Wanda emerged. Roy glanced down to find that while the bolts of lightning had pursued him, a vast number of zombies had been caught in the crossfire. Even the Tier 3 zombies were utterly obliterated before the lightning. This fortuitously provided the Avengers with a significant opportunity to vanquish the remaining zombies, leaving only a few stragglers fleeing in disarray. However, as long as Apocalypse remained, the outcome remained uncertain. Die! Apocalypse emitted a low, guttural growl, his right hand ominously pointing towards Roy. In an instant, Roy felt the hairs on his body stand on end, before he could comprehend the situation. The surrounding space began to fold inwards, an invisible pressure converging upon him from all directions. Space compression. Roy recalled witnessing such a power in films, capable of compressing space to its utmost limit in the blink of an eye, with the body inevitably breaking under the strain, a truly ferocious ability. Even with Roy's formidable physique, he felt intense pain radiating from his bones, while his internal organs seemed to shift unnaturally. Danger. Without hesitation, Roy entered the state of the cosmic cube, enduring the agony of channeling energy, and unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the space before him, propelled by an overwhelming fury. The members of the team swiftly followed suit, unleashing a dazzling array of skills upon Apocalypse. Bang, bang, bang. Roy stood atop Apocalypse's head, delivering a fervent barrage of strikes, before leaping into the portal prepared by Dr. Strange, shifting his position just as Apocalypse's attack approached. Observing the dire state of the battle, Dr. Strange felt a surge of urgency and activated the Eye of Agamotto, the power of the Time Stone flooding into his being. With a mighty roar, he summoned countless duplicates of himself to float in the air, simultaneously launching chains that ensnared Apocalypse's legs with unyielding grip. Roy! Dr. Strange shouted through gritted teeth, and Roy instantly understood his cue. He descended with force, the Phoenix Force coalescing into a colossal fist in his hand, activating a triple damage function that brutally shattered one of Apocalypse's legs. Enhanced by the cosmic cube, the Phoenix Force obliterated the zombie cells, rendering them incapable of healing. The same fate befell Apocalypse's other leg. Now, deprived of mobility, Apocalypse could only bare his jagged teeth in a futile attempt to bite Roy. Unyielding, Roy retaliated with a series of powerful blows that shattered Apocalypse's remaining teeth. The foul, viscous liquid gushed forth, but Roy paid it no mind. The odor was merely unpleasant, causing him no harm. What mattered was that Apocalypse was now exhausted. With little time left in his cosmic cube state, Roy and his allies surged forward, employing their formidable skills. At last, with a mighty punch, Roy reduced Apocalypse to mere fragments. Mission accomplished, he gained the ability of space slicing. Gradually withdrawing from the cosmic cube state, Roy's legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall, but fortunately, Dr. Strange was there to steady him. Are you all right? Dr. Strange inquired. Roy shook his head, replying, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Gazing at the shattered remains of Apocalypse before him, Roy finally exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Tony re-engineered the antidote for mass production, restoring many zombies to their human forms, ensuring that the global population did not plummet below a critical threshold. For nearly a month, a worldwide cleansing of the remaining zombie cells was carried out, with dedicated personnel, in every city working to prevent the resurgence of the virus. Thus, the zombie crisis was deemed to be completely eradicated. In a month's time, within the majestic mountains of New Gold Mountain, stood a tree, vast enough for 3 individuals to embrace it, soaring towards the heavens, its enormous canopy resembling a colossal umbrella that cast a shadow below. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the space surrounding the tree quivered, and in the next moment, countless transparent filaments intertwined, causing the grand tree to fragment into thousands of pieces. Silent, yet perilous, Roy slowly retracted his palm, gazing at the scattered wood shavings with profound satisfaction. The spatial cutting was quite commendable. This marked Roy's inaugural application of the spatial cutting skill, an encounter with the laws of space he had never experienced before. And to his astonishment, he achieved such gratifying results on his first attempt. "Mr. Roy, I have finally located you." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. An Iron Man swiftly descended, his silver symbiotic armor gleaming with radiant brilliance. "What brings you here?" Roy inquired calmly. With a smile, Iron Man replied, "Your company has unearthed a tomb in the mountains, presumably that of a medieval noble. Would you care to take a look?" Roy responded nonchalantly, "Which noble?" Iron Man explained, "We must visit the site to ascertain that. If you remain silent, I shall not go. I am curious to know which eminent figure merits your personal notification." Iron Man offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging, "It seems I cannot keep this from you. Jarvis informed me that it is the tomb of William Cullen, the forebear of the medieval Cullen family, renowned for their legends of vampirism." Roy nodded. "Is it merely a tomb that has been unearthed? We can summon the relevant experts to investigate." "I initially thought the same," Iron Man admitted, "but upon my arrival, Jarvis alerted me to the peculiar magnetic field in the vicinity." "A strange magnetic field?" Roy murmured, realizing why Tony sought him out. Generally, magnetic fields are influenced by certain unique environmental factors, but predominantly, they are associated with supernatural forces. The magnetic field surrounding Roy had always been quite enigmatic. If the tomb harbors a peculiar magnetic field, it likely conceals some mysterious entity. "Very well, let us investigate." Roy felt it prudent to examine the site personally. Recently, his company had undertaken a mountain demolition project located not far from New Gold Mountain, and upon his arrival, numerous experts commenced discussions. "Mr. Roy, you have arrived." Beatrice, acting as an advisor, was also present on the front lines. Roy nodded and surveyed a grand door within the large pit, adorned with various bizarre reliefs. That must be the entrance to the tomb, he thought. According to historical records, William Cullen's tomb comprised a total of 131 chambers, 3 main halls, and was said to house countless treasures of gold and silver.